Blue Star Dragon Kingdom Summer Resort City. In a small apartment of just over 20 square meters, a man in his late 20s was scrolling through Douyin videos. Yang Fan had been out of school for a few years, nearing 30 with nothing to show for it. A complete loser. His father had passed away from a serious illness 4 years ago, and his mother remarried and started a new family. Truly, father dead, mother remarried, each for themselves. After graduating from a third-rate university, he had been living on his own. On the phone screen, a young and pretty girl with a pure and lovely face was energetically dancing to Gokura Kujodo. Yang Fan watched intently and couldn't help sighing. I really envy those big spenders online. He knew well that no matter how good the female streamer was, she belonged to someone else and had nothing to do with a poor loser like him, so he had never spent any money on them. He was a long-term freeloader. Just then, the female streamer named Shasa's maiden heart on the video finished her dance and stopped to interact with the viewers in the live room. Family Shasha is a dance streamer. If you like Shasha, give a follow and join the fan club. This female streamer was a small one Yang Fan had just discovered today. Only a dozen people were watching. Her follower count didn't reach 10,000, incomparable to the big streamers. But it was obvious she worked hard, having danced continuously for nearly an hour. So Yang Fan casually clicked follow. Unexpectedly, the streamer immediately responded. Smiling, she called out, "Thank you for the follow, Half-Life Carefree. Thank you so much. Big brother, can you join the fan club? It's only $1. Support Shasha." Yang Fan was slightly startled when the pretty girl called out his name. That's right, he was Half-Life Carefree. Hearing the expectant tone of the beautiful streamer, he couldn't help clicking on the gift bar. But seeing the number 0 displayed there, he smiled helplessly. Having never topped up, he couldn't even afford a $1 fan club, and the Douyin coins he usually grabbed from lucky bags were spent casually. If you join the fan club, Shasha can see your messages right away. Family who like Shasha, please support me. Yang Fan saw the little beauty still asking for fan club members. After thinking about it, he figured it didn't matter to join, it wasn't much money anyway. So he directly linked his bank card and topped up $1, then joined the fan club. Big Fool system activated. From the moment you obtain this system, the host will become a big fool. When you make consumption behaviors toward members of the opposite sex with a comprehensive appearance score of 80 or above, you can get cashback. The source of cashback funds from the Big Fool system is absolutely safe, and the host can use it with confidence. Yang Fan was stunned by the cold voice in his mind. Leaning on the bed, he quickly looked around. Finding everything normal and no one there, he fell into a daze. System? What system did I just get? No way. Can this kind of thing from novels really happen? He quickly sat up and said excitedly, "System. Bro, system. Is that you? Host is calling the system. I'm your dear host. Give me some reaction, okay?" However, no matter how Yang Fan called out, he got no response, making him think for a moment that he might have had an auditory hallucination. Just then, a transparent data panel appeared before his eyes. Host Yang Fan cashback, level 1 cashback ratio 1:1, valid consumption 0.1 yuan, available cashback 0 yuan, cashback, requires 100 or more. Seeing this, he became utterly excited and pinched his thigh hard. Not a dream, not a dream. I'm rich. Bro system, grandpa system, thank you for choosing me. I thank your whole family. After being so excited that he was almost incoherent, it took a while for him to calm down a bit. It wasn't his fault, he had been poor for too long. Although he wasn't very clear about the specific functions of this system, as a failed web novel writer, he knew that having a system was definitely a huge blessing. Moreover, he remembered that the system had said the source of funds was absolutely safe, and he could use it with confidence. He could basically confirm it was a Tycoon-type system. Unfortunately, after looking for a long time, he saw no funds. His bank card, WeChat, and Alipay had no extra money. After thinking carefully, he seemed to understand the system's meaning. It should be that when he spent money on someone with a score of 80 or above, he could get cashback. For now, it was spend how much, get back how much, couldn't make money. Even so, it didn't dampen his joy. Being able to fulfill his Tycoon dream without spending a penny of his own was quite comfortable, and after leveling up, it should be possible to make money right. Seen this way, the difference between him and real rich people wasn't that big. It was foreseeable that in this era his future life would be incredibly carefree. Having been a loser for so long, he suddenly felt a surge of confidence. A typical nouveau riche mentality. Yang Fan was 175 centimeters tall with ordinary looks. He considered himself somewhat handsome. After graduation, he had worked as a security guard, a delivery driver, and insurance salesman, and now he was a failed web novel author. People say that children of poor families mature early, but that saying didn't apply to him. Naturally lazy, he found security guard pay too low, delivery too tiring, and insurance sales difficult, because he was thin-skinned and not good at deceiving people, leading to few sales. His web novels also flopped. His life was just barely enough to keep from starving. His entire net worth was just over 7,000 yuan in his bank account. After calming down, he thought of giving tips to the female streamer he had just seen to get cashback, so he decided to confirm. He topped up another 120 yuan and sent a sports car worth 1,200 Douyin coins. Shasha, who was chatting with viewers, was stunned for a moment, then shouted, "Thank you, brother Carefree, for the sports car. Brother is generous. But Yang Fan didn't respond. He saw that the available cashback column had changed to 120. 1 yuan. He silently uttered cashback. Construction Bank 230519213 your account ending 571 received 120. 10 yuan balance 7,399. 19 yuan. Holy shit. Awesome. After seeing the bank SMS, Yang Fan was sure he was about to take off. His mind started working. He thought that if he could tip the streamer and have her return the money to him, wouldn't that be a fast way to make money? As a big fool, the host cannot use any means to ask others for money or borrow money. If you insist on doing such a shameful thing, the system will detach from the host. No matter how he had called the system before, it had been silent, but as soon as he thought of using it to make money, it jumped out to threaten him. Speechless. Since the system said so, Yang Fan certainly didn't dare to carry out his plan. He couldn't let the system slip away. So he directly topped up 6,000 yuan into his Douyin account. The time to act like a tycoon had arrived. Whatever, let's be extravagant first. Thank you Xiao Go for the 2 carnival gifts. Shasha has never received 2 carnivals in a row before. Brother, you're so handsome, love you. No recording, what a pity. But it's okay, Shasha will dance for you. Brother, what dance would you like to see? You can request it. The beautiful streamer, seeing that Yang Fan had just sent a luxury car, and then immediately 2 carnivals, became instantly excited. She stood up and desperately made heart gestures. She knew she had encountered a generous spender. Feeling lucky, she decided to stop resting and use her talent to keep him. Is there a big spender in the live stream? Looks like Shasa's luck is turning. I'm jealous, I want a gift too, but looking at the instant noodles in front of me, I held back my impulse. Streamer dance, quickly keep dancing, the pure land of bliss you just did. The live stream had nearly 100 viewers, but few were talking, most just watched silently. Yang Fan also thought the dance was nice, but he wanted to test how the system upgrades, so he said, "You've been dancing for an hour, take a break, go do a PK." Shasha read his message aloud and said happily, "Didn't expect Xiao Go to be such a considerate guy. Thanks for understanding, brother. He'll go connect for a PK. Go ahead. You'll win for sure." Yang Fan wasn't bluffing. For a small streamer like Shasha, a single rocket was usually enough to secure victory, let alone a carnival spender. With Xiao Guess words, Shasha has confidence. Then she randomly connected to a streamer, a young woman who also looked pretty but seemed a bit older. Her nickname was Xiaolu Can't Get Fat, also a small streamer. Her follower count and viewership were slightly higher than Shasha's, but not by much. As soon as they connected, Shasha said, "Hi little sister. I'm a dance streamer." "Hello, I'm a beauty streamer. Want to do a PKA? Sure, but make the punishment light. I don't have much to offer." Xiaola's voice lacked confidence, likely because she really couldn't afford much. Shasha thought for a moment and asked, "Xiao Go, you decide the punishment." "No need, just play however you like." Yang Fan had no time to think about punishments right now. As soon as the 2 streamers connected and Xiaolu spoke, Yang Fan received a system notification. Valid consumption target detected. Oh, he knew the system meant this streamer named Xiaolu Can't Get Fat, indicating her overall appearance score reached 80 or above according to the system's recognition. He knew the system's judgment must be based on raw appearance, without filters, meaning she was definitely a beauty. Since gifting Shasha gave him a cashback, gifting this Xiaolu would surely work the same. Shasa's words were heard by the other streamer, and Xiaolu smiled and said, "Oh, you have a big spender there. Isn't that bullying? I'm out, ha ha ha." She said this, but didn't disconnect. Shasha knew she was joking. "Let's make the punishment light. If you lose, do 20 squats, and each time shout Xiao Go is awesome. How about that?" Shasha wanted to keep Yang Fan a generous visitor, so she aimed to give him a sense of participation. She knew that people who spend money come for emotional value, so she proposed this punishment. Xiaolu thought it was harmless and agreed. As the PK began, Yang Fan wasted no time and sent 2 carnivals, instantly draining the opponent's health bar. 901324453. The first one doubled due to the first 10 bonus. "Thank you Xiao Go for the carnival." Shasha screamed excitedly. The viewers were also commenting casually, but apart from the admin's account, there were no flattering remarks like in novels. Most were quite indifferent. Didn't the streamer say she'd go offline after earning 200 per day? Guess she'll be resting for quite a while now. Rare to see Shasha so thrilled, she's finally holding her head high. He'll send a hot air balloon to celebrate. Shasha, no need to say more, he'll handle the defense. What the hell? You need defense. That's impressive. Then he'll help too, ha ha. The chat was lively, but the opposing streamer hadn't given up yet. She said pitifully, "Family, we're definitely losing with the big spender against us, but at least give me some dignity votes. I can't even see my health bar. This is too cruel." After sending 2 carnivals, Yang Fan had already received the cashback, but he didn't continue. The opposing streamer seemed quite friendly. There was no need to be harsh. The PK ended. Shasha won by a landslide, and Xiaolu began the punishment. Each squat was accompanied by a loud shout of "Xiao Go is awesome." After 10 squats, she returned to the screen, but paused for a moment before speaking. Then she screamed, "Thank you Xiao Go for the carnival. Xiao Go is awesome. Xiaolu sends you a heart. I've never received such a generous medical fee. So awesome." Xiao Gu, feel free to visit Zyela's stream anytime. Xiaolu sings really well. But as soon as she finished, the viewers started teasing. You sing well. Do you have some misunderstanding about yourself? You sing well. I remember I sent 5 hot air balloons just to shut you up. Just stick to being a pretty face. Singing isn't for you. If you dare to sing again, I'll unfollow. Sing, and I'll unfollow. Xiaolu saw the stream of unfollow threats and dared not mention singing again. But she was also troubled. As a plain college student with no real talent, it was hard to keep a big spender. Her only advantage was being pretty, and with the beauty filter, she looked even better, which helped her maintain some viewership. It was really frustrating. Still, she sent a private message to the big spender who used a carnival as medical fee. Yang Fan returned to Sha's stream, and Xiaolu disconnected with a look of envy. Before Sha could speak, 2 more carnivals appeared on the screen. Thank you, my Xiao Gu. Xiao Gu is generous. May you marry 10,000 wives. Yang Fan was speechless at this blessing. He knew without thinking that this little beauty was getting carried away. Sha was indeed thrilled. In just a few dozen minutes, Xiao Gu had gifted her 6 carnivals and a luxury car. That was over 1800 yuan in RMB, and since she had no guild, she would take home over 9000. Today's earnings exceeded her entire last month. Most importantly, she felt Yang Fan would continue to gift her in the future. Meeting such a generous big spender naturally made her ecstatic. Sha had only been live streaming for a month, but she was well aware of the difficulties faced by small streamers. She didn't dare to join any guild recklessly and streamed on her own. Making a few thousand yuan a month was already considered good, and there were plenty of people worse off than her. Thus her goal was modest, earning 200 yuan a day for living expenses. But now she realized she was no longer satisfied with just 200 a day. She secretly resolved to firmly hold onto brother Xiaoyao. Unfortunately, the private messages she sent him were never read, and she couldn't remind him in the livestream. With something on her mind, she chatted idly with the viewers when suddenly pa-pa, 2 carnival effects appeared on the screen. Tisk tisk tsk. This Xiaoyao Gu is truly generous. In fact, Yang Fan was researching how to upgrade the system. Without any clear indication, he could only guess that it might be related to the amount of money he spent. So he began to continuously recharge Carnival Cashback Recharge. By then he had spent over 80,000 successfully sending Sha to the hourly leaderboard, and the stream attracted many viewers. Seeing the livestream room reach 1,000 viewers for the first time in Sha's heart, he was undoubtedly a wealthy patron. Viewers also raised questions. Could this Xiaoyao Gu be a guild account? Are you stupid? Sha hasn't joined any guild. Which guild account would gift her? Wouldn't it be better to use that money to buy nice things for your parents? Why give gifts to a streamer? Rich people can't be lacking women, right? How do you know he hasn't taken care of his parents? Besides, giving gifts doesn't necessarily mean he has ulterior motives. Look at those big spenders who lavish millions on top streamers. Do they do it just for this trivial matter? Makes sense. With millions I could have thousands of. We can't understand the world of the wealthy. At this point Sha spoke up. Family, don't guess blindly. The streamer hasn't joined any guild, and no one has asked me to promote products or ads. Xiaoyao Gu is a true big spender. Then why don't you seize this opportunity? The chance is given to you, and you are not cherishing it. I calculated. Xiaoyao Gu spent over 80,000 yuan in sound waves. The streamer at least gets 40,000 right. That income is insane. Holy shit. If you hadn't said it, I wouldn't have noticed. Being a streamer pays this well. A day almost equals half a year's salary for me. Tomorrow is May 20th. Did Xiaoyao Gu spend so much just to have you accompany him? Another good cabbage is going to be taken by a rich man. I'm jealous. Yang Fan had no such plan for now. Sha was from Tianfu province, which though neighboring was still quite a distance away. Then he had Sha go for a few PK battles. She didn't encounter any major streamers, and each round was settled with 2 carnivals. What puzzled Sha and the viewers was that after the PK, the opposing streamer didn't receive the medical fee from Xiaoyao Gu. They wondered, could it be that Xiaoyao Gu is interested in that previous streamer Xiao Lu who doesn't gain weight? It must be said that she was indeed a beauty. Yang Fan also wanted to be generous and use carnivals as medical fees every time, but reality was cruel. The streamers he encountered later also looked quite good, but the system didn't prompt, meaning they hadn't reached 80 points. As for men, even less so. So he would be an idiot to give gifts. So far his spending today had exceeded 100,000, yet the system level remained unchanged. Forget it'll study it slowly. Bungshi Xiaoyao Sha danced to Jiaojing too. Sha okay Xiaoyao Gu. She now attached great importance to Yang Fan's words. Upon hearing this, she started the music and danced. She also silently told herself to perform well, so she danced with utmost seriousness. In the past, when Yang Fan encountered a beauty of this level, he wouldn't have any thoughts. He was quite self-aware. But now with the system, he became interested in this beauty. After the dance, he said, I'm leaving. He'll come see you tomorrow. Oh, Xiaoyao Gu is leaving. Take care, big brother, and remember to check your private messages. You're welcome to come see Sha tomorrow. Sha will start streaming at 7 p.m. tomorrow. Seeing that Yang Fan was about to leave, she certainly couldn't keep him. After all, this wealthy patron had spent so much on his first visit to her stream, she couldn't be greedy. Moreover, he had said he would come again tomorrow, which made her very happy. To hold on to Yang Fan as a regular supporter, she threw caution to the wind and directly asked him in the stream to remember to check his private messages. Yang Fan sent an okay and then left the live stream. He lay on the bed with a sigh of emotion. He had been quite extravagant today, spending over 100,000 just watching a live stream. But the feeling of a beautiful woman flattering him was indeed quite pleasant. Then he remembered the private messages. He saw that he had over 30 messages, most from people he didn't know. He selectively read the ones from Xia and Xiao Lu. They were just thanks, praise, and requests to add him on WeChat. Without further ado, he directly added both of their WeChats, ignoring the other strangers. He usually didn't post on Moments, and his last month visible setting showed a blank page. As soon as he added Xia, the verification passed, and a message immediately arrived. Xiao Gu, thank you so much for gifting me so much today. I'm bad with words, but I'm truly grateful. Seeing that she was still streaming, but had sent a message, Yang Fan immediately thought of something and replied, "Aren't you streaming? Could it be a hired chat agent?" After a moment, another message came. Haha, how could that be? Streamers all have at least 2 phones. I'm streaming and secretly replying to you at the same time. Then keep streaming well. Talk to you later when you're free. Yang Fan smiled. He had just remembered hearing about cases where unkempt men acted as chat agents for streamers, which is why he asked. Then he lay on the bed thinking about the system. Being a big fool didn't seem so bad. As time passed, he fell asleep without realizing it, a smile still on his lips. The next day, Yang Fan woke up naturally in the early morning. He took out his fully charged phone, checked the time, and found several messages along with a transfer. They were from Xia and Xiao Lu last night. The first thing he saw was a transfer of 200 yuan from Xia. Yang Fan looked at her message with some surprise. Brother Xiaoyao, I'm done streaming. Happy. Brother Xiaoyao, are you asleep? Then came the transfer at midnight exactly. Happy holidays, Brother Xiaoyao. Love you. Although Xia knows Brother Xiaoyao doesn't care about these things, this is still a small blessing from Xia. Please, Brother Xiaoyao, you must accept it. Transferring 20,000 required filling in the other party's full name, and coincidentally, his nickname on V was his real name. He sighed inwardly. This little girl is quite clever and thoughtful. As for this so-called blessing, he would definitely accept it. It wasn't something he asked for, it was proactively given, so it didn't violate the rules. After transferring this amount to his bank card, his principal grew much thicker, reaching over 27,000. Thus his opinion of Xia, this little girl, improved considerably. Yesterday he only gifted her over 100,000, yet she generously sent him a transfer of 20,000, which made him change his view on the streaming industry. It wasn't completely take without giving. Yesterday he spent the system's money, but today's 20,000 was genuinely his own. In this way he not only experienced the feeling of being a tycoon, but also made a profit. Although he was clear as a mirror knowing what Xia was aiming for with this move, he didn't care at all. On the contrary, he secretly decided to gift her more today. In his reply, he dared not hint at her to continue transferring money. He cherished the system too much and wouldn't even brush against its edges. Blessing received. Wu Xia woke up very early today because yesterday she met a generous tycoon who gifted her a lot of money, making her somewhat excited. She woke up groggily several times during the night, and after dawn, she couldn't fall asleep at all. When she felt her phone vibrate, she shot up and quickly grabbed it. It was indeed a message from the person she was expecting. Although it was only a few short words, a smile spread across her face. Because Brother Xiaoyao had accepted her transfer. She was not well off financially, and last night, she had been torn between sending 5,200 or 20,000. Because giving 5,200 wouldn't make her feel the pinch, but she felt it was too little to offer, 20,000 would be somewhat painful. For this, she had specifically consulted her best friend. The answer she got was the same as what she had in mind. You can't catch a wolf without risking the child. Her best friend said, he gifted you so much in one live stream, and there's a long way ahead. You need to learn to seize the opportunity. 20,000 is nothing to this kind of tycoon. He might not even accept it. What you should do is pray that he accepts it. Once he accepts your blessing, will such a tycoon ever be stingy? Wu Xia found this extremely reasonable. Gritting her teeth, she sent the transfer. Now seeing that Yang Fan had indeed accepted the money, she was overjoyed. Brother Xiaoyao, you're up so early. After sending the message, she waited for a long time without a reply, and Xia pouted at the screen. On the other side, Yang Fan had indeed seen the message, but he simply didn't want to reply. What he thought was that he had been too quick to reply in the past, acting like a bootlicker, and without exception none of those had ended well. Now his status was different. How could he still go down the path of being a bootlicker? If anyone was going to lick, it should be others licking him. After washing up, he thought that today was barely Valentine's Day. Maybe he could find a girl to spend it with. It had been a while since he broke up with his ex-girlfriend, and the reason was poverty. She often nagged about how her best friend's boyfriend was so good to his girlfriend. Yang Fan couldn't stand his girlfriend constantly comparing him to other men. Driven by his pride, the two had many conflicts and even arguments. Later, his ex-girlfriend went to another province for a while and came back to dump him. He suspected he had been cheated on. But all this no longer mattered to him. What he was thinking about now was whom he should spend the day with, go out and have fun, and perhaps mooch a big meal. But after thinking it over, he gave up. He didn't have many female friends to begin with. Most were friends' wives or girlfriends. Even the few single ones were lacking in appearance, definitely not up to standard. He couldn't possibly spend his own principal to celebrate the festival, could he? Then his eyes lit up as he saw a public account. This was a companion software he had discovered on Douyin, where you could pay to hire female companions to go shopping, eat, watch movies, or even drink, go clubbing, or sing karaoke. They charged by the hour. Once you placed an order, they would accompany you like a girlfriend, but no overly intimate actions were allowed. It was marketed as purely wholesome. Of course, whether it was truly wholesome was just the software's claim. Yang Fan had never seen it in practice. Perhaps if the price was right, it might not be so wholesome. The photos and basic introductions of the girls on it didn't lack beauties. One could probably find those scoring above 80. He thought it was interesting at the time and followed it. But later he found the fees were not cheap, and it was not cost-effective, so he had never ordered. Now he was a different person and decided to give it a try. After clicking in, he saw all kinds of beautiful girls' live photos, and he instantly got excited. He patiently browsed through them, until he selected one with the nickname Rirue, who gave him the best first impression. He directly went to check out her other photos and a video. Indeed, she was impressive. Just from these, she was undoubtedly a beauty. As long as the real person wasn't too different, she would definitely score above 80. The basic info stated age 19, height 168 centimeters, weight 52 kilograms. He sucked in a breath. Not bad, not bad. Although he was nearly 10 years older than her, he didn't mind. He glanced at the price list. Aside from online games, the cheapest options were shopping and eating at 198 yuan per hour. Drinking and singing cost 398 per hour. He only ordered 1 hour of eating and 1 hour of shopping, 2 hours total. The other party quickly accepted the order. Although it was Valentine's Day, not many people would order them. First, not many people knew about this software. Second, Bishu City was barely a second-tier city at the tail end, and it was a typical place with low income and high consumption. Truly wealthy people were few. A monthly salary of 10,000 could surpass over 80% of the city's population. With such charges for this supposedly wholesome service, how many people would order? Why not go to a foot massage or a club? So they were relatively idle, mostly students working part-time. They would take orders when available, and if not, they would study hard and make progress every day. Yang Fan kept an eye on the sucker system, ready to cancel the order at any time. Only after seeing the cashback did he breathe a sigh of relief. This meant the other party's overall appearance was above 80. If there was no cashback, he would have to cancel the order quickly, or the money would be wasted. Without further ado, he changed into an Adidas outfit and went out to wash his hair. He didn't have high-end brand clothes, but he could afford Adidas and Nike, and he had bought a few pieces over time. After everything was ready, he took a taxi to the meeting place, the entrance of Lixing Mingdian. As soon as he got out of the car, the system's prompt sounded. Detected valid consumption target. View information. Yang Fan watched a beautiful, fashionably dressed girl walk past him, then looked at the man she was holding on to, and felt speechless. That girl was indeed quite attractive, but it wasn't like I would suddenly go up to her and say I wanted to spend money on her, right? And I'm pretty sure the guy beside her wouldn't beat me to death. But the system, this is downtown near a large shopping mall, so there must be plenty of beauties with a comprehensive appearance score above 80. You're not going to remind me every time I encounter one, are you? Yet unable to communicate with the system, he felt a bit troubled. Yang Fan shook his head and walked toward the entrance of Lixing Boutique. From a distance, he spotted a girl standing on the steps beside the gate, seemingly waiting for someone. It was only natural that he noticed her first. Her tall, slender figure and pure yet seductive outfit were simply too eye-catching. As he drew closer, he saw that the girl had jet black hair, jade-like skin, and flowing, captivating eyes. Her oval face bore a light makeup, and her dazed expression exuded an indescribable purity. She wore a JK uniform, a white short-sleeved blouse with a red tie on the chest, paired with a Wynard plaid short skirt, brown leather shoes, and black stockings that accentuated her straight, fair legs most enticingly. So much so that many passers-by of the opposite sex pretended to glance back at her casually, and some even stood in the distance staring directly. Yang Fan's thoughts were simply, I made the right choice. Indeed, you get what you pay for. It was worth it. Detected a valid consumption target. Would you like to view the information? Yes. Name Gu Ruijia, age 19, height 168, weight 52, comprehensive appearance score 87. 98, relationship stranger. At 19, having some experience didn't seem like such a strange thing these days. Yang Fan glanced at the information, shook his head, then calmly walked up to the girl and asked, Are you Ray? The girl noticed him, gave him a quick once-over. Gu Ruijia's intimacy 10. Why? Yang Fan was utterly baffled. What the hell? You look at me once and lose 10 points of intimacy. I'm not particularly handsome, but I'm definitely not ugly, am I? It must be because she thinks I'm too old. Has nothing to do with my looks. He comforted himself inwardly. The girl spoke with a polite smile. Yes, how would you like me to address you? Over the next 2 hours, I'll use whatever nickname you prefer. Of course, I have the right to refuse anything too excessive. The service wasn't bad. Despite the intimacy deduction, her attitude was still quite good. The excessive nicknames she mentioned probably referred to things like daddy or master, right? I'm quite a bit older than you, so just call me brother, he said. Gu Ruijia visibly felt relieved at that. Okay, brother. Should we go eat first, she asked. Yeah, there's a nice Western restaurant nearby. Let's go. Western food. Gu Ruijia was taken aback. According to the contract, all expenses during their time together were to be covered by the client, and he was actually taking her somewhere expensive. But since had said so, she certainly wouldn't refuse. If he was paying, he got to decide what to eat. So she followed Yang Fan. The onlookers seemed puzzled, constantly asking themselves where they had lost. Some even thought they'd cracked the code that you had to boldly approach beautiful women. During the walk, Gu Ruijia, though not particularly fond of Yang Fan, due to her job, still smiled and chatted with him. Soon they entered the Western restaurant. Welcome. This way, please. A waiter led them to a table. Because of the system, Yang Fan dared not order himself, but he said calmly, order whatever you want. More than enough? And order mine too. He then pretended to play with his phone. Gu Ruijia, who was perusing the menu, was a little surprised. Then she thought he might be trying to experience the feeling of having a girlfriend order for him, and she relaxed. Okay, brother. She ordered only steak salad and dessert, 2 portions of each, and at mid to low price range. Then told Yang Fan she was done. Yang Fan quickly stopped her. Not enough. Order more. Waiter, please introduce some foie gras and caviar to her. Are you kidding? I came here to enjoy a lavish meal, and you're ordering this stuff. Though he knew she was trying to save him money, whether out of professional ethics or kindness, he couldn't help but feel a little more favorably toward her. Huh. Gu Ruijia looked at him with wide, innocent eyes, clearly surprised. Yang Fan smiled and said, I know you want to save me money, but I can't afford this little amount. Just order whatever you like. He was sure that without ordering wine, the two of them couldn't possibly exceed 2700. As long as they didn't, it would be a negligible expense. Gu Ruijia muttered to herself, this guy must be trying to impress me, right? She wasn't new to this job. The previous clients had all tried to curry favor with her the moment they saw her. But most of them were just all talk. None had been as generous as this guy. She knew well that the ones who ordered such services were usually losers who couldn't afford real companionship, too poor to waste money on a playmate and too rich to be lacking in real beauties. So why would they order a fake? That's why, despite their smiling faces, these girls all secretly despised their clients. Unless the client was exceptionally handsome, how could a loser ever deserve a fairy? But Yang Fan's attitude had left her a little puzzled. Could he be trying to save face and act rich in front of me? That only made her more interested. She smiled even sweeter. All right, brother. Should I order a bit more? Go ahead. Gu Ruijia began ordering a few expensive items, changed a couple of her previous choices, and nodded with satisfaction. Brother, I've ordered. Would you like to take a look? Yang Fan shook his head. No need to look. Just bring it, waiter. The waiter acknowledged and then asked, would you too like some wine? We have several excellent red wines. Seeing that the gentleman at the table was generous, she hoped to recommend the wine, which would also earn her a commission. Before Yang Fan could speak, Gu Ruijia looked at him and said, brother, I don't drink. If you want a drink, I can order one for you. No need then. The waiter withdrew and they chatted idly as dishes began to be served one after another. Yang Fan simply said, don't be polite, and started eating on his own. Gu Ruijia, of course, was not about to stand on ceremony. This was her first time enjoying such a lavish meal, and it was not the time to feign reserve. Half an hour later, the food on the table was nearly finished. Yang Fan stood up to pay the bill. The total came to 8266. Following him, Gu Ruijia wondered if she had been too extravagant. Yet she saw him swipe the card without a blink. His manner of paying was rather handsome. After settling the bill, Yang Fan was startled. Had the lost affection just been restored? A wry smile crossed his mind. A gold digger, no doubt. That was fine. He pretended to be casual as he looked at Gu Ruijia and said, let's go shopping. They drew many glances along the way which had little to do with Yang Fan, but it nonetheless satisfied his vanity. Soon they entered the Lixing Star shopping mall. When he spotted the LV boutique, Yang Fan suggested, let's go in and take a look. Gu Ruijia stuck out her tongue, but made no objection, obediently following him. Welcome to Louis Vuitton. How may I assist you, sir and madam? I can offer recommendations. The saleswoman smiled politely. In truth, the training at such stores was strict, and incidents of looking down on customers or sarcastic remarks were nearly non-existent. Here Yang Fan dared not be too extravagant as his card balance was limited. So he said, well, look at bags first. Certainly. This way, please. As he checked the prices, he breathed a sigh of relief. They ranged from about 600 to 300, most of which he could afford. These seemed to be the standard models. The expensive ones were not in this section. He noticed Gu Ruijia's gaze lingering on a bag, her eyes sparkling. How could he not understand? He glanced at the price, 2300. Not bad, not bad. He slowly walked behind her and asked softly, do you like it, eh? Gu Ruijia turned to him with a sweet smile. This bag is beautiful, but it's too expensive. Yang Fan directly addressed the saleswoman. We'll take this bag. Ring it up. Both Gu Ruijia and the saleswoman were taken aback, buying it without even taking it out to see. But the saleswoman immediately broke into a smile. Certainly, sir. Gu Ruijia was puzzled that Yang Fan would buy it just because she expressed liking it. She wasn't vain enough to think he was gifting it to her. She was merely an offline companion. Brother, are you buying a bag for someone? Yang Fan smiled faintly. I'm buying it for you. Don't you like it? Huh. Gu Ruijia's eyes widened in disbelief. For me. By then Yang Fan had already gone to swipe his card with the saleswoman, mainly because he had to spend to get the cash back, otherwise he wouldn't have enough for other purchases, leaving a bewildered Gu Ruijia standing in the breeze. When Yang Fan returned with the bag and handed it to her, now it's yours. She took it dumbfoundedly, her mind still unsettled. Was he actually giving it to her? This is definitely an attempt to woo me, right? But he is generous with money and he looked really handsome when swiping the card. He must be quite wealthy. Maybe he's barely worthy of a fairy like me. What am I thinking? We're not even close yet. They'll just accept it and keep him as a top-quality fish in my pond. Because of her figure and stunning looks, many suitors had pursued her, but no one had spent so lavishly on her. Naturally, she couldn't refuse outright. Having reasoned it out, Gu Ruijia pretended to be uneasy. Brother, how can I accept something so precious? You should take it back. She even extended the bag toward him. Yang Fan rolled his eyes internally. If it weren't for the instant 10-point increase in affection, he might have actually believed her. Once I give something away, I never take it back. If you don't want to, just throw it away. If he took it back, the system wouldn't refund him. He would be a fool to do that. Gu Ruijia was startled. What a bold statement. What the hell? If you don't want to, throw it away. That's over 20,000 yuan. Then Yang Fan asked the saleswoman to bring out another bag, also over 20,000, and said to Gu Ruijia, I think this bag is also nice. You can alternate. Do you like it? Was he going to buy another one for her? Of course she liked it 1,000 times, but could she say that? Brother, one is enough. Don't go to such expense. Yang Fan replied nonchalantly, it's not much money. I'm here to spend today. Don't spoil the holiday. He paused and looked at the saleswoman. Ring it up. The saleswoman was inwardly amazed. She was saying no, and he was still forcing the gift. She wished she had a boyfriend like that. Then she looked at Gu Ruijia with envy. Though Gu Ruijia verbally refused, her affection was honest. But she thought to herself, even if he's here to spend, why is he spending only on me? I know it's a holiday, but 520. Well, I guess we barely qualify. Although the affection increase was only 5 points this time, Yang Fan didn't mind. As long as it increased, even a little at a time added up. He then took her to other stores buying clothes and cosmetics. He wanted to buy jewelry, but Gu Ruijia adamantly refused. She admitted she was somewhat overwhelmed. They had spent over 100,000 yuan, and she felt too embarrassed to accept more. If not for the fact that Yang Fan seemed normal in other aspects, she might have suspected he had some mental issue. He hadn't bought a single thing for himself, yet he had bought a mountain of gifts for her. But she had to admit being showered with money felt really good. After just over 2 hours together, Gu Ruijia's mindset had shifted noticeably, and her intimacy with Yang Fan had reached 33. Yang Fan also noticed that the affection increase was slowing and seemed to stall. It appeared that although she was a gold digger, she still had her limits. And since she genuinely refused to keep shopping, she wasn't a complete gold digger. So he decided to end the mall trip. Alright, let's stop here. Gu Ruijia's face lit up with a smile as she saw Yang Fan agreeing not to go shopping. Brother, let me first put my things back home, then I'll treat you to a meal, okay? Yang Fan had only ordered a 2-hour companion session, and the time had long passed, but the girl never mentioned it. Seeing that they were carrying large and small bags, making it inconvenient, he agreed. While waiting for a car, the girl asked curiously, Brother, didn't you drive here? She had now fully confirmed that Yang Fan was a genuinely wealthy man, and she wouldn't have been surprised if he owned a luxury car, but they were waiting for a ride-hailing car. Yang Fan shrugged. I don't have a driver's license yet. I'll consider buying a car after some time. Car? I only have over 20,000 yuan. Can I buy a minivan? Driving that would be too degrading. Definitely not buying. Gu Ruijia suddenly understood. I see. They soon arrived at an ordinary residential area near the University of Finance and Economics. After getting out of the car, Gu Ruijia said sheepishly, Brother, my rented apartment is right here. There are too many things. Could you trouble yourself to help? Let's go. Yang Fan had no objection and carried the things forward. The apartment had 2 bedrooms and 1 living room, looking decent. Especially the girl's room was arranged warmly and neatly, showing she was a clean girl. That was normal, or if the room were messy, she probably wouldn't have felt comfortable letting him in. After putting away her things, Gu Ruijia was in a very happy mood and said with a smile, Brother, take a rest first. I'll get you a glass of water. After a moment, Yang Fan, holding a water cup while sitting on the bed, asked, Are you studying at the University of Finance and Economics nearby? Gu Ruijia sat down close to him. Yes, I'm a freshman here. I didn't want to live on campus, so I rented this apartment with my best friend. Our college students so free. You still have time for part-time jobs. College life is quite free. I not only do offline companion work part-time, but also work as a model. Yang Fan let his gaze rest on the girl, scrutinizing her carefully. This figure is indeed very suitable for modeling. Seeing Yang Fan's slightly aggressive look, Gu Ruijia not only felt no embarrassment, but secretly rejoiced. Thank you for the compliment, brother. What kind of modeling do you do? I basically take all kinds, but usually only when KTVs or bars open or for events they look for us. Car models rarely hire part-time models. Very competitive, right? Who says it isn't? Often I go 1 or 2 months without a single job. But it's okay, it's just a side gig as long as I can earn some pocket money. I'm not demanding he. Young fan nodded in understanding. After all, she was a student, making money wasn't the main thing. What does brother do? Gu Weijia was very curious about what Yang Fan did that he could spend over 100,000 yuan on a girl he had just met without batting an eye. Before today, she didn't believe such people existed. Even rich second-generation heirs mostly wouldn't let go of their money without seeing something in return, thinking that money was to show off to girls, not to spend on them. The other party was generous with money, definitely a high-quality stock. Me, I do investments. As if I would tell you I'm a failed web novel author. Brother must be doing very large investments, right? So. Anyway, the money definitely can't be spent up, it only increases the more you spend. Hiss. Gu Weijia gasped at this tone. Oh my, look at how he's showing off. She believed 100 that Yang Fan was rich, but to say the money can't be spent up and only increases, she thought he was bragging. Gu Weijia affinity too. However, thinking that he was probably just showing off harmlessly, she cooperated and showed an admiring gaze. When Yang Fan saw the stars in the girl's eyes and heard the affinity 2 notification, he cursed inwardly. Heaven knows he was telling the truth. With the big full system, although he had only over 20,000 yuan, he couldn't resist spending because every amount spent would be returned. It was truly impossible to spend it all. In the future, as his level increased, the cashback ratio would increase, so wouldn't it be spending more and more? This was really unfair. Although he thought so, he only smiled faintly on the surface. I know you don't believe it, but it doesn't matter. The girl quickly shook her head upon hearing this. I do believe you. What brother says must be true. I just think brother is amazing. She said so, but in her heart she thought this fairy's own money can't be spent up either. As long as I plan, it's always enough. But Yang Fan was indeed rich, and she didn't want to leave a bad impression, so she planned to obediently cooperate. Yang Fan didn't dwell on this. We've rested enough, let's go eat. Okay, brother. There's a hot pot place nearby with great taste, it'll take you. Why eat hot pot on a holiday? Let's have a big meal. After saying this, he saw the girl's expression hesitant and immediately understood. Let's go, I'm treating. Do you really think I'd let you pay? Although he knew that making the girl spend on him was the correct way to proceed. But he wasn't looking for a wife, why bother playing tug-of-war games? Just spend money, simple and crude. Since he could eat a free big meal, why eat hot pot? The girl, seeing she couldn't persuade him, agreed. After spending a few thousand yuan on a seafood feast, they were strolling on the street. By now Gu Weijia had taken the initiative to hold Yang Fan's hand, like a couple giving him some small sweet rewards. If not for seeing the affinity was only 39, he might have thought the girl was falling for him. Then the girl softly asked, Brother, where are we going now? Yang Fan gave a mischievous smile. A bit tired, let's go to the hotel. Gu Weijia's body trembled slightly, understanding his meaning. She wasn't that naive, anyone could guess what a man and woman going to a hotel would do. But she felt some resistance inside. It wasn't rejection of Yang Fan, nor reluctance to part with her purity. Mainly she felt they were moving too fast, fearing that once he had her, he wouldn't cherish her. She had to keep him wanting, that was the most advantageous move. What was unattainable was best. Until now she only thought of keeping Yang Fan as a super high-quality fish in her pond with no intention of giving herself. So she stopped, pouted, and pretended to question with dissatisfaction. Brother, what kind of person do you take me for? Am I such an easy person in your heart? Yang Fan was taken aback and turned to look at her in surprise. The affinity didn't move. He couldn't tell if she was playing hard to get or truly refusing. If I wanted someone easy, wouldn't I just go to a club to find a young model? His words made even Gu Weijia admit that he had a point. For over 100,000 yuan, he could find many young models, right? Gu Weijia affinity 1. Although Yang Fan's words had increased Gu Weijia's intimacy level, she was determined not to let him have his way easily. Huffing with feigned indignation, she said, Brother, you shouldn't take me to a hotel. We only just met today, and I'm not mentally prepared yet. Besides, shouldn't you be courting me first? I also yearn for a sweet romance. Courting? What a load of nonsense. Throwing money at her is far more straightforward. Who has the patience for that? Though inwardly grumbling, Yang Fan could tell she genuinely meant to refuse. There would be no meal tonight. Her attitude seemed to be stringing him along. Having undergone a change in mindset after becoming a sucker, he wasn't about to indulge her. He said flatly, Fine, I'll see you to the car. Gu Weijia was taken aback. She studied his expression but found it utterly unreadable, just calm and indifferent. She then asked, Brother, are you angry? I just... Yang Fan shook his head and cut her off. No, I'm not. All right, let's get a cab. Seeing that he truly intended to send her home, she knew he was angry but wouldn't admit it. Yet she wasn't worried. She believed that once his anger subsided, things would clear up. After all, they had exchanged WeChat contacts. After seeing Gu Weijia into the taxi, Yang Fan hailed one for himself. His phone rang while he was still in the car. Brother, I'm home. Yang Fan set the message to do not disturb and ignored it. He needed to establish his stance lest the girl become too self-assured. Back home, Gu Ruijia happily laid out the luxury goods she had bought today on her bed, examining them with a smile that never faded. After trying on 2 outfits, she noticed her phone was silent. She picked it up and saw that Yang Fan still hadn't replied. After a moment's thought, she sent another message. Brother, why aren't you answering me? Please don't be mad, okay? She waited for a long time, but still got no response. She thought to herself, he probably hasn't checked his phone. She couldn't imagine Yang Fan would truly ignore her, a fairy-like girl. She had given him a chance, and he would surely cherish it. She then set aside her phone and continued admiring her luxury items. Nearly an hour passed. She picked up her phone and saw no reply. Her heart skipped a beat. Could he really not have looked at his phone all this time? Or was he deliberately ignoring her? Gu Ruijia's intimacy level 1. Just then a voice came from the doorway of her room. What's little Rurue up to? It was Gu Ruijia's best friend and roommate, a pretty girl with a ponytail. Before Gu Ruijia could even speak, a scream rang out. LV bags, Chanel sets, and so many cosmetics. Did you rob a mall, little Rurue? Her friend rushed over in astonishment, picking up the luxury goods on the bed. Seeing her friend's shocked expression, Gu Ruijia couldn't help but laugh. Shanshan, why are you back so early? It's a holiday today. Did your boyfriend let you off? Tisk tisk tsk. Don't change the subject. Spill it. What did you do today? Where did all these luxuries come from? None of your business. Oh, little Rue, you dare talk back. They'll tickle you to death. The friend named Shanshan pounced on Gu Ruijia and started tickling her. Stop. I'll talk, okay. Then Gu Ruijia recounted the whole story of meeting Yang Fan to her friend. Her friend listened stunned. Her first question was one of disbelief. Are you sure he's sane? Absolutely. That's really incredible. Hey, introduced such a generous older guy to me too. Gu Ruijia's eyes glinted dangerously as she looked at her friend. In your dreams. You already have a boyfriend. Shanshan said nonchalantly. How can he compare to a sugar daddy with super spending power? Since you don't want him, let me have him. Why let good fortune go to waste? Who said I don't want him? Then why are you trying to string him along? Do you think he's like those little boys you know? A man this rich will never lack women. He can spend his money on anyone. Why must it be you? Faced with her friend's barrage of questions, Gu Ruijia fell silent. Had she really made a mistake? A fairy like me couldn't be wrong, could she? Seeing her lost in thought, Shanshan didn't press further. She simply said, think it over. If you really don't want him, I'm ready to take over. Then she left the room. After arriving home, Yang Fan rested for a while before opening Douyin. He saw that both Shasha and Xiaolu were streaming. He entered Shasa's live stream. Welcome, my carefree brother. Thank you, carefree brother, for coming to see Shasha. The moment he entered, Shasha, who was chatting with viewers, spotted him and cheered. This girl is much more sensible. Today the legal loli had even tied her hair into twin tails. She wore a short-sleeved t-shirt with a cat pattern of pink fabric mini shorts, and her signature mismatched white stockings, one long, one short. She was the epitome of innocence and allure. Yang Fan smiled and directly recharged 27,000. Then with a flurry of papa, he sent 9 galas. Thank you, my carefree brother, for the 9 galas. Everyone type carefree brother is awesome in the chat. The viewers also chimed in. Only carefree brother can walk in and drop 9 galas to feed Shasha right away. Another day of envying the rich. Half-world carefree, aren't you going to celebrate the holiday? Why are you watching streams? Carefree brother is here to celebrate with Shasha, giving countless galas as Valentine's gifts. How cool is that? Indeed, this beats any gift. As the viewers chatted, another 9 galas appeared on screen, instantly boosting Shasha to the hourly leaderboard. Yang Fan had come specifically to gift this girl today, partly as a return gesture, and partly to figure out why his level wasn't increasing. He still believed it was because he hadn't spent enough. After sending another 9 galas and successfully recharging, he was about to send more when Shasha said, Carefree brother, another streamer is connecting with me. Should I accept? Go ahead. The screen flickered, and a strikingly sexy female streamer appeared. Her eyes lined with eyeliner looked alluring, and she had a beauty mark beneath one eye. She wore an off-shoulder top, revealing black straps on her shoulders. Her light, gauzy clothes were somewhat translucent, and her chest was quite prominent. Because she was too close to the screen, it was hard to see what she was wearing below. Wow. A beautiful sister. Hello, beautiful sister. The streamer, named Ollie, greeted first. Valid spending target detected. The system's judgment could always be trusted. This was definitely a beauty, scoring over 80. Shasha replied, hello. You're beautiful too. Especially your eyes. They're really captivating. Thanks for the compliment. I saw that your big spender is quite impressive, so I came over to get to know you. Want to do a battle? Sure. Should we set a penalty? The punishment for the two was very light, indicating that the other party was indeed here for entertainment, just to say hello and get acquainted. When they both muted and started soliciting votes, it was Yang Fan's time to shine. He had just seen that the opponent was a streamer with a slightly larger following with more fans and viewers in the live room than Shasha, by a considerable margin. Ban Shi Xiao Yao sent out Galaxy 2. Ban Shi Xiao Yao sent out Galaxy 9. Shasa's live room was instantly flooded with the effects of the galaxies. While Yang Fan was recharging, the opponent's live room also saw various gifts floating up, but they were still far behind the score he had produced. So he held off for the moment, intending to wait for the opponent to catch up. However, after waiting for several minutes, they still hadn't caught up, which left Yang Fan somewhat puzzled. The opponent had initiated the connection, so they should have had some strength. Why weren't their votes increasing? It wasn't until near the end of the PK that the opponent's health bar began to skyrocket, and he finally realized they were trying to steal the tower. After throwing another 9 galaxies, he completely suppressed them. But he still quickly muttered a withdrawal command and sped up his recharging operations. When he finished, he found that the opponent hadn't caught up. This round's votes were not sent out, and time ended. 5-4-2-1-3-2-3-8-1-2-4-7. Although he won the PK, Yang Fan also discovered his weakness. He couldn't keep up a continuous stream of gifts. If he encountered a fierce last-minute surge, he who could only send 2700 per round would definitely be too slow. When Ali stood up, Yang Fan finally saw that she was wearing a dark red short skirt, revealing her fair straight long legs, which were quite alluring. Why long legs again? That's a good question. Douyin has a leg lengthening effect, so no matter how long these female streamers' legs actually are, they always look very long. Here it's hard to find a female streamer with short legs. When Ali returned to the screen and was about to exchange a few polite words with Shasha, she suddenly saw the galaxy effects. Ban Shi Xiao Yao sent out Galaxy 2. Ban Shi Xiao Yao sent out Galaxy 9. Yang Fan, not one to be outdone, jumped directly to the opponent's live room after seeing the punishment end and sent 9 galaxies. Ali was stunned for a moment, then became excited. Thank you, brother Xiao Yao, for the 9 galaxies. This couldn't be medical expenses, could it? I've never seen such expensive medical expenses. Thank you again, my brother Xiao Yao. Welcome, brother Xiao Yao, to visit my live room when you're free. I'm a dance streamer too. Faced with the beautiful woman's continuous thanks and invitations, Yang Fan felt quite pleased. Mainly this streamer was over 80 points, and tipping her cost him nothing out of his own pocket, so there was no pressure. As for whether it was medical expenses, did that really matter? Shasha felt a slight pang of jealousy when she saw her big brother tipping 9 galaxies to another streamer, mainly because that streamer was indeed very alluring, which unconsciously gave her a sense of crisis. But she also understood that it was the big brother's freedom to tip whomever he wanted, and it was impossible for her to tie him down. Doing so might even displease him, which would be more loss than gain. After all, big brother spent money to have fun, so even if she was jealous, she dared not show it. The only way was to work harder to maintain his favor. As for meeting big brother offline, she hadn't considered it for the time being. She feared that the other party might be a pot-bellied middle-aged man with a receding hairline or a decrepit old man. If that were the case, she would feel that maybe she didn't like money that much. Anyway, big brother had never brought up the matter, so she could put it off as long as possible. Not long after Yang Fan returned to Shasha's live room, he again sent 9 galaxies with a pa-pa-pa sound. This move made Shasha breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed that brother Xiaoyao's favorite female streamer was still herself. Judging by today's tipping speed, the audio wave count would definitely far exceed yesterday's. This proved that her little trick of sending holiday greetings had gained the approval of big brother, and she couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. After finishing this round of tipping, Yang Fan wanted to see this twin-tailed legal lowly dance, so he typed, "Dance." Since big brother had spoken, Shasha naturally had no objection. "Okay, brother Xiaoyao, what kind of dance would you like to see?" "Just dance." Then Shasha put on some music and began to sway her body. Although it was just casual movements, it was still quite seductive. Damn, Shasha's twin-tailed dance is really something. As a lullicon, I can't help but exclaim goodness. I'm typing with both hands to prove my innocence. I've already finished, brothers continue. This swaying is making me exclaim, I can't take it. Not to mention the viewers, even Yang Fan, who had been overtaken by a nouveau riche mentality, was watching with rapt attention. The speed of sending gifts was not slow, either. Every few moments, he would slap down 9 galaxies. Fortunately, everyone had turned off the effects, because what effects could compare to the beauty of a beautiful woman dancing? Time flew by, and Yang Fan had already spent over 100,000 here. Shasha had been on the hourly leaderboard, attracting many new viewers. But his sucker level still hadn't increased. What was the problem? Was it that his consumption hadn't reached the threshold, or did he need to increase the favorability of multiple members of the opposite sex? About to research this, he said to Shasha, "You keep streaming, well, I'll go browse around." "Okay, brother Xiaoyao, take care. Do come back often." Shasha understood that he meant to visit other live rooms. But she didn't feel jealous at all, because today big brother had tipped her over 100,000, and she was already ecstatic. She indicated that big brother could do whatever he wanted as long as he didn't forget her, she would be content. After Yang Fan left Shasha's live room, he checked his followed list, and saw that many streamers were online, including Xiao Lu Chi Bu Peng, who was judged by the system to be able to give cashback, and the recently encountered Ali. He planned to visit these two beauties' live rooms first. At this moment, Ali was in a PK with an unfamiliar female streamer, who was also quite attractive, seemingly not much inferior to Ali. One could say each had their own merits. Ali was seen shouting excitedly, "Dear viewers, give it your all. The gap is not big anymore, just 1 galaxy can overtake. Which big brother still has some stock to give Ellie a push? You don't want to see Ellie get wet from drinking cola, do you? Send small gifts. Is there any passing big brother to lend a hand? Please. At that moment, Young Fan, who had been watching from outside, entered the live room. Young Fan entered, but Ollie did not notice him and continued to call out. Time is running out. Ollie is begging, really doesn't want to drink cola. Getting wet will definitely result in a warning and might even get banned. Is there any passing big brother who can save Ollie? Ollie just finished shouting and froze, then paused and let out a scream. Oh, thank you, Brother Xiaoyao, for the carnival. Huh. Brother Xiaoyao's surprise arrival. Ollie instantly feels like she's back in the game, because she suddenly saw the carnival special effects floating on the screen, and not just one. Upon seeing the other party's ID name, she couldn't help but let out a scream in excitement. Young Fan had originally intended to give gifts to the other side and watch Ollie get wet, but unfortunately the female streamer on the other side didn't meet the standard. Ollie never expected that a big brother from another female streamer's room would come to her rescue. After all, inviting Brother Xiaoyao to visit her live stream when he had time was just a polite remark. Not long after, he actually came and helped her seal the victory early. He had previously gifted her 9 carnivals, and now he gave another 9. If she couldn't tell that Brother Xiaoyao was interested in her, then all her months as a streamer would be wasted. So her mind started working. Victory is certain. Victory is certain. Brother Xiaoyao is truly Allah's savior. Ollie loves you, sending a heart. Also thank the other treasures who voted. Love you all. The vote count was now 353691 to 92587. With little time left, the victory was secured early. The viewers in the live stream also started joking. Ollie, impressive. Going out for a PK and stealing the other side's big brother to vote for you. Awesome. Isn't it because she just did a ritual and called out for a passing big brother to help A? Have to admit, Alice's charm is truly unmatched. Isn't this the super fierce big brother we met before? I used all my ammo on stealth sniping in that PK, so I'm broke for these 2 rounds. Who says? Especially since we didn't even win the stealth snipe. Bungshi Xiaoyao, welcome Brother Xiaoyao. Let me tell you, Alice dancing is super exciting, guaranteed you won't want to leave once you're here. Bungshi Xiaoyao, really? Then I must see it. At this moment, the female streamer on the other side, having accepted her loss, picked up a bottle of cola and started chugging. Ollie was ecstatic since this was supposed to be her punishment. Then the other female streamer went to change clothes, but Ollie never disconnected. After waiting for a while, she noticed that Brother Xiaoyao didn't seem to have any intention of going to the other side to tip for medical fees. Instead, he was chatting with the viewers about her dancing. Of course, she wouldn't mention anything about medical fees to the big brother. She wasn't stupid. Moreover, she seemed to have realized that Brother Xiaoyao didn't have a habit of tipping large medical fees. He acted based on the person. This discovery delighted her. She had received a full 9 carnivals even after losing earlier. Did that mean she was considered special? She must maintain a good relationship with Brother Xiaoyao. If she could win him over to become her patron big brother, even better. What she didn't know was that it wasn't that Yang Fan didn't want to give medical fees to the other side. It was simply that the system wouldn't allow it. Don't be fooled by the other side's appearance. She seemed on par with Ollie, but only in looks. The truth was that after turning off the beauty filters, she couldn't even score 80 points, which felt a bit like fraud. Who knows what her big brother would think after seeing her true face. Ollie ended the connection, glanced at the enthusiastic viewers and asked, Brother Xiaoyao, do you want to see Ollie dance? Yang Fan, without a word, sent out 9 carnivals, and then typed just one word, dance. Hiss. Ollie gasped at the sight. This big brother was indeed generous and charismatic. Thank you, Brother Xiaoyao, for the 9 carnivals. Since Brother Xiaoyao wants to see Ollie, will definitely dance, but what dance does the big brother want to see? As soon as Ollie finished speaking, the screen began to flood with comments. Train dance. Train dance must be train dance. Oh whoa. I'm here just to see Alice train dance. I'm all set, let's go train dance. Tissues ready, waiting for Alice train dance. Train dance 1. Train dance 10086. Yang Fan originally wanted to request Gokuraku Jodo, Pure Land of Bliss, but seeing everyone unanimously asking for the train dance, he became interested too. Go with the flow, train dance. When Ollie saw Yang Fan's floating comment, she thought, well, another one corrupted. Although this dance was a bit risque, she didn't mind. It was one of her best dances. Using this to keep the big brother, her chances would increase greatly. Alright then. Since everyone wants to see the train dance, wait a moment, they'll go change clothes. Yang Fan heard this and inwardly praised her professionalism. She actually had different outfits prepared for different dances, truly dedicated. He waited with great anticipation. When Ollie reappeared, she indeed did not disappoint. She wore a sexy outfit perfectly suited for this dance, flawlessly highlighting her good figure. Wow, this Ollie really had something. Her appearance was already that of a very alluring beauty, and now with the sexy outfit, a strange feeling stirred in Yang Fan's heart. Ollie started the music and stepped back slightly away from the screen so everyone could see the full view. Moments later, she first gave a charming smile, then her body naturally swayed to the music. During the dance, she struck various provocative poses, making extremely tempting expressions with her face. Yang Fan felt somewhat captivated. It was a bit too sexy. He exclaimed inwardly, no wonder everyone wanted to see the train dance. This was indeed thrilling. He couldn't be blamed, after all he had only obtained the system 2 days ago, and his mindset hadn't fully transformed from that of a loser. Soon the song ended. Yang Fan started sending carnivals, throwing them up one after another. Thank you, my brother Xiaoyao. It seems brother Xiaoyao is very satisfied with Alice dance. If you like it, feel free to come often. Ollie has many other dances she does well too. You danced very well, do another signature one. After saying that, Yang Fan sent another few carnivals. Ollie was overjoyed at the sight. This was a true god-tier spender, sending carnivals at the drop of a hat. After performing several more dances, Ollie began to rest. Yang Fan watched with great interest and casually dropped a few more grand gifts before leaving. Ollie and Shasha were both dance streamers, but they differed greatly. Shasha was the pure and seductive type, skilled in anime-style dances. Ollie, on the other hand, was the sexy type, excelling in girl group dances and hot dances. Their styles were distinct, and as Yang Fan put it, he liked both. He even thought about arranging for them to exchange skills and learn from each other, which would be quite thrilling. Having spent a considerable amount of time there, and spent around 10,000, he said, "He'll take a look around." Ollie, who was chatting, saw this message and was about to respond when she noticed he had already left the live stream room. After a moment of speechlessness, she continued broadcasting. Upon leaving, Yang Fan saw that Shasha was offline, but Xiaolu was still streaming. Thinking she was quite pretty, he clicked in. Xiaolu, who had been half-heartedly responding to viewers' questions, lit up with joy when she saw him enter. "Welcome, brother Xiaoyao, to Xiaolu's livestream." However, her response was met with Half-Life. Xiaoyao sent grand gift 2. Half-Life. Xiaoyao sent grand gift 9. Thank you, brother Xiaoyao, for the grand gifts. Brother Xiaoyao is awesome. Xiaolu excitedly thanked him repeatedly, even bowing. She had been about to end the stream, but now perked up instantly. With no talent to rely on but her looks, she had been persistent in streaming, but saw little improvement. She envied Shasha and even Ollie. Yang Fan's grand gifts scrolled across the screen, and she could see them. She knew Ollie because the two female streamers had been alternating on the hourly leaderboard. Yesterday she had been thrilled when brother Xiaoyao added her on WeChat, but he never replied to her messages, which was disheartening. She thought perhaps she hadn't attracted this big spender, and that adding her might have been merely out of politeness. She felt she was quite attractive, believing her real looks surpassed those of the other two streamers. She used minimal beautification filters, and having been a beauty since childhood, she was confident in her figure and face. Unfortunately, her lack of talent held her back. Sometimes she even resented beautification filters. If everyone streamed without them, she believed she would be highly competitive. Now with filters, everyone looked beautiful and only talent mattered. Wasn't that unfair? But she never expected brother Xiaoyao to suddenly visit her livestream and send so many grand gifts, so she was extremely excited. Xiaolu had lively eyes and somewhat chiseled features, indeed a beauty. Her flaw was her conservative attire, which was far from revealing. Yang Fan found it somewhat amusing that Xiaolu, though beautiful, lacked the allure of Ollie and Shasha by a mile. Talent streamers were showing shoulders, legs, and belly buttons with various provocative moves, while she, a looks-based streamer, dressed so conservatively. How could she attract viewers? Attracting big spenders would be even harder. But he refrained from pointing it out, thinking she was a refreshing presence among streamers. He couldn't exactly encourage her to be provocative. Moreover, she likely knew this, but chose not to follow the crowd. Her livestream had about 100 viewers, and someone must have mentioned it. Yang Fan shook his head and sent a few more grand gifts, then typed as she bowed again. "That's enough, no need to thank me. Just continue your stream." When she bowed, it was clear her figure was quite impressive. Xiaolu's expression turned awkward at his words. What kind of statement is that? Haha, Xiaolu got rejected by the big spender. Better sit still and be a vase. If you keep flattering him, he might run away. Xiaolu continued the earlier question. What if the guy who lights up your entire exhibition hall every week is a recently divorced middle-aged man? Would you still want a boyfriend like that? Why bother with the exhibition hall? Brother Xiaoyao sent over a dozen grand gifts. Isn't that 10 times better? Exactly, Xiaolu, look. The boyfriend you want is right here. Xiaolu felt embarrassed by the viewers' teasing and said loudly, "I warn you all, don't talk nonsense. If you scare away brother Xiaoyao, you can't afford to compensate. He'll really fight you. I'm quite good at Taekwondo." Yang Fan was taken aback and asked after reading the comments, "What's going on?" Half-Life Xiaoyao, before you came we were asking Xiaolu what kind of boyfriend she wanted. She said she wants someone who lights up her entire exhibition hall every week. Half-Life Xiaoyao, why not fulfill her wish? I reckon she's really in the mood for a relationship. Exactly. Xiaolu may sing poorly, but she's very pretty. Xiaolu grew anxious as the viewers got more excited. Enough. You can tease me, but don't tease brother Xiaoyao. It's hard enough to get a big spender in my stream. These fans are really tough to handle. Xiaolu, are you dissing me? I'm unfollowing. Xiaolu dares to mock us. Unfollow her to teach her a lesson. Unfollow. This time I mean it. Xiaolu made me sad. We were trying to help you, and you're dissing us. No choice. Unfollow wave. Seeing the screen full of unfollow threats, Xiaolu deflated and said with a forced smile, "Don't be impulsive, my darlings. Let's talk it out. We're all family. Why unfollow? No need, no need. After Zyela's constant reassurance, the viewers condescendingly forgave her. Once the crisis passed, she slumped back into her chair looking utterly defeated. Yang Fan found the livestream amusing, understanding why she had a loyal fanbase. He then sent 2 more grand gifts. Just as she was in despair, Xiaolu sprang up from her chair. Before she could thank him, Yang Fan typed, "No more thanking, or I'll unfollow." Xiaolu froze, staring at the screen in disbelief. This didn't seem like Brother Zaiweo's usual tone. Had he already joined forces with the fans? After confirming it was indeed the big spender, she slumped back into her chair. This time not in despair, but in doubt of life itself. Yang Fan stayed in the livestream for a while longer before leaving, having spent over 100,000 on Xiaolu, which thrilled her to no end. Most importantly, Yang Fan forbade her from thanking him, so she had to hold it in. The moment he left, she started jumping and bouncing around the livestream, ecstatic beyond words. Yang Fan came out of Zyela's livestream room, glanced at Alice's private message, and added her on WeChat. The other side instantly accepted, and soon sent a message. It must be that Ollie, who had already finished streaming, was on her phone, hence the quick reply. "Brother Xiaoyao, you finally added Ollie. So aggrieved. Just saw it. Today Brother Xiaoyao spent a lot. Is there anything Ollie can do for you?" Yang Fan was a bit stunned by this, thinking to himself, this beauty is so easy to get. Anything, followed by a lecherous emoji. Ollie immediately knew he was thinking wrong, and a dark line appeared on her face. Am I that kind of easy person? But she didn't want to offend Yang Fan, so she got straight to the point. Bad man. Ollie wanted to ask if Brother Xiaoyao is a business owner, looking to get Ollie to promote products or advertise. Yang Fan suddenly realized that was what she meant. No wonder Ollie had over 1 million followers, good livestream popularity, a mid-to-upper tier second-line streamer. Completely different from small streamers like Shasha and Xiaolu, so her considerations were different. Facing a big spender like Yang Fan, who had just chatted a few words and suddenly gifted her over 100,000, she couldn't help but think he might be a merchant game promoter or advertiser. So she prepared to ask clearly. Yang Fan figured it out and replied, "I don't sell anything." Seeing this message, Ollie was overjoyed. Not selling anything means playing for feelings, so this is a real big spender. Mainly Brother Zaiweo's generosity was so overwhelming that Ollie was a bit at a loss and started overthinking. "Please don't be mad at Ollie, I beg you." "No problem, just a small amount, don't worry about it." Ollie was in a very good mood now. Even the fatigue from continuous dancing disappeared, and she eagerly prepared to flirt with Yang Fan. However, after she sent 2 more messages, he didn't reply, leaving her feeling like she punched air. Helpless, she could only send one more. "Brother Xiaoyao, have you gone to bed? Then Ollie will also rest early. Good night." Yang Fan was not resting, he was playing games. He didn't have the habit of replying mid-game, and it wasn't anything important, just casual chat, so he couldn't be bothered to reply. In the following 2 days, he didn't go out wandering. During the day, he basically stayed at home writing. Because he was still looking for a way to upgrade the system, he would browse Diyin's female streamers' rooms at night, and of course, he didn't hold back on gifts. Gradually, he gained some fame on Douyin. He often sent the 3 girls to the hourly ranking, causing many streamers and viewers to know of this generous big spender. Don't think that Yang Fan spending hundreds of thousands daily is nothing. In fact, this consumption level was absolutely top tier on the entire Douyin platform. Many who spent more than him had accumulated over a long time. Moreover, most of them were guild accounts or business accounts, or even fake products of those who had already gone to prison. True big spenders like him, who actually spent so much, were rare, so it was normal for him to gain some fame. The reason he went back to writing these 2 days was that he hadn't figured out how to upgrade yet, and he thought the manuscript fees were still important. Although it was only a few thousand yuan a month, it could still continuously strengthen his cashback capital, right? Unfortunately, after just 2 days, he realized he was overthinking. His mindset had changed too much, he simply couldn't write. The stuff he wrote over these 2 days was a mess, even he couldn't stand it. Helpless, he had to give up on this plan. On the 3rd day, he woke up and picked up his phone as usual, saw there were unread messages, and casually opened them to find they were from Xiaolu. Among the 3 girls, the one who loved to chat with him the most was Xiaolu, who received the least gifts. Even if he didn't reply, she would occasionally share her daily life. It was as if she didn't mind, even if she got no response. "Brother Xiaoyao, this is breakfast I made myself. Looks delicious, right? I told you my cooking is great, but you didn't believe me, humph." Yang Fan looked at the food in the picture, and it did look quite good, at least giving him some appetite. But he didn't take the bait, and started his daily teasing mode. "What's so interesting about a breakfast photo? If you sent a private photo, I think it would be much more delicious." "Huh, pervert." He was about to get dressed and get up when he heard his phone ring. It was actually a video call from Xiaolu. He was a bit puzzled, and after decisively hanging up, he asked, "What's up? Going crazy? No private photos, but there's a private Xiaolu. Wanna see?" This left Yang Fan speechless, but he did feel a bit of curiosity to see what this little girl was up to. But he had just woken up, so his appearance was definitely not great, so he replied, "Wait a moment." He got up, washed up, and looked in the mirror. The hairstyle he had done yesterday was still intact. Not bad, quite handsome. So he tidied up casually and called back. Soon he saw a beautiful girl appear on the screen. To his surprise, Xiaolu with light makeup looked almost the same as during her live stream. Could it be that this little girl didn't use beauty filters during her stream? Indeed, you might not trust the system's integrity, but you can always trust its taste. Her looks were definitely not inferior to Gu Weijia, whom he had seen before. Not only was he surprised, but Xiaolu on the other side of the video was also surprised. So this is what brother Xiaoyao looks like. You look quite young. Yang Fan had a drop of sweat on his forehead, and after carefully looking at Xiaolu in a white t-shirt he teased. Where's the private Xiaolu? Call her out. Huh, isn't she right in front of you? I trusted you so much and you tricked me. Xiaolu stopped smiling and pretended to be shy, saying no. I'm only wearing a t-shirt isn't that private enough. Gasp. Yang Fan's eyes suddenly lit up. This clearly meant she had nothing on below. This girl knows how to play hee. Then move your phone farther away. I won't. Alright, you've seen the private Xiaolu. I'm hanging up. You dare. Thump. Damn. After saying that, she actually hung up, leaving Yang Fan feeling a surge of damn it. In fact, when Xiaolu sent the video call, he had suspected she might be tricking him, and after the call connected he was sure. She probably wanted to see what he looked like. He understood the purpose. This little girl probably had the idea of meeting him offline. He didn't ask to meet. Since she took the initiative to drop in, he certainly wouldn't refuse. Besides, he wasn't ugly, so why would he be afraid to video call? So he deliberately jumped into the trap himself. On the other side, Xiaolu felt in a fairly good mood after hanging up the phone. Although Xiaoyao Ge had an ordinary appearance compared to pot-bellied middle-aged men, decrepit old geezers, or balding men, he was far superior. Every girl dreams of a tall, rich, and handsome man, but such men are scarce and far from meeting the demand. At least Xiaoyao Ge possessed the most critical trait, wealth. As Principal Wang once said, do I need to be handsome? Did he really? In Xiaolu's view, Principal Wang was the type who came with a natural filter. As long as he wasn't ugly, he would appear more and more handsome over time. Coincidentally, Xiaoyao Ge was of the same type. Now recalling his image and adding that filter, she found him quite appealing. Tisk tisk tsk. Suddenly she felt he was barely worthy of her, and she didn't necessarily have to get involved with him. Yang Fan had guessed correctly. Xiaolu was indeed considering meeting him in person. Her reasoning was simple. Although Xiaoyao Ge had been gifting her in the live stream these past few days, he wasn't exclusive to her. There were 3 others receiving even more gifts. And she was the one receiving the least among them. She knew clearly that online she had no advantage over the other 2. Her strongest asset was offline, for she was an undeniable beauty. Pitting her weaknesses against others' strengths was not a wise move. So she decided to meet in person, putting her strengths on display and using her looks to compensate for her lack of talent. She admitted that after Xiaoyao Ge's lavish gifting, her mindset had changed. She was no longer the Xiaolu who only wanted to earn some pocket money each day. Thus, she feared Xiaoyao Ge might leave and wanted to solidify their relationship. Her mental journey was quite ambitious. Yang Fan, upon seeing Xiaolu's message, broke into a smile. Xiaoyao Ge, I want to go out and clear my head. Any suggestions? The hint was obvious. Yang Fan wouldn't choose any other place. The round-trip airfare would come out of his own pocket, and with his already thin capital, it wasn't worth it. But he didn't say that outright. How would I know what you want to do? Summer is here, it's so hot. I remember you're from the summer resort city, right? Yes. Do you want to come visit me? It's indeed a great tourist destination. If I go there, I won't know my way around. Will you show me around, Xiaoyao Ge? Of course. Great. With you as a living map, I won't even need to make a travel guide. He'll come this weekend. And so with mutual tacit understanding, they set a date for their offline meeting. Yang Fan hadn't expected the first female streamer to take the initiative to visit him to be Xiaolu. He had always thought Xia was more likely. But so far the other 2 female streamers were still playing hard to get. Indeed, streamers weren't as easy to win over as he had imagined. However, he wasn't in a hurry. After all, the gifts didn't cost him a dime. At least one had been lured by his money. Thinking of Xiaolu's charming little face, he felt quite eager. Realizing he had no mood to write, he picked another attractive-looking offline companion, placing a 2-hour order. But after waiting a while, the system didn't offer a cashback, so he quickly canceled the order. Clearly, he had encountered a photo fraud. He started searching again, but 2 more turned out to be catfishes, leaving him speechless. Fortunately, the 3rd choice triggered a successful cashback. In reality, the 3rd girl was pretty, but judging by her photo, she seemed slightly less attractive than the previous ones. How absurd. It seemed that even at this price point, few companions scored above 80. Having found his tool for a lavish meal, and to dispel boredom, Yang Fan headed out. Just as he reached the roadside to hail a taxi, a pleasant voice reached his ears. You, what are you doing? The voice sounded tense, making him involuntarily turn to look. The source was a young woman standing at the nearby bus stop, appearing to be in her early 20s, dressed in black trousers and a white shirt with high heels, likely a professional outfit. Her face was filled with terror, her arms crossed over her chest, as she slowly retreated 2 steps. In front of her stood a middle-aged man, sloppily dressed with slightly disheveled hair and a short stature. He said nothing, simply staring at her without blinking. Wherever she moved, he followed, terrifying the young woman. There were few people at the stop, only a young man watching with a hesitant expression, his internal conflict evident. He wanted to intervene, but didn't dare. Seeing that the middle-aged man was short and didn't look strong, Yang Fan was confident that even if a fight broke out, the man wouldn't be a match for him, and he felt it was unlikely to come to that. So he walked over. Valid consumption target detected. View information. The system's voice startled Yang Fan. I was just trying to do a good deed. Ignoring it for now, he stepped directly in front of the woman blocking her and stared straight at the middle-aged man. Absurdly, the man completely ignored him. When Yang Fan blocked his view, he simply shuffled aside to continue staring at the woman from another angle. Was this guy not right in the head? Yang Fan didn't indulge him and shouted directly. What are you staring at the young lady for? Can't you see you've scared her? Move aside. The middle-aged man merely glanced at him, then continued shuffling, leering in the woman's direction with a faint smile utterly persistent. Yang Fan was certain this man had some mental issue. His behavior was far from normal. He stepped forward, pointed at the man, and roared, I said, get lost. Can't you hear? Then he turned to the terrified woman and said, don't be afraid. With me here he won't dare to do anything. When the bus comes, just get on, and I'll hold him off. The woman said with immense gratitude, thank you. He's so scary. It's nothing. Yang Fan then turned back, watching the man warily blocking his every move. If you don't get lost, do you believe he'll smack you? But the man remained unmoved. Yang Fan was frustrated. He couldn't actually attack him. So he pulled out his phone and dialed 110 right in front of the man. His main concern was that letting such a person roam around might lead to trouble. Surprisingly, the man was bold enough not to leave even after hearing Yang Fan call the police. Fortunately, the woman's bus arrived soon. Young man, the bus is here. I need to get to work. Thank you so much. She hurried aboard. The middle-aged man tried to follow, but Yang Fan grabbed his clothes, pulled him back, and shoved him a couple of times. After boarding the bus, the young woman stood by the window, her gaze fixed on Yang Fan as she waved and spoke her farewells. The middle-aged man, seeing the bus depart, cast a dissatisfied glance at Yang Fan before preparing to leave. However, Yang Fan had no intention of letting him go so easily. He then followed the man, during which no extreme actions occurred. When the police arrived, he recounted the incident and suggested that the man might be mentally ill and should be examined. Subsequently, the man was taken away by the police, bringing the matter to a close. When Yang Fan took a taxi to the agreed meeting spot, the companion girl was already waiting at the restaurant entrance. She was a young woman with long hair cascading past her shoulders, wearing a white baseball cap, black athletic shorts, a pink t-shirt, and white sneakers, exuding a relaxed and casual vibe. Her legs were well-shaped, of the wine glass type, with a distinct contrast between thigh and calf, likely due to her love for sports. Yang Fan had already learned her basic information while ordering. Nickname: she, age 21, height 163 centimeters, the weight 46 kilograms. Valid consumer target detected. View information. View. Name: Chen Si, age 21, height 163, weight 46. Overall appearance rating 85, 97. Status normal. Intimacy 0. Code 3. Although he had already confirmed that the person he booked was her, Yang Fan still stepped forward to ask, are you she? The girl nodded with a warm smile, sizing him up before asking, what should I call you, young sir? As Yang Fan was about to answer, the system's voice rang out. Chen Si, intimacy 15. History repeats itself, and she even dropped 5 more points than before. This left Yang Fan unable to agree with these girls' aesthetic standards. Watching the girl's increasingly sweet smile, he began to doubt himself, and a black line appeared on his forehead. Indeed, as Zhang Wuji's mother said, the more beautiful a woman, the more deceptive she is. This was clearly a vivid portrayal of a smiling face hiding a cursing heart. Forget it, no need to get angry. There's no reason to let a tool affect my mood. Just call me young sir, that's fine. Alright, whatever makes you happy, young sir. Shall we go eat now? Yes, let's go in. Yang Fan then walked toward the upscale restaurant next to them. Chen Si was taken aback. Although their meeting point was at the entrance of this restaurant, and she had wondered if they might eat here, she still found it hard to believe. This was because the restaurant was renowned, a Michelin 2-star Chinese eatery notoriously expensive. She had always wanted to try it, but had never been. It wasn't that she couldn't afford it, as she could save up for a meal, but she was reluctant to spend that much. Now, seeing Yang Fan walk inside, she was both surprised and slightly excited. No way, am I really this lucky? She quickly composed herself, hurried a few steps to catch up with Yang Fan. After a moment of hesitation, she walked beside him and asked curiously, young sir, are we eating here? Yes. Yang Fan was a bit surprised that the girl came closer, but thinking of the negative 15 intimacy points, he felt speechless. The girl beamed upon hearing the answer. I've heard this place is delicious for a long time and always wanted to try it, but it's too expensive. She playfully stuck out her tongue. Then let's have a big feast. Order the most expensive dishes, don't hold back. Yang Fan had brought her along as a tool, and enjoying a lavish meal was a key part of the plan. Oh, he certainly didn't want her to be polite. Chen Si understood from his subtle implication that he would pay, and the companion contract specified that the client chose the dining location and was responsible for the bill, so she felt no psychological pressure. However, there was another rule in her line of work, not to exploit the client. Thus, when ordering, she didn't go all out, and asked for Yang Fan's opinion on every item. Yang Fan was somewhat dissatisfied with this and reiterated that she should order expensive dishes before they could finally eat. Chen Si was secretly amazed at the client's generosity, but seeing him calmly savoring the food, she quickly joined in. Half an hour later. Good afternoon, sir and madam. Your total is 7368. How would you like to pay? Yang Fan handed his bank card to the cashier. Card. Chen Si Intimacy 15. Yang Fan heard the system notification right after paying. A direct increase of 15 points, not bad. Chen Si had to admit that a man paying the bill looked really handsome. Initially, she hadn't been impressed by him. He seemed too ordinary with no standout features and was quite a bit older than her. But after just one meal, she found her opinion shifting. Though they didn't talk much during the meal, she could tell he was a decent person. Thus her impression of him improved significantly. At least he had the virtue of being generous. After they walked out, Chen Si asked, "Young sir, I saw your order details. Are we going shopping next?" "Yes." "Do you have something in mind to buy, or would you like to visit a park or scenic spot?" "We can visit parks and scenic spots." Chen Si smiled. "Of course. Although the app doesn't list them separately, the shopping category includes all open venues. We can go anywhere. So that's how it is." That made things less monotonous. Yang Fan suddenly thought of something and asked, "Do you companion girls offer any hidden services not listed on the app?" Indeed, having been pinned up for too long, he was looking for a transaction. Chen Si looked at him teasingly, pretending not to understand. "What kind of service are you referring to, young sir?" "Well, services that are not quite green." Chen Si Intimacy 10. Damn. Though Yang Fan grumbled inwardly at the decreased intimacy, his respect for the girl actually grew. Thinking about it, her number was indeed 3A, though slightly lower than Guruajia. It was unlikely she was involved in that kind of business. Sure enough, Chen Si shook her head with a smile. "I don't know about others, but not from me. I'm purely a green companion." Yang Fan thought since the intimacy was already negative again, he decided to tease her and let her taste the power of money. He held up 2 fingers. 20,000. Chen Si was stunned. After a moment of thought, she understood his meaning. Her smile froze, her expression shifting, then she said earnestly, "Young sir, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. I'm not that kind of person." Chen Si Intimacy 5. 40,000. "Agree, and I'll transfer the money right now." Hiss. Chen Si gasped at the number, her heart filled with shock. 40,000. She, who had always been quite virtuous, felt a flicker of wavering in her heart. She wanted to immediately refuse and turn away, returning the money for the order to the other party. But her mind was a mess of voice constantly reminding her, "That's 40,000, are you sure you don't want it?" She took a deep breath, looked at Yang Fan with a bitter smile, and said, "Young man, stop joking with me, okay? With 40,000 you can find any kind of girl at a nightclub or a private club." Yang Fan replied disdainfully, "I'm not interested in that kind of goods, and I'm not joking. As long as you agree, you'll transfer it right now. How about 60,000? The price went up again. Is this man a devil? Is he trying to play me to death? He really didn't seem to be joking. At this price, Chen Si admitted she was shamelessly tempted. Maybe she could just treat it as a dream. It was only one night, and as long as she didn't tell anyone, no one would ever know, right? She never imagined she could be worth so much money in a man's eyes. She even felt a sense of being valued. Now her heart was more chaotic than ever, deeply conflicted, and her breathing became rapid. She didn't know whether to agree. After hesitating for a moment, she gritted her teeth and said as if possessed, I have a boyfriend. Don't do this, okay?" But her words came out stuttering. And after she finished, she felt completely deflated, as if all her courage had been used up at once. The most terrifying thing was that as soon as she said it, she regretted it, and even felt like crying. Seeing this, Yang Fan mused to himself, if it weren't for the increased intimacy level, I'd really think this money couldn't move her. He suddenly found this girl amusing, clearly tempted, yet she could steel herself to refuse. He continued to tease her. "So you want more money?" Chen Si was dumbfounded and quickly shook her head. No, that's not what I meant. I. Seeing the girl stuttering for a long time without saying anything coherent, Yang Fan asked calmly, "Does your boyfriend know you work as an offline companion?" Chen Si nodded woodenly. "That works. This guy has a pretty big heart. He actually allows such a beautiful girlfriend to accompany other men." Seeing Yang Fan's incredulous look, Chen Si explained, He trusts me. I only take orders for dining and shopping, never for bars or KTV. Believe you." "Bullshit." Yang Fan shook his head helplessly. "I think your boyfriend doesn't love you. A man who loves you wouldn't allow you to accompany other men, even if it's just dining and shopping. And you can reject the temptation of money for his sake. That's rare, but reality is cruel. He's not worth it." Yang Fan wasn't saying this to steal her away, he genuinely believed it. Chen Si didn't refute her, expression turning bitter. "What if I told you he was the one who urged me to do companion work? Would you think he's even less worthy?" "What the hell? I bet he also asks you for money, right?" Chen Si nodded silently, saying nothing. Yang Fan was speechless. Isn't this a textbook scumbag? You're not just an ordinary love-struck fool, you have terminal love-struck cancer. Late stage. The girl let out a laugh at this. Yang Fan was irritated by such a kept man. We're both out-and-out poor losers, so why is it that while I'm dreaming of hooking up with a beautiful girl you've already hooked one, and are even cheating her out of money? Damn. His thoughts suddenly felt blocked. Although he knew that if he kept raising the price he could definitely win her over, because money is a powerful weapon. Those who truly disregard money are basically people for whom money has become just a number. But now he changed his approach. He said calmly, I'm not planning to buy non-green services anymore. I'm going to spend 60,000 to buy you breaking up with that jerk. What do you think? Huh? Chen-Si was completely bewildered, question marks written all over her face. What? Do you still want to keep such a kept man as a treasure? Chen-Si was still regretting having in a moment of mental fog rejected the 60,000 transaction. Now she suddenly felt a sense of regained opportunity. She was pleasantly surprised. She asked incredulously, Are you serious? Of course. First add me on V. As soon as they added each other she saw a transfer of 20,000 from him. She was both incredulous and puzzled. Incredulous because he actually transferred, puzzled because it was only 20,000. Yang Fan saw the girl staring at him blankly, looking at a loss, and said with a smile, What are you waiting for? Accept it. I only have a little over 20,000 in my card. If you don't accept it, I can't transfer the second time. Okay. The girl accepted the money. Soon she saw another 20,000 transferred, and then again 3 times in total. Looking at these numbers, the girl thought to herself, Is this a confession? Then why didn't he send 52,000? Then she looked at Yang Fan and said, Really all I need to do is break up with him. Yes. But if you take the money and don't do it, you might want to consider the consequences. Chen-Si was completely baffled by this man's thoughts. Spending 60,000 just to make her break up with her boyfriend. How absurd. He must be planning to chase after her once she's single, right? It must be right. But this young man, aside from being a bit short and not handsome enough. What am I thinking? In fact, her friends and besties had never approved of her boyfriend and had told her several times, which had already made her waver inside. But as a love-struck woman after 2 failed relationships, she cherished the third and kept brainwashing herself. Even when her boyfriend did something wrong, she would find excuses to convince herself. Now that someone was bribing her to break up, and with a very tempting offer, she finally saw clearly. So right in front of Yang Fan, she called her boyfriend and decisively broke up, deleting and blocking all contact information. Her boyfriend was left completely dumbfounded. Indeed, women can be ruthless when they make up their minds. Obviously, she didn't intend to fool Yang Fan. A man who would throw 60,000 at a stranger to do such a thing was not someone to be trifled with. Since she chose the money, she would be ruthless. Yang Fan nodded with satisfaction, thinking, whoever dares to tell me that love is priceless, I'll use my cash power to slap them to death. Isn't it clearly priced? And for some people the price isn't even high. Now his thoughts were clear, and he felt relieved. He said generously, Let's go. You look pretty pitiful after your breakup. They'll take you to the mall for shopping. Today's expenses are on me. Chen-Si rolled her eyes. Who's the reason I broke up in the first place? But she felt much lighter in her heart, and quickened her pace to catch up with Yang Fan. They took a taxi to Lixing Boutique, and went on a mad shopping spree, spending over 200,000 in total. The girl cried out, No more. Don't buy any more. She was startled by Yang Fan's shopping style. In no time they had bought a huge pile all for her. In the end she was practically dragged along by him, and they bought a platinum necklace. The girl thought to herself, Bro, your way of pursuing a girl is way too rough, isn't it? But she had to admit shopping sprees really beat all sweet talk. Watching the girl's continuously rising intimacy, Yang Fan reveled in it. After buying the necklace, Chen-Si clamored again. Bro, stop buying. I really can't carry any more. The sales assistant, upon hearing this, and seeing the luxury bags they were laden with, looked at Chen-Si with envy and sighed. Miss, your boyfriend is so good to you. The girl was taken aback, but surprisingly did not refute, merely offering a polite smile. After they left, Yang Fan felt it was enough, and half-jokingly said to her, How can we not buy? How else to soothe the pain of your heartbreak? The girl sighed helplessly. I'm really not heartbroken. I dumped him, not the other way around. Am I entitled to pain? Am I? She had thought she would be consumed by self-doubt, but after Yang Fan accompanied her in a shopping spree, she hardly felt any distress. She nearly forgot she had just broken up if he hadn't mentioned it. A question arose in her mind, could I have the potential to be a gold digger? Especially seeing the envious glances from the saleswomen, her vanity was immensely gratified. Just then Yang Fan looked at her with a mischievous grin. We can stop buying unless. Unless what? Unless you give me a kiss. The girl was speechless. What kind of logic is that? I'm trying to save you money, and you repay kindness with enmity. Yang Fan shrugged nonchalantly. Do I need your help? Stubborn man. She felt an inexplicable fondness for him. She understood his intentions. Only a fool would spend so much money without wanting to pursue her, even paying a hefty sum to facilitate her breakup. But she couldn't bring herself to jump straight into another relationship. Oh, it would make her seem easy, wouldn't it? After all, she had only known him for less than half a day. For some reason, she murmured softly, Can you give me some time? Her voice was faint but sincere. Yang Fan had only meant to tease her, so he stopped. I'm tired. Let's go. They'll take you home. The girl's intimacy reached 40. She was somewhat materialistic, but had her principles. On the way, Yang Fan learned she was a local, sometimes living on campus, sometimes at home. She wouldn't go back to her ex-boyfriend's rented place and didn't want the few things she left there. So she headed straight home. Knowing she was returning to her parents, Yang Fan asked curiously, "How will you explain all this stuff to your parents?" "They're at work now. I'll just take it to my room. They'll find out eventually, won't they? They'll deal with it when they do. I'm not worried. Why are you?" "Fair point." Chen Si laughed. "If worst comes to worst, I'll tell them a fool with more money than sense gave them to me, ha." Yang Fan rolled his eyes. Her home was in an ordinary apartment complex. No one was there. She quickly stashed the items and dragged him out. Outside the complex, Chen Si asked boldly, "What do you want for dinner?" "Your pickpockets on me." Yang Fan found her amusing. "What can't stand having a few coins in your pocket?" She shrugged it off. "You spent so much today. Oh, I just want to treat you to a meal. Though we'll probably pay with your money, ha. It's just a little. Oh, I've already earned it back. Keep your money for yourself. With me around, why would you need to pay?" The girl suddenly felt it was nice having this stubborn man around. She asked curiously, "You said you earned it back. Including the money you gave me, you must have spent over 200,000 today. You've recouped it all." "Of course. You think I'm joking when I say I make hundreds of thousands in minutes." "Whoa, you rich dog." Yang Fan glared. "Try again. Rephrase that." The girl playfully stuck out her tongue. "Rich brother." After another lavish meal, Yang Fan saw her off and took a cab home. Once there, he sighed. He'd had the system for days, but hadn't yet bagged his prey. Oh well, his standards had risen. As they say, good things come to those who wait. Especially since Xiaolu was coming this weekend. This time, he was sure to get lucky. Gu Ruijia intimacy, 5 huh? What's going on? Yang Fan, lost in thought, was startled by the sudden intimacy increase from the system. He hadn't bothered with that girl for days. Though he occasionally got alerts about her decreasing intimacy, he knew she was struggling and left her alone. But today's increase surprised him. In a room in a residential complex, Gu Ruijia sat on her bed staring at her phone, which displayed Yang Fan's WeChat. She had been in low spirits. At first, she waited for him to contact her, planning to complain about his silence and forgive him if he sincerely apologized. But after 2 days with no word from him, she grew anxious. Recalling her friend's words, that a wealthy man like him would never lack women and money was meant to be spent on someone, she panicked at the thought of him whining and dining other women, buying them bags and luxuries. She even felt a pang of heartache. Deciding to take action, she posted on her moments suddenly feel like falling in love. Beneath it, she added a beautiful selfie. The next day, she received many likes and comments, but it didn't cheer her up, because that post was meant for one specific person who didn't react. Then she posted about being sick and needing care, but again no response. She got plenty of cheap concern from other sycophants, but ignored them all. Could it be that the other party had completely lost interest in her after the last incident? Gu Ruijia was now filled with regret, recalling his kindness, his generosity, and the luxury brand bags he had given her. She felt she couldn't bear to lose him. The mere thought of pushing away such a golden catch and letting some other woman have him made her want to slap herself hard. Yesterday, unable to hold back any longer, she had swallowed her pride and reached out again, saying she missed him a little, but she still received no reply. She admitted she was a little afraid that after missing Yang Fan, she might never meet a man so wealthy and so willing to spend on her again. After a long internal struggle, she steeled herself and began typing on her phone, "Brother, please don't ignore me, okay? These past few days you've been ignoring me, and my heart truly aches. Whether in class, eating, or sleeping, your figure appears in my mind. I think I'm starting to fall for you." After sending her heartfelt message, Gu Ruijia stared at her phone with anticipation. She thought her words were so explicit, almost a confession, so surely he would reply. After all, she was so beautiful, a fairy offering herself to him. What man could resist? But the slap came quickly. After waiting for half an hour, the chat box never showed the words typing. She gritted her teeth and pressed the video call button. Yang Fan, upon seeing Gu Ruijia's message, knew the girl had softened, but he felt the timing wasn't right yet and decided to keep her waiting. The little girl, having no other tricks, had started confessing. This delicious meal was essentially already secured. He had never been in a hurry, and now he was even less so. Unexpectedly, when she saw he didn't reply, she directly called him via video. He hesitated for a moment before answering. The girl's face lit up with joy as she sweetly called out, "Brother." But Yang Fan said expressionlessly, "When someone doesn't reply multiple times, it means they don't want to reply. There are no exceptions. Don't you know that? And now you're calling me via video. Are you trying to make me delete you?" Gu Ruijia, who had been overjoyed, now felt a surge of anger at his coldness and hurtful words. Not wanting to add fuel to the fire, she quickly composed herself and suppressed her anger. Then, feeling deeply wronged, she said pitifully, "Brother, are you still angry? That day I didn't mean to reject you, I just thought it was too fast. Now I've thought it through. Can you forgive me? I wouldn't be angry over a woman refusing that kind of thing. That would be pathetic. Then why won't you talk to me? Isn't it normal for me not to want to talk to someone who's trying to keep me as a backup?" Yeah. Boom. That sentence left Gu Ruijia utterly shocked. Had he seen through her? But she couldn't admit to that. She quickly adjusted her mindset and resumed her pitiful demeanor. I didn't. I really didn't. Brother, where are you? Let me come over and explain in person, okay? She knew that since he suspected her of playing the field, no amount of words would help. She could only resort to her trump card, delivering herself to his doorstep. Yang Fan chuckled inwardly. You little minx, in the one with a whole pond of fish, and you thought you could string me along. Do you think I'd agree? Faced with her proactive offer to come to him, he felt he had no reason to refuse. He had been single for a long time, and it would be impossible to say he had no physical needs. Otherwise, he wouldn't have impulsively considered making a deal with Chin-Si earlier. Was this a case of losing out in one direction only to gain in another? Since she was so forward, he decided to be direct. After a moment's thought, he said, wait for me at the Kempinski entrance. The Kempinski was a 5-star hotel, and Yang Fan's words left little to the imagination. Gu Ruijia's heart leaped with joy. Huh, so you thought you could resist my fairy-like beauty? Men are all just shallow creatures after all. She now felt she might have given in too easily, and a hint of regret crept in. She should have been more patient. But since things had come this far, she put on a shy expression. Okay, well, I can leave now. Go ahead. They'll be there in half an hour. After hanging up the video call, Yang Fan hummed a tune as he headed out again. Half an hour later, he arrived at the destination. He saw Gu Ruijia standing sideways, dressed in a JK uniform again, but different from last time. A dark red plaid shirt paired with a little tie, a black skirt with thigh-high socks, and brown leather shoes. She carried an LV bag, standing gracefully and catching everyone's attention. Though the girl had many little schemes, she was undeniably a natural clothes horse. This outfit made her exceptionally striking. Yet Yang Fan did not hasten to approach, for before Gu Ruijia stood a handsome, sunnily dressed young man towering at over 1.8 meters, engaged in conversation with her. Upon drawing nearer, he overheard it was a pickup attempt. Miss, I truly mean no harm. I've been watching you from over there for quite some time, and I find you exceedingly beautiful. I mustered the courage to come and make your acquaintance. Gu Ruijia merely shook her head, declining with polite grace. Sorry, I don't add strangers on WeChat. In the past, she might have entertained the notion. After all, it was merely another fish to cast into her pond. But now, deeming herself a woman transformed, she found little interest in merely handsome young men. Her pool of admirers already teemed with those blessed with good looks. She mused, a handsome face holds no sway before a wealthy man. Since meeting Yang Fan, she had begun to disdain those who possessed only outward charm, yet were pitifully destitute. The young man before her was fashionably dressed, but she discerned at a glance that his attire was all cheap knockoffs from an online marketplace. How could such a mediocre catch ever be worthy of her pond? What a fantasy! Moreover, today, she had come with a purpose, waiting here with a matter of great importance on her mind. Why would she have the leisure to entertain such a nuisance? Truly, a wealthy man is far more alluring to a fairy-like maiden. Yet the young man was clearly unwilling to relinquish his pursuit. Listen, I'm not a bad person. I live nearby. Over there is a milk tea shop with quite delightful flavors. May I treat you to a cup? Gu Ruijia rolled her eyes inwardly. Who would want to drink your cheap milk tea? Though her patience waned, she maintained a veneer of politeness. Truly, there's no need. With that, she moved to sidestep away from the irksome pest. But as she turned, she spotted Yang Fan not far off, a broad smile on his face. Her heart skipped a beat. She thought with a sigh of relief, thank goodness. If I had been careless and given that fellow my WeChat, it would have been disastrous. Yang Fan approached and spoke directly. Little sister, my cat can dance hip-hop. Care to come see? Gu Ruijia was taken aback for a moment, then quickly caught on. With a sweet smile, she replied, Really? That's amazing. I absolutely must see it. Then let's go, Yang Fan said, striding forward. Gu Ruijia eagerly linked her arm through his. The spurned young man stared after them, his face a picture of utter bewilderment. What about first come first served? But in mere moments he snapped out of his daze, for he saw the pair stride straight into a hotel. Damn, a cat that dances hip-hop, my ass. They're obviously a couple. Yet recalling the bow tie's appearance and that she had entered a hotel with such a plain, unremarkable man, the sort lost in any crowd, his heart ached with a dull, persistent pain. He silently questioned what has become of this world. Beautiful women are constantly paired with older, homely men. How is a fresh-faced youth like me supposed to bear it? Yang Fan, indifferent to the young man's turmoil, led Gu Ruijia into the Kempinski lobby. After a brief exchange with the front desk, he used the girl's identification to book the presidential suite. Bishu City had only recently been elevated to a second-tier metropolis, so the price for the presidential suite was not exorbitant, under 10,000. He indulged himself lavishly. The front desk staff, long accustomed to couples checking in, still cast a few extra glances upon hearing the suite was presidential. Soon they received their key cards, and a hotel bellhop escorted them upstairs. To Yang Fan's surprise, the bellhop was strikingly beautiful, scarcely inferior to Gu Ruijia. Yet the system had not triggered. Was there a discrepancy between his aesthetic sense and the system's, he wondered? Or was the bellhop's makeup so masterful that it elevated her from below 80 to over 80? He deemed the latter more plausible, absolutely refusing to admit his own taste was flawed. Glancing at Gu Ruijia's makeup, though he could discern nothing amiss, a preconceived notion led him to feel her technique was rather amateurish. He thought she might use her leisure time to refine her makeup skills. Perhaps she could even achieve a 90-point visage in the future. Upon entering the suite, the girl explored with wide-eyed wonder. I've only ever heard of presidential suites. This is my first time seeing one. Yang Fan too was seeing one for the first time. Yet he was determined not to betray his inexperience as the girl had. He fetched a bottle of Perrier from the minibar and took a drink, then sat on the bed, watching her flit about the room. What's there to gawk at? Come here. Oh. Gu Ruijia acknowledged with a hint of shyness, then sat beside him. A fragrant scent wafted over, stirring Yang Fan's composure. The girl, by contrast, was far more at ease. She leaned gently into his embrace, her lovely eyes holding a trace of allure as she gazed up at him, as if anticipating something. Though Yang Fan had never experienced the finer things in life, he was not so naive as to be ignorant of what to do in such a situation. Yet a flutter of excitement and a touch of nervousness stirred within him. Despite the newfound confidence the system had bestowed and his earlier pretense of ease, the ingrained mindset of a nobody was not something to be shed overnight. Time passed quickly, and soon 40 minutes had elapsed. Yang Fan leaned against the headboard, playing with his phone. The girl leaning on his shoulder couldn't help but pout slightly. In her mind she thought, got it. This time I finally hooked the big fish. Yang Fan held her and said calmly, I don't care how many fish you have in your pond, whether there are any or none. You must dismantle it immediately. I don't want my woman to have any entanglements with other men, understand? Of course you can also refuse. Gu Ruijia rolled her eyes inwardly. Only a fool would refuse. The fish in her pond were all low quality, commonly known as losers. Letting them go was no big loss. Originally, she never had any real intention with those fish. She kept them only to enjoy the feeling of being pursued and to receive gifts and transfers during holidays. Now that she had hooked a wealthy man, she was no longer the same person. How could she still care about those paltry transfers? Besides, with her looks, even if something went wrong between her and Yang Fan in the future, she could easily rebuild her fish pond. Having figured things out, she said matter-of-factly, since I have you, big brother, I will never be half-hearted. They'll delete all those guys who have designs on me right now. The girl acted without hesitation, deleting them without even saying goodbye, leaving Yang Fan utterly speechless. Good heavens. The girl had quite a lot of fish. After deleting for a while, Gu Ruijia carefully checked and confirmed she had removed them all. Then she turned to Yang Fan and said sheepishly, these are all sycophants. I barely paid them any attention and never let them take advantage of me. You have to believe me, big brother. Yang Fan felt that was believable. After all, despite the many fish in her pond, her sincerity score was a solid 98. He nodded. I said, since you didn't know me before, I can overlook it. I know. What matters to you is the present and the future. Thank you for your trust, big brother. I won't let you down. Intimacy 1 reached 60, obtained level 2 cashback, card 1. After use you can get level 2 cashback 10 times. Yang Fan was startled upon hearing the system sound. So that's how it works. This is very important for accumulating capital. Thinking that level 2 cashback could only be used 10 times, he cursed inwardly. Why was the system he got so stingy? In novels, don't hosts with god-level wealth systems immediately get luxury cars and villas and reach the peak of life? However, he looked at the sweetly smiling beauty in his arms. This life seemed pretty good after all. Before getting the system, he wouldn't have dared to dream of a campus belle like this, let alone one nearly 10 years younger than him. So the sucker system was still quite nice. Under the circumstances, why ask for more? As long as he figured out how to accumulate a solid principal, he could still reach the peak of life. He silently chanted, use level 2 cashback card. Successful. Host Yang Fan cashback, level 2 10 times cashback ratio 1-1. Before the 10 uses are exhausted, the cashback ratio is 1-1 and final settlement occurs after all uses. Looking at this format, Yang Fan fell into deep thought. Could it be that this sucker system was inherently unable to level up? Could it only be temporarily upgraded through high-level cashback cards? Indeed, it was possible, but he would need more time to study it. And the level 2 cashback cards ratio was a measly 1-1. One with the special note that settlement would only occur after all 10 uses. Didn't that mean that after 10 uses his principal could at most double? Damn, this system was beyond stingy. Forget it, something was better than nothing. Take it slow. Since he knew how to obtain cashback cards, his capital would eventually grow. But this sucker system's operation was clearly pushing him to become a playboy. But it also played right into his hands. Since under certain conditions he had unlimited money, wouldn't it be a waste of this fortune not to use it well? Then he thought, since it was calculated by number of times, he shouldn't send gifts on Douyin. A single carnival would likely count as one use. The safest way should be direct transfer. He then looked at Gu Ruijia, who was daydreaming in his arms. Wasn't there a ready-made candidate? Gu Ruijia also noticed Yang Fan staring at her, and immediately looked up, asking sweetly, big brother, am I pretty? Yang Fan found Gu Ruijia's self-admiring little expression quite amusing. I've thought of a little game. Want to play? The little beauty asked with some confusion. What game? As long as Big Brother wants to play, he'll play with you. It must be said that this little girl had a knack for dealing with him, and at least her obedient attitude could put him in a good mood. After a moment of thought, Yang Fan said, "He'll set tasks for you. If you complete them well, there will be rewards." Gu Ruijia's eyes lit up at this, but then her eyes rolled. Actually, Big Brother doesn't need to give rewards. Yang Fan inwardly scoffed at her words, easier said than done. He didn't want to dwell on this. His top priority now was to transfer money to her 10 times in a row. One transfer was fine, but transferring over 20,000 each time for 10 times, wouldn't that seem strange? I'm just giving you some pocket money. Don't you want it? Big Brother is so kind. Then Yang Fan whispered something in the girl's ear. Gu Ruijia looked dumbfounded, but she didn't refuse, gritted her teeth, and agreed. 10 minutes later, Yang Fan directly transferred 270 yuan to the girl. Gu Ruijia stared blankly at the bank transfer notification of 270 yuan, and in a moment her face was filled with surprise. Big Brother is truly generous. She had earned 27000 yuan in just 10 minutes. What could be easier than this? Then Gu Ruijia received several more payments, and she was already overjoyed, her mind clear of all distractions, filled only with thoughts of making money. She took it very seriously. From then on, the 10-second level cashback tasks were also completed smoothly. The principal reached over 5200 yuan. This was because Yang Fan gave different reward amounts each time, but fortunately the average per task was above 25000. The little beauty was tired, but her eyes were full of expectation as she looked at him. This damn ambition was so captivating. Yang Fan smiled with satisfaction. Alright, that's it for today. Gu Ruijia felt regret at this, but in just over an hour she had already earned over 200 yuan, which was quite satisfying. Having never received such a huge sum before, she was now filled with gratitude toward this man. The little girl's intimacy level had already risen to 66, and it didn't increase further after the subsequent tasks. Yang Fan knew very well that the higher the number, the harder it was to increase. Checking the time, it was still not too late, so he directly opened Douyin. Seeing that the 3 female streamers he often gifted were still online, after a moment of thought, he decisively entered Xiao's live stream room. "Welcome home, Brother Xiaoyao. I thought Brother Xiaoyao wasn't watching the stream today." Yang Fan directly recharged 5100 yuan. Bungshi Xiaoyao sent Carnival 2. Bungshi Xiaoyao sent Carnival 17. With a papa, he sent out 17 carnivals in a row. "Thank you, Brother Xiaoyao, for the carnivals." The streamer exclaimed, "Thank you, Brother Xiaoyao, for the carnivals." Gu Ruijia, who was beside him, heard the female voice from Yang Fan's phone and curiously adjusted her position to look over. Her eyes widened instantly because she saw that after recharging 5100 yuan, Yang Fan unhesitatingly spammed the carnival button and spent it all in one go. This level of extravagance shattered her worldview. After watching Yang Fan spend 3 rounds in a row, she felt a bit uneasy. "I worked hard for over an hour, did whatever I was told, and only earned over 200. This female streamer did nothing but flatter Big Brother and got so many tips. Although she didn't stream, she knew something about Douyin live streaming. At least she knew that one carnival cost 300 yuan, and she also knew that Yang Fan's level 52 account definitely meant he was a big spender who had spent a lot. She hesitated for a moment and asked, "Big Brother, do you like watching streams?" "Not really, just occasionally." "What do you think if I started streaming? Would it work?" Yang Fan looked at her curiously and after a moment asked, "What? Jealous?" Gu Ruijia really wanted to say yes. Seeing him wildly spending money on female streamers, it would be fake to say she didn't feel hurt. After all, she was his woman. But she dared not say it. What if Yang Fan thought she was being immature and stopped doting on her? Not at all. Big Brother has already been so good to me. Yang Fan smiled. The streaming industry is a narrow bridge for thousands of troops. For example, the streamer I'm watching now. She's good looking, right? But if I don't tip, her monthly income is only a few thousand to 10,000 yuan. Do you think as my woman you still need to stream? Gu Ruijia beamed sweetly at his words. "If you don't want me to stream, I won't go." Today, with the beautiful girl by his side, Yang Fan didn't throw too many gifts. After all, she had just joined him. Why upset her? Then he went to Ali and Shah's streams. After gifting 1 round each, they left. The next day, when he woke up, the beautiful girl was already awake, lying beside him, staring at him with wide eyes. Seeing him awake, she hastily closed her eyes in a futile attempt to hide. He found it amusing and said, "Stop pretending. Are you still shy around me?" The little girl pouted. "Bad brother." After getting up and having breakfast, he intended to take the girl shopping, but she surprisingly said she wanted to stroll in the park with him. Such a small request should be granted. So they spent 10 yuan on tickets to see pandas and, of course, many other animals. They played until noon, then strolled toward the temple in the park, planning to have a vegetarian meal. This park was very famous in Bishu City, almost a must-visit attraction. After all, it was the only place in the country where you could see national treasure pandas for just 5 yuan. Approaching the temple, Yang Fan noticed a very strange person. It was a middle-aged man in ragged clothes with disheveled hair, kneeling before the temple at a stone staircase below a slope. He gave several solid kowtows, and even passers-by could tell that this man dressed like a vagrant was extremely devout. After kowtowing, he walked to the stone steps and sat cross-legged, completely indifferent to the stares of others. Then Yang Fan heard the cleaning ant nearby gossiping. This strange man has been coming here for days, kowtowing to the temple many times a day. He must be a Buddhist, but he never enters the temple. Very strange. Another ant chimed in. I saw him yesterday fighting with monkeys for food. He might be crazy. Better stay away from him. Crazy? Should we call the police? What if he hurts someone? He hasn't done anything wrong. Why call the police? The police won't arrest a homeless man. Better mind our own business. Yang Fan glanced at the vagrant a few more times, then stopped listening to the ant's chatter and entered the temple with the girl. They attracted a lot of attention along the way. Even the passing monks couldn't help but stare at Guruwagia. Bringing such a female companion out was a matter of great face for a man. After all, people said that a man's status was first judged by the woman beside him. If his woman was young, beautiful, and elegant, then the man must be successful. A man who was 2 to 3 years older than his woman was ordinary, 5 to 6 years older was excellent, and 10 years older or more was outstanding. A man decades older than his wife was surely a man of fame and achievement. Thus Yang Fan barely qualified as an outstanding man. Next came looking at his car and attire. When they burned incense to the god of wealth, Yang Fan noticed Guruwagia closing her eyes and murmuring something. After she stood up, he asked curiously, "What wish did you just make? So devout." The beautiful girl looked at him bashfully. "I wish for you to have smooth investments and get rich." Yang Fan felt he simply couldn't believe it. He looked at her with suspicion. "You're full of it." The beautiful girl was speechless, almost broken by his words, and said with slight dissatisfaction, "It's true. If you get rich, you'll benefit too. I can't do anything. Even if I wished to get rich, it wouldn't come true, right?" Yang Fan was a bit amused and exasperated. This girl actually had such self-awareness. Seeing his obvious disbelief, the beautiful girl pounced on him, flailing and protesting. "Bad brother, am I really so untrustworthy in your heart?" Yang Fan gave her a slap on the buttocks with a smack. All right, I believe you, I believe you. There are so many people here, how can you hit me there?" The two of them, while playfully scuffling, paid respects to all the remaining Buddha statues. Although it was somewhat disrespectful to the Buddhas, they definitely bowed properly. Then they queued for the vegetarian meal. Yang Fan bought 3 portions, directly packed the dishes, and said to the beautiful girl beside him, "Let's eat outside." Although the girl was puzzled why they needed to go outside when there were seats, since Yang Fan said, so she obediently replied, "Okay." Then they walked out of the temple and headed straight for the stone steps where they had seen the vagrant earlier. The beautiful girl now realized that Yang Fan had bought an extra portion for a reason. She tugged at his clothes nervously and said, "Brother, the cleaning ant just said he's a madman. Is it safe for us to go over like this?" Yang Fan turned and gave her a glare. "Don't talk nonsense. Madmen don't worship Buddha every day." Oh, since he said so, she could only follow obediently, but she was still a bit scared inside. After all, none of the many tourists dared to approach those steps. Yang Fan had only casually heard a bit about the vagrant, but he felt that this must be a man with a story. A madman couldn't persist in worshipping Buddha every day. He thought he might as well lend a hand if he could. It was just a boxed lunch anyway. When he got closer, he smelled a strange odor from the man. In the hot summer, wearing thick and dirty clothes, it was hard not to smell. He didn't mind much, but the beautiful girl frowned, feeling numb. At that moment, the vagrant stared at him with cloudy eyes, perhaps curious why he had come over. Yang Fan took out a box of vegetarian food from the bag and handed it to him, saying, "This is for you, freshly bought from the temple." The vagrant's eyes lit up at the words, but his body didn't move, and he didn't speak, just stared at him. Seeing that he didn't take it, Yang Fan didn't mind. He placed the box beside him, then walked to another stone step and took out the other 2 boxes. He handed one box to Guruwagia and said, "Let's eat here. The scenery is pretty good." The beautiful girl was still a bit wary of the vagrant, but seeing Yang Fan sit down and prepare to eat, she suddenly felt much safer. When they were halfway through their meal, they suddenly noticed the vagrant on the other side had picked up the box and started eating. The way he ate was absolutely ravenous. Before Yang Fan and the girl could finish half of their boxes, the vagrant had already devoured the entire box clean. He threw the empty box into a nearby trash and then walked straight toward the 2 of them. Guruwagia was extremely nervous when she saw the homeless man approaching them and stopped eating, whispering to Yang Fan, "Brother, he's coming, he's coming." Yang Fan turned his head and glared at her, saying speechlessly, "I'm not blind. Why are you so nervous? I told you he's not crazy, and I'm still here, aren't I?" The little beauty stuck out her tongue adorably, even feeling that she might have been overly nervous. Perhaps because the other person was so unkempt, dirty, and smelly, she had prejudged him as a lunatic. The homeless man walked straight up to Yang Fan and looked at him. Yang Fan just smiled nonchalantly. "Are you full? If not, there's plenty more." The homeless man's eyes showed a complex expression, then he spoke. "Young man, do you have any enemies? Or rather, has anyone ever offended you?" "What the hell?" The homeless man's voice was very hoarse, but the meaning in his words made Yang Fan's skin crawl. That tone sounded like an outlaw. Of course not the kind like Zhang San, but more like old Mo. As a law-abiding citizen, he was still somewhat frightened by the homeless man. He quickly waved his hands and said, "Brother, it's not that serious, really not. Everyone has their difficulties when out in the world. I just helped out casually, and I don't have any enemies." If one were to talk about people who had offended him, there were certainly many, but as for those who could be considered enemies, he felt none of them qualified. At this moment he felt that if he really had any enemies, the other person might do something foolish. Probably he wanted to repay him with his last shred of dignity. But it was just a meal, why go to such lengths? The homeless man pondered for a moment upon hearing this, nodded lightly, and was about to return to his spot. Yang Fan asked curiously, "Do you believe in Buddha?" "To ease my conscience." "Do you have a phone?" The homeless man was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. "Young man, do I look like I have a phone? I sold it long ago for liquor." The man's recent words made Yang Fan feel that he had been greatly respected, and a strange little emotion stirred within him. He didn't have any cash. He had intended to transfer some money to help the other person, but unexpectedly the man said he had sold his phone for liquor, which left him speechless. Guru Ajia, who had been listening to their conversation, understood Yang Fan's intention and whispered, "Brother, I have cash." Yang Fan gave her a look of approval, then tilted his head toward the homeless man, the meaning clear. The little beauty obediently took out all the cash from her bag and said apologetically, "Only 800 yuan, should I go and withdraw some more?" Before Yang Fan could speak, the homeless man spoke first. "Young man, don't give me money. You don't have any tasks for me to do. If I weren't too hungry to bear it, I wouldn't. If you ever need me in the future, you can come find me here." Yang Fan smiled upon hearing this. "Since you said that you should take the money even more. If you starve to death, how will I find you when I need something in the future?" He made a joke, but the homeless man didn't take the bait, continuing to refuse the money the little beauty offered, and walked straight back to the steps where he had been sitting. Seeing this, Yang Fan didn't force the money on him. The man clearly had strong self-respect. He didn't pry into the man's past, just slowly finished his meal. Then he stood up and said to the homeless man, "I'm leaving. Hope to see you here next time." After saying that, he left with the little beauty. The homeless man's gaze followed his back, his eyes shifting several times, looking somewhat complex. On the way down the mountain, the little beauty asked Yang Fan, "Brother, that homeless uncle, he's not like the assassins in TV dramas, is he? The way he talks is so scary." Yang Fan laughed. "What assassin? Don't talk nonsense. He's just a man with a story. Hey, whatever, just a passerby. Maybe we'll never cross paths again." Hearing this, the little beauty nodded, immediately dropped the topic and smiled. "Brother, I want to go see a movie." Yang Fan naturally indulged such a small request. Then he took her to see a movie, had a big dinner in the evening, and sent her home. He told her that he had things to do in the next few days and would find her when he was free. This made the little beauty act a bit reluctant, but she also understood that a man this wealthy must be busy with his career. She had to appear very sensible, racking up favorability while hoping to make this golden catch fall in love with her. So she didn't say anything, just told Yang Fan to remember to find her when he was done. What she didn't know was that Yang Fan's so-called things to do was because Xiaolu was coming over tomorrow. If the little beauty knew the real reason, who knows what she would think. After they parted, he took a taxi home. Just as he got out of the car, he heard the system's voice. "Effective consumption target detected. View information." He looked around and saw a beautiful woman buying fruit not far from him. When he got a clear look at the woman, he couldn't help but laugh, because he knew this woman. She was the girlfriend of one of his friends. This friend of his came from a well-off family. He was a demolition second generation, who owned 4 apartments and 2 storefronts. Having found such a beautiful girlfriend made Yang Fan and his other friends envious for a long time. But this friend's own job was mediocre, a typical clock puncher, a standard boomerang kid. In his own words, as long as there's something to leech off, even without working, the rent income is higher than other people's salary. View. Name Zhou Wenwen, age 28, overall appearance 80, height 156, weight 45, purity 91, status menstrual period slight, pain intimacy 33. Yang Fan curiously checked her information only to find that this woman who had once made him envious had an overall appearance score that just barely met the standard, not even as high as his tools. His mood instantly lifted. Although he had known her for 2 or 3 years, their interactions were certainly not many. An intimacy of 33 should be considered just ordinary friends. As for the purity, that was none of his business. He had a good relationship with her boyfriend. At that moment, she also saw him and greeted him. "Young Fan, where are you coming back from? Come have some fruit." He walked over with a smile. "Where's your man?" "He went drinking with his colleagues." "Why didn't you go with him?" "That kind of occasion is too boring. I don't want to go." "By the way, what about that thing I mentioned last time?" "Last times matter." Yang Fan tried to recall, but before he could remember, she continued. "It's about introducing you to a girlfriend. I can tell you didn't take it seriously. The other party has already agreed to meet you." He suddenly realized that she had mentioned it before, and at that time he was quite interested. Later, after acquiring the Great Fool system, he simply forgot about such matters. Yang Fan asked half-jokingly, "Is she good-looking? If she's not as pretty as you, I'm not interested." If she couldn't match up to the other party, it meant she didn't even meet the standard, so he naturally had no interest. Zhou Wenwen laughed upon hearing this. You're being picky. How many people are as naturally beautiful as me? My friend is a good person, graduated from college a few years ago, and is now preparing for the postgraduate entrance exam on her own. No, thanks, but I'm already taken. Don't worry about me anymore. Zhou Wenwen was surprised. You stay at home writing web novels every day, where do you even get the chance to meet women? I go out sometimes, I just came back from hanging out. Alright, bring your girlfriend out to meet us sometime. Okay, on the other side. Gu Ruijia walked into her residential complex with a light heart, unconsciously smiling at something. As she approached her building, a neatly dressed young man with stylish blonde hair emerged from the flower bed, blocking her path. Why did you suddenly delete me on WeChat and block my number? The young woman looked at him, paused, and said flatly, no reason, just deleted it. The handsome young man who had come to confront her was confused. There must be a reason. Everything was fine a couple of days ago. What's wrong with you? The young woman said impatiently. When someone deletes all your contact information, isn't the meaning obvious? It means your existence is bothering them. The boy, seeing her attitude, realized she wasn't throwing a tantrum wanting him to coax her. She seemed serious. This realization left him at a loss, so he changed his approach and asked cautiously, did I do something wrong? Tell me you'll change, okay? Gu Ruijia felt a bit of contempt for his lack of backbone, but then thought of how he had treated her well before. She sighed and said, maybe the only thing you did wrong was liking me. Find someone who suits you, don't waste your time on me. The boy felt heartbroken, fell silent for a long time, and was about to speak when the girl continued. If you don't want me to hate you, don't come waiting for me downstairs anymore. She turned to leave. The boy trembled and shouted emotionally, what did I do wrong? A few days ago you were sick. When I saw your post on WeChat Moments, I didn't care that I was at work. I immediately asked for leave, took over an hour's ride to bring you medicine. When you were in a bad mood, I tried every way to cheer you up. You said you were slow to warm up, so I never pushed you and gave you plenty of time to think. On your birthday, I took out a loan to buy you the latest phone as a gift. That was 2 or 3 months' salary for me. I ate instant noodles for almost a month because of it. Now you want to leave my world without saying a word. How can you be so cruel? How can you hurt someone who loves you like this? What did I do wrong? By the end, the boy was hysterical, almost shouting. Gu Ruijia stopped, anger flashing across her pretty face, and turned around to yell. Did I ask you to do all that? Did I ask you to bring me medicine when I was sick? Is there no pharmacy near my home? Can't I order delivery? Without you, I can't take care of myself. Did I ask you to buy me a phone? I said I didn't want it, but you insisted on giving it to me. I told you to take it back, but you wouldn't. Do you know how awkward it was for me to have 2 identical phones that day? Why are you yelling at me? You're just trying to move yourself. Why should I pay for your self-gratification? The boy felt a sharp pain in his heart at her hurtful words, and tears streamed down his face involuntarily. Gu Ruijia was angry, took a deep breath to calm herself, and said, what's with the crying like a grown man? It only makes me despise you more. I sold the phone you gave me. They'll transfer the original price back to you. Show me your QR code. They'll also return the 2 transfers of 200 and 1 of 520. Please don't bother me anymore, okay? After all that, logically it should have ended there, but the boy still couldn't let go, sobbing. I really like you. I can't give up on you. Stop. Put away that passionate look of yours. Stop moving yourself, okay? The more you do, the more I dislike it. Seeing you like this, I'm glad I made the right choice. One-sided affection is useless. I don't like you, understand? I've said everything I need to say. I don't want to waste more words on you. Faced with Gu Ruijia's relentless hurt, the boy finally couldn't take it anymore and left. Gu Ruijia went home feeling annoyed and couldn't help muttering, what a pain. Just then her roommate came over with a teasing smile and asked, what? Did that handsome guy downstairs upset our little Rure? I warned you not to give your home address to just anyone. Gu Ruijia asked helplessly, you saw that? Shan rolled her eyes and said, you two were yelling so loud. My ears aren't deaf, it's hard not to hear. Back at home, Yang Fan had no idea what happened to Gu Ruijia. He was leaning on his bed, phone in hand, scrolling through Douyin. Xiaolu was streaming as usual, though she planned to visit tomorrow. She was joking with her viewers when she suddenly saw a carnival gift pop up on screen. She paused, then shouted excitedly, welcome home, my Xiaoyao. Thanks for the carnival streak. In recent days, Xiaolu's income had skyrocketed like a rocket, lifting her spirits. She was full of energy during every stream now. All of this was thanks to Yang Fan, who had lifted her from poverty to wealth. Her female friends, who knew she had met a generous benefactor, were all envious. In just a few days, she had earned what others might not make in years. Some of her friends were already asking her for tips on how to stream. After all, who wouldn't want a sudden windfall? Bungshi Xiaoyao, keep streaming, don't mind me. They'll send you to the hourly leaderboard, and then browse around. Xiaoyao is so generous. Love you. Everyone type Xiaoyao is generous on the screen. As for what Yang Fan said about browsing around, she didn't even mention it. She knew he had 2 other vixens to favor. Their 3 live streams had become his must-visit spots. The difference was that he used to come to her stream last, but now he came first. The reason for this change was crystal clear to her, and she was certain that he had never met the other 2 vixens offline, giving her a significant advantage. With her looks and figure, she was sure to charm him tomorrow and win him over. Meanwhile, in Sha's livestream room, her viewers were teasing her. Sha, brother Xiaoyao is online, but he's showering Xiaola's room with carnivals. You've been cast out of favor, sis. Brother Xiaoyao doesn't even check in with you first anymore these days. Looks like you're about to lose your big spender. Ha ha ha. I remember this Xiaolu only met brother Xiaoyao during a PK battle with our Shasha, right? That streamer's got some tricks up her sleeve. I've got a feeling brother Xiaoyao has that common man's flaw, chasing the new and abandoning the old. Shallow. When a tycoon does it, can you call it chasing the new? It's called spreading the wealth evenly. Shasha saw her viewers discussing the big spender. Though the topic stung a little, she quickly interjected to stop it. Brother Xiaoyao has already spoiled Shasha enough. I know how to be grateful. He's not my exclusive tycoon, so he's free to tip whoever he pleases. As long as he's happy, that's all that matters. I trust he'll come back home later. As she finished speaking, carnival effects began flooding the screen, and her excited shout echoed through the room. Thank you, brother Xiaoyao, for the carnivals. See everyone. Brother Xiaoyao is back home. Half-worldly Xiaoyao typed, hit me with pure land of bliss. Speak of the devil, and he appears. Brother Xiaoyao really does love Shas has pure land of bliss. Look how excited Shasha is. Brother Xiaoyao is definitely her true love. I feel like my sports cars were wasted. Brother Xiaoyao wants to ask, can 10 carnivals crush your lousy sports car? If not, well, keep going. Shasha then turned on the music and said, one pure land of bliss for brother Xiaoyao. Thanks for your generous love. The twin-tailed lowly in white stockings began to dance. It had to be said, her beauty made this dance endlessly captivating. Every time Yang Fan watched, he couldn't help but silently applaud her. After spending some time there and sending out a few more carnivals, he left. Meanwhile, in Alice's livestream room, a tycoon was gifting her carnivals. This tycoon's name was Xiao Hongchun. Thanks for the carnivals, brother Hongchun. Heart gesture. Brother Hongchun had just joined her room today. After watching her dance twice, he had already sent several carnivals. Clearly he was a big spender, and Ollie was overjoyed. Xiao Hongchun typed, I see you're from the same city as me. Let's add each other on WeChat first. How about I pick you up for a late-night snack after the stream? Ollie frowned upon hearing this. His intentions were all too clear, and her good mood instantly soured. She had encountered this many times before. Men for the most part were all the same, but others usually asked privately. This guy, however, said it outright in the livestream. Was this something you could bring up in a room? Wasn't he deliberately putting her on the spot? Cursing inwardly with an idiot, she smiled and said, let's skip the late-night snack. Ollie doesn't have that habit. If you don't mind, brother Hongchun, how about I treat you to a meal another day? She implied that adding WeChat was fine, but late-night snacks were off the table. As for the another day meal, it was just a polite gesture. Neither she nor anyone knew when that day would come. A few carnivals were nowhere near enough to win her over. But she didn't want to offend him outright, so she planned to string him along for more tips, starting with adding him on WeChat. However, Xiao Hongchun wasn't about to let it go and kept pushing the topic. Not enough. Smack. Smack. 2 more carnivals went out. Ollie was fuming inside, but had to thank him with a smile. Just as she was about to explain, one of her fans started mocking him. Xiao Hongchun TSK. A few carnivals, and you think you can ask our Ollie out? You think your money's worth US dollars? Even if it were, it doesn't seem like enough. Xiao Hongchun spending 20 or 30,000 and acting all smug. Heck, even I've tipped more than you. Who are you trying to impress? Xiao Hongchun, bro, don't flaunt your pocket change here. You think you can waltz in and ask our Ollie out? Does she look like she's never seen the world? Can't stand people like this. Throw a little cash and think you can sleep with a streamer. Take a detour to a club. That's more your speed. Even brother Xiaoyao spent hundreds of thousands without acting this cocky. Kid, if you've got the chops, being arrogant is showing off. Without it, you're just a fool. Ollie dared not confront the tycoon, but her fans had no such restraint. They'd call him out regardless. Facing the mockery from the viewers, Xiao Hongchun was furious. He often scoured Douyin for local prey. When a streamer caught his eye, he wasn't stingy, dropping a few thousand to tens of thousands, then flirting and trying to meet up. Of course, he never tipped big streamers, knowing his money wouldn't sway them. His success rate wasn't bad. But today had run into a particularly captivating dancer. After spending over 20,000 and just teasing her, so many people were attacking him. Spending all that cash only to get disrespected. Who could take that? He typed angrily, this is how I roll. What's with the attitude? You all sound so loaded. Why don't you knock me off the top spot first? I'm not as fake as you. If you're not interested in the streamer, why hang around the room? Laying eggs. If you've got the guts, come duel me with tips. Anyone can talk big. If you can't take my top spot, shut up. Most of the viewers were indeed just talking big, including the one who claimed to have tipped more than Xiao Hongchun. He had tipped more, quite a bit more, but not all at once. He had been supporting Ollie for a long time, occasionally dropping small amounts that added up to tens of thousands. But taking the top spot right now was tough, especially since Xiao Hongchun might keep spending. If he stepped up and lost, it would be embarrassing, so he hesitated. The 2 truly wealthy tycoons weren't around. One was offline, and the other was busy tipping elsewhere. He even considered running to Shasa's room to summon Brother Xiaoyao and put this guy in his place. Ollie was watching the chat, knowing her fans spending power well. Seeing the room on the verge of a fight, which she didn't want, she was organizing her words to mediate. Suddenly she noticed half-worldly Xiaoyao had arrived. Ollie froze for a moment as carnival effects appeared on the screen. When Ollie saw this cascade of carnivals, she forgot that she was about to extinguish the flames in the live stream and shouted excitedly, "Thank you, my brother Xiaoyao, for the 17 carnivals." The viewers all laughed, saying, "Talk about a slap in the face. It came right on cue. Bungshi Xiaoyao, brother Xiaoyao, you've come at just the right time. Someone is bullying our Ollie." "Huh. Brother Xiaoyao has come to slap faces." "Indeed, brother Xiaoyao is the man." "Xiao Hongchen, hey. That guy, your top spot has been taken. Don't be a coward. Fight back. Xiao Hongchen, come on, come on. Your opponent for a gift war is here. Let the music and dance continue. Xiao Hongchen, go Pikachu. If you can outgift brother Xiaoyao, I'll not only apologize to you, but from now on whenever I meet you I'll call you Grandpa Ha." After Yang Fan had casually sent a wave of carnivals, he saw the viewers' barrage and several mentions of him and looked a bit confused. He asked, "Brothers, what's going on?" Then someone began to explain to him, and it took him a while to understand the whole story. As for the practice of using gifts to flirt with girls, he didn't find it worth commenting on. Instead, he found it quite normal, because he was definitely not a sentimental big spender himself, and rather leaned toward this type. If there was any difference, it was probably that he was more willing to spend money, since the system picked up the tab anyway. Then a bystander who loved to stir things up posted, "Xiao Hongchen, big brother, please begin your performance." In a beautifully decorated duplex apartment in Shihu City, a nearly 30-year-old man, with a head of yellow hair, was leaning on the sofa frowning at his phone screen. He was Xiao Hongchen on Douyin. His real name was Wang Feng. As a second-generation rich kid with some money, he had his own idol, a top-tier rich second generation in the country who had a particular fondness for internet celebrities. So his hobby was the same as his idols. He liked female internet celebrities. But the difference was that his personality was very fickle, so most of the time, it was just short and quick flings. Today he had finally found a female streamer who really caught his heart, so he couldn't help but use his usual tactic of opening with money to flirt, but encountered a setback. He had originally wanted to slap the faces of those viewers who were taunting him, but who would have thought that a real heavyweight would actually show up? What a coincidence. He was somewhat wealthy, but not stupid. He wouldn't impulsively compete with others in gift-giving, especially, since even if he did, he might not achieve the desired effect. After all, this Bungshi Xiaoyao was clearly the big brother of this live room. Even if he went head-to-head, leaving aside the outcome, it was basically impossible to taste the beauty with just a little money. So he thought it wasn't worth it. Instead of wasting money here, he might as well go find a new target. For this live room, he was just a passerby testing the waters. Since he now found the waters a bit deep, he would just switch to someone else. Meanwhile, Ollie was secretly praying that these two big brothers would have a gift war for the top spot in her live room, because she would be the ultimate beneficiary. However, things did not develop in the direction she hoped. Xiao Hongchen was already preparing to leave, but before leaving, he didn't forget to provoke a little. He typed, "Sorry, I don't have the habit of competing with guild accounts." Before Yang Fan even saw his message, he saw a bunch of viewers starting to scroll. "Can't win, so you call it a guild account. You're gonna make me laugh to death." Brother Xiaoyao doesn't just gift to Ollie alone. He also gifts to Shasha and Xiaolu. He spends hundreds of thousands on Douyin female streamers almost every day. Have you ever seen a guild account like that? Xiao Hongchen, I actually respected you as a man. What? Anyone who spends more than you is a guild account. By this time, Ollie knew that Xiao Hongchen probably wouldn't make an impulsive purchase, but she still wanted to make one last struggle, so she said in a sweet voice, "Brother Xiaoyao and Brother Hongchen are not guild accounts, okay? They are both Alice good big brothers." Ollie thanks both big brothers for their generous love. However, by then Laughing Red Dust had already left the live stream completely oblivious to Alice's words. It was only after a long silence that she belatedly realized what had happened. At that moment, a level 60 big spender named Hao Zaiwu entered Alice's stream and sent 2 galas tagging Yang Fan as he did so. "Bungshi Xiaoyao, thank you for your support for our Ollie." Yang Fan paid no attention, not even acknowledging it. It was only when Ollie messaged him privately that he learned Hao Zaiwu was the boss of the guild Ollie belonged to. But Yang Fan had little interest in guild matters, so after a casual exchange of a few words, he floated a comment on the screen. "Ollie, let's see the train dance." Ha ha ha. So Brother Xiaoyao is here to give us all a treat after all. Ollie has almost developed the bad habit of not doing the train dance without Brother Xiaoyao around. That won't do, we need to change that. Have you been holding it in all day? Is the train dance finally coming? Tissues at the ready, Ollie, go ahead and dance. Damn. I'm already done just from seeing the words train dance, and I haven't even started watching yet. Carry on, guys. What's the train dance? Just then the stream was flooded with viewers drawn in by the recent battle for the top spot. Ollie also felt this was a perfect moment to unleash her big move and keep the audience hooked. So she said in a sweet, coquettish voice, "Brother Xiaoyao, of course I have no problem doing the train dance for you. They'll go change my clothes right now." Yang Fan spent nearly an hour in Alice's stream before leaving. He had intended to check in on Little Deer's stream, but at that moment he received a message from her, "Brother Xiaoyao, I'm logging off now. Going to sleep early today since we're meeting tomorrow. I'm a little excited." Shasha was also offline, so he casually browsed through videos. During this time, Douyin thoughtfully recommended many female streamers who were currently live, but unfortunately none triggered the system prompt. That was until he stumbled upon a streamer named Is. Valid consumption target detected. Yang Fan recognized her stunning face immediately. This was a female internet celebrity who had suddenly blown up. The reason for her explosive popularity was bizarre. A top-tier Chinese wealthy second-generation scion had tried to woo her, but failed. The reason was quite peculiar. The female streamer was indeed beautiful, but Yang Fan suspected she was a product deliberately hyped by that rich kid, so he wasn't particularly interested. Still, since gifting her cost him nothing, he decided to go in and throw some money around. The female streamer was currently chatting with viewers in a sharp-tongued manner. "From Hunan. Want me to recite my ID number for you? Where's it done? My boobs are enhanced 368D. What skills do I have? I don't have any skills. If I had skills, would I be sitting here streaming? You're more capable than I am. I don't have any talents. Isn't playing music for you a talent? Don't be too picky. Is my hair real? No, it's rented. Are you a woman? No, I'm a ladyboy. Cry for you. He'll cry right away when you die." Seeing this sultry beauty earnestly answering the viewers' questions, Yang Fan casually tossed 17 galas her way. The beauty was taken aback for a moment, but only said indifferently, "Thank you, Bungshi Xiaoyao." Then she continued answering the viewers' questions completely unfazed. It was the first time Yang Fan had encountered such a female streamer. Perhaps this was the persona she was crafting. It was precisely this image of not bending to money that attracted many fans. Yang Fan didn't mind. Without saying a word, he sent another round of galas in the stream, sparking curiosity among the viewers. Who is this Bungshi Xiaoyao always sending galas? Could he be President Wang's secondary account? Very likely. I've been seeing his name floating across screens in different female streamers' rooms these past few days. Bungshi Xiaoyao, President Wang. Don't just send gifts and stay silent. Come on, let's chat. Huh. Brother Xiaoyao is not President Wang. I've known him from a small streamer a few days ago. The viewers didn't know, but the beauty streamer was well aware. She said he's not. Don't assume every gala sender is that person. Before long, Yang Fan had spent nearly 100,000 in the stream before stopping. But the beauty streamer remained largely unresponsive, merely offering a simple thank you. He soon found it uninteresting and left. However, after exiting the stream, he received a private message from her. Opening it, he saw only a string of English letters and numbers, nothing else. This was likely her WeChat ID. It seemed that the 100,000 he had thrown out had not left her entirely unmoved. After adding her on WeChat, she sent a single word, "Thanks. No problem. You're the most composed female streamer I've ever seen." Composed? Maybe I'm just shy? I'm streaming now, talk later. Just a single exchange, and the conversation ended. But from that sentence, Yang Fan gleaned something. Shy. Wasn't that a hint for him to come by more often and shower her with gifts? As they say, first-time strangers, second-time friends. Quite scheming. Yang Fan shook his head and continued scrolling through videos looking for entertainment on Douyin. After a while, he finally heard the system prompt again. Valid consumption target detected. The stream was called Mo Twins, and the screen showed two girls dressed in very anime-style outfits looking young. One girl with a pure face wore a maid costume from a certain island nation with silver white hair, cat ears on her head, and a little tail behind her. Her slender fair legs were on the thin side, and she was hopping on an acupressure mat while wearing white boat socks. Her expression shifted constantly, each hop causing her to frown, clearly pained by the mat. The outfit was unmistakably that of an anime cat-eared girl. The other girl looked very similar to the cat-eared one, but wore a red gauze hanfu, exposing large areas of her shoulders, back, and belly button. Her long legs were also exposed, and she was barefoot. The hanfu clearly wasn't the traditional kind. The hanfu beauty was standing to the side, covering her mouth with a laugh as she watched the cat-eared girl wince in pain. The cat-eared girl, while hopping, pleaded, "Family, don't send little hearts anymore. Send some roses so my sister can try the acupressure mat too. I can't take it much longer." Her pitiful little expression was truly heart-wrenching. It wasn't an act. Anyone who has tried an acupressure mat knows how it feels to hop on one. It's a uniquely intense sensation. This streamer was indeed being quite harsh on herself. However, the viewers showed no mercy to the pitiful girl. A barrage of little hearts, gifts flooded in as they typed, "No, let's drive one of them crazy first." Huh. You mess with the younger sister first, then the older one. I'm here just to see Dai Dai cry. Go team. Right. Dai Dai looks cutest when she's teased to tears. You bad guys stop picking on our Dai Dai. Mao Mao is so bored, she started cracking sunflower seeds on the side. Damn, she's actually cracking seeds. These sisters probably don't get along well. Mao Mao, don't be cocky. After we make Dai Dai cry, it's your turn. Prepare to face the storm. Go. Don't just watch Dai Dai bounce. Someone send a sports car to take control and make Dai Dai dance on the acupressure mat. After watching for a while, Yang Fan finally understood what kind of live stream this was. It turned out to be a punishment stream, where viewers sent gifts to penalize the hosts. The older sister was called Mao Mao, and the younger sister was Dai Dai. No wonder the account name was Dai Mao Twins. Continuously sending little hearts triggered the younger sister's music, forcing her to stand on the acupressure mat without moving. Sending other gifts required her to jump in place. Sending roses triggered the older sister's music, but only if the little hearts stopped or the number of roses exceeded the number of little hearts during that music segment, after which the music would switch to the older sisters. Sending big gifts allowed the giver to take control of the stream. For example, a sports car granted 2 minutes of control, during which the giver could make the designated host dance, squat, jump repeatedly, or roll on the acupressure mat. A carnival gave half an hour of control. The two sisters seemed to be new streamers with few followers, yet their live room had far more online viewers than the combined audience of Sha Sha and Xiao Lu's streams. It seemed the audience quite enjoyed this style. Admittedly, the two sisters knew how to run a live stream. Just then Dai Dai began to whimper. Big brother's Dai Dai can't go on anymore. Which kind-hearted brother will save Dai Dai? Ban Shi Xiaoyao sent Carnival X2. Ban Shi Xiaoyao sent Carnival X17. Seeing the little girl on the verge of tears, Yang Fan casually fired off 17 carnivals, abruptly stopping the music. Upon seeing the music stop, Dai Dai, who had ceased her bouncing, was filled with surprise. Before she could figure out what was happening, she heard her sister, who had been glued to her phone screen, let out a scream. "Oh, thank you, brother Ban Shi Xiaoyao, for the carnivals. Big brother, you can now control. When she saw that Yang Fan had sent 17 carnivals, the words stuck in Mao Mao's throat. A carnival was a rare sight, but today's 17 had arrived in one go. This was supposed to be great news, but then she realized that 17 carnivals meant 8.5 hours of control. Were they going to make the two sisters play on the acupressure mat all night? Ridiculous. Mao Mao broke out in a cold sweat. Dai Dai, unaware of the situation, quickly hobbled off the acupressure mat to rest her little feet, while continuously expressing her gratitude. Thank you, brother Xiaoyao, for saving Dai Dai. 1,000 thanks. Then, seeing the comments from the audience on her phone, her eyes widened and her face went blank with shock. Seeing the sisters' reactions, the audience went wild. It's over. A super spender has arrived. These two sisters are definitely going to be wrecked. 17 carnivals, 8.5 hours of control. Huh. Is this going to be an all-night acupressure mat session? Why do I want to laugh? These sisters' feet are going to be ruined. Rich guys know how to play. Just take control for 8 hours right away. I thought of this scenario when I saw the rules, but I didn't expect it to happen so soon. Let's see what these sisters do. Huh. Dai Dai's expression shifted rapidly, and then she let out a wah and burst into tears. She seemed terrified. Woo. I'm not playing anymore. Dai Dai is not playing anymore. Who can endure 8.5 hours? Woo. Mao Mao Comer began to ask cautiously. Brother Xiaoyao, you've sent too many. We really can't do the punishment for several hours straight. Can we do it in installments? Yang Fan hadn't intended to be so harsh anyway. He sent that many only because it happened to be a round number, and he did it casually. So he posted a floating comment. You don't have to finish it all. Both of you sisters dance Gokura Kajodo on the acupressure mat for 10 minutes. Then Dai Dai rests, and Mao Mao continues bouncing on it until she cries. That'll be the end of the punishment. Phew. The sisters breathed a sigh of relief after reading his words. Dai Dai stopped crying and bowed directly to the screen. Thank you, brother Xiaoyao. Thank you for being so kind to Dai Dai. He'll dance Gokura Kajodo for you right away. The audience buzzed with excitement. The rich guy is so generous. He sent 17 carnivals, but the punishment is so light. Ban Shi Xiaoyao, big brother, you're too soft. Big brother, if you don't know how to set a punishment, you can let me do it for you. This is too lenient. Jumping until she cries. That's fine. Huh. That's confidence. Must jump until she cries. Clever. Mao Mao didn't mind the punishment. Yang Fan said it was already very light. Since they started this stream, they had cried many times. Today's incident served as a warning to her. What if a real big spender made them do punishment for hours? That would be unbearable. So she planned to revise the rules after today's stream, adding provisions for rest intervals and rest durations. The reason she hadn't refined the rules earlier was that she truly hadn't expected anyone to send so many gifts. Thank you, brother Xiaoyao, for your kindness to us sisters. They'll go put on the music now. Yang Fan said nothing, but casually sent another 17 carnivals. The two sisters were overjoyed. They knew they had encountered a super spender and absolutely had to hold on to him. What attracts streamers the most? It's a rich benefactor. With a big brother's support, any stream can take off. The most direct way to get platform support is to participate in various events. And who would help them fight? The answer was obvious. After that, Yang Fan occasionally sent a carnival or two to liven up the atmosphere, and Mao Mao successfully ended up crying from the acupressure mat. Dai Dai went to hug her and comfort her for a long time before she calmed down. Sobbing, she asked, Brother Xiaoyao, is our punishment complete? Yang Fan posted a floating comment. I think Dai Dai looks cuter when she cries. You two should end the stream and rest early. Oh, come see Dai cry next time. The two sisters were pleasantly surprised to see his floating comments. This meant that this generous benefactor would come again, and since he was coming the gifts would certainly not be few. Yang Fan exited and added the two sisters on WeChat. It was already late, so he went to take a shower and prepare for rest. In a small room that looked very cute and full of girlish vibes, Mao Mao and Dai, who had just finished their live stream, were all smiles. Dai was counting on her fingers, then she shouted excitedly, Mao Mao. We made so much money today. Hurry up and calculate how much we can get from Brothers Iwayo's tips. Mao Mao, wearing a hanfu, was speechless at her sister. But she was also excited and took out her phone to start calculating. In just a moment she came up with the answer. After recalculating twice in disbelief, she said, It seems we can get over 70,000. Dai immediately screamed with excitement. Over 70,000. Haha, great. I never thought we'd earn so much money. I want to buy tons of delicious food and tons of beautiful clothes. Then the two sisters hugged each other, jumping and hopping joyfully. But Mao Mao quickly calmed down. Brother Xiaoyao is a generous big shot. We must maintain a good relationship. Check if he added us on WeChat. Dai also reacted and quickly took out her phone to check. He added, but what should I send him? Mao Mao shrugged. This is my first time meeting such a big spender too. I have no experience at all. Then what do we do? Should I search on Baidu? Mao Mao looked at the nervous Dai and found it amusing. No need, right? First let's just thank him normally, that's a must. Dai nodded, agreeing that her sister made sense. But when she picked up her phone to type, she kept typing and deleting and typing, feeling that her wording wasn't good enough. Meanwhile, Mao Mao had already sent a message. Yang Fan, who had just finished showering, saw that the two sisters had added him and received Mao Mao's message. Thank you for the tips, Brother Xiaoyao. You spent too much today. No problem, I had fun too. As long as you're happy, Brother Xiaoyao. Welcome to come often. Okay, what about your sister? Asleep? No, she's struggling with how to message you. So shy. She's not shy at all. Usually she's a little lunatic, but when it comes to something she cares about, she gets choice paralysis. At that moment, Dai's message finally came through. Hello, Brother Xiaoyao. Thank you for your generous support. This is the first time Dai has received so many gifts, and I really don't know how to express my gratitude. How about you give me your address, and I'll order some good food for you. Yang Fan was speechless at Dai's long message. So ordering takeout was the way she thought of to thank him. Still, he felt quite pleased, so he decided to tease her. What if I don't like what you order? Then tell me what you want to eat. That way I won't order wrong. No sincerity. Don't you think I can order whatever I want myself? After sending that message, he saw the chat box showing typing. But no message came through, knowing that the girl was getting tangled up again. 2 minutes later. How about I buy some rabbit heads tomorrow and send them to you? They're really delicious. Why do you keep thinking about feeding me? Isn't having endless delicious food a happy thing? Don't you like it, Brother Xiaoyao? Yang Fan looked at his phone and couldn't help but smile. I can see it now, you little foodie. My sister says the same about me. No need to bother. Just keep streaming well, and you'll earn even more money in the future. Really? That's great. From now on I can buy whatever I want, have endless food and beautiful clothes. Dai is so happy. Yang Fan really didn't know what the girl was so excited about. She hadn't even earned the money yet. Alright, I'm going to sleep. You should rest early too. Okay. Good night, Brother Xiaoyao. The next day, Yang Fan got up, tidied up a bit, and went outside to wash his hair. Realizing it was about time, he took a taxi to the airport. He waited a few minutes at the airport entrance board, but didn't receive a message from Xiao Lu, assuming she hadn't landed yet. While he was buried in his phone, he suddenly heard the system's voice. Detected valid consumption target. View information. He looked up and saw two girls with great figures walking toward him. Since they were both wearing sunglasses, he couldn't see their exact looks. But his first impression was beauties. View. Name Gong Jing, age 26. Height 174, weight 55. Overall appearance 89, number 87, intimacy 0. Holy shit. 13. What a pity for this girl. This was the highest overall appearance he had encountered since obtaining the big sucker system, close to 90. Unfortunately, the number was as high as 13. Still, he was somewhat interested in this beauty with an 89-point appearance and wanted to see what she looked like without her sunglasses. Just a casual fling, she probably wouldn't mind too much. But having never approached a stranger beauty before, he didn't know how to start. Fortunately, after obtaining the system, he was full of confidence, and the side effect was an overflowing self-assurance. Just a casual thought gave him an idea for approaching. Seeing the beauties were about to walk away, he didn't overthink, figuring that rejection wouldn't cost him a limb. So he jogged a few steps to catch up, calling out, Gong Jing. Sure enough, the two beauties in front turned around instantly. One of them, slightly taller, looked at him with confusion for a moment before asking, You are? Clearly, she was the one the system had indicated. She had her hair in a bun, a small face, and wore a long black top that directly wrapped around her hips, completely covering her pants. So he couldn't tell if she was wearing pants at all. What caught Yang Fan's eye was her long legs and sheer black stockings with letters. Those legs were much longer than Gu Ruijia's, truly a delightful sight. A pair of black short boots made her appear taller than him. Yang Fan paused for a moment at her question, then said naturally, "Add me on WeChat." Gong Jing was trying hard to recall, but found she really had no impression of him, so she said bluntly no. "Did you call me for something?" Gong Jing, Intimacy 10. Holy shit. Yang Fan hadn't expected that even after calling out her name the result would be this. The girl wasn't even curious. She simply refused to get to know him. What he didn't know was that Gong Jing prided herself on having a good memory. If she had ever met a truly high-quality man, she would never have forgotten him entirely. Since she had no recollection of him, there were only two possibilities. Either he had somehow learned her name and was trying to strike up a conversation, or they had met before, but he was a man unworthy of staying in her memory. In that case, why bother getting to know him? Besides, this man was plain-looking with an ordinary appearance and style. Nothing remarkable about him. She had no interest in such a man, so she directly refused to engage. Seeing her dismiss him, Yang Fan said with a shrug, "No problem. It's fine." Then he turned and walked away. Gong Jing was speechless, her intimacy rating dropping again. As Yang Fan left, he heard another girl behind him chuckle softly. Still our Jing Jing charms, everyone attracting bees and butterflies wherever she goes. Just then Yang Fan's phone rang. He picked it up and saw it was Xiaolu, who had finally arrived and was now walking out. 5 minutes later, a beautiful girl with vibrant youthful style emerged from the airport pulling a small suitcase. She glanced around, spotted Yang Fan, and walked straight toward him. Yang Fan mentally activated the system to check her information. Yang Fan reviewed the data. Lu Xiaolu, age 22, height 164 centimeters, weight 50 kilograms. Overall beauty score 86, with a striking 97 in a certain aspect. Status normal, intimacy 29. He was somewhat satisfied with her score, but the low intimacy left him speechless. He had spent at least 300 to 500,000 on her, yet only reached 29 intimacy. The girl walked up to him and smiled. "Xiaoga, have you been waiting long?" Yang Fan nodded with a grin. "Yeah, over 10 minutes. How are you going to make it up to me?" "Let's go. He'll treat you to a big feast," Xiaolu said, then naturally linked her arm with his, completely at ease. Yang Fan certainly didn't refuse her intimate gesture. After all, she was a stunning beauty. They headed toward the taxi stand outside the airport. A few minutes later, the two beauties they had encountered earlier were standing by the parking lot entrance, as if waiting for someone. "Jing Jing, look. Isn't that the guy who tried to chat you up?" Gong Jing followed her friend's gaze and saw Yang Fan and Xiaolu walking over arm in arm, looking very close. When they got a clear look at Xiaolu, the friend was startled. "Wow, his girlfriend is that pretty, and he still tried to hit on you. What a scumbag. But seriously, when did the bar for scumbags get so low?" Gong Jing agreed wholeheartedly. A man with no standout qualities was already being a scumbag. How ridiculous. What surprised her most was that he had managed to find a girlfriend almost as attractive as herself. Normally, whether he was a scumbag or not didn't concern her, but knowing he had a girlfriend and still tried to approach her made her feel annoyed. She decided to teach him a lesson. So she strode over toward Yang Fan and Xiaolu on her long legs. "Hey Jing Jing, where are you going?" Her friend called after her, but Gong Jing just waved without stopping or answering. Facing the sudden drop in intimacy, Yang Fan didn't care. He was chatting with Xiaolu. But he noticed the high-scoring beauty heading his way and felt puzzled. Assuming it was a coincidence, he thought she was just going in the same direction. However, Gong Jing stopped a short distance away, took off her sunglasses to reveal a pair of sparkling eyes, and spoke. "Handsome, you wanted my contact info just now, didn't you? Still want it?" Her plan was simple: expose his scumbag behavior right in front of his girlfriend and see how he explained himself. To her surprise, the scumbag didn't bother to explain at all. He just smiled. After being momentarily stunned by her beauty without the sunglasses, Yang Fan casually pulled out his phone and said, "You can scan me." Gong Jing was baffled by his audacity. She looked at Xiaolu, who remained calm, merely glancing between her and the scumbag with curiosity. What was going on? She couldn't believe it. So she took out her phone, scanned Yang Fan's code, and successfully added him on WeChat. Then she looked at Xiaolu again, who only furrowed her brow slightly before relaxing, remaining composed. "Really? Your boyfriend adds another girl's WeChat right in front of you, and you don't react strongly?" Yang Fan had been confused earlier about why this beauty, who had been so cold, suddenly offered him her contact info. But noticing her occasional glances at Xiaolu, he guessed the reason, though he didn't call her out. "They'll be going now? WeChat," he said. Then he left with Xiaolu, leaving Gong Jing standing there bewildered. Her friend, who had watched the whole scene from a distance, approached after a moment and said, "Jing Jing, maybe that girl isn't his girlfriend. Could be a sister or something. Maybe we misunderstood." Gong Jing considered it. It seemed possible given how unflappable the girl was. Before she could respond, her friend added jokingly, "Even if she's his sister, she's not a blood sister. They look nothing alike." That made Gong Jing laugh. "Let's just ask then," she said, shaking her phone mischievously and sending Yang Fan a message. "What's your relationship with that girl?" Yang Fan, who had just gotten into the car, was surprised to see her message. Seeing no reason to hide, he replied, "No real relationship. She's a streamer I watch often." Gong Jing was even more confused after reading that. A beautiful streamer would fly in to meet a loser and act so intimate. She knew something about the streaming industry. Some of her friends were streamers. When would a female streamer make a personal visit? It had to be for the top spender on the leaderboard, or at least the second or third. She couldn't believe they'd visit a broke loser. After thinking it over, she realized she might have misunderstood something. Good thing she hadn't deleted his WeChat and had asked instead. Xiaolu had witnessed everything that had happened earlier, but she had a clear understanding of her relationship with Xiaoyaoge, so she didn't ask, nor did she act jealous or throw a tantrum. In the car, she saw Yang Fan texting and teased him. As expected of Xiaoyaoge. Even I felt my heart skip a beat seeing that beauty just now. You're damn charmed, tsk. Yang Fan put down his phone, pulled Xiaolu into his arms and laughed. I think our Xiaolu is much prettier than her. This was not his boast. The overall attractiveness of the two was not much different, but the gap in purity was huge. A cleaner beauty always attracts men more, of course, provided she is a beauty. Xiaolu rolled her eyes with her lively gaze. Sweet talk. Do you think I believe that? Why wouldn't you believe it? Are you so lacking in confidence? I'm right next to you, and you're only busy chatting with others. I've put down my phone, haven't I? An hour later. The two arrived at a 5-star hotel, where they booked a presidential suite for Xiaolu and put away their luggage. Xiaolu asked, Xiaoyaoge, where are you planning to take me to play? Yang Fan wore a mischievous smile, hugged her, and whispered in her ear. We got up too early today. How about we rest here for a bit? His meaning was obvious. How could Xiaolu not understand? Lu Xiaolu, intimacy too damn. You voluntarily dropped, and didn't you have any preparation for this? The intimacy was already low, and it dropped so easily. Xiaolu moved her head away from his shoulder, looked at him with a smile, and said, Xiaoyaoge, don't be impatient. I'm not feeling well these days. After saying that, she observed Yang Fan's expression. Yang Fan narrowed his eyes. What did this girl mean? If he hadn't checked Gao Wenwen's information yesterday, and learned that a woman's period would also be displayed in the status column, he might have been fooled. But he didn't call her out. Instead, he released her, and asked calmly. In that case, why did you choose to come today? Xiaolu was about to hug him again, but he gently pushed her away. She pouted and said with a aggrieved look, Xiaoyaoge, don't be angry. I just couldn't help wanting to see you. I came to play with you, and all you can think about is that trivial matter. Xiaolu's main purpose in coming was to use her beauty to captivate him, ideally turning him into her simp, thus supporting her streaming career and having him shower her with gifts. In the end, she valued his money, and there was no real affection between them. It wasn't that she was unwilling to go that far with him. She had some preparation for that aspect. But that would only be a last resort. How could she give it up so easily? So faced with Yang Fan's blunt words, she first used the legitimate excuse of being unwell as a shield, wanting to test if she could consolidate the relationship by just playing ambiguous with him. Yang Fan was a bit annoyed that she had delivered herself to his doorstep, yet wasn't straightforward at all. But then he thought at least she was better than the other two female streamers who hadn't made such moves. The foolish part was that since you've already dropped in on the top spender, why bother with all these roundabout ways? Was it necessary? What was originally a plus-worthy behavior had to be ruined into minus points. He was not willing to play any ambiguous games with her. As a big sucker, his vision should be broad. So he smiled and said, now you've seen me. Forget about playing. I have things to do. Since you're here, make a plan, enjoy yourself for a few days, and then go back. After saying that, he turned to leave. Xiaolu was stunned. How could she not realize she had overplayed her hand? This guy was actually a straight man with a mind full of dirty thoughts. Couldn't he take it slow? So impatient. She hadn't completely refused either, as she had just said she was unwell, right? She had probably even fooled herself with that excuse, unaware that Yang Fan could see her real status at a glance. So she felt a bit aggrieved. But she wouldn't let Yang Fan leave like that. He was clearly angry. She quickly took a few steps and grabbed him. Xiaoyaoge, don't go. Yang Fan was pulled back, so he had to stop and turn to look at her. Something else. The girl blushed, looking embarrassed, and whispered something in his ear. It was clear she knew she had messed up and was trying to make amends. She really hadn't expected that he would just leave despite her being a beauty, and even began to doubt her own attractiveness. After hearing her, Yang Fan was taken aback for a moment, then shook his head. No need. He was about to shake off her hand, but she tightened her grip and refused to let go. She said in a somewhat coquettish tone, it should be over in a couple of days. Can't Xiaoyaoge bear with it for just 1 or 2 days for me? She had come to solidify their relationship, though. She didn't want to end up making things worse after dropping in. Faced with this situation beyond her control, she had no choice but to compromise reluctantly. Yang Fan felt this was more reasonable. Unfortunately, this girl's intimacy with him was low. To gain rewards, he could only slowly cultivate it. Fortunately, low intimacy didn't mean much. It only affected the rewards. Why didn't you do this earlier? Lu Xiaolu took over with a dissatisfied look. Are you satisfied now? I have to start fixing my makeup. Bad man. Yang Fan smiled, stood up, and gently hugged her. After you finish your makeup, I'll take you out for a stroll, and we'll do some shopping. The girl rolled her eyes at him, and said quite Sundra, you know what's good for you. Half an hour later, they headed straight to the mall. This place was almost every girl's favorite, especially when going with someone like Yang Fan, who was not short of money and willing to buy. it would definitely be a joyful shopping trip. So the mall became his go-to place for picking up girls. Once inside, Xiao Lu didn't hold back and bought a lot of luxury goods. Lu Xiaolu Intimacy 5. When they reached Zhou Dafu, Yang Fan paused, because he saw an acquaintance, his ex-girlfriend Li Zhilan. At that moment she was with a man who looked about 30 years old, choosing earrings at the counter. She also saw Yang Fan and the other person approaching. Her eyes first looked at Xiao Lu in disbelief, then swept over the bags they were carrying, revealing a surprised expression. How could this be? Then her gaze turned quite complicated. She never expected to meet her ex-boyfriend in such a manner. Not only was he accompanied by a young and beautiful girl whom she had to admit was attractive, but they had also bought so many luxury goods. She simply couldn't understand what was going on. She glanced gloomily at the glasses man beside her, feeling as if she had lost something. The glasses man noticed her unusual behavior and asked curiously, "Darling, what's wrong?" She shook her head. "Nothing." She then lowered her head and continued selecting, pretending not to know Yang Fan. Yang Fan had initially considered whether to switch to another store, but later felt that being too deliberate would make him appear inferior. It was better to stay calm. Although he managed to conceal it well, Xiao Lu beside him noticed something. Her eyes lingered on Li Zhilan for a moment, then she looked at Yang Fan and said with a beaming smile, "Hubby, you've bought so many things for me today. I want to buy you a gift too. Let's go over there and choose one." She deliberately raised her voice slightly to ensure Li Zhilan could hear. Sure enough, as soon as she finished speaking, she attracted the attention of everyone around. Even the glasses man was amazed by her figure and looks. After casting a jealous glance at Yang Fan, he curled his lips disdainfully and muttered inwardly, "Another flower planted on a dung heap." Only Li Zhilan casually glanced over and continued pretending to choose items, but her heart was a mix of emotions. In just a few months this guy had become rich. She felt as if she had missed out on a lot. Yang Fan saw Xiao Lu deliberately calling him hubby and pointing out that he was buying things for her, and he knew that the girl had probably figured it out. Sometimes smart, sometimes foolish. Since Xiao Lu was so cooperative, he certainly wouldn't say much. "All right, but I have a condition." "What condition?" "You choose, I pay. Keep your own money for yourself." Xiao Lu was stunned for a moment, then broke into a smile. "Hubby is so good." The salesperson, seeing a potential sale, quickly came over to attend to them. Xiao Lu then helped him pick out a necklace priced at over 30,000. He didn't care much, the system would probably not allow him to sell it for cash, so wearing it occasionally as an accessory was fine. After paying, he said to the salesperson, "Show her some women's necklaces and bracelets." The salesperson was ecstatic, having just closed a deal of over 30,000, and now the customer was buying more. She enthusiastically attended to them. "Sure, handsome. Miss, come take a look at this." Xiao Lu didn't stand on ceremony and started picking herself. On the other side, Li Zhilan was ostensibly choosing earrings, but her mind was completely elsewhere. Her mind was in turmoil, repeatedly echoing, "How could this be? How could this be?" The others around finally understood why Yang Fan, so ordinary-looking, had such a beautiful companion. It was because of his financial power. Sure enough, true love was all nonsense. After spending another 40,000, Yang Fan said dotingly to Xiao Lu, "Let's go. Let's see what else we can browse." Xiao Lu looked at the items in her hands and made a wry face. "Hubby, we already have a lot of things. How about we call it a day? Let's take these back and shop another day." Yang Fan nodded. "All right, well, come again next time." With that, he led the girl out of Chow Tai Fook. Li Zhilan looked up at their departing figures, appearing as if she wanted to say something, but finally let out a sigh. After they left the mall, Xiao Lu asked eagerly, "So, Xiaoyao, good, didn't I perform well?" Yang Fan smiled. "You did great. How did you figure it out?" A woman's intuition is very accurate. I could tell at a glance that the girl's look at you was off, so I guess she must be your simp. That's why I helped drive away the flies." "What? A simp? With such judgment you dare to boast about women's intuition?" But he didn't say anything. A simp is a simp. Actually, it wasn't Xiao Lu's fault for misunderstanding. In her heart, Yang Fan was a generous tycoon who casually threw money around. How could he possibly fancy such an average-looking woman? So she never even thought in the direction of an ex-girlfriend who she simply assumed the other woman was a former admirer who had been rejected by Xiaoyao Ge. After returning to the hotel, they felt exhausted from shopping and didn't bother to go out for dinner, so they ordered food directly in the hotel. After dinner, they played games until evening, when Xiao Lu said, "Xiaoyao Ge, I'm going to start streaming." Yang Fan waved his hand. "Go ahead. They'll drop by your stream later." Then he lay on the bed, and most of the time his Douyin account was logged into Xiao Lu's stream, and of course, he didn't skimp on gifts. It could be said that it was the most he had gifted Xiao Lu in recent times. The girl was overjoyed, thinking to herself, "My efforts really paid off, and it's a small investment with huge returns. This is a huge win." While playing on his phone, Yang Fan suddenly received a message. It was from Gong Jing. "What are you doing?" "Watching a stream." In a high-end apartment, Gong Jing, dressed in cool attire, was lounging lazily on the sofa. Her curvaceous figure was like a ripe peach, enough to stir anyone's desire. Fortunately, there was no man around, or he would surely find it thrilling. While messaging a friend, she saw Yang Fan's WeChat. She thought that after adding her, he had only chatted a little and then gone silent. She also wondered if at this hour he was doing something intimate with that female streamer. So on a whim, she sent him a message, not expecting him to reply. Do you like watching streams that much? Not really. It's quite interesting. Are you one of those legendary top donors? Yeah. That was true. He was the undisputed top donor in the few streams he frequented. Gong Jing's eyes lit up when he admitted it, thinking to herself, indeed. I almost missed it. No wonder there were rumors that some wealthy people liked to keep a low profile. Now it seemed to be true. You are so low-key. Yang Fan thought to himself. I don't want to be low-key either, but what can I do when conditions don't allow? He was about to reply when he saw a picture sent by her. Curious, he looked. Chanel Perfume Collector's Edition 200 milliliters, priced at $3,358. He was stunned when he saw the picture. He had just sent the question mark when he noticed she had recalled the image. Send it to the wrong person. I meant to send it to my bestie for advice. Yang Fan rolled his eyes at the message. Do you think I believe that? He wondered what she was up to. After much deliberation, he sensed two possibilities. One, she was subtly hinting that she desired it, testing his reaction. Yet they were not that acquainted, as surely she wouldn't resort to such a sycophantic tactic to exploit him so soon. Such a move would seem rather imprudent on her part. Two, perhaps it was truly a mistaken message. But Gong Jing, who had maintained an aloof demeanor during the day, was now actively initiating conversation and replying instantly. Coupled with her relatively low innocence score and the surge in intimacy upon learning he was the top donor, these signs strongly suggested she was likely a gold digger. Yang Fan chuckled, inwardly unafraid of gold diggers, as he planned to enjoy the benefits without any cost. He decided to test her, transferring 35,000 yuan directly with a message, buy 10 bottles if you like them. Gong Jing was visibly unsettled upon seeing the transfer. Her subtle scheme was to hint at her desire for the perfume, intending to immediately refund any money sent, thereby crafting an image of herself as not being materialistic to win his favor. Returning 3,000 yuan was a small price for her to pay to gain his goodwill, a truly worthwhile exchange. But he defied expectations by transferring 35,000 yuan for 10 bottles. Was she supposed to drink them all? This dilemma troubled her, yet she realized this was a tycoon who could casually gift such a sum to a woman he barely knew. Her heart surged with delight, yet she resolved not to accept the money. She promptly returned it, replying, "Why are you transferring money to me?" Oh, she didn't accept it. Take it. It's just perfume. If you like it, buy it. We're not short on cash. Gong Jing was speechless. His tone sounded as if she were his girlfriend, but were they even close? Cut it out. I'll buy it myself if I want to. It's just perfume, am not lacking either. Final tip it to a female streamer then. What the hell? Was he a devil? Was it really appropriate to show her that message? Wasn't he trying to woo her? She admitted to feeling irked, especially at the thought of the 30,000+ yuan meant for her being lavished on a female streamer. How could she not be frustrated? I feel like cursing. Yang Fan found it amusing, thinking she truly didn't care about the money. What's wrong? Nothing, I'm going to shower. Gong Jing realized she had no comeback. Since she chose to build rapport, she couldn't very well ask for the money back, could she? But by securing this tycoon, she stood to gain much more in the future. With this realization, her frustration dissipated. Understanding the art of keeping him hooked, she cheerfully went to shower. Yet when she emerged, he hadn't replied, nor did he seem to care if she was upset. What a dense man. She decided not to engage further. There was always tomorrow. Meanwhile, Yang Fan was watching Ollie dance when he heard a sound and saw Xiaolu approaching. Done with your stream? The girl smiled and nodded. I ended early today, worried you'd be bored, so I came to keep you company. Keep me company, my ass. How can you with your time of the month? I was about to leave. Xiaolu looked puzzled. Huh, where are you going? Yang Fan replied matter-of-factly, why do you care? It's torture to sleep next to a beauty and not touch her. He'll come back tomorrow. Hearing this, the girl refused to let him go. She climbed onto the bed and grabbed him. No, I can do it like before. Having just received a hefty tip from Yang Fan, she couldn't afford to let her benefactor leave dreaming of a better life ahead. Yang Fan looked at her tempting little face and cute cherry lips, thinking this might not be bad. He smirked. Then it depends on your performance. You bad man. Look at me. Huh. Xiaolu looked up at him in confusion, her face full of question marks. The next day, Yang Fan woke to find Xiaolu already awake, playing on her phone beside him. She teased upon seeing him stir, "You lazy bum. I'd have starved if you slept any longer." Naturally energized in the morning, Yang Fan felt a surge of desire at her coquettish pout. He said mischievously, "Hungry? Then eat." He reached for her, prompting her to struggle. I don't want to eat that. I want. Gulp. Half an hour later, he took a pouting, sulky Xiaolu out for a lavish meal, barely earning her forgiveness. They then explored the ancient town, savoring local delicacies and taking photos in ethnic costumes. Back at the hotel that evening, the girl whispered to him, "Brother Xiaoyao, my special time is over." Yang Fan wasn't surprised at all, as she had never been on her period, having spun one lie after another to cover it up. Still had reaped other benefits early, a fortunate accident. Unbeknownst to him, the girl had made her decision to avoid further strain. Just as he moved to act, she giggled and ran off. Not now. I need to stream first. Be good and entertain yourself while you wait. Entertain himself indeed. Yang Fan had no choice but to scroll through Douyin. After dropping several more rounds of tips in Zyela's stream, he finally got what he wanted that night. The girl put on a concert. The singing and dancing lasted nearly an hour, exhausting her. Lu Zyela's Intimacy 5. She leaned against him and asked softly, "Brother Xiaoyao, am I your girlfriend now?" Yang Fan paused, noting her intimacy was only 46, not even 60. Was she playing at deep affection? Don't get ahead of yourself. My heart is shattered into many pieces. Be good, let's not talk about feelings. If you perform well, you might earn a tiny shard. After all, the law, while not restricting how many women one can have, only allows marriage to one. He figured with the big sucker system, he'd never marry anyone. Lu Zyela's Intimacy 2. Huh. Before he could grasp why her intimacy rose, Xiaolu said, "I understand. Someone like you needs a match of equal status, or your family won't approve." She was imagining him as a wealthy scion from a powerful family. Yang Fan said indifferently, "I don't plan to get married." Xiaolu was puzzled, then laughed. "Only looking for lovers, not a wife." Yang Fan shook his head. Or rather, only looking for a wife, but without a marriage certificate. Scumbag. Xiaolu scolded, playfully shifting her head on his body, but without reducing intimacy. As for what she was thinking, he had no idea. Perhaps because of this conversation, he then took the girl out to taste many local delicacies and visited several lesser-known attractions. After a full day of fun, her enthusiasm for him remained undiminished, but the intimacy level simply wouldn't increase. He had wanted to quickly reach 60 to obtain the second-level cashback card, but it seemed not so simple. He pondered for a long time and felt the problem must be due to that morning's conversation. Taking the lesson to heart, he thought to himself, in the future, when the intimacy with girls is not high enough, he should not easily shatter their fantasy of marrying him. As for Xiaolu, he could only give her some time to think it over. If she could come to terms, it would be good for both. If not, neither would lose anything. During the evening live stream, Xiaolu saw him tipping her over 100,000, as usual, appearing somewhat distracted. On one hand, she felt being his lover was not bad, as it could elevate her and her family's living standard by several levels. On the other hand, she felt that she was so beautiful, but could only be a lover, which was quite unwilling. For now, she would just take it step by step. What if she later met someone better and more loving than him? But she would never let Yang Fan know her thoughts. Instead, after going offline, she was even more enthusiastic and proactive with him than the day before. Xiaolu stayed for 2 more days, and the intimacy only increased by 2 points, barely breaking 50. By then, Xiaolu was already preparing to leave, having booked a flight the day before. She hugged Yang Fan, burying her head in his chest, and said, "Xiaoyao, I'm going back now. Next time, let's plan a trip to another place." Yang Fan stroked her smooth long hair. "Okay, if you want to be my woman, don't flirt with other guys when you go back, or our fate ends here." Xiaolu's Intimacy 1 humph. She paused, and then said softly, "I understand." Xiaolu left. They had spent 4 days together, during which they were almost inseparable. These days were filled with nightly revelry, so he planned to rest for a day. After seeing Xiaolu off, he took a taxi directly home from the airport. As the car was driving on the road passing a bus stop near his home, he saw a familiar figure. It was the girl he had helped at the bus stop before. She had just gotten off the bus and was walking on the road with a small bag. He hesitated for a moment and then said, "Driver, stop at the intersection ahead." The driver drove a bit further and then slowly pulled over. After paying and getting off, he felt a bit conflicted. He thought, if I go over and initiate a conversation, would it reveal too much of my neediness? Then he decided to just stand at the intersection and create a chance encounter, letting her recognize him first. After all, judging by the direction she was walking, this was the only way she would pass. So he stood by the roadside, pretending to play on his phone, waiting for the girl to slowly come this way. Detected valid consumption target. View information. Yes. He had forgotten to check last time and only remembered when the girl left, but it was too late. Name Feng Yuding, age 23, height 165, weight 50, overall appearance 90, 99, status normal, intimacy 25. The number was 1. Weight 99. An appearance score of 90. Such a high score surprised him, and he was also amazed that the girl's intimacy with him had reached 25. He only helped her with a small favor, so it was clear that the crazy guy must have scared her badly, leaving a deep impression of him. Feng Yuding had just gotten off work and was planning to visit her grandmother's house. While walking, she suddenly saw a figure at the intersection ahead that felt familiar. She walked and thought until she got closer and suddenly remembered who it was, but without seeing his face, she wasn't sure. So she hurried a few steps forward, came to him, and said in surprise, "Little brother, it's really you." Then Yang Fan turned around and carefully looked at her. First, a delicate face with fine features caught his eyes with light makeup. Her figure was well proportioned, with the same bun hairstyle as that day, wearing a light blue short dress, high-heeled sandals revealing fair long legs. If the first impression of her in professional attire that day was stunning and smart, then today she was pure and beautiful. Although from Yang Fan's perspective, he didn't see how her overall appearance was higher than Gong Jing and Gu Ruijia. He felt each had their own merits. Gong Jing's plus points were her large bust and black stockings, which were very sexy, and her height was also a plus. Gu Ruijia won because she looked very young and tender, plus the seductive JK uniform. Yang Fan really couldn't resist that youthful girl vibe. Feng Yuting's dress was relatively ordinary, relying entirely on her looks and figure. If she dressed up like the other two, she might show obvious advantages. After all, the system's judgment was definitely better than his own. Yang Fan thought silently. Feng Yuting saw him staring at her in a daze and asked with amusement, "Haven't remembered. Want me to give a hint?" Yang Fan showed a smile. "How could that be? My memory isn't that bad. Nice to meet you again." "Yeah, nice to meet you again. Let me formally introduce myself. I'm Feng Yuting. Thank you for your help last time." Yang Fan with the characters would and E for Yang and ordinary for Fan. "It was just a small favor last time. It might be a small favor to you, but not to me. Let's exchange contact information. They'll treat you to a meal another day." There was no reason to refuse. Wasn't this exactly why he got off early, to create a chance encounter? After successfully adding each other on WeChat, the beauty asked, "Brother Yang, do you live near here?" "Yes, and you?" "Emma, my grandmother lives here. I occasionally come to keep her company." Since they were going the same way for a while, they chatted while walking. Yang Fan began to deliberately inquire about her information. "That day I saw you wearing professional attire. What do you do?" The beauty was quite open and said casually, "I sell cosmetics in a mall." "Boss?" "No, I'm just an employee. But you can grow and become a boss." "Which mall?" "They'll come by and support your business." The beauty hesitated upon hearing this, knowing he meant well, and as a young person the chance he would need to buy such things was high. He could become a potential customer, so she said, "I'm at the Chanel counter in Hunter International. Brother Yang, if you need anything you can contact me, and he'll try to give you a discount." "No problem." After walking together for a while, their paths diverged, forcing Yang Fan to bid farewell to the beautiful woman. Fortunately, they had exchanged contact information, and he had gleaned considerable information. Upon returning home, he took out his phone and saw messages from Gong Jing and Gu Ruijia. "Gu Ruijia, brother, I miss you. When will you be free?" "They'll meet you tomorrow or the day after." "Gong Jing, I've arrived in the capital. They'll bring you some local specialties when I'm back." Gong Jing was a flight attendant for China Southern Airlines. This trip to the capital explained why Yang Fan had encountered her at the airport before. A few days ago, when he scrolled through her moments, he saw only recent posts featuring high-end venues, exquisite food, and selfies. He hadn't scrolled further down. It was through their occasional chats that he learned her profession. "What specialties does the capital have?" "Doozer. I can't stand that stuff." Then he opened Douyin, and the first thing that popped up was a live streaming feed of an unfamiliar beautiful woman, pushed by the algorithm. Valid consumer detected. What a coincidence. After spending some time on Douyin, he had realized one thing: genuine beauties on this platform were few and far between. Even several top-tier internet celebrities who appeared quite attractive didn't even reach an 80 score. It was all thanks to beauty filters and leg-lengthening effects. Fake beauties were everywhere. So encountering a female streamer who triggered a system prompt on his very first login felt too coincidental. The streamer named Pikachu had a sweet face and a lovely smile. She was currently chatting animatedly with her viewers. "You all saw the last round, right? When I drew the knight card, I was like a holy knight. I didn't even bother to stab those little werewolf pups except for the werewolf beauty. No boasting at all. Tell me, wasn't it because I stabbed the werewolf beauty that the good guys won? Wasn't I the one who carried the team? That's what you call a stunning comeback." "Welcome, Ban Shi Xiaoyao, big brother." Yang Fan was taken aback as soon as he entered. This bowtie stream had over 6,000 viewers, a considerable number. After listening for a while, he realized she was a werewolf game streamer who had just finished an offline competition and was now reviewing the game and chatting with viewers. Though he didn't play werewolf much, he was a bit rusty. That didn't stop him from sending gifts to the beautiful woman. Ban Shi Xiaoyao sent a carnival. The bowtie's chatter paused as the carnival special effect appeared, and she said in a slightly calm tone, "Thank you, brother Ban Shi, for the carnival." Then she put her hands above her head to form a heart and was about to continue chatting. Ban Shi Xiaoyao sent Carnival X2. "Thank you, brother Ban Shi, for another carnival." Ban Shi Xiaoyao sent Carnival X3. Ban Shi Xiaoyao sent Carnival X4. Ban Shi Xiaoyao sent Carnival X5. Whoa. "Thank you, brother Ban Shi, for 506, 708. Thank you, brother Ban Shi, for all these carnivals." As she was thanking him, she realized the carnivals kept coming without pause, the screen brimming with one special effect after another. She cried out in astonishment, covering her mouth with her hands and staring wide-eyed. Ban Shi Xiaoyao sent Carnival X17. Yang Fan stopped after sending 17. Not only was the girl ecstatic, but the viewers were also thrilled. "Awesome. Holy crap, that's insane. How many was that?" 17 carnivals. A rich guy has arrived. Epic, big brother. So fierce. Isn't that brother Xiaoyao? He's come to favor Lightning today. Lightning, grab his leg. What rich guy? Brother Xiaoyao is a genuine tycoon. While viewers were spamming with excitement, quite a few clearly recognized him. He had already gained some fame. Pikachu mostly streamed during offline competitions, so she wasn't very familiar with Yang Fan, the newly rising Tycoon, but that didn't diminish her excitement. She quickly realized she should call him Brother Xiaoyao instead of Brother Banshur, and promptly switched to the correct address. Thank you, Brother Xiaoyao, for the treats. Brother Xiaoyao, you're amazing. Go for a PK. As soon as that message appeared on the screen, viewers began typing Brother Xiaoyao says go for a PK. Naturally, the streamers seized the opportunity. Alright, I'll go right now. I've been wanting to smash Brother Cannon for a while. She quickly connected to a male streamer who grinned and said, Little Lightning, why are you linking me? The beauty shook her fist in a faux fierce manner. I'm gonna smash you. The male streamer's grin widened. Smash me. Haven't you lost enough? Cut the crap. If you lose, my previous punishment is cancelled, and from now on, whenever you see me, you'll respectfully call me Sister Lightning. Deal? Oh, looks like you've got a backer tonight. I've heard a lot of people saying you have a big brother on your side. In or out? One word. And if you lose, name it. If you lose, you bring me late-night snacks after every competition. Deal? They were both regulars in offline competitions, so the penalties were kept light. Yang Fan didn't mind. When they reconnected for the PK, he sent out 17 carnivals in rapid succession, instantly crushing the opponent's health bar. The male streamer's eyes widened as he stared at the health bar, muttering something. Yang Fan couldn't hear him because his mic was muted, but he was definitely rallying for votes. Sure enough, the opponent's health bar was slowly recovering, indicating many were voting for him. Fortunately, Yang Fan also had plenty of viewers contributing, keeping them firmly in the lead. Pikachu shouted, Guys, even though we're ahead, don't let your guard down. The opponent is fierce. Oh, I've never beaten them before. With Brother Xiaoyao here today, let me win this one. Any brothers with votes, lend a hand. Banshur Xiaoyao sent Carnival X2. Banshur Xiaoyao sent Carnival X17. As soon as the beauty finished her plea, Yang Fan sent another 17 carnivals, swish, 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 pushing the opponent's hard-won health bar far away again. She instantly covered her mouth with both hands, ecstatic. Brother Xiaoyao, you're too amazing. Haha, we've got this in the bag. Thank you, Brother Xiaoyao. Brothers, you can relax now. We've won this round. No matter how fierce the opponent is, can they beat my Brother Xiaoyao? I'm not bragging. We don't even need to defend the tower. I could lend a few carnivals to the opponent, and they still wouldn't catch up. But no sooner had she spoken than Banshur Xiaoyao sent Carnival X2. Banshur Xiaoyao sent Carnival X17. Then Yang Fan sent another round of carnival gifts. Holy crap. Brother Xiaoyao is awesome. He's about to crush that hillbilly across the way. Haha. The beauty was so excited she stopped calling him Brother Cannon and just called him hillbilly. The viewers were also abuzz with a flood of awesome and too fierce filling the screen. Although the PK wasn't over yet, the opponent's votes had barely moved. As it neared the end, the male streamer gave up when he saw the score of 1783964 to 619857. He couldn't even reach the other zero, making it impossible to snipe. He reluctantly opened his mic and said, Little Lightning, you've got such a fierce big brother there. He's really ruthless. 1,700,000 votes. Can we still have fun playing together? Ha ha ha. How fierce our Brother Xiaoyao is, do I even need to tell you? What? Still calling me Little Lightning? Don't you know what it means to accept the consequences of losing a bet? Sister Lightning. Sister Lightning is awesome. Are you satisfied now? Little hillbilly, be good. From now on, call me sister whenever you see me. Want another round? They'll give you a chance to get revenge. Forget it, we don't have the conditions today. They'll get my revenge another day. Go find Ching Ching. Then the two disconnected and Pikachu asked in the stream, Brother Xiaoyao, do you want to go again? Yang Fan replied indifferently, yes. Alright, my sister Lightning has finally held her head high for once. Then she connected with another female streamer named Ching Ching, who was also very pretty, but didn't get any system notification. As soon as they connected, Ching Ching said, Little Lightning, you just finished crushing Brother Cannon, and now you want to crush me. That the other party knew about the previous event so quickly was something Pikachu hadn't expected. It must have been that after the last PK ended, some viewers ran over to the other stream and leaked it. Her smile was unstoppable. What do you mean by crush? Nothing like that. I just want to have a PK with you, Ching Ching. Do you think I believe you? With a big brother backing you up, you're pretty confident. Spill it. What's the punishment? First, let me be clear. If it's too harsh, I won't accept. You're obviously prepared. Hey, am I that kind of person? The punishment will be the same as little hillbillies. If you lose, you'll call me sister whenever you see me. If I lose, not only will I call you sister, but I'll also bring you midnight snacks every time we compete. How about that? Pretty fair, right? Pretty fair, right? Clearly the beauty had seen Yang Fan's generosity and was now getting carried away. Fine. I accept. Reconnect. Ching Ching knew she was very likely to lose, but still accepted because they often competed together and had a good relationship. She knew that a generous big brother had come to Pikachu's stream today, and she hoped her friend would be pampered more by him and get enough. She had to admit she had a good heart. Some fake sisters would probably let jealousy take over first in such a situation. The PK had just started and Yang Fan, as usual, sent 17 carnivals. The female streamer played music, making heart gestures with her hands while shouting excitedly, Long live Brother Xiaoyao. So fierce. So fierce. I love you to death. The opponent's firepower was clearly insufficient, much weaker than the male streamers earlier. The female streamer played music, making heart gestures with her hands while shouting excitedly, "Long live Brother Xiaoyao. So fierce. So fierce. I love you to death." The opponent's firepower was clearly insufficient, much weaker than the male streamers earlier. This was normal. The male streamer was very good at the werewolf game, so he had many fans, and the number of people in his stream was even greater than the two girls combined. When Yang Fan was about to launch a second round, he noticed that the opponent wasn't catching up, so he hesitated for a moment and decided to hold back. Awesome. He'll send one too. Haha, the opponent's health bar is barely moving. He'll send a rocket too. Brother Xiaoyao makes a move, and it seems we don't need to use our votes. He'll just send a few little hearts to cheer on. Brother Xiaoyao is incredibly fierce, sending 17 carnivals at a time. Does he have a mine at home? 17 must be Brother Xiaoyao's lucky number. Yang Fan stopped, but the viewers here were unknowingly driven by him, and various gifts kept flying, causing the opponent to be unable to catch up. So the opponent opened the mic. Ching Ching said with a wry smile, "Your big brother comes and puts up a ridiculous number right away. How am I supposed to catch up?" Pikachu laughed and said, "Are you admitting defeat?" "Yes. My sister Lightning, I admit defeat." Haha. When Yang Fan heard her admit defeat, he casually sent another round. Ban Shi Xiaoyao sent Carnival 3. Ban Shi Xiaoyao sent Carnival 17. The two female streamers were stunned. Ching Ching then reacted and said pitifully, "It seems admitting defeat was wise. Your big brother is too fierce. Is this considered corpse kicking?" Pikachu didn't understand either, but explained, "How could it be? Brother Xiaoyao only sent those because you admitted defeat. He originally kept them in case you tried to snipe." Ching Ching was speechless. "Your big brother really thinks highly of me, keeping 500,000 votes to prevent me from sniping. Brother Xiaoyao, stop sending. I can't snipe, really can't snipe." After they disconnected, Pikachu never mentioned PK again. She had already had enough from these two rounds. Judging by Brother Xiaoyao's generosity, she absolutely believed he could send much more, but she knew she couldn't be greedy. Otherwise she would leave a bad impression on the big brother. As long as she maintained a good relationship with him, why worry about not having enough opportunities in the future? Taking it step by step was the way. After playing in the stream for a while, Yang Fan went to Xiela's stream to watch her. The necessary step of sending gifts was certainly not missed. When Pikachu saw the notifications of his carnivals continuously floating across the screen, she thought to herself, was she too hasty? She had underestimated the generosity of the wealthy. This man was just too extravagant. In another stream, the Daimao sisters, who were playing on an acupressure mat, often noticed the notifications of Yang Fan's carnivals floating by, and they were filled with envy. Ever since Yang Fan had visited and sent them gifts last time, he hadn't come again. The two sisters were too embarrassed to contact him, proactively afraid of leaving a bad impression. These days, although they were tired from streaming, small gifts kept coming in steadily, and their income was pretty good. The only pity was that they hadn't seen any carnivals. Dai Dai was hopping on the acupressure mat, while Mao Mao was holding her phone replying to viewers' messages, when suddenly she saw Level 53 Ban Shi Xiaoyao has arrived. She shouted with surprise, "Ah, welcome Brother Xiaoyao." Then the screen showed the carnival effect. Ban Shi Xiaoyao sent Carnival 2. Ban Shi Xiaoyao sent Carnival 17. This was Yang Fan's usual move, send a round first upon entering. Dai Dai, who was hopping while wincing in pain, involuntarily stopped upon hearing her sister's call. Dai Dai asked with delightful surprise, "Mao Mao, is it Brother Xiaoyao?" Just having received 17 luxury yachts, Mao Mao appeared very pleased and nodded with a smile. You can come down now, oh Brother Xiaoyao is in control." Dai Dai, excited, stepped off the spiky mat and exclaimed loudly, "Welcome Brother Xiaoyao. Brother Xiaoyao, save me. They're all bullying me." At this moment, the viewers began to repeatedly tag Yang Fan. "Bungshi Xiaoyao, Brother Xiao, I'll make Dai Dai continue. She's been bouncing for ages and will surely go crazy soon." "Bungshi Xiaoyao, Brother Xiaoyao, make Dai Dai roll endlessly on the spiky mat. That'll be more exciting than bouncing." "Bungshi Xiaoyao, Brother Xiaoyao, like last time, make the two sisters dance Pure Land of Bliss until they cry. That'll have a unique flavor." "What's going on? You all know this Tycoon. Pure Land of Bliss on the spiky mat. That's doable, hee. The Tycoon knows how to have fun. Awesome. Comes in with 17 luxury yachts. With that much money, why not hit a high-end club with pretty girls? Brother Xiaoyao is so foolish." Then Yang Fan started typing. "Why are you bullying our Dai Dai again? Play some nightclub medleys, or let Mao Mao go up and dance, or let Dai Dai rest." Dai Dai jumped up happily upon seeing his message. "Yay, Jay. Long live Brother Xiaoyao. I knew Brother Xiaoyao is the best to Dai Dai." She paused, then pointed at the spiky mat and said with a fierce yet cute tone, "Mao Mao, get up there, he'll play the music for you." She felt her guardian angel had arrived. Now she feared no one. Mao Mao's face fell. Last time Brother Xiaoyao had protected Dai Dai, and now history was repeating itself. Today was going to be rough. But thinking of the many luxury yachts she had received, she felt a bit elated inside. When the booming music started, she had no choice but to step onto the spiky mat and bounce rhythmically to the beat. Her current state perfectly embodied the saying pain and pleasure intertwined. Dida meanwhile munched on sunflower seeds and complained to Yang Fan looking pitiful. Brother Xiaoyao, you don't know, while you were away they all picked on me alone. Mao Mao said I wouldn't be allowed to rest until I cried. As she spoke, the little girl pursed her lips, stopped munching, and wore an expression on the verge of tears, looking utterly adorable. Bungshi Xiaoyao, then why didn't you message me to come rescue you? Can I? You can tattle, I'll help you deal with Mao Mao whenever I'm free. Huh, great. Finger heart. Alright, I'm giving you the authority, I'll punish Mao Mao however you want, and don't stop until you make her cry. Dida thanked him again, then turned to Mao Mao, who was bouncing, with a mischievous smile like a little devil. First let you party for 10 minutes, then roll continuously for 20 minutes, I'll think of the rest later. Mao Mao, spinning her hands in a flower hand move, glared at Dida with fierce eyes and gritted her teeth. Dida, think carefully. You're so cocky while Brother Xiaoyao is here, but he won't come every day. Dida's lips trembled again. Brother Xiaoyao, she's threatening me. This little girl learned how to tattle quickly. Yang Fan found her pitiful look amusing. Don't worry, I'll visit often. If Mao Mao dares to bully you with the viewers again, you can pay her back double when I'm here. Dida instantly cheered up, looking at Mao Mao with a proud expression. Bring it on. Let's hurt each other. With Brother Xiaoyao here, do you think I'm afraid? Though Mao Mao wore a pained look, she was secretly overjoyed. Her earlier words had been a test of Brother Xiaoyao's attitude, and he had clearly indicated he would visit frequently. This was undoubtedly great news. How could she not be happy? Given his lavish generosity, even if she had to suffer a bit, what was that compared to a mountain of luxury yachts? Since they had chosen to livestream this way, they were already mentally prepared for such hardships. Though the sisters were young, they had learned through exposure that making money is tough and shit is hard to eat. Yang Fan stayed in their livestream for a while, then dropped another 17 luxury yachts before leaving. By then he felt somewhat tired, perhaps due to the previous day's overexertion. So he put down his phone and went to sleep early. The next day he woke up to find several unread messages on his phone, and one person's action brought a smile to his face. That person was the first female streamer he had tipped after acquiring the system, Shasa's young heart. She had transferred 6100 yuan to him at midnight the previous day, along with a message. Happy Children's Day, Brother Xiaoyao. People say a man is forever a boy, I hope you have a smooth day, and stay happy every day. This legal lawless gesture suited him perfectly. Wasn't principal capital exactly what he needed most right now? She had delivered it to him. In fact, it was easy to see that she was acting, because last time on May 20th, after transferring money and offering blessings, she had received returns far beyond her expectations. So finally having another holiday to look forward to, she naturally wanted to express her feelings again. From her perspective, what Yang Fan appreciated was her attitude and blessings, as she would never have guessed that he actually valued the small amount of money she transferred. Therefore, whenever a holiday matched Yang Fan's profile, it was her time to shine. Even if no holiday matched, she would find a way to make it fit. To this, and she had cleverly come up with the reason a man is forever a boy to align with Children's Day, a thoughtful touch. What more could be said? Money that complied with the system's rules was a fool's loss not to accept. Received your kindness. After accepting the money, his principal now exceeded 1100 yuan. Delighted, he also checked the messages from others. Sadly, none of them had such foresight. Among them, some girls had sent holiday greetings, but no money, while Gu Weijia had directly expressed wanting to spend Children's Day with him. Perhaps they subconsciously assumed Yang Fan wouldn't be short of such petty cash, and thus didn't bother to flatter him. The main problem was that he couldn't even hint at it for fear that the big spender system would deem him not a sucker and simply leave. Where would he find someone to reason with? Then he thought since he had nothing better to do, he might as well go out. And for a lavish meal, he needed a companion. So he messaged Gu Weijia, let's eat. Okay, big brother, I'll put on makeup now, wait for me a moment, I'll be quick. It's already noon, and you haven't put on makeup yet. I didn't know if you were free today, big brother, so I hadn't planned to go out. Then hurry up. Gu Weijia was overjoyed upon receiving a message from Yang Fan in her rented room. She quickly got up, sat at the vanity, and began meticulously applying her makeup. Her best friend and roommate Shanshan walked to the door and asked curiously, hey, did you know there's an event today? Gu Weijia was taken aback. What event? You didn't know? Then why did you suddenly start putting on makeup? The girl glanced at Shanshan and replied matter-of-factly, my wealthy brother invited me to dinner, of course I need to put on makeup. You're going out. No kidding. Shanshan hesitated. Didn't Sister Yuan take on a commercial gig at a KTV a few days ago? She just called saying she's short-handed and wants us to fill in. Can you make it back by afternoon? Gu Weijia looked at her speechlessly. Do I still need to take on any gigs now? Do I care about those petty pennies? From now on I'm not accepting any more events or offline companionship. Nothing is more important than accompanying my wealthy brother. Shanshan felt envious and rolled her eyes. Little Rurei, you're getting carried away. They'll turn it down for you. She knew that her friend had recently latched onto a wealthy man, easily obtaining a pile of luxury goods and a couple 100,000 pocket money. While feeling envious and jealous, she could also understand her choice. If it were her, she too would look down on such a pittance, even declaring proudly, even a dog wouldn't take a gig like this. But she wasn't blessed with such luck. Modeling at a KTV could earn her several hundred each time. She wished she could do it every day. Gu Ruijia laughed. Huh, I do feel like I'm getting carried away. Shan Shan didn't bother her further and went back to her room to put on makeup. Meanwhile, Yang Fan waited a while before receiving a message from Gu Ruijia, saying she was ready to leave. He booked a ride-hailing car and headed to the same Michelin 2-star Chinese restaurant where he had dined with Chen Si before. He had enjoyed the food last time, so he decided to go again. Gu Ruijia lived closer, so by the time he arrived, she was already waiting at the entrance. Seeing him, the little beauty trotted over and hugged him warmly. Brother, I missed you. Yang Fan didn't know how much of that was true, but it sounded pleasant. He noticed that today she was wearing a different colored JK uniform, with white stockings on her long legs, a slight departure from her usual style. It seemed that after discovering he liked her in JK outfits, she had bought several different colors and styles to wear and cater to his tastes. She certainly had a bit of cunning. With a smack, Yang Fan slapped the girl's pert bottom through her short skirt. The girl protested immediately. Bad brother, you hit me there again. She pinched him twice, causing a slight pain. He deliberately grimaced. Ouch, it hurts. Huh. His acting scared the little beauty, who quickly let go and changed from pinching to rubbing, saying nervously, Brother, did I hurt you? I didn't mean it. Let me rub it for you. Yang Fan took her hand and smiled. Just kidding. Let's go eat. He led her toward the restaurant entrance. A few passers-by who had been watching them wore black lines on their faces. One chubby man in his 20s who had been secretly admiring Gu Ruijia blurted out, I was just quietly enjoying the view of a beauty, and suddenly I'm force-fed dog food. So unexpected. Not only him, but some other passers-by also had dark faces. I was just passing by looking for a place to eat, and now I feel full from eating dog food. They're spreading dog food everywhere. So uncultured. Damn, now I know where I lost. It's because the guy eats at a Michelin 2-star restaurant for lunch while I'm stuck with noodles. I'm envious. I need to work hard to make money and find a similar girl. Inside the restaurant, Yang Fan and Gu Ruijia, already ordering, were unaware of the dog food they had inadvertently fed to many passers-by. The little beauty now knew her wealthy brother was loaded, so she ordered whatever she wanted without checking the prices, unlike their first meal together. She ordered everything she craved, not even glancing at the prices. After ordering, she asked deliberately, Brother, it's a holiday today. Should we order a bottle of red wine to celebrate? Yang Fan was puzzled. Didn't you say you don't drink? The girl's face flushed. Actually, I can have a little, but I'm not a good drinker. In her mind, she thought, when we first met you were a total stranger to me. Why would I drink with you? I just made up an excuse that I didn't drink. I didn't expect you to remember that detail. Yang Fan didn't mind such trivial matters. Let's order one then. Okay. When the dishes were served, Gu Ruijia took out her phone and started taking photos, then asked teasingly, Brother, I accidentally caught you in the photo. Do you mind? If you do, we'll delete it. Yang Fan hesitated, thinking that the little girl might want to post it on her moments to show her commitment. He didn't mind as long as he didn't have to post anything himself. It's fine. The girl's face lit up with joy. Then can I post it on my moments? Go ahead. I'm not someone who can't be seen. Gu Ruijia's intimacy increased by 1 point. Her affection reached 70, a rewarding a level 3 cashback card, one that could be used for 5 cashbacks. What the hell? Yang Fan never expected that simply agreeing to let her post on moments would push her intimacy past 70, earning him the level 3 cashback card. Name Gu Ruijia. Age 19. Height 168 centimeters. Weight 50 kilograms. Overall appearance score 87. Special 97. Status normal. Intimacy 70. She is somewhat dependent on you, and the success rate of confessing your feelings is high. The annotation on intimacy left him speechless. What the hell does success rate of confessing your feelings is high mean? It seemed the system's comments were rather mechanical, not based on the actual relationship between them. That was fine. It was fair and objective. If that was the case, did it mean that as long as the girls reached a high enough intimacy level, they wouldn't leave him even if they knew he was dating multiple people? He supposed it could be understood that way. Just now, when he noticed Gu Ruijia's purity had dropped by 1 point, his heart skipped a beat. Fortunately, he suddenly remembered that it was he who had caused that drop. He almost made a silly mistake. Yang Fan had already understood how the cashback card worked, and he felt that now was not the right time. If he used it when paying the bill later, it would count as a single cashback event, which would be a great loss. So he decided to keep it for now. Gu Ruijia, meanwhile, had already happily posted on her moments. She combined photos of the food, the interior of the restaurant, a side view of Yang Fan, and a beautiful selfie of herself into a single post. The caption was simple. Thank you, big brother, for treating me to a feast, heart, heart, heart. Seeing this, Yang Fan had to admit he had been mistaken. Such a simple caption could hardly be considered an official announcement. But he didn't mind, as it saved him from having to refuse if the girl wanted him to make an official announcement too, which would have required some effort and might have lowered their intimacy. This was fine as well. After the meal, the bill came to over 3,700 yuan, which made the girls secretly gasp. Although she had been mentally prepared, she still couldn't help but admire her own ability to order dishes. In reality, the expensive item was the bottle of wine, which alone cost over 200 yuan. Having drunk some wine, the girl's pretty face flushed slightly. Along the way, she held tightly onto one of his arms with both hands, becoming even more clingy. The soft touch of her bag rubbing against his arm made his mind wander. They took a walk until they felt their food had settled. Then Yang Fan asked, "Where do you want to go next?" The girl replied obediently, "As long as I'm with you, big brother, anywhere is fine." Hearing her say that, he smiled. "Since it's a holiday, how about we go shopping?" The girl instantly perked up. Great. We're not far from Hongta International. How about we go there?" Yang Fan was taken aback. Hongta International. Hearing that name, he immediately thought of Feng Yuding, the beautiful girl who should be working at that mall selling cosmetics. A sudden urge to go see her surged in his heart. But he knew now was not the time, especially since Gu Weijie was with him. He didn't want Feng Yuding to see him strolling around the mall with another beautiful woman. So he definitely wouldn't go to Hongta International now. Instead, he said, "Let's go to Guomao. You only have LV bags, so let's get you an Hermes as a holiday gift." Gasp. Gu Weijie intimacy 1. When the girl heard that Yang Fan was going to buy her an Hermes bag, her eyes sparkled with excitement. She cried out joyfully, "Big brother, I love you so much." Forgetting that they were still on the street, she threw herself into his arms and hugged him tightly, pressing her light red lips against his. Then she closed her eyes, slightly parted her small mouth, and extended her fragrant tongue for Yang Fan to suck. Very proactive. Sure enough, there was no girl who wasn't interested in shopping makeup and bags, even if she already had plenty. Seeing how excited the girl was, he knew just how happy she was. This scene made many passers-by look on with expressions of shock. If he remembered correctly, today was Children's Day, not Valentine's Day, right? Wasn't this setting a bad example for children? The older folks were sighing inwardly. Young people nowadays are so open. Back in the day, I only held my wife's hand, and her brother beat me up. Oh, too much to say, all tears. They went to the Hermes boutique at Guomao. Gu Weijie looked around for a long time, now examining this. Now that the sales assistant kept introducing and recommending various items. But when it came to the final choice, she was torn between two bags of quite different styles. It was clear she couldn't bear to part with either and wanted both, so she was very conflicted. At that moment, Yang Fan stepped in to help her decide. He looked at the prices and saw that one bag was over 800 yuan and the other over 700. Not a huge difference. So he ruffled the girl's hair and said, "What's there to hesitate about? Just buy both." The girl felt a warmth in her heart, but shook her head, pointing at the one over 700 and saying, "Big brother, just take this one. One is enough. I can't wear too many bags anyway." Yang Fan could see that the girl really wanted both. Her excuse about not being able to wear them all was pure nonsense. For a girl, could there ever be too many bags? Even if she didn't carry them, just having them at home as decorations or collectibles would make her happy for a long time. This girl was always mindful of her image, and she was also trying to score some goodwill points with him. But he didn't call her out on it. Instead, he said to the sales assistant, "Ring it up. WeChat Pay." The assistant, seeing the sale go through, beamed brightly. "Certainly, sir. This way, please." After he paid via WeChat and received the cashback, he quietly said to the assistant, "He'll take the 1 over 800 too. Ring it up." The assistant was stunned, then overjoyed. Glancing surreptitiously at Gu Weijie, she whispered, "Yes, sir." Right away. After the second transaction was completed, the assistant handed both bags to Gu Weijie, who was still a bit dazed. Only when she heard the assistant say with envy, "Miss, your boyfriend is really good to you. He bought both bags so you wouldn't have to struggle," did she understand the reason. Her heart instantly felt as sweet as honey. Gu Weijie intimacy 1. She found that she was always unconsciously moved by some of Yang Fan's actions. She thought to herself, "Big brother is really good to me." Little did she know that as her intimacy level kept rising, her true feelings toward him were gradually changing. From initially only valuing his money, she had developed a considerable fondness for him as a person. After all, she was just a 19-year-old girl, easily touched. At that moment, Yang Fan came over, put his arm around her, and asked, "What are you thinking about?" Gu Weijie smiled sweetly. "Nothing much. Thank you, big brother. Don't be so formal with me. Let's go check out other stores." Yang Fan was about to walk away with her when she said, "Big brother, wait a moment." She gently broke free, walked over to the sales assistant, and whispered something. The assistant nodded and left. This puzzled Yang Fan. He walked over and asked, "Is there anything else you want to buy, eh?" Gu Weijie smiled and nodded. You'll find out soon, big brother." About a minute later, the assistant came back with a coat and a pair of pants and asked, "Miss, is this the set you meant?" Gu Weijie replied yes. Then she turned to Yang Fan. "Big brother, I saw this set and thought you'd look so elegant in it. I want to buy it for you as a holiday gift. What's your size? Or would you like to try it on?" She knew that wealthy people usually didn't try on clothes when shopping, they just gave their size. So she asked accordingly. Yang Fan was amused. This girl was actually thinking of buying him clothes. It seemed that this was a change in her behavior after their intimacy increased. He hadn't asked for it, so he could accept it. Wearing Hermes was certainly more classy than his current Adidas and Nike. Afterward, he could just transfer money to her. After all, using the third-level cashback card was most cost-effective when transferring directly. So he affectionately ruffled her hair. No need to try it on. Your taste is trustworthy. Then he gave his measurements. He thought Guweja would go pay, but he was wrong. The girl happily went to the men's shoes section and picked out a pair of shoes for him. She then went to pay with satisfaction, spending over 50,000 in total. Since the money was already spent, he changed into the new clothes on the spot, discarding the old Adidas and Nike. The saleswoman thought to herself, this couple even gives each other expensive gifts on Children's Day. Is this the love of the rich? Guweja looked him over and said with a smile, brother is so handsome. Yang Fan touched his nose helplessly. Though clothes make the man, he knew her compliment was exaggerated. Still, this girl was generous with him. Her assets were probably the 200,000 he had given her last time, and she hadn't hesitated to spend over 50,000 on clothes for him. Although he suspected she knew she wouldn't lose out, he was happy to have gotten a free Hermes outfit. Then they strolled around. When he was waiting for her to come out of the restroom, his phone rang. He took it out and saw it was a call from his friend Chin Fong. Hello. Hey Fan, you come sing at my place tonight. He'll arrange everything. There will be a bunch of girls. This friend liked to tease him and always called him Fan Yi, a habit that had stuck for years. Chin Fong worked as a planner at a KTV responsible for marketing and events, so he occasionally invited them to come for free. In the past, if Yang Fan heard about singing, drinking, and girls, he would rush over as fast as possible. It was only natural. If you wanted to get out of being single, you had to meet girls first, right? Though he had sung and drunk with female friends before, either he wasn't interested or they weren't interested in him, but he still enjoyed meeting new people. Meeting them was the first step. But now he wasn't as interested. He already had a pretty girl by his side. He wasn't exactly lacking, so he declined. Forget it next time. Huh? Chin Fong found it unbelievable and asked suspiciously, is that really you? Damn, can't you recognize my voice? If it's you, then why are you messing with me? It's been a while. Let's catch up and have a drink. Jia is coming too. The girls are secondary anyway. The ones today are all off limits to you. Hearing that, Yang Fan grew curious. Why are they off limits? Hee. The company is doing an event. Today's guests are all models. I have to arrange a room as their temporary lounge, so I booked a luxury room. I invited you guys to come hang out. They're fine with it. Isn't this abusing your power? It's the only perk I have. Why not use it? Anyway, 8 p.m., it's settled. Beep. Chin Fong hung up. Damn, I haven't even agreed yet. Then Yang Fan realized he hadn't seen them in a long time, and the models might be at least 80 points or above. Meeting more tools was good. He could get cashback cards to accumulate capital. With that in mind, he decided to go. As for Guweja, he wouldn't bring her. How could he take a girl to pick up girls? That would be a ridiculous move. He then took her to a movie and left them all. After dinner, he told her, I have something to do tonight. You go back first. The girl was momentarily stunned, but didn't ask much, only saying, brother, will you be done tonight? Should I wait for you at the hotel? Wow. Wasn't that a blatant temptation? Looking at Guweja's delicate and tempting expression, he was tempted to give in. But he was going to drink a lot tonight, so his performance in that area would definitely be lacking. There was plenty of time with her, no need to rush. I'm not sure when he'll finish. Let's meet tomorrow or the day after. Okay, then be safe, brother. Yang Fan pressed his lips to hers, then said, you be safe too. After seeing her into the car, he checked the time. It was already 8 p.m. He hailed a taxi to the KTV. He arrived late and was about to enter when he heard the system's voice. Valid consumption target detected. Check information. Huh. He looked around and saw a girl with a great figure buying things at a small shop nearby. Although he couldn't see her face clearly, there was no other eye-catching person nearby, so it must be her. Check. Name Lin Shiyuan, age 23, height 166, weight 52, overall appearance 83, 91, status normal, intimacy 0. All stats were decent, but the number 9 was quite high. At that moment, the girl came out of the shop. Yang Fan finally saw her clearly. She had long flowing golden hair that reached past her shoulders, eyes that weren't very big, but were bright. Her makeup was heavy with a smoky eye effect. She wore a black crop tank top, a black short skirt, and high-heeled sandals. She noticed him staring and frowned in displeasure, then turned away and made a phone call. Lin Shiyuan, intimacy 5, damn it. Yang Fan had been thinking about whether to approach her, but he was already late, so he decided against it. He averted his gaze and went into the shop to buy a few bags of snacks to bring upstairs. When he came out, the girl was standing by the roadside, as if waiting for someone. He ignored her and went straight into the KTV building to wait for the elevator. Soon he received another system prompt. Valid consumption target detected. Check information. There were indeed many beautiful women here. Another one appeared. Check. Name Su Shan, age 19, height 171, weight 53, overall appearance 85, 96, status normal, intimacy 0. This girl was good. Overall better than the last one, younger and taller. Just after he finished reading the girl's profile, he heard 2 female voices. You little rascal, why are you even later than I am? Traffic jam, you know. Anyway, ID already done my makeup, so it doesn't matter. Then Yang Fan looked toward the sound and saw 2 girls walking around the corner. Huh. To his surprise, one of them was the blonde girl he had met outside. The other girl had a black ponytail, was very tall, and had a cute baby face. She wore the same style of outfit as the blonde girl, except her crop top was white, and she also wore a black mesh miniskirt with high-heeled sandals. Due to her height, her legs were noticeably longer than the blonde girl's. This figure, paired with her adorable baby face, created a kind of conflicting beauty. The only pity was that her chest was not as ample. Perhaps that was her drawback. Otherwise, she wouldn't be rated just 85. Overall, she was indeed a cut above the blonde girl. Yang Fan had his answer. This must be the second beauty he had checked out. He just hadn't expected them to be taking the same elevator. He wondered to himself, could they be the models Chun Feng mentioned who were coming for an event? Come to think of it, it was quite possible. But he didn't ask. He would find out soon enough. There weren't many people waiting for the elevator, so the two beauties noticed Yang Fan staring at them. But they didn't mind. They had encountered this situation far too many times. Lin Ziyuan's reaction was to treat him as if he were air. After a single glance, she never looked his way again. Su Shan, on the other hand, was different. When their eyes met, she was quite composed, not avoiding his gaze, and even casually sized him up. Then she became a bit puzzled. Why did this man seem familiar? And Hermes shoes. Real or imitation? Since the logos on his clothes and pants weren't obvious, she only noticed the shoes. Just then the elevator arrived, so she withdrew her gaze and entered with Lin Ziyuan. Inside the elevator, she kept wondering why that man seemed familiar, but she couldn't recall. When the elevator reached the KTV floor, Yang Fan, who was standing in front, stepped out and said to the greeter at the entrance, "Excuse me, room number 888. Sure, handsome, this way." The two beauties who followed him out were stunned for a moment, then followed Yang Fan and the greeter in the same direction. Yang Fan didn't notice them behind him. When he reached the private room door, he thanked the greeter and pushed it open. Inside the room, there were already quite a few people, 4 men and 4 women. Strangely, the 4 women sat on the far left, some doing makeup, some playing on their phones, with a bottle of wine untouched on the table. The 4 men sat on the far right with many bottles open, several glasses full of wine and dice cups. Clearly, they had already started drinking. When the door opened, everyone, male and female, turned to look. The women, seeing a stranger, went back to their own business. Among the men, Chun Feng waved and shouted, "Brother Fan, over here." His other friend CGS stood up and walked toward him, but before he reached him, the door opened again, and 2 high-score beauties entered one after another. CGS was instantly dazzled, staring straight at the area behind Yang Fan. The 2 women ignored them, glanced around the room, and then walked with smiles toward their girlfriends. CGF finally withdrew his gaze and smiled. "Yang Fan, long time no see. Come on, let's drink." Upon hearing the name Yang Fan, the baby-faced girl, named Su Shan, paused mid-step, looked back with surprise, and gave a glance. But Yang Fan, who had already gone to the far right to drink with his friends, didn't notice. CGS was introducing the other 2, both colleagues from his construction site. Yang Fan was meeting them for the first time, but that didn't matter. According to CGS, they were both connections. One was a subcontractor's son, the other a leader's nephew. The purpose of bringing them to drink was obvious. On the other side, Su Shan, with a heavy heart, took out her phone and looked at a photo in a moment's post. It was a Michelin restaurant check-in post by her best friend Gurueja today, and one of the photos showed a man's side profile. She turned her head to look at Yang Fan, who was drinking, and her eyes lit up. Apart from the different clothes, she was completely sure he was the man in the photo. What a coincidence. She knew exactly who he was. 100% the wealthy guy her best friend had talked about, the one who bought her mountains of luxury goods and gave her piles of pocket money. Lately, she had been incredibly envious of her best friend. Clearly, she was no less attractive, so why didn't she have such good fortune? Her own boyfriend, aside from being somewhat handsome, was useless. Compared to her best friend's man, it truly illustrated the saying, people are incomparable, goods are discardable. But she too wanted mountains of luxury goods and piles of pocket money. Both were beauties, both were students at the same school, and they were similar in other aspects. So why was there such a huge difference in luck? She was definitely unwilling to accept it. But today she had actually met her best friend's wealthy man, and neither her best friend nor this man knew about it. Was this fate? At this moment she fell into a dilemma. She wanted to seduce him, but she also felt it wasn't right to steal her best friend's man. As for whether she could succeed in seducing him, she never even considered it, because she believed most men were unfaithful. Those who weren't either had a woman who wasn't tempting enough, or they had the desire but lacked the courage. Only a very few could she praise as true gentlemen. After hesitating for a long time, she finally figured that if she missed this chance, there might never be another. As the saying goes, every man for himself, and the devil take the hindmost. At worst, she could secretly establish a relationship with this man without letting her best friend know. As for her boyfriend, nonsense. That guy was clearly her ex-boyfriend. With that thought, she felt relieved. Yang Fan, who was drinking and chatting with friends, had no idea a woman was caught in an internal struggle over him. CGS said in a low voice, "Chun Feng, call those models over to have fun together." Chun Feng laughed. "I brought them in for you, but the rest is up to you. I can't take care of everything." CGS became anxious. "You haven't even introduced us. How can we casually call them over?" Clearly he wanted to get to know these girls, but was too shy to approach, hoping his friend would help. Chun Feng refused to indulge him, spreading his hands. I only know their team leader, not the others. How can I introduce them? Just then a friend brought by CGS spoke up. Damn, wanting to strike up a conversation is simple. Let's take a drink over to toast them first, then find a chance to chat. He was a young man several years younger than them, named Zhang Jin, the nephew of a foreman on CGS construction site. He probably frequented bars and clubs, hence his suggestion to approach them. CGS rolled his eyes. Why don't you go first and set an example for us? Let's play finger guessing, whoever loses goes. Zhang Jin clearly talked a big game, but was actually a bit shy, so he proposed this. With no better ideas, everyone agreed. Just then Yang Fan suddenly heard the system's prompt. Sushan affection 20. What the hell? He noticed that the doll-faced beauty had suddenly increased her affection toward him by 20 points, leaving him utterly baffled. The number was already quite substantial. He hadn't done anything just now. Just sat there drinking and chatting with friends. Curious, he turned to look at the girls' table and saw Sushan staring blankly, lost in thought. This was truly perplexing. But to say he wasn't interested in such a beauty would be pure nonsense. After a moment's thought, he made a decision. Look at your lack of ambition. He'll go. The boys all stared at him in confusion as he poured a glass of wine and strode directly toward the girls. Damn, when did Fanya become so awesome? Fanya is mighty. The girls noticed a man approaching them with a glass. Aside from Sushan, they all felt a hint of contempt, but didn't show it. Lin Shiyuan affection, too. The boys watched intently. Yang Fan stood at the table with a smile, addressing the astonished Sushan. Miss care to get to know each other. Sushan's friend Lin Shiyuan almost laughed out loud. She knew Sushan well and had plenty of interactions with her. Don't be fooled by the girl's young age and innocent doll face. She was actually a standard appearance-obsessed gold digger. It was no exaggeration to say her standards were the highest among the girls. This ordinary-looking loser must have been deceived by her deceptively innocent face, mistaking her for a kind-hearted girl easy to approach. It was laughable. How could modern losers lack even basic self-awareness? The other girls shared similar thoughts, sneering at Yang Fan's move with disdain. But soon they were stunned. Sushan, seeing Yang Fan take the initiative to chat her up, was ecstatic inside. It was truly a case of fancy finding something without seeking it. She got exactly what she wanted. She had been pondering how to approach him without seeming too deliberate, and then this happened in the blink of an eye. She was practically destined for a stroke of luck. Her smile could no longer be hidden, spreading across her pretty face. She stood up and said sure. Then she reached for a beer. Damn. Faced with this reaction, not only the boys, but also the other 5 girls were utterly dumbfounded. This was completely different from the story they had imagined. What's going on? Did the girl take the wrong medicine today? But Lin Shiyuan reacted quickly, hurrying to say, Girl, we have to work later. How can you drink? Sushan was unfazed. Yuan, 1 drink is fine. Work? Who was she kidding? With her tolerance, this little bit of alcohol wouldn't affect anything. Lin Shiyuan, seeing her response, felt a wave of confusion, but couldn't stop her further. She wanted to see what game the girl was playing. Sushan poured the wine and clinked glasses with Yang Fan. Sushan. What should I call you, young man? Yang Fan. They drank in one gulp. Then Sushan said playfully, I heard they call you Fanya. Should I call you that too? That's just them joking with me. Add me on WeChat. Sure. With such simple exchanges, they smoothly swapped contact information, leaving everyone else's jaws on the floor. The boy's regret was immense. She was the most beautiful and alluring among the 6 girls. She had given out her contact info so easily, even they could have done it. They instantly lost their composure. Zhang Jian poured himself a drink and walked over, clearly trying to emulate Yang Fan. His target was obvious, since the prettiest girl had been successfully approached. Head go for the second best. He stood beside Yang Fan and flashed what he thought was a charming smile at Lin Shiyuan. Miss, can I get to know you? She merely glanced at him casually. I have to work. Can't drink. Zhang Jian's smile froze on his face. Hadn't that beauty just drunk with the other guy? Wasn't she working? But he didn't give up, continuing with a smile. Then let's hang out after you finish work. Can I add you on WeChat? No. Damn. This treatment was completely different from the guy beside him. I must have chosen the wrong person to approach, but switching targets now was clearly inappropriate. Wasn't this a done deal? Yang Fan saw Zhang Jian awkwardly holding his glass, unsure of what to do next. He poured himself a drink and clinked glasses with him. Cheers. A cheers. After drinking, seeing Zhang Jian still unwilling to leave, Yang Fan ignored him and said to Sushan, Want to sing? Sushan graciously stepped forward. Sure. How about we pick a duet? You choose the song, we'll see if I know it. Yang Fan's singing was barely passable. Not great, but not terrible. So he wasn't worried. The others watched the two about to start singing, full of confusion. Wasn't this moving too fast? Love at first sight. But the guy wasn't even handsome. What did she see in him? Yang Fan paid no attention to others' thoughts. He and the girl picked a duet, Who Understands the Prodigal's Heart, and began to sing. The girl's voice was lovely, and she sang well. He was clearly just the accompaniment. But it didn't matter. Singing wasn't important. It was just a bridge for them to get familiar with each other. As the song ended, sparse applause could be heard. Yang Fan brought the girl back to sit with the guys and chat. At this moment Zhang Jian, who had just been snubbed, decided to pull a slick move. He walked over to Yang Fan and the girl holding a glass of wine and spoke to Sushan. Beautiful lady, you sang so well. Here, a toast from your fan. Sushan spoke very directly. Sorry, you'll only drink with him. She then looked at Yang Fan sitting beside her and gave him a playful wink. Even Yang Fan was a bit surprised by her response, but he didn't dislike it. On the contrary, he felt quite pleased. Zhang Jian's face instantly became a picture of embarrassment. He had just thought this beauty was easy to talk to. He had planned to compete using his status as the nephew of a leader, but it seemed he had misunderstood something. For a moment, he couldn't figure out where he had lost. The previous girl was like this, and now this one too. He was after all taller and better looking than the guy next to him, right? These girls must have questionable taste. They had no idea what they were missing. Time passed. Soon after, all the girls stood up and Lin Shiyuan called over to them, "Silly girl, let's go." Sushan knew it was time to work. She leaned close to Yang Fan's ear and whispered softly, "I'm going to perform downstairs. Do you want to come watch?" Smelling the fragrance on the girl, Yang Fan felt intoxicated. From the earlier chat, he knew these girls were going down to walk the runway and interact with customers in some games. It would last about 2 hours. He didn't think it was very interesting, but he still said, "They'll come down later to take a look. They'll come down later to take a look." The girl didn't mind. "All right, wait for me to finish work, and he'll come back to drink with you." Shen Feng led the girls away, leaving only the 4 men. Si Jia asked curiously, "Aren't you going?" "Later. You're something, man. I still can't figure out how you managed to get that model." In fact, even Yang Fan himself was confused. "Let's not dwell on that. Come on, let's drink." The 4 of them drank back and forth in the private room. Unconsciously, over an hour passed. Then Zhang Jian said, "They're almost done. Aren't you going down? The girl will go home soon." Yang Fan didn't really care whether Sushan went home, but he had promised to go down, so he said, "They'll go check it out. Are you coming?" "They'll go check it out. Are you coming?" The wounded Zhang Jian said, "Hey, why would we go down? Better to keep drinking here." When Yang Fan arrived on the first floor, there were 6 girls in matching outfits standing on the stage along with a host holding a microphone. A large crowd had gathered below, all customers of the KTV. After the host chattered for a while, the girls began to walk the runway on stage, their figures graceful and alluring, clearly trained. He watched for a long time, feeling bored. Finally, it ended and many men went up to try to chat up the models, but were rejected one by one. There were many people surrounding them, but fortunately KTV staff maintained order and the customers were rational with no excessive behavior. After being rejected, they left with regretful looks. When the girls came out, Lin Shiyuan saw Yang Fan not far away and asked Sushan in confusion, "Silly girl, aren't you coming with us?" Sushan nodded. "Sister Yuan, you guys go ahead. They'll stay and play for a while. It's fine. What's gotten into you today? Do you know that guy from before?" "No, I don't." Lin Shiyuan was speechless. "Then why are you suddenly acting crazy?" Sushan just smiled. "I'm not telling you anymore. He's coming." With that, she walked over to Yang Fan and warmly took his arm. Seeing the 2 of them so intimate, Lin Shiyuan felt like questioning her life. When did this girl become so undiscriminating? At that moment, another model with her hair in a bun walked over and said, "She's not crazy. Didn't you notice that guy's shoes are Hermes?" "Huh, really?" She hadn't noticed that at all. Why would she look at his shoes? Now she seemed to understand why Sushan had been acting like a different person today. Then she found it somewhat amusing. Just a pair of Hermes shoes. The regular ones are only about 10,000 or so. Is this girl stupid? It's a mutual thing. True, let's go. Yang Fan brought the girl back to the private room where the guys were still drinking. Zhang Jian asked, "Where are the others?" "Where are the others?" Yang Fan shrugged. "All gone." "Okay." Then Yang Fan and the girl didn't join them. Instead, they opened a bottle of wine on the other side. The others could tell they were bonding, so they didn't disturb them. The 2 chatted and drank, growing closer until their bodies were practically pressed together. The girl didn't resist his intimacy and even grabbed his hand to open the navigation. Yang Fan glanced at the girl beside him, who acted as if nothing had happened, and a surge of anger rose in his heart. He looked at the guys drinking and saw that no one was paying attention to them. When he looked back at the girl's pretty face, although she was still pretending to be calm, her seductive silky eyes gave her away. Then the girl calmly rose and sat sideways on his lap, wrapping her arms around his neck, gradually going limp and leaning against him like a boneless creature. Then Sushan, seeing that his state seemed not so good, whispered something in his ear with clear understanding. Yang Fan, showing great interest, patted the girl and then walked toward the door of the private room. The girl silently followed behind him, a faint smile curling at the corners of her mouth. In the hotel room, Yang Fan held Sushan in his arms and asked softly with a refreshed look, "Why, oi? Why what?" Yang Fan teased with a smile. Don't tell me it was love at first sight. He knew well that Sushan wasn't the type to fool around casually. After all, the number wasn't that high. But today this had actually happened, which left him somewhat puzzled. Even if she were messing around, would she choose me? What does she see in me? That I'm old enough? Yang Fan couldn't help but find it unbelievable. At this moment, Sushan asked with feigned grievance, "What? After you've had your fill, you're trying to deny it?" Yang Fan replied with a hint of amusement, "No, it's not that. I'm just a bit confused." Sushan casually tossed her hair unconcerned. Why overthink it? Let me ask you, did you enjoy yourself today? Yeah, I did have a good time. Of course he did. A tender young beauty like her was something he had never dared to imagine before. Not only did he get to freely unleash his youthful vigor, but she also accompanied him in experiencing a thrill he had never tasted before. It also unlocked the ultimate purpose of the KTV restroom. Recalling Sushan's enchanting allure at that moment, he felt a stirring rising within him again. At that moment, Sushan said with a seductive smile, "See, since you're happy, why dwell on it?" Although Sushan knew that it would be hard to hide the fact that she was Gu Ruijia's best friend, she wasn't ready to confess just yet. She planned to first strive to attract Yang Fan, make him fall for her, and get used to having her around. Then everything else would be easy. It wasn't that she intended to snatch Yang Fan from her best friend in her heart. She didn't mind sharing this man with her bestie. Even if she could only be a hidden hunter, that would be fine. She was afraid that once Yang Fan found out, he would distance himself from her and refuse any further intimate contact. That would be a huge blow to her. After all, she had invested without gaining any tangible benefits yet, and she certainly didn't want to lose everything. So she wouldn't reveal the truth for now, just taking it one step at a time. While lying in bed resting, Yang Fan thought it was time to use the level 3 cashback card to accumulate capital, build up strength, and create greater glory. Host Yang Fan. Cashback level 3 5 uses. Cashback ratio 1:1. He began sending messages to the girls one by one asking for their bank card numbers, intending to spread the benefits evenly. The girls' reactions varied. Dai and Mao Mao, the two sisters, had just finished their live stream not long ago and were having a late-night snack together. Though they found it strange that he was asking for their bank card numbers, they didn't ask further and simply sent them over. Soon Dai received a text message. 1,000 yuan had been deposited into her account. Oh, Mao Mao. Look. Mao Mao, seeing her sister's excitement, leaned over to look. Hiss. After clearly reading the message, she gasped. Then her own phone rang. After a blank moment, she stammered, I received it too. Oh. Why did Brother Xiaoyao transfer so much money to us? Let me ask. Then she sent a message to Yang Fan. Brother Xiaoyao, my sister, and I each have an extra 1,000 yuan in our accounts. Did you make a mistake? No mistake. Happy Children's Day. Brother Xiaoyao, Dai, and I are no longer children. So what? Keep it. Buy yourself something you like. Mao Mao looked at Dai in disbelief and said in astonishment, Brother Xiaoyao said it's a Children's Day gift. Dai was also dumbfounded. How generous. Yang Fan asked for the girls' bank card numbers because he would obtain many high-level cashback cards in the future. Transferring directly to the girls' cards was convenient, fast, and hard for them to refuse. Gu Ruijia naturally received a transfer too. She was already well aware of Yang Fan's extravagance, so she didn't react much, just thanked him sweetly. As for Xiao Lu, he didn't transfer money to her because he often sent gifts in her livestream room, so there was no need for a special transfer. When it was flight attendant Gong Jing's turn, she asked a few curious questions, but still sent her card number. After all, giving a card number wasn't a big deal. After receiving the transfer notification, she was completely stunned. You actually transferred money. Happy Children's Day. Gong Jing Intimacy 5. Seeing this message, a wave of warmth flowed through her heart, and it pounded heavily. This guy was afraid I'd return the transfer, so he asked for my bank card number, right? He truly wanted to give me money. But he's such a player. Are you trying to woo me? Although Gong Jing knew full well what his intentions were, she couldn't help but ask. Unexpectedly, after waiting for a long time, he didn't reply. Damn. What's the deal with this guy? At this moment, only the girl beside him remained. She was leaning in his arms, resting. Yang Fan nudged her and said, Give me your bank card number. The girl was startled. Then her heart raced with joy. She instantly guessed that he was going to transfer money to her. Why else would he ask for her card number? Was her investment already paying off? Great. But she still looked up and asked with feigned confusion, Why do you want my card number? Just send it. Are you afraid he'll take your money? The girl pouted. Without the card and password, it would be impossible to withdraw anything. She got out of bed, fetched her bag, and pulled out a bank card, handing it to Yang Fan. When she saw on her phone that he had transferred 1,000 yuan to her, her breathing quickened involuntarily. Yang Fan reached out and hugged her, whispering in her ear, Happy Children's Day. Sushan Intimacy 5. The girl felt deeply moved, instantly convinced that her previous investment had been worthwhile. The next day, when Yang Fan woke up, he found the bed empty. The girl was gone. But there was a message on his phone. I have class today, so I can't accompany you. Don't miss me too much. He shook his head and didn't reply. His current capital had reached over 3,100 yuan. The progress was not slow. After getting up and washing up, he went out to find food. Without a girl around, he just grabbed something simple, not a big meal. At the Hunter International Mall. At the Chanel Cosmetics counter, a stunningly beautiful professional woman named Feng Yuding was recommending products to a customer. Many passers-by of the opposite sex couldn't help but steal glances at her. Sir, lipsticks come in many shades. If you're unsure which color she likes, I suggest you buy the most commonly used 3-shade gift set. A middle-aged man nearing 40 listened as Feng Yuding introduced products, his mind already wandering. He responded with a grand gesture. That works. How about you also recommend a makeup set that young ladies usually use? Money is not an issue. Feng Yuding was delighted and eagerly introduced several options. But none satisfied him, so she asked, how old is the person you're buying for? She's my sister, around 24 or 25. How about asking your sister what she likes? It would be easier to recommend with a specific target. The middle-aged man shook his head. I want to surprise her. How can I ask? Feng Yuding spent more time with him, but still couldn't close the deal. Then he suddenly said something that made her hesitate. How about this? Give me your contact info, and you'll take photos of the cosmetics my sister uses at home, so you can recommend them. After all, I don't know much about this. His intention was clear. He wanted her WeChat, something she had encountered many times. Yet she thought, what if it leads to a sale? After a moment of hesitation, she gave it to him. But within minutes after he left, he sent her a message. I want the most expensive set you just recommended. Feng Yuding was overjoyed. That's wonderful. When will you come? He'll wrap it up for you. Hold on, I'm not finished. Please go ahead. He'll take that set, and he'll give it to you. Plus, he'll give you 20,000 yuan a month as pocket money. Do you understand? Feng Yuding understood perfectly. He was trying to keep her as a mistress. Clearly, he never intended to buy cosmetics from the start. His recommendation requests were just a pretext to probe her preferences, tempting her with the sale cosmetics and money. She imagined his portly figure and rolled her eyes, feeling utterly repulsed. She deleted his contact. Sigh. Another lost sale. But he wouldn't give up. A few minutes later, he returned. She tried to ignore him, but he shamelessly lingered by her side. Seeing her cold attitude, he couldn't help but cut to the chase. I truly like you. I was captivated the moment I saw you. If you think the money isn't enough, I can add more. Name your terms. We can negotiate. He had hoped to discuss this privately, but her swift deletion left him no choice but to speak openly. Feng Yuding had no interest and flatly refused. Sir, if you're not buying anything, please leave. Don't rush. 30,000. We'll give you 30,000 a month. Think about how much you earn working here. If you're with me, you won't regret it. Feng Yuding's colleagues were starting to notice. This made her angry, but she couldn't lose her temper. She was wondering how to get rid of him when a male voice interrupted. Tisk tisk tsk. Just 30,000 yuan to keep a beauty. Sir, if you find such a deal, let me know. We'll take 10 of them. Feng Yuding turned to see the speaker, and her face lit up. Brother Yang, what are you doing here? Just passing by, thought I'd drop in. It was Yang Fan. After lunch with nothing to do, he had taken a cab to visit her. He had stumbled upon the scene. Damn, this guy wanted to keep the woman he had his eye on. 30,000. Dream on. So he rudely interrupted. The middle-aged man was displeased. Who are you calling, sir? Looking for trouble. Yang Fan sneered. Look at that belly and receding hairline. You're in your 40s, right? And being polite. What, you want to fight? Don't say I didn't warn you. Can those old bones take a beating? The man pointed at him in anger, but dared not throw a punch. You? I'm telling you, young man, don't go looking for trouble. You'll only get hurt. Yang Fan stepped forward, deliberately taunting. Come on, keep pointing. If you touch me, you'll use self-defense or mutual assault to send you to the hospital for a few months. Believe me. The man lowered his hand, no longer daring to point. He was truly afraid of this young man actually hitting him. Young people were often impulsive. He considered himself a valuable piece of porcelain, not willing to clash with a mere tile. By now they had drawn attention, and Feng Yuding's colleague approached. What's going on here? In the store manager. Seeing the crowd, Yang Fan raised his voice. This old pervert is harassing my friend, pestering her to be his mistress. He thinks his few bucks make him something special. The onlookers began to murmur. Damn, what a jerk. If you want a woman, go to a massage parlor, not a mall. He's old enough to be her father. How shameless. He's probably married. Expose him. Let his wife and kids know what he's up to. Record it. They'll post it on Douyin later. Huh. Bro, you're always capturing beautiful moments. The middle-aged man panicked. I didn't. Don't listen to this kid. Stop recording. They'll sue you for violating my portrait rights. The store manager said, we have surveillance cameras. Everything is recorded. Yang Fan grinned. Can I get a copy of the footage? He'll be the one violating his portrait rights. Let him sue me. No. The man was frantic. How could a simple attempt to keep a mistress spiral into this? These people were going to expose him online. How despicable. He didn't care about much else, but if his wife found out, all hell would break loose. His business success depended on his brother-in-law's support. There was no way he could stand up to his wife. It was precisely because his wife was both overweight and unattractive and usually treated him with a ferocious demeanor that he sought to console his wounded soul by keeping a mistress on the side. From the moment he first laid eyes on Feng Yuding, he had fallen irretrievably in love, leading to the current situation. Hearing that someone intended to record and upload the video to the internet, how could he tolerate that? Don't you understand the law? You can't do this without my permission. No filming, absolutely no filming. Then the middle-aged man turned to Yang Fan, shouting angrily. How dare you upload this to the internet without my consent? They'll sue you until you're ruined. Just wait for the court summons. Then he pointed at the onlookers. And all of you. Whoever violates my portrait rights, he'll sue. See how much money you have to pay. He knew that nowadays people love to post anything on Douyin, and if the video went viral, it would be disastrous. So he began threatening Yang Fan and the passersby. Yang Fan rubbed his ears. He'll be waiting for you. Still daring to throw your weight around here. You've got some nerve. If I were you, I'd run away quickly. Damn. If running away would help now, I would have already bolted. No need for you to say it. He saw that the crowd was growing larger, and many were asking what had happened. Realizing that staying was unwise, he covered his face and fled. Though he loathed Yang Fan, he dared not utter a single harsh word, fearing it would be recorded. Yang Fan thanked the surrounding crowd, and seeing no more drama, they dispersed while muttering. He then turned to Feng Yuding and asked with a smile, "Are you all right?" Feng Yuding's affinity, 5. The girl shook her head. "You've helped me again. Just shooing away a fly, no big deal. If such things happen again, I'd be happy to oblige." At that moment, the store manager, relieved that the issue was resolved, said, "Ting Ting, entertain your friend. Don't neglect your work." She then left to attend to some customers who had wandered in from the crowd. Feng Yuding broke into a smile. "Brother Yang, I still have work to do. What about you? Will you browse around, or?" "I wasn't planning to keep you from work. Come on, recommend some cosmetics for me, and make it snappy." The girl was surprised. "You want to buy something? Can't I buy it?" "No, I'm just surprised. Is it for your girlfriend?" "No, for a friend." The girl gave an understanding look, but didn't pry further, thinking probably for a girl he likes. Then she began recommending seriously. But Yang Fan wasn't satisfied with her recommendations. No, these are too cheap. I can't give them as gifts." The girl was stunned. These were Chanel cosmetics. How could he call them cheap? Though she had recommended the most cost-effective ones, they were still worth several thousand yuan per set. Brother Yang, what's your budget?" "Just recommend the best, don't worry about the price. I know you want to save me money, but it's really unnecessary." "Alright, then I'll put together a set for you." "Yes, you match it. Get a bit of everything, and all the lipstick shades, choose the best ones." Unknowingly, Yang Fan's prodigal nature surfaced again. The girl was speechless. Still, she carefully selected products and introduced them. Yang Fan waved his hand. "No need to introduce. Just give me what you think is best. I trust you." In the end, she put together a comprehensive and expensive set of cosmetics. The total came to 63800 yuan. "So cheap. Are you sure you chose the best?" The girl was inwardly amazed. "Cheap. If you hadn't insisted on the best, I could never have come up with this price." She nodded firmly. "Absolutely the best. The girl who receives this gift will be overjoyed, trust me. Can we add more?" "Adding more would be redundant, it's unnecessary." "Alright. Then swipe the card and wrap everything up." "Okay." The girl finally breathed a sigh of relief and took Yang Fan to the counter to pay. She gained some insight into his spending power. Then she happily went to the workbench to prepare the packaging. The store manager came over astonished and whispered, "Did you really recommend all this to your friend? You really went all out." Even she, the manager, would drool over these items, usually only buying 1 or 2 when she got paid, and many she wouldn't buy, because cheaper alternatives were available. Yet this girl had the audacity to recommend everything to her friend, and what's more, he actually agreed to buy it. What a sales tactic. Feng Yuding said sheepishly, he wanted these himself. "I tried to recommend cheaper ones, but he refused." "No need to explain, I get it. Seeing the manager's know-it-all expression, the girl felt exasperated and decided not to explain further. After the cosmetics were packed into 2 large gift boxes, she brought Yang Fan to inspect them. "Brother Yang, is this gift box packaging okay? There's no bigger box available." Yang Fan nodded. "It's fine, as long as you like it." "I like it doesn't matter, it's the person you're giving it to who has to like it." Then Yang Fan laughed. "It's for you. Pack it however you like." "Huh?" The girl was stunned, her eyes wide with a "you must be joking" expression. She asked incredulously, "For me?" "Of course. You, how can this be? Why would it be for me?" Even the store manager and another colleague nearby were astonished. But Yang Fan looked as if it were the most natural thing. "It was always meant for you. Remember I said it was for a friend. Aren't you my friend?" At this moment, the girl also believed that Yang Fan was not teasing her, and he indeed intended to give her these cosmetics. Although tempted, she shook her head firmly and said, "No, this is too precious, I can't accept it." "Who was it that just said the young lady would be overjoyed upon receiving these gifts, eh? So you were lying to me, eh?" Feng Yuding was at a loss for words. She had indeed said that, but she never expected these gifts were for her. Seeing her hesitant, Yang Fan shrugged and continued, "Anyway, the money's already paid. If you don't take them, I'll have to return them." Feng Yuding was speechless. "So after helping you pick them out for so long, you want me to return them?" The key point is that he wasn't trying to trick her. He simply said if she didn't accept them, he would return them. She still wanted to make one last effort. Brother Yang, you can give them to someone else." Yang Fan shook his head. "How can I give something meant for you to someone else? Besides, I have no one else to give them to." Feng Yuding affection to Yang Fan felt pleased when he noticed the increase in affection. After hesitating for a long time, Feng Yuding still said, "I really can't accept it. If you don't take it away, I'll have no choice but to refund it for you. Are you sure your store manager won't kill you for that?" Yang Fan said with a grin, tilting his chin toward the direction of the store manager. The girl looked toward her store manager and indeed saw her wearing an expression as if looking at a fool. But, Alright, stop worrying. This little money is nothing to me. As my friend, just take it with peace of mind. The girl hesitated. These were cosmetics she had carefully selected, even tailored to her dream taste. How could she not like them? But as the saying goes, one should not accept favors without merit. She knew in her heart that Yang Fan had probably taken a liking to her and wanted to pursue her, and anyone who couldn't see that would be a fool. As for him saying things like friends, it was complete nonsense. She didn't believe a single word. But the dilemma was that she had no such feelings for him. She truly regarded him only as a friend. She also didn't dare ask lest he admit it, and she wouldn't know how to respond, making everyone awkward. Yang Fan clearly saw that she really liked the cosmetics, but was too embarrassed to accept them, putting her in a great dilemma. But this didn't stump him. He quickly thought of a solution. That was to simply leave. I have something to do, so we'll be off. Bye. He left without hesitation. Hey, brother Yang, wait. Wait. The girl called out urgently as he turned to leave, but upon hearing her, he quickened his pace and soon disappeared around the corner. Feng Yuding stomped her foot in frustration, then looked at the cosmetics in front of her with a lost expression. At that moment, the store manager came over and, seeing her like this, advised, "Silly girl. He's clearly determined to give them to you, so just accept them. It's not like you asked for them and you didn't promise him anything. It won't leave a bad impression." Feng Yuding gave the store manager a speechless look. "Sister Na, I'm not worried about impressions. You don't know. I've only known him for a few days, and this is only our third meeting. How can I accept such an expensive gift from him?" Sister Na chuckled. "You probably don't realize how beautiful you are. Not to mention 3 meetings, even if he only saw you once and fell for you, I wouldn't be surprised. To be honest, he's a decent guy, quite generous to you. But I don't have those feelings for him," Sister Na said with a somewhat profound air. "Trust me, you will. Feelings need time to develop. Either way, no returns." As someone with experience, she knew well the power of money. Using it as a weapon was always invincible. Hearing the store manager say no returns, Feng Yuding pressed her hand to her forehead, feeling a headache. Yang Fan left the mall and was strolling outside looking in a good mood. He had already received the cashback, so even if she actually returned the cosmetics, he would suffer no loss. But so far the merchant hadn't refunded. As he wandered near an office building thinking about which person to invite for dinner, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Detected a valid consumption target. View information. There were indeed many beautiful women on the street. He looked around and saw a beauty emerging from the office building not far away. She had long wired hair shimmering in the sunlight, big eyes, a small face, and fair skin, as if the sun couldn't affect her at all. She was dressed very lightly, an orange tight off-shoulder crop top, black hot pants, an orange short towel sock on her right leg, black and white, striped thigh-high socks on her left leg, and a pair of white sneakers. She looked very attractive. This must be the girl. View. Name Li Wei, age 21, height 166 centimeters, weight 49 kilograms, overall appearance 86. 100 status normal, affection 0. Whoa, 100. That means this bowtie's number is 0. Yang Fan was stunned for the first time. Other than that there was nothing special, she wasn't better than his other friends. But this girl was untouched. This was the first one he had encountered. The allure was immense for him. In this day and age, a 21-year-old beauty like this would be hard to believe if told to others. He knew well that the system wouldn't lie. How could he not be tempted by such a good catch? So he approached to strike up a conversation, walking to the side of the beauty, and said, "Hello miss, do you know where I can buy flowers around here? I want to buy a bouquet to give to you." The beauty was obviously taken aback. "Li Wei, affection 50. Why did it drop so much? Is my pickup line that bad?" He knew that affection would decrease. This had almost become the norm when meeting beautiful women for the first time, and he had basically gotten used to it. He really hadn't expected such a big drop. What did I do to incur such wrath? At this point he had no hope, and was about to turn and leave, but the beauty spoke. "Add me on WeChat 500. What the heck? That was so straightforward, but it was no trouble for him. So he nodded. "Okay, I'll add you and transfer." The beauty seemed a bit surprised. Li Wei had used this method to deter many strangers who wanted to strike up conversations with her. There were indeed some who were actually willing to transfer money, but very few, and they invariably ended up losing 500 yuan, as she would often find other ways to dissuade them afterward. At this moment, she cast a suspicious glance at Yang Fan, then gave him her WeChat. Yang Fan, without a word, immediately sent 500 yuan upon adding her, smiling as he asked, "How about I invite you for a drink or a meal? How much should I transfer?" 5,000. The beauty casually mentioned a not insignificant amount. She simply didn't believe this man would actually transfer it. After all, most people weigh the pros and cons. What kind of oddball would transfer 5,000 yuan to a stranger? Unexpectedly, Yang Fan agreed, without any hesitation. "Tell me your name. You know, to transfer 5,000, I need to know your name." The beauty looked him up and down at this, her gaze, as if she were examining some rare species. She thought to herself, is this guy crazy? Is he really going to transfer? But despite her thoughts, she still gave her name. Li Wei. Yang Fan immediately transferred 5,000 yuan, noting it as a voluntary gift. Let's go grab a coffee up ahead." He was well aware that this beauty named Li Wei was not the kind of person who engaged in monetary transactions. After all, her purity was at 100. That was quite interesting. What he didn't know was that he had already been labeled as a rich fool and an oddball in her mind. Since she had already accepted the money, Li Wei didn't refuse and followed him to the cafe, making up her mind to just go through the motions and after finishing the drink, find a way to scare him off. She had made a clean 5,500. Let's just say Li Wei thought she had profited, but Yang Fan never lost. In the cafe, they sat facing each other and Yang Fan initiated the conversation. I just saw you coming out of that building. Do you work there? The beauty didn't ignore him. No, I'm learning dance there. No wonder he felt she had a mix of sexy and casual athletic vibe. So you're learning dance. No wonder you have such a great figure. What style of dance? Mainly street dance. Oh, that's good. Street dance requires high flexibility. Many difficult moves should be easy for her. His mind wandered to the heavens, thinking of many blissful things. Li Wei's affinity to Li Wei frowned upon seeing this. Is there something wrong with me learning street dance? No, I'm just a bit surprised who I thought street dance was quite difficult. How could this girl's affinity drop so easily? Li Wei responded indifferently. Not really. Then Yang Fan tried other topics to chat with her, but Li Wei responded half-heartedly, clearly not interested. They sat in the cafe for nearly an hour. Not only did Li Wei's affinity not increase at all, it actually decreased by 2 points, which was quite frustrating. Let's go find a place to eat. Li Wei didn't agree directly, but said, I'm not hungry yet. How about we go for a stroll first? Yang Fan upon hearing this could somewhat guess what she was up to, but he didn't care at all. Sure, where do you want to go? Li Wei, seeing him agree, immediately changed from her previous lack of interest and broke into a smile. There's a store with some really nice things. I love going there. Follow me. Clearly she had already thought of a way to scare off Yang Fan. Yang Fan didn't say much and simply followed Li Wei outside to hail a taxi. More than 10 minutes later, they entered a fairly large store with nice decor. The shelves were filled with luxury goods of various brands, mostly handbags. Indeed, handbags are a woman's best friend. A beautiful woman stood behind the counter. Seeing customers, she immediately came out. Welcome to Fashion Hub. Sir, madam, do you have any favorite treasures you'd like to take home? Li Wei was already eager. Show me some handbags, any brand. Very well, we recently received 2 new models this year with excellent color. Madam, you may inspect them. This way, please. Li Wei said to Yang Fan with interest. Let's go take a look. Yang Fan, upon hearing the saleswoman's words, immediately realized this was a second-hand luxury goods store. No wonder they had items from various brands. He didn't say anything about it. The girl soon picked up the 2 bags the saleswoman had recommended and asked Yang Fan, I think these 2 bags are both really nice. They suit me well. This one is very versatile and goes with everything, and this one can match my black dress. What do you think? What do I think? If it weren't for the cashback I get from spending on UID, just think you're messing with me. Isn't it obvious you want me to buy them for you? But as a generous sucker, he had the magnanimity of a sucker, so he smiled and nodded. Yes, they suit you very well. Then he'll take these 2. Over 11,000 yuan, which is reasonable. In the boutique, they'd cost about 15,000. Oh, this one is also very nice, so cute. As she spoke, she noticed a very small bag nearby. Yang Fan looked at it. The bag was only slightly larger than his fist. What could it possibly hold? The girl quickly picked up the bag and asked him, this one is only over 2,000. So cute, let's buy it too. It's nice. Li Wei sneered inwardly, but remained expressionless. Then he'll take these 3. Thank you. Thank you, my ass. Yang Fan really couldn't figure out if it weren't for his sucker system, who would actually buy these things for a girl he just met. What is your thank you worth that much? So Yang Fan decided to tease her, asking innocently, why are you thanking me? You don't expect me to pay for it, do you? Li Wei, however, felt no embarrassment at all, and instead said shamelessly, aren't you trying to chase me? What? Can't even bear to spend over 100,000 on me. Actually, she thought, I can't keep up the act anymore. Since you foolishly transferred money to me, I won't keep scamming you. Just back off. But Yang Fan said calmly, just over 100,000, not a big deal. But shouldn't you give me a reason to buy? This girl had quite a big mouth, acting as if she looked down on 100,000, though it was unknown if she even had that much. Li Wei, seeing he still wanted to persist, said with a matter-of-fact expression, if you buy them for me, they'll definitely consider being your girlfriend. This way she displayed her gold-digging nature to the fullest. Any normal man, even if he had a good impression of her, would come to his senses and give up right. Yang Fan touched his nose and said helplessly, I don't recall saying I wanted you to be my girlfriend. Li Wei gave a polite smile. Then I must have misunderstood. Then she said to the saleswoman, Miss, sorry, could you please put them back? According to reason, their fate should have ended here, but Yang Fan didn't follow the rules. He stopped her. Wait. I didn't say I wouldn't buy them. I just asked for a reason to buy, didn't I? This left Li Wei confused. She asked in puzzlement, what reason do you want? 1 bag for 1 kiss. That's not too much, is it? Huh. Li Wei hadn't expected that the reason Yang Fan wanted for buying the bag was this. She was momentarily stunned. Was this request excessive? It really wasn't excessive. After all, just a kiss could get her a bag worth over 100,000. But Li Wei didn't believe Yang Fan would actually buy it for her. She thought he was just trying to continue pestering her, unwilling to spend so much money on a bag, and had resorted to this tactic in desperation. As long as she didn't agree to the condition, Yang Fan would have a legitimate reason not to waste his money. He wasn't completely brainless. Although Li Wei had reached the point of repulsion toward Yang Fan, she still refused to believe that this man would actually buy it for her. After all, no one with a sound mind would ever do such a thing. Given her previous behavior, any normal person could see she was just a gold digger out for money. And yet he would spend over 100,000 on a bag for her. What was he after? So she agreed without any pressure, speaking with a hint of mockery. Fine. As long as you pay, you'll deliver those 3 kisses right away. In her mind, she was thinking, let him show off. He was given a way out, but didn't take it, so she wouldn't offer it again. Little did she know, for Yang Fan, this was simply a chance to get 3 kisses for free. Without hesitation, he handed the card to the sales clerk and said, charge it. She was stunned. Li Wei was dumbfounded. Could he be serious? She was completely bewildered. Even the sales clerk was shocked by Yang Fan's move. She had thought he was clear-headed enough to recognize a gold digger, but now he seemed to have lost his mind. Still a kiss for a bag. Why couldn't she encounter such luck? She could kiss him until he went bankrupt or until the end of time. If it were more than just kissing, she would be unconditionally willing to cooperate. Wouldn't he consider her instead? But the clerk had to focus on business. This would earn her a hefty commission. She quickly processed the payment, then discreetly gave Yang Fan a flirtatious glance and spoke in a sweet voice. Sir, would you like to apply for a membership card? Just leave your phone number. The points from this purchase are considerable. You can redeem them for products later. Yang Fan guessed she was using this excuse to get his number, but though the clerk was fairly attractive, she didn't even reach an 80 in his book. He showed no interest and pointed at Li Wei. Let her apply. I don't usually come here. Li Wei, still dazed, took the 3 bags from Yang Fan and fell into confusion. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? She had been certain Yang Fan wouldn't buy them and now had already paid. It was utterly baffling. She had only intended to scare him off and get away with 5,500. How did she end up scamming over 100,000? If this hadn't actually happened to her, she would never have believed it. As Li Wei was lost in thought, Yang Fan's voice came. What are you thinking? Let's go. Okay. She followed him out, burdened with worry. After a long silence, she couldn't help but ask, are you really giving these bags to me? Yang Fan shrugged indifferently. They're already in your hands, aren't they? But don't act like it's a gift. Remember, this is for 3 kisses. And didn't you say you'd deliver right away, eh? With that, he looked at her with ill intent and reached for her hand. But she reacted violently. The moment his fingers touched hers, she flinched, pulled away, and stepped back 2 paces, staring at him warily. What are you doing? Her shout drew the attention of passers-by who cast unfriendly glances at Yang Fan. He cursed inwardly. Why are you overreacting? People might think I did something to you. Are you trying to back out? Li Wei finally noticed the stares and stuck out her tongue in embarrassment. Serves you right. Who told you to suddenly get handsy? Then she recalled her promise and sighed inwardly. Did she really have to kiss him? Should she return the bags? But this guy was truly strange. She had never met anyone willing to go to such lengths for her. Strangely, she felt a bit touched. Li Wei's mind was conflicted. On one hand, she felt she had been too hasty. On the other, she marveled at how he had surpassed her expectations time and again. Almost involuntarily, she murmured, we're on the street. Yang Fan shot her a glare. You said right away, and you didn't specify a place. Anyway, not on the street. Find somewhere private. Li Wei didn't know why she said that. Perhaps she couldn't bear to be too cruel to a man who had gone this far for her, or maybe she felt that only kissing wasn't entirely unacceptable. Toward a fool like Yang Fan, she felt a strange emotion. 20 minutes later, they were in a private room at a restaurant. After ordering, and the waiter left, Yang Fan got up and locked the door. Is this okay now, eh? Li Wei's face flushed crimson. After a few expressions, she stood up and closed her eyes. Make it quick. She had an air of martyrdom about her. Li Wei's affection won, Li Wei's affection won, Li Wei's affection won. What the hell? What was going on? They hadn't even kissed, yet why was her affection continuously dropping? A minute later. You jerk. As soon as Yang Fan released her, the girl angrily raised her little fists and started hitting him. Thump thump. Are you crazy? Yang Fan tried to hold her again, but she didn't stop. In desperation, she bit his shoulder. Damn. He winced in pain. Are you a dog? Li Wei's affection 5 what? The sudden increase in affection left Yang Fan bewildered. He stopped and looked at her in confusion. She was biting her lower lip, staring at him with a mix of anger and embarrassment. That little expression was actually quite enticing. Seeing him staring, she said coldly, move aside. Then she went back to her seat. Li Wei's affection won. What's going on? Yang Fan found it strange. From the first time he saw this girl, her affection had never increased, not even when he bought her bags worth tens of thousands. Now suddenly it was rising. Yang Fan went to open the private room door. All right, time to eat. The girl, visibly relieved, returned to her seat without a word. After the meal, Li Wei clearly didn't want to stay with Yang Fan any longer and was determined to leave. She didn't even say goodbye before getting into a taxi. Watching the car drive away, Yang Fan mused, this girl is strange, I'll observe her more later. After all, with unlimited money, he truly believed he could win her over. She was a rare, untouched beauty he had encountered, and he was quite interested. Why should he leave her for someone else? Sorry, but he wasn't that generous. Although he didn't have a strong obsession with virginity, given the current social reality, his standards weren't that high. But now that he had met a beauty with a purity rating of 100, there was no reason to let her go easily. For now, Li Wei in his heart was still far more precious than those girls who had been with other men. Later, Yang Fan checked the intimacy levels of his tools. Gu Ruijia's was the highest. Although the little girl was very obedient, after reaching 70, it barely increased anymore. He understood that the higher the intimacy level, the harder it was to raise. He couldn't expect to squeeze any benefits from her in the short term, so he turned his attention to Chen Si. This girl was a local from Bishu City, a bit of a foolish romantic, and her intimacy level was close to 60. He decided to first get a second-tier cashback card from her. So he directly made a video call. Chen Si had been quite down lately. Ever since she was lured by Yang Fan into breaking up with her boyfriend, her ex had pestered her several times, often blocking her at the school gate to beg for reconciliation. She hadn't completely forgotten him and almost softened. But thankfully, every time she thought of Yang Fan, her resolve remained unshaken. She wanted to see Yang Fan, but felt she wasn't fully prepared and feared misunderstanding. So she had been struggling inside. Until last night, when she suddenly received a transfer of 100,000 yuan from him along with a Children's Day greeting, she realized he had been thinking of her. She was somewhat moved, so she tactfully hinted that he should invite her to dinner. However, he didn't give a clear answer, only replying with a simple okay, and then going silent. This annoyed her, feeling that she had taken the initiative while he was playing hard to get. What's with the attitude? If you want to talk to me, then I want to talk to you either. Humph. At this moment, she was jogging outside when she suddenly received a video call request from Yang Fan. Her mood lifted instantly. She thought about leaving him hanging to punish him, but upon hearing the continuous ringing, her hand honestly pressed the answer button. Humph. What do you want? Yang Fan looked at the video of the beautiful girl wiping sweat with a towel and asked in confusion. Did you swallow gunpowder? Who's been bothering our little romantic? Chen Si replied with a face full of displeasure. You're the romantic, your whole family are romantics. Say what you need to say, or I'm hanging up. Yang Fan was amused. Oh, looks like you're mad at me. What did I do to upset you? Not at all, don't flatter yourself. Why are you all sweaty? None of your business. Can we talk properly? No. Want to hang out? Okay. Chen Si's intimacy increased by 1. Yang Fan was thrown off by her sudden change in attitude, almost doubting if he heard correctly. Seeing his bewildered expression, Chen Si burst out laughing. What are you staring at? Tell me the place. Do you drink? How about a bar? Chen Si hesitated for a moment. She usually didn't like going to such places, but thinking this was Yang Fan's first invitation, she didn't want to refuse. Fine. Great. He'll pick you up. No, just tell me the location. He'll go home, shower, and change clothes. They agreed to meet in an hour at a slow rock bar near her home, then hung up. Yang Fan, having just eaten and taken a stroll, hailed a taxi. When he arrived at the bar entrance, the girl was already waiting there. She was wearing an Argentine national football team jersey and a pair of sneakers radiating youthful energy. Yang Fan was momentarily confused. Weren't they going to a bar? This outfit. Well, whatever, as long as she looked good. He walked over, and the girl spotted him, immediately pouting in dissatisfaction. Why are you slower than me? Isn't this near your home? It's normal for you to get here first. Excuses? Come on, let's go inside. Clearly she didn't really mind his lateness, just wanted to express a little displeasure. In fact, he only needed to come up with a simple excuse. As they entered the bar, Yang Fan finally understood why the girl wore a football jersey. The number of people turning to look at her was astonishing. Not only men, but even women couldn't help stealing glances. Since it was still early, the bar wasn't too crowded. The host led them to a booth. As they passed a high table, suddenly a prompt appeared: effective consumption target detected. View information. Yang Fan turned to see a man and 3 women drinking around the table, and they were also staring at Chen Si. It must be one of the 3 women. Curious, Yang Fan chose to view the information. Name: Lu Jia, age 26, height 158, weight 46, overall appearance 81, intimacy 0, status 2, gynecological diseases non-contagious. He was taken aback by the number 34. He immediately lost all interest. Women who love to hang out in bars are indeed rarely simple. Yang Fan dismissed the thought entirely. He had no further interest in the matter. After they sat down, the booth had a minimum charge, and ordering only beer would certainly not meet it. He handed the drink menu to the girl and said, "You decide." The girl was reluctant and said shyly, "You order instead. I rarely come to places like this, I don't know how to order." "It's fine, just order whatever you want, the more expensive the better." Seeing Yang Fan insist, she had no choice but to pick up the drink menu and was immediately startled by the prices. Seeing her hesitate for so long, he found it somewhat amusing and realized he might need to help out. At that moment, Yang Fan suddenly wanted to try something. If he ordered something in this situation, would the system give cash back? After all, his principal wasn't small now. ordering a few thousand yuan worth of items. Even if he lost, it would be a loss, but he had to give it a try to figure out how to operate in the future. So he pointed to a champagne bottle costing over 3,000 yuan and said, "Order this. Champagne is better for you. It's not too strong. And half a dozen beers will do." Okay. The order was quickly placed, and they handed the drink menu to the attendant who had led them in. Not long after he paid by card, he frowned. The champagne was refunded, but the beer was not. He had just thought that he would drink the beer and the girl would drink the champagne. It seemed that when they were consuming together, he could directly order items. If the intention was to treat the girl, it would be refunded, but if it was clearly for himself, it wouldn't. This matched his guess. The system was strict in this regard, not giving him any advantage. But that was fine, he just needed to be careful in the future. When the drinks arrived, they started playing games and drinking together. By then the lounge bar was getting more crowded. The DJ took the stage, and the bass began thumping. Amidst the dazzling lights and intoxicating atmosphere, many young people were already tipsy and starting to dance. Valid consumption target detected. View information. Yang Fan, who was drinking with Chen Si, heard the system's prompt and curiously turned to look. In front of their booth, several girls with good figures had appeared, dancing energetically. Likely the atmosphere group, hired by the venue to liven things up. The system prompt was probably triggered by one of them. View. Name: Zhou Xiaolan, age 26, height 162 centimeters, weight 45 kilograms, overall appearance score 80. 58 status: infertile, intimacy 0. The data was ordinary and the number was as high as 42. Especially the word infertile spoke volumes. A typical case of being worn out, the kind who would earn money and then go home to marry an honest man. But with her looks and figure, she would undoubtedly be the kind of false goddess that countless honest men would scramble to accept, since no one knew what she had done before. Name: Shun Shui, age 24, height 163 centimeters, weight 51 kilograms, overall appearance score 83. 98 status: normal, intimacy 0. Hey, there were actually two. No wonder they said places like this had many beautiful women. Wait, this time the number was 2. How could this girl have so few? This seemed quite out of place in such an environment. He hadn't expected a girl who frequented bars to be so pure, and she wasn't that young either. It was quite admirable. He developed some fondness for this kind of girl, but unfortunately Chen Si was right beside him, so he couldn't possibly try to strike up a conversation. His purpose in inviting the girl was to increase intimacy. He shook his head, leaned close to Chen Si, and asked in her ear, "Shall we dance for a while?" The girl, flushed from the alcohol, shook her head and said, "I don't know how." "Come on. There's no such thing as knowing how. Just follow the rhythm and go wild. Look at them, they're just a bunch of chaotic dancers." The girl couldn't help but chuckle. She glanced at the girls in front of the booth and felt that they were indeed just dancing wildly, each in their own way. "I feel a bit embarrassed." "No one knows you here. What's there to be embarrassed about? Come with me," Yang Fan said, taking her hand and pulling her up. The girl had no choice but to follow. She then found Yang Fan acting like a fool, holding her hand and jumping around in front of the booth. He shouted loudly, "Just like this, give it a try. Let's go wild. Woo, woo, woo." The girl, either afraid of embarrassing him or caught up in the atmosphere and the alcohol, gritted her teeth and started dancing wildly with him. During the dance, Yang Fan let go of her hand and made all sorts of flashy moves in front of her, making her laugh heartily. She gradually loosened up. As someone who loved sports, dancing was a breeze for her. Her moves were quite graceful, and paired with her great figure and looks along with her soccer uniform, she instantly attracted many glances from around. After playing for a while, just as Yang Fan was holding her from behind and swaying slowly, the system finally chimed in. Chen Si, intimacy 3 perhaps, because she rarely came to such places. This experience gave her something different. He could tell that the tipsy girl was quite happy. At that moment, a short-haired girl came up to them and danced provocatively in front of them. Yang Fan didn't mind that this was common in such places. The girl was very pretty, but her makeup was a bit heavy. At least she hadn't spared the powder, because he could see the skin on her face reflecting light, which was a bit excessive. A legendary nightlight beauty. This girl was one of the atmosphere group members nearby. In terms of appearance alone, she was no less than Chen Si, and was likely one of the beauties the system had prompted about earlier. With her taking the lead, more men and women gradually gathered around. Seeing the increasingly crowded crowd, Yang Fan didn't want Chen Si to get groped accidentally, so he pulled her back to their seats. As soon as they sat down, he asked in her ear, "Are you happy?" The girl smiled and nodded. "This is the first time I've been this wild." Chen Si, intimacy 1. After the intimate contact from dancing, Yang Fan grew bolder, chatting with her while holding her, and noticed that she didn't resist. This was a good start. Bringing her out for a few drinks seemed like the right choice. Suddenly, Shin Shui, intimacy 40. What's going on? This sudden, inexplicable drop in intimacy left him confused. What did I do? Bewildered, he looked toward the front of the booth. The short-haired beauty who had been dancing in front of them earlier was now at the edge of the crowd, staring straight at them while dancing. Was that the pure girl? Even if you were that Shin Shui, it's still unreasonable. I just came back to rest instead of clubbing. Is that not allowed? What do you mean by suddenly dropping 40 intimacy points? Do I have to club with you? If I don't, am I your enemy? Isn't this just sheer insanity? Yang Fan couldn't be bothered with her continuing to chat, while playfully flirting with Chen Si, teasing her until she blushed deeply. Before long, as he was messing around, he caught a glimpse of a pair of canvas shoes and fair calves moving in his peripheral vision. Clearly someone was walking toward him. He and Chen Si turned their heads curiously and saw the short-haired beauty already standing before them smiling. I'm a bit tired from dancing. Can I take a rest here with you? Normally, a beautiful woman taking the initiative to chat would be a good thing. But Yang Fan had just suspected that she was probably that Shin Shui. After dropping 40 intimacy points, she still comes over to rest. Can't you see there are only two of us here enjoying a cozy private moment? Why are you barging in as a third wheel? Why did he feel something was off about this person? So he said, sorry, as you can see it's not convenient. Shun Shui Intimacy 10. Damn, it really is her. She then said with an apologetic smile. I'm really sorry, my fault. I saw you two playing alone and thought it would be more fun with more people. Sorry. She then turned and left, continuing to dance in her previous spot. Maybe it was an illusion, but he felt that the girl kept glancing over at them from time to time. Chen Si showed no reaction to Yang Fan's rejection of the other woman, as she clearly didn't want to be disturbed either. Yang Fan complained inwardly he had previously felt quite fond of this girl's clean and proper behavior, but now she seemed like a total nutcase. Can't mess with her, can't mess with her. After drinking a bit more, Yang Fan needed to use the restroom, so he told Chen Si to wait for him. As soon as he approached the restroom area, he saw many heavily made-up girls hanging around, and even a man and woman entering a stall together. He was used to such sights. After finishing and coming out, he noticed a girl walking toward him. Handsome you. Sorry, I don't need it. He cut her off before she could finish and was about to leave when he heard again. Hey no, I wanted to tell you to watch out for that short-haired girl. Yang Fan stopped in his tracks upon hearing this and immediately realized she was referring to Shin Shui. This girl was probably one of the Atmosphere group dancing in front of his booth. He turned around and asked curiously why. The girl walked up to him and whispered, she's AT. She probably has her eyes on your female companion. As soon as you left, she went ahead on her. Be careful, she might turn your companion. Damn, so that's how it was. I thought she was a psycho. The more he thought about it, the more he believed this girl wasn't lying to him. No wonder Shin Shui's numbers were so low. Probably she got hurt by two men, and then. But you think you can steal my girl just like that? Isn't that the height of absurdity? So easy to turn. Yang Fan wasn't in a hurry, he just smiled and asked, why are you telling me this? Simply because I don't like her. They'll be happy to ruin her plans. She'll definitely try to approach your female companion by getting close to you first. Don't fall for it. I see. Yang Fan left, and the girl seemed very happy, unconsciously showing a smile. When he returned to his seat, he found that Shin Shui was indeed chatting with Chen Si and sitting very close. Upon noticing his return, she immediately raised her glass, stood up, and said to him with a sweet smile, Handsome, I saw your friend sitting alone here, so I came over to chat with her. My name is Shin Shui, nice to meet you both. So this is the old saying, don't hit a smiling face. If it weren't for the fact that her intimacy toward him was so low and he knew she was a T, he might have actually fallen for it. But now, I remember I said I don't like being disturbed, didn't I, eh? Upon hearing this, Shin Shui's smile froze, and she sensed his rejection. How could this be? Am I not beautiful? The tactics that had never failed before had actually failed on this man. She calmly glanced at the glass in her hand, and then said, Then this drink is my apology. He'll finish it and leave. She downed it in one gulp and walked away with a slightly aggrieved expression. Chen Si Intimacy 5 Chen Si Affection reached 60, a reward level 2 cashback, card 1, after use obtain, level 2 cashback, 10 times How did this girl suddenly gain 5 intimacy points? Yang Fan returned to his seat and looked at Chen Si curiously. She whispered mysteriously in his ear, that beauty just now was clearly into you. Aren't you even a little tempted? She's pretty and has a great figure. What the hell? Yang Fan was totally dumbfounded. He looked at Shin Shui's negative 50 intimacy points. You say she's into me. She's into you, silly girl. But this seemed like a beautiful misunderstanding. Chen Si must have thought that he had turned Shin Shui away twice for her sake, demonstrating a firm stance, so her intimacy had broken through 60. Wasn't this an unexpected bonus? Since he had figured it out, he certainly wouldn't reveal the truth. He said with amusement, fat chance. What did she just say to you? The girl smiled and whispered, Nothing much, she was just fishing for information, asking me what my relationship with you is. And what did you say? Not telling you. Yang Fan instantly understood. Chen Si must have misunderstood the other's intentions and felt a sense of crisis, so she had revealed that they were a couple or something. Wasn't this just him accidentally managing to get a level 2 cashback card? After the two left the bar, Yang Fan put his arm around Chen Si and said, Don't go home tonight, okay? Although the girl was slightly tipsy, she was still sober, and she flatly refused upon hearing this. No, I'm not ready yet. You said you'd give me time. As for this girl, Yang Fan wasn't in a hurry. With intimacy already at 60, slow and steady would eventually get him there. Alright, then I'll take you home. Chen Si Intimacy 1 After seeing the girl to her apartment building, he hailed a taxi home. On the way, he thought about what had just happened, feeling that Shun Shue's considerable good looks and figure were wasted on being AT. What a waste of resources. In this day and age, there were already more men than women, yet so many people were whimsically forming all-female groups, and there were plenty of players like him active. Wasn't that just too unfair? The resource-deprived male comrades really had it tough. Then he recalled Li Wei, whom he had met during the day. This girl directly dropped 50 points of intimacy when he started hitting on her, much like Shin Shui. No way could it be. Having finally encountered a beauty with a code of 0, don't tell me she's also AT. If that were the case, wouldn't this be a hellish difficulty start? Li Wei surely wasn't hurt by a man, so could this be something innate? But the power of money was so immense that it might be able to bring her back to normal, right? Forget it. If I can't figure it out, I won't bother thinking about it. He'll just throw money at the problem first and take it step by step after that. When he got home, Yang Fan used the level 2 cashback card, then opened his phone to start transferring money to his tools. First, he sent a message to Li Wei. Send me the bank card number you usually use. Li Wei, who was catching up on a drama at home, suddenly received Yang Fan's message. She glanced at it and initially wanted to mute the conversation, but she hesitated, thinking that she would need to scam him into buying things later, so it wasn't necessary to be too cold. Hence she replied casually. What for? Are you going to transfer money to me? Send it to me. What, you think I'm going to steal your account? The girl curled her lips disdainfully after seeing the message. If you don't tell me, I won't send it. Fine, I'm going to transfer money into it, okay? 622. Okay, stop bothering me while I'm watching my drama. Li Wei closed the chat after sending that. She suspected that he might actually transfer money given what a weirdo he was. She even wondered how much Yang Fan would send her. Just as she was about to continue watching the drama, she suddenly received a text message. Postal Bank 202-30602-231 for your account, ending in 635, received a deposit of 3,000,000 yuan. Balance 308237. 34 yuan. Li Wei's hand trembled as she stared at the message in disbelief. 10, 100,000, 300,000. What the hell is going on? Filled with confusion and even a hint of fear, she quickly tried to send a message. Her mind was a mess, and it took her a while to type a coherent reply. Are you crazy? Why are you transferring so much money to me? Let me clarify first. I'm not helping you launder money or anything. I'm a law-abiding citizen. I don't do illegal stuff. Yang Fan almost burst out laughing when he saw her message. What a wild imagination. She actually thought he was laundering money. What nonsense. The money is for you to spend. It's clean money, just use it. Li Wei still couldn't believe it. This man, whom she had only known for a day, had not only let her squeeze a bag worth over 100,000 yuan out of him, but also transferred so much money to her. What was he after? Was there no limit to being a fool with money? What exactly do you want? Want? The girl was stunned for a moment before getting it. Want your sister. If you don't explain, I'll call the police to report you. Be my guest. After all, the system's money was clean, he had nothing to fear. But Li Wei was speechless. Are you really giving me this much money to spend? Be my guest. After all, the system's money was clean, he had nothing to fear. But Li Wei was speechless. Are you really giving me this much money to spend? Look at you, so unsophisticated. A few 100,000 is nothing to me, just a drop in the bucket. It was infuriating, but why did it feel warm inside? Li Wei intimacy 5. Then Li Wei's eyes darted, as if she had a mischievous idea. With a prankish intent, she messaged, really? Then show me your strength by transferring another one. 1 minute later. Postal Bank 202-30602-231 for your account, ending in 635, received a deposit of 3,000,000 yuan. Balance 608237. 34 yuan. What the hell? You actually transferred it. Li Wei had originally wanted to play a prank on him after he called her unsophisticated, but she never expected him to actually send another 30,000. Now she was completely dumbfounded. This was too extravagant. Li Wei intimacy 10. It wasn't that Li Wei was money grubbing, she was genuinely moved by Yang Fan's bizarre operation. Some women believe that the way to know if a man truly loves you is whether he is willing to spend money on you. All the sweet talk is just empty. So even women who aren't particularly fond of money can be moved by it. Wealthy men can definitely take shortcuts to win them over. It's like Xia Zhu in Hello Mr. Billionaire. She didn't love money, but almost every touching moment came at a cost to Wang Duoyu. In the end, it was Wang Duoyu's willingness to give up an astronomical inheritance for her that sealed the deal, making her fall deeply in love with him. Seeing that Li Wei's intimacy had increased again, Yang Fan broke into a smile. It seemed this girl wasn't that hard to win over after all. Li Wei finally snapped back to reality. At that moment, she felt like a CEO from a TV drama had stepped into her real life and crossed paths with her. But she still messaged seriously. Take the money back. I was just joking. Forget it, I'll transfer it to you via WeChat when I get it. Yang Fan wasn't just giving her money, he was scaring her. Li Wei admitted she was frightened mainly because this was too absurd. Yang Fan, on the other hand, started teasing her in his reply. Look at you, so timid. Weren't you just being all cocky? Didn't you say show me your strength? Li Wei's mind was still a mess. After a moment of silence, she typed, "I'm sorry. Take it back. I admit I don't dare to take it." Li Wei intimacy 3 Yang Fan upon hearing the system prompt was slightly taken aback. Seeing her words, he understood her concerns. She was too young, and it was normal for her to be scared of something like this. So he deliberately messaged, "This 60000 is a gift from me to you. Don't worry." Since he had already transferred it, and the cashback had reached his account, there was no way he was taking it back. If Li Wei sent it back to him, the system would deduct the cashback, which would be asking for trouble. Seeing how considerate Yang Fan was, Li Wei didn't know what to say. She thought to herself, "I'll leave the money untouched for now. If anything happens, I can always take it out and return it to him." It would be a lie to say she didn't want it at all. She had never seen such a large sum of money in her life. But to avoid any unacceptable situations, she decided to keep the money untouched for now and wait to see how things played out. With that thought, Li Wei messaged, "You really go all out when chasing a girl. I never thought I'd become a rich lady overnight, haha. Amateur. Thank you, boss." Li Wei had originally planned to make Yang Fan pay even more next time they met, still somewhat resentful about that kiss. But now she found that she no longer had that impulse. Because she realized that even if she tried to scam him, Yang Fan would just offer himself up to be scammed. She felt a bit unwilling to be harsh on this weirdo. Li Wei, who had always disliked men and felt somewhat repulsed by them, didn't notice that she seemed to be gradually less repulsed by Yang Fan. After chatting for a while longer, Li Wei happily went back to her drama while Yang Fan continued to distribute money to his other tools. For instance, Gu Ruijia and Xiaolu were thrilled to receive the transfers, expressing their gratitude and extending invitations to meet. But flight attendant Gong Jing was not so calm. Resting in a hotel in Modu, she discovered that Yang Fan had transferred another 300 yuan to her, and she was overjoyed. After thinking for a while, she, who was already scantily clad, began taking various selfies, then selected a few, and after pondering for a while, Gong Jing began taking various selfies, then selected a few, and sent them to Yang Fan. Image. JPG image. JPG image. JPG. Yang Fan, who was about to transfer money to Qin Si, noticed a series of messages from Gong Jing and curiously clicked to view them. Inside were various selfies of Gong Jing. Damn, this girl's figure was incredible. Too bad her numbers were a bit low. That was normal, though. Girls with higher numbers probably wouldn't do such things. As he was admiring the photos, the girl's message arrived. "Don't share them, okay? Only you can see them." Immediately after he saw all the photos had been recalled. "Holy crap. Don't worry. I didn't save them. You're too slow, blame me. Send them again." As if, wait obediently for me to come back. Wasn't this blatantly tempting him? Wait then. He then continued transferring money to Qin Si, but the girl didn't respond. She must have fallen asleep. Meanwhile, Dai Dai and Mao Mao, who were streaming, received the transfer notification, said a quick goodbye, and ended their stream early, leaving the viewers utterly bewildered. The two sisters were now staring at each other, eyes wide, holding their phones. After a long silence, Dai Dai cautiously asked, "Sister, why did Xiaoyao send us so much money again? He just transferred 1000 yesterday." Mao Mao was also puzzled. "You asked me, but who am I supposed to ask? Sister, do you think Xiaoyao might have taken a liking to us?" Mao Mao was taken aback. She had to admit that possibility was quite high. By now she was fairly familiar with the streaming industry, having heard many stories about top donors and female streamers. But she had no such intentions whatsoever. She started streaming just to earn some pocket money. After thinking for a moment, she said, "Us? Silly girl, I think it's you he likes. He's always been protective of you, but it's pretty much certain." Dai Dai was astonished and her cheeks flushed instantly. She tugged at her clothes and said shyly, "It does seem that way. So what should I do? I'm not even 18 yet." Mao Mao rolled her eyes at her sister's bashful expression. What kind of logic was that? You weren't thinking about whether to say yes, were you? Have you thought of the baby's name yet? You act like you're already 18. We were born on the same day, remember? Wait, right. They were only 17, still young. Xiaoyao Gu couldn't be thinking that way, could he? After all, it would be illegal. Mao Mao suddenly felt she had figured it out, and quickly said, "We must have misunderstood Xiaoyao Gu. He probably knows our age, right?" Dai Dai, however, was still lost and thought Xiaoyao Gu was so good to her, giving her so much money, so she could have endless delicious food and beautiful clothes. If she refused him, he would be heartbroken, wouldn't he? And he was so rich, being his girlfriend would surely bring her happiness. Too bad she didn't know if he was handsome. But if, silly girl, what are you thinking about? Mao Mao saw her sister's absent-mindedness. She hadn't even heard her speak. So she shook her and asked loudly. Dai Dai finally snapped out of it. I was thinking if Xiaoyao Gu confessed to me, would I say yes? Ta. Goose, 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 goose. Mao Mao, what are you laughing at? Stop it. Mao Mao laughed for a good while before stopping, then slapped Dai Dai on the head. We misunderstood. I remember Xiaoyao Gu asked about your age, didn't he? Dai Dai recalled, nodded blankly, and said, He did. What did we misunderstand? Mao Mao spread her hands. There you go. We're not 18, so we can't do that. Maybe we got Xiaoyao Gu wrong. Huh, is that so? Mao Mao nodded uncertainly. It must be. Dai Dai instantly felt relieved. That way she didn't have to worry about all these troublesome matters. but strangely she felt a hint of regret. So the two sisters discussed and began to thank Yang Fan and chat with him. Dai Dai, the naive one, accidentally let slip what she had said to Mao Mao just minutes into the conversation. Yang Fan found it amusing. Won't she be 18 next year? After the chat ended, all 10 cashbacks had arrived, doubling his principal again to over 600. Yang Fan took a shower, leaned against the bed, and opened Douyin. He noticed that Shasha, Ali, and other familiar streamers had already signed off. It was indeed quite late. He casually scrolled through videos, pausing whenever he saw a female streamer to see if the system would trigger. But after a long time, he still hadn't found any that met the criteria. Just as he was about to give up and play some games before sleeping, valid consumption target detected. A girl who appeared to be in her early 20s appeared on the screen. She was stunning, very elegant. She was chatting with the viewers. Yang Fan saw her Douyin name, Unyielding Heart. Her top was not revealing. A simple redanned white striped t-shirt with her jet black hair tucked behind her left ear, not a single strand out of place. Her face was beautiful beyond words, though he couldn't tell how much of it was due to beauty filters and effects. Since the system had flagged her, she was at least an 80. The most intriguing part was that she was in the same city as him, which immediately piqued his interest. The female streamer seemed to be telling a story. My mom told me that Yang KZ, who ran the shop downstairs, had died. I felt sorry for him. He was only in his 40s and I used to buy things from him often. A week later, I was walking home from work after overtime. It was already pitch dark. Just as I was about to reach home, a middle-aged man limped toward me. When I recognized his face, I was petrified. Cold sweat broke out all over me, and I wanted to run, but my legs gave way. That's right, that middle-aged man was Yang KZ, who had been dead for a week. He was carrying a black leather suitcase and was smiling at me. Yang Fan initially thought this beautiful woman was a streamer who told stories to soothe listeners to sleep. After listening casually, he realized she was telling midnight ghost stories, which was rather novel. Having scrolled for a long time, and only this one had a prompt, he directly clicked in. Unexpectedly, the female streamer was engrossed in her story and didn't notice him at all. I was terrified. When I got home, I turned on all the lights and called my mom to ask her, "Didn't you say Cripple Yang was dead?" My mom said, "Yeah, has been dead for several days." At this point, the streamer might have been thirsty, so she stopped to pick up a teacup and drink. Although there were only a few dozen people in the live room, the interaction was quite active. Then what? Did the streamer really encounter a ghost? Don't you believe it? I've also encountered some creepy things before. I tell you, this world is not that simple. My dad was also possessed. He often gets up in the middle of the night and wanders around. Once I saw him combing his hair in front of the mirror, but he's bald, no hair. Damn, your dad is not possessed. That's clearly sleepwalking plus severe hair loss. Maybe your dad was a long-haired woman in a past life who loved her hair very much. I think I just saw Brother Carefree come in. He did come in. I thought I was the only one who noticed. Streamer, why don't you greet him quickly? Tisk TSK. This streamer's appearance is really flawless. No wonder she attracted Brother Carefree. Brother Carefree's taste is absolutely trustworthy. Yeah, Brother Carefree, this old perv, usually only pays attention to beauties. Bung Shi Xiaoyao. Brother Carefree, go ahead with the carnival. It's time to support the small streamer. Streamer, I advise you to be sensible. Start flattering. Brother Carefree is awesome. You've hit the jackpot today, you know. You have to seize this opportunity. After drinking water, the female streamer glanced at the screen and was somewhat puzzled. From the viewers' comments, it seemed that a big spender had entered the room. It seemed to be a very famous big spender. Although she didn't know him, that didn't stop her from welcoming him first. Welcome, Brother Carefree, to the live room. I wasn't looking at the screen just now, so I didn't notice your arrival. I hope Brother Carefree will be magnanimous and not hold it against me. She felt that was all she could do. As a new streamer, she still didn't know how to flatter big spenders. Yang Fan didn't expect that as soon as he entered a random live room, many viewers already knew him. It was probably because when he had given gifts before someone recorded and uploaded the video. Without further ado, he directly recharged 300. Instantly, the carnival special effect appeared on the screen. Thank you, Brother Carefree, for the carnival. The female streamer instantly became excited. Indeed, he was a big spender. Without saying a word, he started with a carnival. Bung Shi Xiaoyao sent carnival 2. Bung Shi Xiaoyao sent carnival 5. After the carnival special effects appeared one after another, the female streamer also felt that it might not be as simple as she had imagined. This big spender actually did a combo of carnivals. For a moment, her voice began to tremble with excitement. Thank you, Brother Carefree. Thank you so much. Heart gesture. Streamer, you thank too early. Brother Carefree usually gives 17 at a time. I can vouch for that. It's Brother Carefree's lucky number. Brother Carefree is awesome. So amazing. This kind of situation is rarely seen in a small streamer's room. She's lucky. However, today they guessed wrong. Bung Shi Xiaoyao sent carnival 10. Bung Shi Xiaoyao sent carnival 18. Edge. Did he overshoot? What's going on? Did Brother Carefree's hand slip? Slip my ass. Don't you see he's still adding? 23. 25 too. Forget it, I'm not counting anyway. It's not for me. Is the streamer special? Brother Carefree actually changed his habit. The female streamer now covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes wide open in disbelief. Bungshi Xiaoyao sent Carnival 30. Bungshi Xiaoyao sent Carnival 100. Yang Fan spent all of the 3,000 he had just recharged in one go, which could be considered a big splurge. Stop. Finally stopped. Holy shit. 100 carnivals. Brother Carefree is awesome. Brother Carefree is awesome. This is too insane. No wonder you all know this big spender. I feel so out of the loop. You're not the only one out of the loop. I just found out too. Just found out one truly awesome. Love it. The female streamer was now very shocked, sweat beading on her nose, her mind blank, and she muttered incoherently. Since she was speaking very softly, no one could hear what she said. Li Xinran was a single mother. Although she looked to be in her early 20s, she was actually 28 years old. Time had left few traces on her face. Her husband was her college classmate. The graduation hurdle did not separate them. She stayed in her husband's city, married him, and had a child. But happiness didn't last long. Her husband died in a car accident 2 years ago, leaving only her and a 1-year-old daughter. Her husband was originally a high-achieving student with great potential and also a famous handsome guy at school, but his family background was not great. Li Xinran valued his potential. She believed he would surely achieve great things in the future, so she invested her youth in him. Who would have thought that her husband's talents would never be realized before he passed away, leaving her and her child as a widow and orphan? Relying on her in-laws was definitely not an option. It was already fortunate that she didn't need to support them. So she had to take her daughter back to the city where her own parents lived and live near them. Her parents could barely help her out, but it only covered basic necessities and helped with childcare. After graduation, she basically faced a series of events: marriage, pregnancy, childbirth, and raising a child. A typical housewife. Her husband had always been the breadwinner, and she had no work experience, truly at a loss about how to earn money. Now finding a job was very competitive. Most importantly, she wanted to ensure her daughter didn't fall behind at the starting line. A regular job would simply not meet her needs. Having often heard how profitable being a streamer could be, she believed that her appearance was no less than those so-called beauty streamers. So she set her sights on the live streaming industry. With mediocre talent, she tried singing, chatting, talking about zodiac signs, etc. during her streams. But she just couldn't make it work. There was hardly anyone watching. Yet she just couldn't make it work. Virtually no one watched her stream. Almost a month had passed, and she had barely earned any money. Who would have thought her luck would turn so good today? When she was about to end her stream late at night, she noticed the viewer count was nearing 100, which was a new milestone for her. So she gritted her teeth and decided to work overtime. Although she was already feeling exhausted, she had to overcome this small hurdle for the sake of her suddenly budding career. While chatting with viewers, she absent-mindedly started telling ghost stories, and surprisingly the response was quite good. Thus she continued until midnight. Unexpectedly, a viewer named Ban Shi Xiaoyao suddenly entered the stream. She didn't notice at the time, so she failed to welcome him promptly. Fortunately, this generous big brother was very magnanimous. Not only did he not hold it against her, but he also lavishly sent 100 carnival gifts. Oh my god, that was 3,000 RMB. He just gifted it to a stranger like her. She was completely numb, panicked, thrilled, and utterly dazed. She had lost count of how many times she thanked him, but still felt it wasn't enough, absolutely not enough. With this money, she could send her daughter to a good kindergarten, enroll her in interest classes, buy a piano, beautiful clothes. There were so many things she could do. Suddenly, she felt that choosing to live stream was truly the right path, and she marveled at her incredible luck. For her daughter, she feared no hardship. She was only afraid of letting her daughter down, causing her to lose at the starting line. So now her heart was full of gratitude toward Yang Fan, but even more she was troubled by how to keep him around. At this moment, she stepped back a few paces and bowed deeply toward the screen. Brother Xiaoyao, thank you so much for your gifts. Though the words were brief, they gave Yang Fan a sense of genuine sincerity. So he typed a reply. It's nothing. Stop thanking me and keep going. What happened next? Did you really encounter a ghost? Yang Fan originally didn't believe in such things at all. He had been a staunch atheist with a motto: neither worship gods nor believe in immortals, half a life of carefree, half a life of madness. But in the end, he had become a poor loser. Now he suddenly received a legendary system. Could he still completely deny the existence of ghosts and gods? How would he explain the system? So he began to feel a sense of reverence. Li Xinran saw his question and stopped teasing him, quickly answering honestly. No, there was no ghost. It said that Yang Kezi was declared dead, but then came back to life, though my family didn't know. But 4 months later he died again. Well, this time he was truly dead. Yang Fan found it both funny and frustrating, yet felt that this was the way things should be. Got any more stories? Keep streaming. Yes. Let me tell you a strange incident from my childhood. Hearing that this wealthy big brother was interested in her stories, she became overjoyed and quickly began organizing her words. I was less than 10 years old then. During winter break, I went back to my hometown with my mother. It was a very remote rural area with sparse population. One night my cousin and I went to the river to catch fish. On the way back, my cousin suddenly acted strangely, leading me the wrong way to a place with several graves. I talked to her, but she ignored me, walking straight to a grave and knocking on the tombstone, muttering things like "I'm back, open the door." I was so scared I started crying. I was terrified and dared not approach. My cousin kept knocking there while I cried nearby. I don't remember how long it lasted. Eventually some nearby villagers heard my crying and ran to tell our family to come and carry us back. Even now, when I ask my cousin about it, she firmly insists that in her memory, she was knocking on her own front door, but no one opened it. She says she had lived in the village for 11 years. How could she mistake her own home? But her parents and my mother all said that they indeed carried us back from the graveside, so she had to accept the reality. The viewers became lively. Is this about mistaking her home? No matter how mistaken, wouldn't she take a grave as home? Good thing you didn't open the door. If you had, wouldn't you two sisters be doomed? So creepy. I've always said it's better to believe in these things than to dismiss them. Has your cousin been normal ever since? I suspect your cousin might have had some strange illness, or maybe she was delirious with a fever. After all, you were playing in the river. By the way, the streamer is so beautiful. Your cousin must be pretty too, right? How did a weirdo sneak in? Yang Fan's thoughts were similar to some viewers. If the streamer wasn't lying, then her cousin must have been ill and unconscious. After hanging around the stream for a while longer, he logged out. He opened the private messages, added the beautiful streamer's WeChat, and before the verification went through, he put his phone on charge and went to sleep. The next day, as soon as he woke up, Yang Fan's first action was to grab his phone. There were already many unread messages. Chen Si had drunk some alcohol yesterday. After playing with Yang Fan, she felt tired and went home. She took a quick shower and went to bed. When she woke up this morning, a text message gave her a huge shock. There was an extra 3,000 yuan in her bank account. She only relaxed slightly when she saw it was from Yang Fan. There were also 2 more messages. Asleep? Keep the money and use it. Don't transfer it back. The girl hadn't replied at the time. Yang Fan was really afraid that when she woke up the next day and found out she might transfer it back to him, not only would the system confiscate it, but had likely lose 3,000 as well. That would be a terrible deal, so he deliberately left a message to emphasize. He wasn't too worried about this issue with others, but this girl was truly the type who might impulsively do something stupid like returning the money. Upon seeing the message, Chen Si felt sweet inside and quickly sent a message back. Bossy, I wouldn't transfer it back. Who do you think I am, a fool? I have enough money, don't randomly transfer money next time. Yang Fan saw the message, smiled, and only replied with a sticker, then scrolled down. Li Xinran, Brother Xiaoyao, I'm off air. Brother Xiaoyao, are you asleep? Thank you so much today. I never imagined a big brother would gift me so much money. Words cannot express my gratitude, so I can only say thank you. Good night, Brother Xiaoyao. Yang Fan glanced at it and casually replied. How many times have you thanked me? If you're not annoyed, I am. How many times have you thanked me? If you're not annoyed, I am. No more thanks. Yang Fan sent a message to Li Xinran, but she didn't reply. He didn't mind, thinking maybe she's busy, and then let it go. He didn't know that after her live stream ended last night, Li Xinran was so thrilled at receiving 100 galaxy presents that she tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep all night. Her mind was consumed by the event along with a whirlwind of random thoughts. The more she thought, the more awake she became, and before she knew it, dawn had arrived. Finally exhausted beyond measure, she gradually drifted off to sleep. So when Yang Fan sent his message, she wasn't ignoring him or busy. She was sleeping. Having just woken up, Yang Fan didn't feel like moving, so he ordered delivery and settled for a simple meal. Then he logged into a mobile game to play. Because he used to be so poor, he rarely played pay-to-win games, sticking mostly to competitive or single-player ones. 2 hours later, his phone buzzed with a message. He ignored it, finishing the current round before exiting. He saw it was from Li Xinran. Xiaoyao, sorry, I just woke up. No problem. Since you don't like thanks, I won't say much. I noticed you're from the same city as me. Are you free this afternoon? How about we have a meal together? Yang Fan thought he had nothing to do anyway, so meeting this female streamer wasn't out of the question. As long as her purity level wasn't too low and intimacy was easy to raise, she could serve as a decent tool. He never had too many tools. After all, that's how he made money. In just over 10 days, his capital had soared from over 7,000 to 610,000. What could be faster than this? Best of all, the process of earning money brought him joy. Having only obtained the system for a little over 10 days, it was unrealistic to expect him to completely shed his poor loser mentality overnight. Right now, he was a mix of a loser and nouveau riche and a sucker. Even he felt his recent actions were those of a complete fool. But the system itself was a sucker system, and if he stepped out of that role, who knew what trouble it might stir up? Since it wasn't his money, anyway, being a sucker was fine. As long as he was happy. So he replied directly. Sure. Great. They'll book a place and send you the location. Li Xinran, who had just woken up, was quite pleased to have successfully invited the big spender to meet. Before entering the live streaming industry, she had done her research and knew well how important a big supporter was to a streamer. Of course, she was also aware of the subtle dynamics between female streamers and their top donators. Though those streamers denied it, she didn't fully believe them. If a big spender got nothing in return, why would they keep donating again and again? Who would be that foolish? Unless it was a guild account or a business. After nearly a month of live streaming, she realized the industry wasn't as easy as she had imagined. She had been too naive. Now with a stroke of luck landing a super-rich sponsor, she was determined to hold on tight. As for what might happen during the offline meeting, it no longer seemed so important. In the past, she would have scorned such sycophantic behavior. In college, because of her striking looks, many well-off students had pursued her, but she ended up choosing her husband based on appearance and potential. From this, it was clear she hadn't been a vain person before. But choosing love hadn't brought her the expected rewards. She could barely support her daughter, needing help from her parents. In blunt terms, she was still living off her parents even after marriage and motherhood. For someone once proud and ambitious, this was a bitter irony. Her constant hope for her husband to succeed was a true reflection of ambition higher than the sky, fate thinner than paper. Now, after being beaten down by life, her mindset had changed. After all, she had a 3-year-old daughter to raise, and she wanted to give her a good upbringing. Her parents were getting older, and if they fell ill, she would be helpless. Her daughter and parents were the most important people in her life, and she often lived in anxiety. If not for the constant reminder that she bore the responsibility of raising her child and caring for her parents, she might have succumbed to depression under the long-term pressure. Now that she was fortunate enough to meet Yang Fan, who spent money like water, she was willing to humble herself and actively please him, even ignoring his age or appearance. As long as he could ensure her parents lived well and her daughter didn't lose at the starting line, she felt she might be willing to give everything. After last night's 100 Galaxies, she was convinced that this was absolutely no problem for him. So her goal today was clear: do everything to hold on to this rare benefactor. She didn't dare reveal she had a daughter until she sounded him out. After sorting out her thoughts, she walked toward the living room. In the living room, a woman who looked about 50 was playing with a very cute little girl. When the little girl saw Li Shinran emerge, she immediately dropped her toys, spread her arms, and ran towards her on short legs, calling out sweetly, "Mommy." Li Shinran smiled, tenderly crouching down to hug her. "What are you playing, little candy?" "Mommy, I'm playing Paw Patrol versus Ultraman with Grandma." "And who won?" The little girl said excitedly, "Of course my Paw Patrol won. They're super strong." "Huh, our little candy is amazing." Then she patted her daughter's head and said to her mother, "Mom, could you take care of little candy this afternoon? I need to go out for something important." Her mother looked puzzled. "Aren't you doing your live stream today?" "Not today. I'm taking the day off." "Go ahead. It's good to get out and relax. They'll take care of candy." Li Shinran played with her daughter for a while, then returned to her room to pick out clothes and put on makeup. She dressed carefully, checked herself repeatedly, and left early to arrive before the agreed time. Yang Fan played games until the afternoon. During that time, he received a message from Sushan also wanting to invite him to dinner. He simply replied, "Busy today." That girl had actively flirted with him at the KTV party, but for some reason her intimacy level hardly increased. It started high, but even after several intimate acts, it never rose, until he used a cashback card to transfer money to her, which symbolically increased by 3 points. Besides, he had already accepted Li Xinran's invitation, so he turned her down. Yang Fan tidied up a bit and also headed out. 40 minutes later, at the entrance of a Chongqing hot pot restaurant, detected a valid consumption target. View information. View. Name: Li Shinran, age 28, height 162, weight 50, overall appearance 88, 99, status normal, has given birth, affinity 31. The numbers were quite good and the initial affinity was high. But what Yang Fan didn't expect was that she was already 28 years old and the status indicated she had given birth. Was she already married? A married woman still coming out to meet her top spender in person. Originally, judging by the numbers, he thought she was a decent woman. At the thought, he instantly lost a lot of interest. Now he was a big spender and there was no shortage of women around him. He didn't want to become a homewrecker by using a tool for his own purposes and affecting someone else's family. 1. Not for love. 2. Not lacking tools. There was no need to do something so immoral. Even if the woman was willing, it was still unacceptable. He had already decided to have a simple meal and then slip away. Clearly, the stunning woman standing at the entrance was Li Shinran. Her face looked only a little over 20 with a head of brown wavy hair. Her fiery red lips were alluring and a black bodycon dress accentuated her curvaceous figure perfectly. Below, she wore sheer black stockings paired with black high heels. Dressed entirely in black, she appeared slightly mature, mysterious, yet tempting, perfectly emphasizing her mature and elegant aura. Admittedly, Li Shinran was quite charming, but Yang Fan was merely stunned for a moment without any further thoughts. He quickly walked up. "Come on, let's go in." Li Shinran was taken aback when she saw the young man approaching her. "You're Xiaoyao Gu." "It's me." Li Shinran, affinity 5. Yang Fan was surprised to hear the affinity increase. This was the first time he had met a beautiful woman, and the affinity had risen instead of falling. He couldn't help but wonder, could it be that his looks matched her aesthetic? Then he shook his head. Too bad, she was a married woman, not interesting. What he didn't know was that before coming, Li Shinran had imagined many possibilities for his appearance and had even mentally prepared for the worst. But when she actually saw him, she discovered he was a young man who looked only a bit older than her, and his appearance was passable. As she marveled at her good luck, she naturally grew more favorable toward him. The two of them went in and started ordering food. The location was chosen by Li Xinran, an ordinary Chongqing hot pot restaurant that wouldn't cost much, so they just ordered a few dishes casually. The girl was puzzled after ordering. The other party seemed reluctant to talk, and even started playing on his phone. This wouldn't do. She had invited him out precisely to foster affection. How could the relationship warm up without communication and contact? Seeing his behavior, she even felt a sense of defeat. Could it be that she hadn't caught the big spender's eye? It shouldn't be. She wasn't that different in real life from online, was she? If he could appreciate her on stream, he should definitely appreciate her in person. For a moment, she truly didn't know where the problem lay. As for meeting a big spender offline, this was her first time, and she had no idea how to start a conversation. Should she be proactive or shy, or perhaps a mix of both? She decided to attempt a normal exchange. Xiaogo, I feel a bit guilty that you took time out of your busy schedule to meet me. Yang Fan looked up at her. The girl was wearing a constant smile. He knew she was hinting at his phone usage without saying it outright. After a moment's thought, he figured since he was here, he might as well make the best of it. He'd finish the meal and leave. So he put down his phone and said, "It's nothing, just replying to a few messages." Li Xinran, seeing him put down his phone, breathed a sigh of relief and continued to find topics. Before coming, I never imagined Xiaogo would be so young and handsome. I thought. Yang Fan chuckled and replied, "Thought I was an old man. Not really, I'm just surprised. Xiaogo, you're so young and accomplished. Your wife must be very beautiful and virtuous, right?" Was she asking about his family? Did she want to marry him? Not only was she beautiful, but she was also dreaming too much. But there was nothing to hide. Not married yet. Li Xinran feigned surprise. Is that so? It's also good to marry later. For someone as capable as you, choosing a partner really requires careful consideration. In truth, she thought just as she expected. Whether he was married or not in this situation, he would surely say he wasn't, and the implication was clear. Men. But none of that mattered. She was only testing whether he had any interest in her. If he did, it would be easy. She deliberately praised him and ended with a period, hoping he would continue the topic. But all he replied was a simple word. Li Xinran was speechless. She had taken the initiative to flatter him, and yet he was still chatting like this. It was a surefire way to kill the conversation. But she had no other choice. Since he wouldn't take the lead, she would have to continue. She sighed inwardly. "Xiaogo, do you usually drink?" "Occasionally." The girl's eyes lit up. "Then let's order some drinks. Do you prefer white liquor or beer?" She planned to drink a bit, then pretend to be dizzy or drunk, and use that opportunity to get a little closer, hoping to advance their relationship. Even if it meant being taken home, she would accept it. This was the most she could do. If she had to actively seduce him, she thought it would be too embarrassing. But Yang Fan shook his head. "No drinks for me. I have some things to do after the meal." Although he didn't guess her exact plan, he thought, why would I drink with a married woman? What if things got out of hand? Li Xinran was incredulous. He was going to leave right after eating. Shouldn't he invite her to a second or third round? This script was a bit off. So her little scheme had been nipped in the bud before it even began. If they parted like this, wasn't today's meeting a bit of a waste? Could it be that he really had no interest in her? Since giving birth to her daughter, her figure hadn't changed at all, and many people said she still looked young. The girl was falling into a state of self-doubt. But since Yang Fan had said so, she couldn't press further and could only treat this as a simple meeting. Fine then. She would just have to take it slow, keep in touch with the big spender, and arrange meetings whenever possible. Eventually the relationship would warm up. It was just that Xiaogo didn't seem as lecherous as the typical top spender. But if that was the case, why had he spent so much on her? Couldn't figure it out. Yang Fan found it somewhat peculiar. Although Li Xinran was married, her purity was clearly as high as 99 points. Why would she come to meet the top spender in private? Moreover, she seemed rather proactive. As he pondered, she approached again. After a long moment of thought, Li Xinran, still feeling unwilling, spoke slowly. "Brother Xiaoyao, I've always wanted to travel, but never had anyone to accompany me. Would you be interested in going out together?" She had heard that top spenders liked to accompany streamers on trips, so she took the initiative to suggest it. Yang Fan was taken aback. He understood her implication, but her directness was truly surprising. He certainly didn't believe she had fallen in love with him at first sight. So he said indifferently, "Sorry, I'm usually quite busy." The girl's heart skipped a beat. She sensed that his refusal might not be due to a lack of time, but simply an excuse. Now she was growing anxious. But she couldn't figure out where she had gone wrong. She had been so forward, saying such embarrassing things. How could he not understand? It could only mean he truly wasn't interested in her. Was she doomed to lose this shortcut and return to her struggling life? Should she let such a hard-won opportunity slip through her fingers? The thought made her anxiety flare up again. After much deliberation, she wondered if playing the victim might yield unexpected results. Since her chances were already slim, why not try an unconventional approach? She had once heard a notion that most men are soft-hearted and feel protective when they see a beautiful woman showing vulnerability. With that in mind, she gritted her teeth. Let it be embarrassing. She would go all out to attract him. She began to recall the past few years, her husband's death in a car accident, her helplessness raising her daughter alone, and the bitterness of watching her aging parents worry about her. Gradually her eyes reddened and tears welled up. Indeed, a woman's tears come easily. They are made of water. Yang Fan, who was eating, happened to notice a teardrop from Li Xinren's lowered face onto the table. What was happening? Had he said something? He had only mentioned being too busy to travel. Why was her intimacy level rising, and why was she crying? Completely baffled, he asked with a head full of question marks. What's wrong with you? His question only made things worse. Tears streamed down her face in large drops. She sobbed, wiped her tears with a tissue, and shook her head. Nothing. Just got some sand in my eyes. Yang Fan was speechless. That was a weak excuse. No, seriously, why are you crying? She wiped away her tears and looked at him with a tear-streaked face. Really, it's nothing. Sorry to make you laugh, Brother Xiaoyao. I just suddenly remembered some sad things. You know, women are more prone to sentimentality. She then broke into a smile through her tears. Yang Fan hadn't expected such a dramatic inner monologue. He simply waved his hand. You suddenly started crying and scared me. Others might think I did something to you. Li Xinren didn't respond, but decided to continue playing the vulnerable role, gambling on its effect. She smiled bitterly. Brother Xiaoyao, do you know? I'm a widow. What? Yang Fan was genuinely surprised this time. The system had only noted she had a child. He had assumed she was married, not a widow. Seeing her red lips and wavy hair, she was a classic attractive widow. Yet he still lied without blinking. That is indeed unexpected. You look so young, I didn't think. Li Xinren was sure she saw a glint in his eyes. It wasn't her imagination. She had been carefully observing his micro-expressions and couldn't have been mistaken. Could Brother Xiaoyao have such a preference? Was this a turn of events? She had thought of playing the vulnerability card. How clever of her. So she continued recounting her story with a bitter tone, ending with, I've said so much without realizing it. Brother Xiaoyao, do you think I'm too negative? Not at all. Some things are better spoken than bottled up. Honestly, you're quite strong. Speaking it out really does feel much better. Thank you for listening to me. Yang Fan was a bit speechless. He hadn't wanted to listen, she had just poured it all out. Still, he sensed she might be playing mind games, since no one normally reveals so much to a stranger. It wasn't a blind date, but he had nothing to lose. Knowing she was a widow, his faded interest began to rekindle. A charming widow was quite appealing. Have you thought about remarrying? Li Xinren, thinking he was testing her carefully, organized her words. No. To be honest, I just want to find a wealthy man. As long as my daughter and parents can live well, I'm even willing to be a mistress for life. Since she had already gone this far, she decided to lay her cards on the table. She knew Yang Fan was young, successful, and wealthy, and unmarried. How could he choose a widow with a child? So she wisely offered to be his mistress. Yang Fan had to admit this woman was incredibly straightforward. He smiled and asked, so your target is me. No wonder you've been so proactive. Li Xinren nodded sheepishly. Even if I want to be a rich man's mistress, I'd still prefer someone young, handsome, and generous. That's normal, isn't it? That was true. You have an eye for handsomeness. That alone makes you better than most. You're really honest. She didn't mind. I think honesty is better. Since I've been so honest, can I know your answer? Yang Fan deliberately paused. Well, my answer is, it depends on how you perform. Li Xinren's intimacy level increased by 5. She was ecstatic. After all her hints and proactive moves had failed, this sudden, unconventional approach had actually worked. She felt she had been acting like someone who had given up, yet he responded to that. Was this the legendary sincerity is the ultimate weapon? This man was truly unpredictable. She would never have guessed that what moved Yang Fan was simply the fact that she was a widow, not a married woman. It was far less complicated than she imagined. Seeing Yang Fan's sudden change in attitude, Li Xinren knew her goal had been achieved. As for his words about watching her performance, she didn't take them to heart. She could treat him as her heaven, obey him in everything, not compete or strive, and simply be a docile lover in silence. Wouldn't that be enough? With this thought, she wore a dazzling smile, rose proactively, and walked over to sit close beside him. She breathed softly into his ear, her words like orchid fragrance. Do you know? My world was already growing dark, but your appearance is like a beam of light, illuminating my world. My performance will definitely satisfy you in every aspect. Yang Fan, inhaling the intoxicating fragrance of this mature woman, thought to himself, this woman sounds quite literary when speaking sweet nothings, but it felt quite pleasant nonetheless. I hope you're not just saying that. The woman didn't respond, but continued in a gentle voice. I really want to nestle in your arms, can I? Of course. Yang Fan wrapped his arm around her, and she slowly leaned into him. Her body was fragrant, soft, boneless. She continued to pour out her heart in his embrace. Maybe it's been too long since I felt this relaxed. Having someone to rely on feels wonderful. Do you know? I'm not as strong on the inside as I appear on the outside. I just dare not show my vulnerable side in front of my daughter and parents. Because I know that if I don't stay strong, it'll only add to their burden. So I have to be strong. In truth, I'm really tired, really weary. I don't know when it started, but I often feel anxious. I truly need a harbor to anchor myself. And then you came. A beautiful woman leaning in your arms unreservedly revealing her vulnerable side, while softly whispering affectionate words. This feeling, though Yang Fan couldn't quite articulate, it was mostly pleasing to his heart. He couldn't help but feel a desire to protect her. This woman was quite something. With just a few words, she had stirred his heartstrings. Yang Fan steadied his mind, and said half-jokingly, "You mean I was sent by heaven to help you?" The woman shifted in his arms, finding a more comfortable position, and said softly, "No, if you're willing, you are my heaven." This woman. She was simply. Yang Fan said nothing but gently stroked her silky long hair. The woman also stopped talking. They maintained this position for several minutes before Yang Fan noticed something was off. He looked down at the woman in his arms, and found it somewhat amusing. Her eyes were tightly shut, her breathing steady with a slight frown, otherwise completely still. She had actually fallen asleep in his arms. When a woman can fall asleep without any guard in a man's arms, it means she trusts him completely, and has let down all her defenses. After another 10 minutes or so, Yang Fan gently shook her. She opened her eyes, looking a bit dazed. "This isn't a good place to sleep." Li Xinran moved away from his embrace, looking at him with a hint of embarrassment. "I fell asleep without realizing it. How rude of me." Yang Fan shook his head, indicating he didn't mind, and said with a wry smile, "If you're tired, maybe we can find a more suitable place to sleep." Li Xinran instantly caught the keyword. Of course she understood his meaning, and instead of feeling repulsed, she felt a sense of relief. It meant this man had accepted her, and didn't despise her identity as a single mother. As for what would happen next, she had already mentally prepared herself before coming. She said shyly, "I'm fine with whatever you decide." At this moment, she was also certain that Yang Fan's earlier claim about having something to do after dinner was complete nonsense. But she wouldn't point it out. She wasn't stupid. Yang Fan put his arm around her again, and said, "Then let's go." With that, he stood up. They paid the bill, and left the hot pot restaurant. The successive prompts brought the intimacy level quickly to 53 points, which surprised Yang Fan, and gave him some pride. What he didn't know was that this happened because Li Xinran took these things quite seriously. It was also the reason she wanted to find a wealthy man, but absolutely refused to go into big business. It would make her feel cheap. She still had some pride left in her heart, unwilling to become a woman she would despise herself. At this moment, she was lying beside Yang Fan, fast asleep. Around 11 o'clock at night, Li Xinran's phone suddenly rang, waking her up. She hurriedly reached for it, afraid of disturbing Yang Fan. Seeing it was her mother calling, she first muted the sound, then tiptoed out of bed, moving a little distance away before answering the call. "Hello, Mom. It's so late, aren't you coming back?" Li Xinran glanced at Yang Fan, who was sound asleep in bed, and after a moment's thought said, "I have something very important. I won't be coming back tonight. Is little Candy asleep?" Hearing this, Li's mother seemed to guess something, and said with some delight, "Candy is already asleep. Have you finally come to your senses? Does he know about your situation? How does he treat you? Bring him home another day so your father and I can meet him." In the 2 years since Li Xinran returned with her daughter, she spent most of her time at home taking care of the child, and helping with housework, but occasionally went out to buy groceries. As a result, almost everyone in the neighborhood knew this beautiful woman. Many people had asked Li's mother about her. Several young men with decent conditions expressed they didn't mind her situation, but she didn't fancy them. She found fault with this or that, but in the end it was still about the income being too low. So Li's mother was quite worried about her daughter's affairs. Now that her daughter seemed to have opened up, she was happy. Li Xinran smiled, and said, "Mom, don't worry. He knows my situation, and treats me well." She dared not tell her parents that she was someone's mistress. She could only let them gradually accept it later. That's good. You two have fun, I won't disturb you. Don't worry about Candy, I'll take care of her. Remember to bring him home for a meal when you get the chance. Beep, beep, beep. With that, Li's mother hung up the phone. Li Xinran could hear the joy in her mother's voice, and thought to herself, it seems I've really caused my parents a lot of worry. But now everything is heading in the right direction. At that thought, a radiant smile unconsciously spread across her face. Just then a voice sounded. "What are you smirking about all alone?" Startled, Li Xinran turned to look at the man who had sat up in bed, and said apologetically, "Did I wake you?" Yang Fan shook his head. "No worries. What's got you so happy? Come over and tell me." Seeing him open his arms, she felt a warmth in her heart, and obediently walked over into his embrace. They held each other, feeling the other's warmth, lost in silence for a long while. Finally, Yang Fan broke the silence. Holding Li Xinran close, he whispered, "Do you have any dreams? Other than your daughter and parents being well?" She was taken aback. "Huh? Why should I exclude my daughter and parents?" "Because that dream is already within your reach." He tapped her head. "Silly, you can already achieve that dream now." She instantly understood, and her excitement could no longer be contained. Her body trembled slightly, and her arms tightened around him. Thank you. You're so good." Overwhelmed by his promise, she was so thrilled that she acted on it. "Hey, what are you doing? Don't I have any dignity?" She stopped, her eyes seductive as she spoke. "I'm sorry, I was just too excited. You can punish me." Half an hour later, Yang Fan looked at Li Xinran in his arms, and said with amusement, "Little vixen, are you behaving now? You haven't answered my question yet." She lazily patted him. Am your exclusive little vixen. Pausing, she continued. As for dreams, I can't really say offhand. You know, I've been a housewife for years. If I have to say, it's to earn plenty of money and never have to worry about finances again. Yang Fan nodded. That was a reasonable adult dream. Much more practical than his childhood dream of becoming a scientist. Have you ever thought about starting a business? Her eyes instantly lit up. Are you going to invest in me? Yang Fan rolled his eyes. Obviously. If I don't, you can't start a business with your meager savings. Li Xinren's affection too, though she was teased, she felt delighted, a blissful smile on her face. Indeed, having someone to rely on was wonderful. If Yang Fan was willing to fund her business, she would be a fool not to accept. It was clear he wanted to secure her future, allowing her to be his carefree songbird. She saw through this, and was even more convinced she had chosen the right man. But then she felt troubled. But I have no experience at all. I don't know what to do. How about you give me some advice? They'll listen to you. They'll do whatever you say. What was your major in college? I studied finance at a University of Economics. There you go. Do investment. Huh, investment. With her meager skills, Li Xinren was stunned, feeling as if he was telling her a ghost story. What, huh? Isn't that a perfect match for your major? She was both amused and exasperated. Darling, is it possible that my grades were just average? I was planning to become a bank teller, but I'm not good at investing. Yang Fan examined her carefully. I think you're quite suitable. You need to have confidence in yourself. You have confidence in me, but I don't. Though his proposal was tempting, she had enough self-awareness. She didn't want to lose money, and she even wanted to build a successful career to earn Yang Fan's respect. So she shook her head. Darling, trust me, I really can't do it. If I invest, you'll just lose your money. It's okay. We're not afraid of losses. If you lose, I'll invest more. The main goal is to gain experience. Give me your bank card number. Yang Fan's reasoning was simple. Since he was going to spend money on his woman anyway, why not let her try to build something? At least she'd gain experience. In the future, she could enter various industries, set up a wholly owned investment company, dabble in real businesses, or start online ventures. Wasn't that a good idea? He wasn't afraid of losses. He'd just give more if she lost. After all, he was the big spender. Seeing how serious he was, she didn't know whether to be moved or speechless. Since you want me to pick up my old knowledge and try investing, I'll follow your plan. But let me say this first, if I lose money, don't blame me. She then gave him her bank card number. Yang Fan transferred 600 yuan without hesitation. If you lose, I won't blame you. I'll periodically transfer money into your account. Just go ahead with confidence. Seeing the SMS notification of 600 yuan deposited, tears almost spilled from her eyes. Tears of gratitude. She never expected happiness to come so suddenly. Without any guarantee, this man had directly given her 600 yuan. Such trust was. Ding. While still in a state of emotion, she received another bank SMS. Another transfer of 600 yuan had arrived, bringing the balance to over 205 million yuan. Her eyes widened as she stared at the man beside her. Why are you staring? I suddenly thought that 600 might not be enough for you to improve your parents' and daughter's quality of life. The second 600 is for you to take care of your family's needs. Li Xinren's affection 3. She was deeply moved by how much he cared about her affairs. The next day, when Yang Fan woke up, he found that Li Xinren beside him was already awake, leaning against the headboard with her phone in hand, looking at something. Her barefaced appearance was also beautiful. Although not as glamorous as with red lips, it had a more delicate, gentle charm. Like a lotus emerging from clear water, she was indeed a woman approved by the system. Seeing him awake, the girl revealed a gentle smile. Honey, you're awake. Take a rest and gather your thoughts. They'll go make you breakfast. Oh, I'll be quick. With that, she was about to throw off the covers and get out of bed. But Yang Fan grabbed her and held her tightly. Why go through all that trouble? Just call room service. You think we're at home? Unexpectedly, the girl gently shook her head. No, I just want to make you breakfast. The ingredients are ready. If I hadn't been unsure when you'd wake up, I would have made it already. Honey, let me show you, okay? Taste my cooking. Seeing her hopeful expression, Yang Fan didn't stop her. He released his hands and said, just make something simple, not too much. The girl smiled sweetly. Got it. Yang Fan watched as the girl, wearing only her undergarments, got up and shuffled to the kitchen in slippers. He was momentarily stunned. This woman was very confident in her figure. She didn't shy away from his gaze. Compared to yesterday's occasional shyness, she was now much more open, which was quite exciting. What he didn't know was that after last night, their relationship had heated up quickly, and now Li Xinren had already accepted him in her heart. Moreover, she had her own unique insights into what men liked. If only there were some special outfits here, she would have worn them to please Yang Fan. For her own man, she was never stingy. She would show her best side without reservation. Let her man know that she was worth it. If not for her shyness, she might even have worn nothing at all. Perhaps that would be better. However, she didn't know the charm of being half hidden, as sometimes a glimpse is more alluring. And so, Yang Fan, sitting on the bed, had intended to play with his phone while waiting for breakfast, but now his mind was filled with the image of Li Xinren just now. He smiled helplessly, thinking to himself, this little vixen had won again. So he put down his phone, got up, and walked to the kitchen. There Li Xinran was now wearing an apron which actually added to the effect. He walked behind the girl who was cooking seriously, wrapped his arms around her slender waist, and hugged her. The girl didn't feel any discomfort and asked while cooking, "Why are you here? Are you hungry?" "Yeah, hungry." The girl who had been cooking seriously suddenly realized she was too naive because she quickly lost focus. But she didn't utter any words of blame or make any refusal. She simply turned off the stove silently and cooperated fully. In fact, she was very happy to see that he liked her so much. As for what aspect of her he liked, does it matter? Isn't it all her? After nearly a full hour, the two finally managed to eat breakfast, but both were quite pleased. After the meal, Li Xinyi asked, "Honey, do you have any plans today?" Yang Fan shook his head. "No plans." "What's up?" "Nothing. Since you're free, you'll stay here with you." The intimacy level with this woman had been stuck at 59 since last night. He had hoped to break through this morning. But after what just happened, it still didn't increase. It probably needed a second meeting. Because he had noticed a pattern. Gu Weijia and Shin Si both had broken through only after knowing each other for a while and meeting a second time. Perhaps one of the conditions for breakthrough was that the other person had to miss him. He felt that was indeed possible. As the old saying goes, separation makes the heart grow fonder. So he smiled and said, "No need. You haven't been home for a day. Go back and see your daughter. Think about what our daughter might be missing and buy everything for her. Don't let her suffer." "Our daughter?" Li Xinran's eyes instantly reddened, and she seemed on the verge of tears. Hey, don't. Are you really made of water? Tears come as easily as that." The girl didn't speak, just stepped forward and hugged him tightly. Seeing that the girl was clearly moved, but the intimacy still hadn't increased, Yang Fan became more convinced that his idea was correct. He gently stroked her back. "Be good. Go back and accompany your daughter. We have plenty of time. They'll find a chance to see our daughter too. Since her mother is so beautiful, she must be a beautiful little angel." Li Xinran smiled with tears in her eyes and nodded slightly. "MM'll do as you say." Li Xinran went home. Yang Fan also left the hotel ready to go home. He was completely satisfied today and didn't plan to meet any girls, intending to take a good rest. Starting tomorrow, he planned to exercise a bit, otherwise he might not be able to keep up in the future. Suddenly he thought of the girls he knew. Chen Si and Li Wei were both the sporty type. Having a beautiful woman accompany him to exercise seemed like a good idea. Among the two, although Chen Si's intimacy was much higher obviously, Li Wei's was negative. He had a special feeling for Li Wei. After all, she was the only virgin among the girls he could spend money on. If he didn't work hard to win her over and later found that her purity had dropped to 99, who would he complain to? There would definitely be many men chasing such a beauty. He couldn't let others get there first. It's decided then. So Yang Fan sent a message. "I've been thinking about exercising recently. Any recommendations?" He didn't know what she was doing if she didn't reply. But he wasn't worried, he just took a taxi home. However, by the time he got home, her reply came late. "Yo, weakling, did some girl drain you? You're no good." "How infuriating. Screw you, wanna try me?" "Not much to look at, but you sure have a wild imagination. If you want to exercise, join a gym. Better get a personal trainer, don't mess around on your own." Since he transferred money to this girl last time, she had changed her attitude. She was no longer so brief, and had become a bit familiar with him. Yang Fan didn't know why, but it was obviously a good thing. "Do you usually go to the gym?" Li Wei, who had just stopped dancing and was resting in a corner, saw this message, curled her lips, and gave a playful expression. "Yo, showing your wolf's tail? If you want to ask me to work out with you, just say it straight. Don't beat around the bush." "What? Playing shy?" Upon seeing Li Wei's message, Yang Fan couldn't help but smile. "Don't be sarcastic. Just tell me, do you usually work out? If you don't, I'll find another place." Li Wei fell into thought. She did have a gym membership card, but she rarely went. She mostly practiced dance, which was quite a workout and not much different from fitness. If it were any other man, she wouldn't bother to respond, and would simply reject him, perhaps even ignoring the message entirely. But Yang Fan had been extremely generous with her to a degree she found surprising. Thus he held a unique place in her heart. She felt she could try getting to know him as a friend first, and so she made a decision. "Of course I work out. There's a gym called Leap Fitness near my dance studio. If you come, you can save on personal trainer fees. I can teach you whatever you want to work on." "You, what? What do you mean by that? I'm a professional. Others would beg for my guidance, and you dare to doubt me. All right then. Do you have time tomorrow? Take me to get a membership card." "Sure, come treat me to lunch tomorrow." "Okay." After they ended the call, Yang Fan was in a good mood. Although this girl's affinity toward him was still negative, she was willing to engage with him. He could only say that money truly made things easier. Indeed, Li Wei was willing to interact with him mainly because of his financial power, not his personal charm. In her mind, knowing someone like him brought only benefits and no harm. So why not go along with it? Li Xinran had just returned home with groceries when her mother's gossipy nature instantly ignited. "Xinran, you're back? Quick, put down the groceries and come sit. Let's have a good mother-daughter chat." She sighed helplessly, knowing her mother would certainly ask about her and Yang Fan. But her parents had always been concerned about her personal life, and avoiding it was impossible. It was better to come clean and put their minds at ease. She set down the groceries and walked over to the sofa, sitting beside her mother, whose face was full of curiosity. Just then little Xiao Tanghua toddled over with her arms outstretched, wanting to be held. Mommy. Li Xinran picked up her daughter, pondering how to answer her mother's upcoming questions. Her father sat nearby pretending to watch TV, but his attention was clearly on them. He looked like he was about to enjoy some gossip. It was obvious that he, like her mother, was also very concerned about this matter. No sooner had she sat down than her mother asked with a smile. Xinran, tell your mother about that young man. Are you two officially together? How did you meet? Li's mother was puzzled. Her daughter rarely went out, focused on making money online in her spare time, and only occasionally took care of her child, did housework, or went grocery shopping. How had she suddenly found a man? Could it be that she met him while buying groceries? Li's mother's curiosity was burning fiercely. Since Li Xinran had decided to speak, she didn't hold back. Yes, we're together. We met online. Li's mother was shocked, her eyes widening. Online. Then with a worried expression she asked, can people you meet online be reliable? Don't let yourself be fooled, silly girl. Her father, who had been pretending to watch TV, also chimed in. That's right, Xinran. There are many scammers online. Don't the news often report cases like that? You need to be cautious with strangers. Just recently, there was a case of someone being tricked into having their organs removed. You can't trust strangers easily. Li Xinran found her parents' reactions both amusing and exasperating. But thinking of Yang Fan, this so-called net friend her parents mentioned, and his actions, she couldn't help but smile. Dad, Mom, you're overthinking. I'm not stupid. He's not the kind of net friend you imagine, and certainly not a scammer. Besides, your daughter doesn't have anything worth being scammed for. Her mother immediately disagreed. Who says there's nothing? If he can't scam your money, he can scam your looks. Our Xinran has always been beautiful. How could you have nothing worth scamming? Don't underestimate yourself. Li Xinran was almost speechless and protested. Mom, what are you talking about? I mean, he's young and accomplished, wealthy and capable. He's no scammer. Yesterday, he gave me 600 to start a business and another 600 to improve the lives of you two and Candy. What? 600? He gave you money? Li's father and mother were both taken aback, exclaiming in disbelief. Li Xinran smiled and nodded. Yes, not 600, but a total of 120000. Have you ever seen a scammer like that? If you have, introduce me. I'd be willing to be scammed. Li's mother was still recovering from the shock and murmured. I'd be willing too. If this is true, it feels more like you're the scammer and he's the one being scammed. Li Xinran's face darkened. Mom, what are you saying? Li's mother snapped back to reality, giving an awkward smile at her daughter's displeasure before continuing. Did he really give you 1 renminbi? Really truer than pearls. The money is in my account right now. Li's father was too stunned to speak, while Li's mother asked incredulously, is that young man an idiot? But no, how could an idiot have so much money? Hiss, is my daughter really worth that much? Li Xinran was starting to question her own existence. Am I your biological daughter? How could you say such a heartbreaking thing? Before she could respond, Li's father intervened, scolding his wife. How can you say that? Our Xinran is priceless. Indeed. Only a father would be so protective. Unlike her mother, Li's father looked at her seriously and said, Xinran, tell me honestly. Did he ask you to do anything illegal? We must never get involved in such things, understand? The young woman replied seriously, Dad, don't worry. He hasn't asked me to do anything. He just told me to improve our family's living conditions and try starting a business or investing. There's no agreement between us. Father Li felt relieved hearing his daughter say that. This young man is truly extraordinary. If that's the case, you must treat him well, understand? You know your own situation. If you miss this chance, you'll never find another such extraordinary person, even if you search with a lantern. Mother Li nodded in agreement, echoing her husband's words with a sigh. Indeed, he is extraordinary. If what you say is true, that 2 million yuan is practically free money. Xinxin, your father is right. You should treat this extraordinary man, well, preferably get married soon, and give him a chubby baby to secure the deal. No. Li Xinran found herself unable to tell whether her parents' words were praise or criticism. Are you two using extraordinary in a positive or negative sense? Li Xinran found herself utterly unable to discern. At this moment, Tanghua in her arms gave a curious follow-up. Mommy, am I going to have a little brother? Li Xinran suddenly felt exasperated. Yang Fan had originally planned to play games, but fell asleep without realizing it, taking a nap at home and sleeping straight through to dinner time. After getting up, he casually ordered takeout, then took out his phone and entered Douyin. Before he could check which streamers were live, he saw a system notification pop up. He opened it. Greetings, brother Xiaoyao. I am Xia, an official Douyin staff member. To provide you with a more enjoyable experience, I will be your dedicated customer service representative from now on. You can contact me for any issues or reasonable suggestions on this platform. Here is my personal WeChat. Please add me, brother Xiaoyao. Thank you very much for your generous support of our platform. Have a pleasant experience. It turned out to be a belated dedicated customer service. Yang Fan had been wondering before. It was said that users above level 50 would be assigned a dedicated customer service, yet he was already level 54 without any news. Was this late? He didn't know that the platform should have assigned him a dedicated customer service a couple of days ago. But because his spending power was so dazzling, recharging millions in just over 10 days and spending it all, he was quite impressive. Moreover, he was a genuine big spender who actually paid for his tickets completely different from those guild accounts. The platform could afford to ignore guilds since guilds relied on the platform to make money, but they had to respect real big spenders. They were the ones bringing money to the platform. How could it be the same? Therefore, the customer service department took it seriously and didn't assign him randomly. Instead, they began selecting. Unexpectedly, many employees wanted to be his dedicated customer service, which was a bit troublesome. In the end, the department manager made the final decision. For fairness, they arranged a test for the employees who applied to be Yang Fan's dedicated customer service. The highest score would win, just like an exam. In the end, Xia came out on top. After Yang Fan sent a friend request, he didn't pay her any more attention. For now, he didn't see any problems. The only issue might be that there were too many fake beauties on Douyin, and customer service couldn't handle that. He couldn't possibly ask her to petition for the removal of beauty filters, and leg lengthening effects from streamers, could he? Wouldn't that make him look like a fool? Unless Douyin was owned by Yang Fan, there was no such possibility. This was one of their ways to make money. You couldn't ask them to smash their own rice bowl. If that were really done, over 90% of Douyin streamers would be destroyed, and over 90% of real big spenders would be dumbfounded. How many viewers would be lost? How many would be willing to tip? So he could only think about it. Returning to Douyin, he saw that Xia and Xiao Lu were both online. Without further ado, he directly entered Xiao Lu's livestream. After all, this girl was closer to him. Bungshi Xiaoyao sent Carnival 2. Bungshi Xiaoyao sent Carnival 20. Oh? Brother Xiaoyao is here. Thank you for the carnival. I just started streaming, and Brother Xiaoyao came to see me. I'm so happy. Xiao Lu was extremely happy seeing him send gifts and immediately started a private conversation mode. The viewers also chimed in. Brother Xiaoyao, why did you change your lucky number? Wasn't it 17? What do you know? What does the number 20 represent? Anyone decent knows. I think you should just give in streamer. Exactly, Xiao Lu. There might not be a man who lights up your exhibition hall every week, but hey, race a man who far exceeds that standard. Give it. Indeed, the one who spoils Xiao Lu the most is still Brother Xiaoyao. Huh. Brother Xiaoyao suddenly came to Xiao Lu's stream. Doesn't that mean Xia is doomed? Right? Xia and Xiao Lu have an appointment for a 4-person PK. Isn't Xiao Lu's side sure to win? Maybe not. If I remember correctly, Xia is also a female streamer that Brother Xiaoyao supports. Which side will Brother Xiaoyao vote for? Haha, I also want to know who Brother Xiaoyao will support if Xiao Lu and Xia fight. Doesn't this count as a fight for the position of the main wife? Then the streamer is sure to win. She's big enough. That's not certain. What if Brother Xiaoyao likes small ones? As the saying goes, if the chest is not flat, how can one pacify the world? Bullshit. Anyone who says Xia is small must have never watched her stream. I suggest you search for Xia. She's a standard lowly face with. I'm not looking down on your streamer, but she really is a bit inferior. Damn. Really? I'm going to search right away. Lowly face with is my favorite. I'm out. Yang Fan was stunned by the viewers' comments and asked in a floating message, are you going to PK with Xia later? Xiao Lu was also watching the screen, so she noticed his message immediately. In fact, she also wanted to know who Yang Fan would support between Xia and her. After all, Xia was the first female streamer he had supported. She herself had only gotten to know him through a PK with Xia. Although she had visited him a few times, it was fine if the opponent was another female streamer, but if it was Xia, she really didn't have much confidence. She was well aware that Brother Xiaoyao had been a small account just over 10 days ago. His carnival journey started from Xia's stream, and it had been unstoppable since. Some viewers even rumored that Brother Xiaoyao had originally intended to just browse Douyin casually, but he took a fancy to Xia at first sight, immediately started a money-spending spree, and successfully retained a wealthy spender for Douyin. The credit was given to Xia, and the most obvious effect was that the number of viewers in Xia's stream had been growing rapidly every day, lifting her out of the small streamer category. This made Xiao Lu envious. But Xiao Lu dared not speak her mind, otherwise it would seem like she was forcing Big Brother to make a choice. Such a thing cannot be done. Yes, Xiaoyao go yesterday, Xia, and I arranged a 4-person PK. It's just for fun, so you don't need to vote at that time. Otherwise I would win unfairly. Haha. Yang Fan thought for a moment. Although Xia had transferred money to him twice, she had not yet shown any intention of voluntarily coming to him. Over the past 10 days or so, he had been sending her gifts without stint, so she must have been spoiled by him. More than 10 days had passed, and now it was almost time to reel in the net. He would give her the cold shoulder properly, making her feel a huge sense of contrast, so that she would fulfill her duty as a tool. Just then Xiao Lu had arranged a PK with her, and he could completely start operating from this PK. Suppose Xia had already gotten used to his frequent big spending behavior. Now, not only did he suddenly stop sending her gifts, but he also lavishly showered Xiao Lu with gifts during her PK, and even didn't go to her livestream today. What would she think? If she had no reaction, he would simply not go to her live stream for a consecutive period and only send gifts to other female streamers. Young Fan didn't believe she could hold out. If she felt satisfied just because she had earned a few $100,000 from him and didn't care whether he would send gifts in the future continuing to be aloof, then perhaps he would actually think better of her. At worst, he would just abandon one tool. It was no big deal. But Yang Fan knew very well that someone who had tasted great benefits would find it hard to stop there. Shasha would most likely fall into intense internal conflict, and then make the choice he gave her. People's desires would continuously expand according to circumstances, and controlling one's own desires was not easy. Especially these streamers, why did they work hard every day to persist in live streaming? Ultimately, it was all for money. It couldn't be to accompany their family members every day, could it? Then Yang Fan sent a floating comment. Are you trying to teach me what to do? I'll unfollow you then. Xiaolu saw this and playfully stuck out her tongue, quickly saying, Xiaoyao, good, don't wrong me. How would I dare? It's just a small suggestion. Of course you can send gifts if you want. Why unfollow? It's not that serious. The viewers also started teasing. Xiaolu, you gave in too quickly. Stand your ground. Ha ha ha. Xiaoyao Gu has also learned the essence of unfollowing. You really know how to unfollow. Xiaoyao Gu clearly intends to send gifts. I bet he'll send them to Shasha. Xiaolu actually dared to teach Xiaoyao Gu what to do. It's good enough that he didn't unfollow you, and you still expect him to send gifts. I bet Xiaoyao Gu will send gifts to Xiaolu. He's been coming here most frequently recently. I bet Xiaoyao Gu will send gifts left and right, basically playing a left-right self-fighting technique. It's quite exciting to fight himself. It's very possible he'll send to both sides, but who will win in the end? Does it matter? Both streamers are well-fed. Winning or losing doesn't matter, right? What do you think? Is there a possibility that Xiaoyao Gu sends gifts to all 4 streamers? Makes sense. All 4 are female streamers. I think you really know Xiaoyao Gu. Amid the viewers' chat, the screen suddenly changed, splitting into 4 small frames, each showing a female streamer. The 4 began greeting each other, clearly acquainted, likely having connected frequently during this period. All 4 were similar except for Shasha, who barely managed among the smaller streamers. Shasha, with her decent dancing skills, easily retained visitors, and with the boost from Yang Fan's money power, her popularity had recently increased significantly, making her the most prominent among the 4. The other 2 female streamers, though also very beautiful, each had their own charm, but since the system didn't react, Yang Fan lost interest directly. After the 4 female streamers finished exchanging pleasantries, Shasha smiled and said, Xiaoyao Gu, I know you're on the other side. You're not going to help Xiaolu fight me, are you? Without you, my live stream doesn't have much. Before Yang Fan could type, Xiaolu spoke first. Don't even think about tricking Xiaoyao Gu over there. Mute your mic and start the fight, or he'll fight you. Shasha ignored Xiaolu and instead put on a pitiful look, saying, Xiaoyao Gu, if you want to beat Shasha, please go easy on me, okay? Shasha can't take a beating. Although she desperately wanted to invite Yang Fan to her live stream to help her send gifts, she couldn't bring herself to say it. Big Brother could play however he wanted. At this moment, she was just casually interacting with him. She was hinting that after he finished beating her, he should remember to come visit her later. Of course, if he went, the huge medical expenses would definitely not be small. She was quite confident about this. After all, during this period, he often went to her live stream to watch her dance and lavishly send her gifts, which had almost become a routine. The other 2 female streamers also took the initiative to greet Yang Fan, hoping to leave an impression on Big Brother and become familiar faces. They thought to themselves, this guy was protecting quite a few female streamers simultaneously and was very generous with gifts. What if they got lucky and he took a fancy to them? Then they would often be well fed. However, since they didn't pass the test, they were destined to be disappointed. Not to mention a carnival, they wouldn't even get a single little star. Soon the PK began. The 4 were all doing their best to solicit votes. Xiaolu shouted loudly, Skinny old men. Charge. Crush them. Yang Fan was instantly speechless upon hearing Xiaolu's vote soliciting slogan. However, what was even more speechless was that the viewers in the live stream were indeed as if injected with chicken blood. Popo, 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 popo. They threw all kinds of gifts up. Awesome. Yang Fan didn't rush to send gifts. Instead, he looked at the speed of vote accumulation of the 4 female streamers. Unsurprisingly, Shasha was in the lead, far ahead of the other 3. It seemed this little girl had been doing pretty well in her live stream recently. Although she didn't have a powerful Big Brother, she had quite a few fans willing to send small gifts. Family, work hard. Don't let the 2nd place be taken away. Bring out all your stock and let them see the strength of our family. Although Xiaolu's live stream had an initial burst, it gradually weakened, and even the 2nd place was shaky, threatening to drop to 3rd. Yang Fan casually recharged 1500 yuan. Ban Shi Xiaoyao sent Carnival X2. Ban Shi Xiaoyao sent Carnival X50. The health bar of Xiaolu's side instantly drained Shasha's side to near empty. This effectively killed the match early. The female streamer on Xiaolu's side scored a free win. She was now looking at Xiaolu's vote count with envy, wondering what she was thinking. Wow, long live Xiaoyao Gu. I love you to death. Haha. Family, did you see that? What is strength? Our family has an invincible Big Brother guarding us. Crush them. When Xiao Lu saw Yang Fan make a move and directly send 50 carnival gifts to her, she was instantly ecstatic. Much of her excitement stemmed from the fact that he had given her the first vote, and such a massive sum at once was unprecedented. Could this mean that she held a larger place in his heart than Xia? This was a truly delightful piece of news. She began to observe the PK situation on the stage, feeling a slight nervousness, as she wanted to see if Yang Fan would send any gifts to Xia. Not only her, but Xia on the other side was also hoping that Yang Fan would come and help her out, and she thought it was highly likely since both were dear to him. Xia was the first female streamer that Xiaoyaoge had ever protected. However, as time gradually passed, Yang Fan remained completely still until the PK ended. At this moment, it was a case of some rejoicing while others lamented. Xiao Lu, who had monopolized Yang Fan's favor and won the PK, was undoubtedly the happiest one. It was as if she sensed that he was using this to declare that she was the most cherished streamer in his heart. While expressing her gratitude loudly, the radiant smile on her face never faded. In her heart, she even began to secretly plan to make a surprise visit to him again, cherishing this hard-won achievement. As for his intention not to marry but only seek a lover, she had basically come to terms with it. Since she couldn't have him exclusively, she would maintain this current relationship and focus on her career. As long as he treated her well, she would consider him a safe haven for now. After all, she was still young and had no plans for a boyfriend, let alone marriage and children. If any other thoughts arose in the future, she would deal with them then. Having come to this realization, intimacy with Lu Xiaoluten. Seeing that Yang Fan hadn't even sent a single star to Xia until the PK ended, Xiao Lu felt that the special off-screen competition between her and Xia had unexpectedly ended in a complete victory. At this moment, she felt immense satisfaction, which finally resolved the knot in her heart regarding Yang Fan, directly increasing her intimacy by 10 points to 59. She was just one step away from contributing a second-level cashback card. Yang Fan was quite surprised when he heard the system notification. Ever since Xiao Lu had returned, her intimacy hadn't increased by even a single point, and despite his frequent gift-giving during that time, there had been no change. He never expected that his plan to manipulate Xia today would instead make Xiao Lu come to terms with the previous events. It was truly an unexpected delight. He never imagined that before he could even arrange things with Xia, he had already achieved the effect of diversion. He had to admit that this tactic of favoring one over the other worked quite well. It felt like he was operating two beauties simultaneously. At that moment, Xia opened her mic. Her heart was bitter, but she didn't show it, and instead spoke in a coquettish tone. Xiaoyaoge, you hit Xia too hard. I'm heartbroken. She then put on an injured expression, seeking comfort, but waited for a long time without seeing Yang Fan appear. She wondered in her heart what's going on. Not only did he not send her any gifts, but he didn't even come to comfort her. This wasn't like his usual behavior. Could she have accidentally upset him? That shouldn't be. Xia instantly fell into thought, recalling the events of the past few days. She was quite certain that she hadn't done anything that would make him angry. Perhaps he was just busy and hadn't noticed her words. She comforted herself. Then she asked Xiao Lu, is Xiaoyaoge still in your live stream? Yes, but he's not talking. Xiao Lu replied, feeling a bit strange herself. Like Xia, she also thought that someone had upset Xiaoyaoge. This was good news for her, and she couldn't help feeling a little schadenfreude. She wouldn't openly involve herself in such matters, but she might even stir the pot a little. She directly said, Xia, do you remember the punishment you set? You better carry it out honestly. I'm logging off now. Hey. Wait. Xiao Lu finished speaking and hung up, leaving Xia unable to even finish her sentence. Wait for what? Wait for you to coax Xiaoyaoge. Dream on. I wish Xiaoyaoge would never talk to you again, so I could automatically become the most favored one. Wouldn't that be nice? After disconnecting, Xiao Lu was clearly in a joyful mood, almost humming a little tune. She then completely avoided mentioning Xia chatting with Yang Fan and the viewers. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xia was feeling a bit depressed and uncomfortable, but she couldn't show it since she was live streaming with many viewers. However, the viewers began to fan the flames. Xia, why did Xiaoyaoge help others beat you? Isn't he usually the one who dotes on you the most? Yeah. After beating our Xia, he didn't even send a single gift for recovery. Could it be that you and Xiaoyaoge had a falling out, and you've lost his favor? Huh. Xia has been sent to the Cold Palace, and Xiao Lu has smoothly taken her place. TCH. Xia's relationship with Xiaoyaoge is deep. It's not that easy to lose favor. It's okay. If Bengshi Xiaoyao doesn't dote on you, we still do. Exactly, it's no big deal. We'll always be with you. Xia saw the viewers discussing this and feared the topic might get out of hand, so she smiled and said, stop talking nonsense. Xiao Lu is also a female streamer that Xiaoyaoge protects. It's perfectly normal for him to send her gifts. Maybe he promised her beforehand. Xiao Lu is one of us, don't stir up trouble. Though she said this, she was actually a bit confused inside. But this wasn't the time to dwell on it. She decided to continue streaming, thinking that Xiaoyaoge might come to her livestream later, and then she would naturally know the reason. There was no need to overthink. An hour later, Shasha, who was streaming while occasionally glancing at the screen, noticed that during this hour Xiaoyao Gu had successively sent consecutive carnival gifts to the Daimao sisters Ollie and a streamer named Pikachu. She thought, shouldn't he come to her now? It was her turn to be fed. However, after another hour of waiting, he still hadn't appeared. At this moment Shasa's heart skipped a beat, and she had a bad feeling. Perhaps she had truly offended him unintentionally. If it was a coincidence that he didn't help her during the PK with Xiao Lu, but instead helped Xiao Lu beat her, then why, after he had basically fed all the female streamers he protected, was she the only one left out? Shasha racked her brains, but couldn't figure it out, to the point that she started to become distracted during the live stream. She then wondered if she should ask Xiaoyao Gu via private message after the stream ended. But how could she ask about it? She couldn't just directly ask him why he hadn't fed her today, could she? After all, he didn't know her anything. Shasha waited for Yang Fan until the end of her live stream time, but he never came. She knew in her heart that he wouldn't come. Now she sat on the chair lost in thought. When she quieted down, her mind became much clearer. She thought of many possibilities and finally suspected that the problem might lie with Xiao Lu. It was obvious that she had met brother Xiaoyao first, and it was for her sake that he had started spending lavishly on Douyin. Yet in the end, he was clearly closer to Xiao Lu than to her. When he came online, he no longer came to her first, and now he was even helping Xiao Lu fight against her. Had brother Xiaoyao been stolen away by Xiao Lu? That shouldn't be. He hadn't only gifted Xiao Lu today. Besides, whether it was talent, figure, appearance, or age, she was superior to Xiao Lu in every aspect. What did Xiao Lu have to deserve this? Actually, if brother Xiaoyao helped Xiao Lu fight against her, that was no big deal. She was not a petty person. But he had gifted all the female streamers he protected, except he didn't even come to her livestream. This was clearly a warning to her. As for what he was warning about, she had somewhat guessed it because of Xiao Lu. Wasn't it just that trivial matter between the top spender and the female streamer? With this thought, she understood why Yang Fan had been getting closer to Xiao Lu recently. She hadn't expected Xiao Lu, this female streamer who usually dressed so conservatively and didn't flirt on stream, to be so scheming behind the scenes. She had given herself up so quickly. But this was not something she should dwell on now. Since she had figured out the reason for Yang Fan's unusual behavior, she needed to think about how to deal with this situation. Follow Xiao Lu's example. She hadn't fully considered this matter yet. After struggling for a while, she couldn't make up her mind. Maybe she should observe for a few more days. Perhaps she was overthinking. It was possible that in a couple of days brother Xiaoyao would return to normal. So Shasha made her decision. On the other side, Ollie, who had just finished her live stream not long ago, was about to remove her makeup when her personal phone rang. She saw it was a call from the guild president. Without hesitation, she answered. "Hello, brother Zhao, what's up?" A deep voice of a middle-aged man came through the phone. "There's something I need to tell you." "Go ahead." "I received news that today brother Xiaoyao helped Xiao Lu fight against Shasha, and then he gifted all the female streamers he protects, except he never went to Shasa's live stream." Ollie was taken aback. "Brother Zhao, do you mean brother Xiaoyao and Shasha have some discord? But this doesn't seem to have anything to do with me, right? How is it not related to you? Have you considered that brother Xiaoyao never asks for return gifts when he sends presents? He's not an advertiser or a product promoter. All his tips are just given away. Under such circumstances, what would cause him to have a falling out with Shasha?" Upon hearing this, Ollie followed the president's line of thought and quickly got the answer. "You mean offline? Not too dumb. The guild is now preparing to allocate resources to you. I believe you know very well why we're doing this. I don't want you to follow in Shasa's footsteps. Do you understand my meaning?" The president's meaning was clear. He was reminding Ollie that no matter what method she used, she must secure brother Xiaoyao, at least not have a falling out with him like Shasha did. Everyone in the live streaming industry knew that once a big spender lost interest in you, he would never tip you again and wouldn't even enter your live stream. After all, there were so many female streamers on Douyin. With money, he could buy happiness anywhere. Why would he insist on tipping you? The words also half implied to Ollie that if she didn't secure brother Xiaoyao, she could forget about the guild's tilted resources. After the president's reminder, Ollie understood his meaning. She sighed inwardly but said aloud, "Brother Zhao, I understand your meaning. Good that you understand. Be proactive. You're not inferior to many top-tier female streamers now. What you lack most is a real big spender. This is your opportunity. Remember, you have to sacrifice to get what you want. The Douyin mid-year event is coming soon. I've said all I can. Think about the rest yourself." Then the two hung up. Ollie, like Shasha, fell into deep thought. She felt that the president's analysis was correct. Brother Xiaoyao had clearly been much better to Shasha than to the others at the beginning, as Shasha had received the most gifts. Everyone knew that Shasha was a special female streamer to brother Xiaoyao. Ollie didn't mind much about that, because trying to snatch him might offend the big spender. But imperceptibly, Xiao Lu had caught up from behind and become more favored. Today Shasha was instead neglected because of some discord with brother Xiaoyao. Connecting these things with the president's mention of offline made it all make sense. Perhaps if she wanted to do well in this industry, she should be more proactive. She was not averse to this kind of thing, as she had been mentally prepared when she chose this line of work. She was just waiting for the right price. Her live stream did have some ordinary big spenders, but she thought that even if she were to sell, she should sell at a good price. So far, she had not gone offline with anyone. This had even offended a few ordinary big spenders. However, Brother Xiaoyao was different from ordinary big spenders. His spending power was astonishing. If she offended him like before, she would not only lose a sustainable large income, but also miss out on the high-quality resources the guild was tilting. And she would have no chance at the upcoming Douyin mid-year event. Previously, she had not met a suitable target, but Brother Xiaoyao was clearly a good choice. With this thought, Ollie decided to test his intentions. Brother Xiaoyao, is the temperature cool over there? It's called the summer resort capital, so summer should be very comfortable, right? Yang Fan had just finished a game when he saw Alice's message and was a bit surprised. Why did this message feel so familiar? After a moment's thought, he remembered, isn't this exactly what Xiao Lu said before her surprise visit? This girl also wanted to come to his place to escape the heat. Wasn't this preparing for a surprise visit? He thought to himself, shouldn't it be Xia sending this kind of message at this time? What was going on with Ollie? Whatever, it was a good thing anyway. Although it's a bit hot too, it's still much better than most other places. It's too hot here, I can't stand it. I want to go somewhere to escape the heat. Indeed, the reason she used was the same as Xiao Lu's. The only difference was that she didn't video call him in advance. Was she planning to open a blind box? Since the girl had almost said it directly, how could he not understand? Bishu City is indeed a good choice. When are you planning to come? Since she had already made the decision, Ollie naturally didn't hesitate. She even thought that no matter what Brother Xiaoyao looked like, she would grit her teeth and go. After all, it was for his money. She would treat it as a dream, and at worst, she would be uncomfortable for a while. He was rich and generous with high-cost performance. This deal was worth doing. Finally, Ollie said she wanted to see his schedule, claiming that being alone in an unfamiliar city was boring and that she needed to find some company. This played right into Yang Fan's hands. However, at that moment, he was planning to work out and pursue Li Wei, so he told Ollie to wait until he finished his current tasks before contacting her. Ollie had no reason to refuse, as she had already made her stance clear. She wouldn't stumble in this regard, and she certainly wouldn't offend him elsewhere. The matter was settled. In fact, she would be perfectly content if he never contacted her again. She could gain plenty without any effort. After they ended the chat, Yang Fan shook his head with a wry smile. His original intention was merely to give Xia a gentle nudge, but who knew it would set off a chain reaction, unintentionally resolving Xiaola's inner conflict, and even prompting Ollie to volunteer her presence. Was this a happy accident? He didn't need to know why Ollie suddenly decided to offer herself up. Oh, as long as she was decent enough in all aspects, she would be perfectly qualified as a tool for providing cashback cards. If her purity was too low or her overall looks only barely passed, he could simply send her back. Yes. After his deep interactions with the four beauties over this period, Yang Fan had successfully overcome his hunger phase, and his mindset had naturally shifted. Now that he was not so short of tools, since he was still pursuing several others, he had little interest in girls with low overall looks or low purity. This was only human nature. Everyone aspires to climb higher. Even the flight attendant Gong Jing, whom he was currently pursuing, he found her purity too low. He decided to let things take their natural course, hoping to snatch a second-level cashback card. But since he had already invested some effort in her, he considered cultivating her into another type of tool. That is, by giving her benefits, he could have her scout among the flight attendant circle for high-quality pure beauties. Though it might not be easy, if he targeted those flight attendants who were holding out for a high bidder, he might just find someone satisfactory. After all, he had nothing to lose, so why not give it a try? Yang Fan drifted off to sleep without realizing it. The next day, he woke up and checked the time. 11 in the morning. Not too late. After a quick wash, he went out to get a haircut, then sent a message to Li Wei. I'm heading out now. Shall I go directly to the building where you learn street dance? Yang Fan walked while booking a ride-hailing service. Soon the girl replied, yes, message me when you arrive. Half an hour later, standing at the entrance of the building, Yang Fan saw Li Wei emerge from the gate. The first thing he did was check her information. Name Li Wei. Age 21. Height 166 centimeters. Weight 49 kilograms. Overall appearance 86. Purity 100. Status normal. Intimacy 27. Phew. The number was still 0. Actually, Yang Fan was overthinking. If Li Wei were that easy to win over, she wouldn't still be a 0 at 21. How could it increase so easily? He had to admit that every time he saw this girl, his heart raced. Perhaps it was that 0 status haunting him. Today the girl wore a black crop tank top, paired with loose gray casual pants and white sneakers, exuding a youthful, sporty vibe. Li Wei walked over and handed Yang Fan a black card, saying, here, take it. Yang Fan took it curiously and saw it was a FAUF Fitness annual pass with today's date. You got this for me? Yeah. Used your name, age, and phone number. Come on, let's go eat. I'm starving. Didn't you have breakfast? I ate a bit, but dancing burns a lot of energy. Yang Fan smiled. What do you want to eat? The girl said matter-of-factly, of course, a big meal. You think that gym card was free? Follow me. They hadn't walked far when they saw a tall building. Li Wei led him inside and took the elevator to the top floor. Upon exiting, they found a sky-high restaurant with a spectacular view. After handing the menu to the girl to order, they ate and chatted. The girl spoke first. What aspect do you want to train? Just physical fitness and stamina. The girl looked at him suspiciously, then burst out laughing. Huh, you're not actually weak in the body, are you, little weakling? Yang Fan rolled his eyes, glad she didn't imply it was because of women. He retorted provocatively. I told you to try and see, but you didn't dare. Who's the little weakling now? Li Wei didn't take the bait as she just looked at him with a teasing smile. If it's not because you're weak, why train physical fitness and stamina? Don't you want to build some chest and abs to attract girls? I'm afraid of death, okay? What do you like, men with chest and abs? Li Wei's face stiffened, and she almost blurted out, I don't like men. She stopped herself just in time. She feared that if she said that, Yang Fan would misunderstand her as a lesbian. In truth, she rejected men, but also disliked women. If it were anyone else, she would have said it without a second thought, but she wanted to leave a good impression on this generous patron. Yang Fan had no idea what she was thinking. He just saw her say, I, and then fall silent. You what? Li Wei shook her head. Nothing. Rich people are indeed afraid of death. Just eat your meal. Didn't your teacher teach you not to talk while eating? Yang Fan shot her an annoyed look. Wasn't it a fool who started this topic just now? Li Wei intimacy 1. This girl's intimacy changes were the most bizarre Yang Fan had ever seen. It felt completely random, which was ridiculous. Then they ate in silence until they finished and left. After leaving the restaurant, Yang Fan asked, It's not good to work out right after a full meal, right? The girl looked at him with a hint of surprise. Yang Fan was taken aback by her expression. What are you surprised about? Do you think I shouldn't even know that basic common sense? Ahem. Li Wei coughed awkwardly, a bright smile spreading across her face. My bad, I just used the wrong expression. I meant to use an appreciative one. Yes, appreciative. Yang Fan stared at her speechlessly. If you hadn't stammered through that sentence and emphasized it again at the end, maybe I would have believed you. I don't mind the details. Yang Fan and Li Wei embarked on a leisurely stroll, meandering through the streets to aid digestion. As they passed by a dessert shop, the girl halted her steps. Their desserts are exquisite. Come, let me treat you. Yang Fan looked at her with a puzzled expression, asking, what do you mean? Is this your way of aiding digestion? You want to stuff everything you see into your stomach. When will it ever end? The girl felt a bit embarrassed. Eating desserts shouldn't interfere with digestion. Right? They're truly delicious. Are you sure? Hearing his inquiry, she wore a look of utter certainty. Absolutely sure. When it comes to fitness, I'm a professional. You wouldn't understand. With that, she made to step into the dessert shop. But Yang Fan swiftly grabbed her hand and pulled her back. Professional, my foot. What does that have to do with fitness? Anyone with common sense knows you can't eat and digest at the same time. Li Wei, startled by the hand-holding, reacted strongly, shaking her hand to break free, and grumbled with irritation. Oh, let go. What are you doing? Li Wei intimacy 2. Yang Fan was taken aback. Her reaction was rather intense. He realized then that the girl was averse to physical contact, and her resistance seemed instinctive, almost a reflex. After all, even the intimacy had dropped. Given that she was willing to spend time alone with him, this was telling. Noticing the curious stares from passers-by, Yang Fan said helplessly, Are you trying to get me mistaken for a pervert? After freeing her hand, Li Wei calmed down, aware that her reaction had been excessive, but she merely glared at Yang Fan. Who told you to grab me all of a sudden? Fine, I won't eat then. Yang Fan recalled that the last time he tried to hold her hand, she had reacted similarly, but the intimacy hadn't decreased. Moreover, when he attempted to kiss her, she had that resigned expression as if bracing herself, yet the intimacy kept dropping. All signs pointed to her aversion to physical contact with men. Could she be a lesbian? But then, after he actually kissed her, though she was furious, hitting and biting him quite fiercely, the intimacy surprisingly increased by 5 points. That didn't quite fit the pattern. Of course, without the system's notifications, given her cold demeanor throughout the meal and her insistence on going home afterward, one would truly think she was deeply angry. But with the intimacy fluctuations and the fact that it increased despite her outward behavior, it was rather intriguing. Yang Fan pondered, feeling he had stumbled upon a secret. That secret was that the girl indeed disliked being touched, but if he successfully initiated intimacy, when she was mentally prepared, she would appear furious on the surface, while the intimacy actually rose. He also speculated whether force would work. Would any successful intimate act increase intimacy? However, simply grabbing her hand by force didn't count, as proven by the recent decrease. Yet, the instance when she bit him had increased intimacy, adding another peculiar possibility. Uncertain, he decided to test it. Practice makes perfect after all. He spoke in a half-joking tone. We've already kissed. Why such a big reaction to a hand touch? The girl replied, coldly, boring. Are you still going to the gym? Yang Fan approached her with a smile. How about we walk to the gym holding hands, and that counts as one kiss? The girl felt like slapping him across the face, her expression darkening. She ignored him, turned, and walked ahead on her own. Yang Fan followed close behind, murmuring, I get it, my fault. Looks like you enjoyed that kiss after all. Won't trade it for a handhold then. Li Wei turned to him with a stern look. Say that again, and I'm leaving. He stopped talking, waited a moment, and noticed no decrease in intimacy. A silent joy welled within him. It seemed that her anger, fury, and coldness were merely a facade. Her inner feelings were not as hostile as they appeared. Anyone else witnessing her behavior would retreat. But the intimacy system acted like a cheat, allowing Yang Fan to discern her true emotions. So he deliberately wore a nostalgic expression and murmured, "Actually, I miss it too." The girl exploded. "Bastard. Go to the gym yourself. I'm done." With that, she stormed off ahead. Seeing no intimacy drop, Yang Fan jogged a few steps to block her path. She didn't give him a pleasant look. "Move aside." He stood there silently, wearing a roguish expression, as if to say, "What can you do?" She tried to sidestep him, but he blocked her every move. Frustrated, she shoved him with her hands. "Get out of my way." But he was prepared, swiftly grabbing her hand and pulling her toward him. "Oh," she gasped as she fell into his arms. After a moment of shock, she struggled violently, pounding his back with her fists. When she couldn't break free, she resorted to her old trick, opening her mouth and biting hard on his shoulder. This time, however, Yang Fan didn't push her away. Instead, he held her tight, unabashedly enjoying the closeness. Passers-by glanced over with disdain. After biting for a while, Li Wei noticed he neither struggled nor cried out. Something fell off. She released her bite, looked up at him with confusion. When she saw his face so close to hers, she realized she was still in his arms, and panic seized her. She began to struggle again. "Shameless. Let me go." Yang Yin grimaced in pain. "You bite hard." Li Wei Intimacy 5 seeing his pained expression, she retorted, "You deserve it." "Let me go? We're in the middle of the street." Hearing the system's notification of increased intimacy, Yang Fan's heart soared. This girl's activation method was truly strange. It aligned with his earlier conjectures, or rather a combination of them. Occasional assertiveness was acceptable, but she needed an outlet for her displeasure. The only downside was that she bit when angry. That was his current understanding, roughly pointing in that direction. Yang Fan, facing the girl who was so close that her breath was fragrant as orchid, smiled and said, "So if we're not on the street, I can hug you." Even as he said this, he released her. The girl quickly stepped back 2 paces, feeling relieved inside, but her words were still sharp. "You jerk. Dream on." After saying that, she quickened her pace forward, wanting to hurry away from here. At that moment, she was very flustered, her mind full of what had just happened. If not for the appearance of another intimacy increase prompt, Yang Fan would have found it hard to tell from Li Wei's demeanor that she wasn't actually angry. Since he had this cheat device, he naturally wouldn't let the girl just walk away. He quickened his pace slightly and followed her. The girl walked a long distance before stopping by the roadside, as if to hail a taxi. When she saw him following, she said coldly, "Why are you still following me?" Yang Fan smiled. "Of course I'm waiting for you to teach me fitness." The girl remained cold. "Can you have some shame? Don't follow me. I want to go home." Yang Fan wasn't fooled by her act. The intimacy hadn't decreased, so who was she trying to scare? "That won't do. You still owe me 2 kisses. At least pay back 1 today." Hearing this, the girl couldn't believe her ears and said sarcastically, "Huh, you're hilarious." Yang Fan, however, didn't care about her expression. Although he didn't know why she would use different hurtful attitudes like anger, rage, coldness, and sarcasm to push him away. But Yang Fan, having seen through the essence, certainly wouldn't be hurt by these. "You want to renege on the debt? Then I'll collect it right here." The girl, seeing his rogue demeanor, was utterly shocked. Hearing that he was going to kiss her here, she immediately stepped back instinctively and shouted, "You wish." "Oh." The girl let out a scream before she could finish. It was because Yang Fan, quick-eyed and nimble, stepped forward and pulled her back just as she was about to retreat, startling her greatly. Just as she was about to struggle and curse, she heard the sound of a screeching brake behind her, along with the roar of a middle-aged woman. "Are you out of your minds? Is the street a place to fool around? You nearly scared me to death." It turned out that Yang Fan had seen a car speeding toward them, and the girl was stepping back toward the road. Afraid she would be hit, he quickly pulled her back. At this moment, Yang Fan said apologetically to the female driver behind the girl, "Big sister, I'm really sorry. We didn't mean to. Truly our apologies." It was indeed their fault, so they had to admit it. The female driver, seeing his good attitude, patted her chest, still looking shaken, and drove off after muttering a few curses. It seemed she was also quite frightened. Only then did the girl realize why Yang Fan had suddenly pulled her back. After hearing him apologize on her behalf, she fell silent for a moment. Yang Fan had wanted to tease Li Wei, but then he thought about his own responsibility, and with the sudden surge in intimacy, he held back. Instead, he released her hand and said, "Let's go. To the gym." "Oh." The girl was still thinking about what had just happened, and somehow she answered and followed him. More than 10 minutes later, they entered Feyue Fitness. Yang Fan turned to look at Li Wei, who was still silent, and said amusedly, "What are you thinking about?" The girl looked at him absent-mindedly. What? Where should I start training?" "Oh, first go over there and do some warm-up exercises to loosen your joints and get a feel for the movement." "Good." The two walked to a relatively open area. Along the way, many people working out turned to look at them, more specifically at Li Wei. Yang Fan silently thought, "Phew." After walking a short distance in the gym, he actually encountered 2 who met the criteria. It seemed that there were quite a few beauties in this place. Although their overall looks were not particularly high, the numbers being in the 80s were not bad, much better than those in bars and nightclubs. But Yang Fan had little interest in them. Not only was Li Wei here, so he couldn't go and chat them up, but also they probably wouldn't pay him any attention. After all, they were fitness enthusiasts, and with his ordinary physique, he certainly wouldn't catch their eyes. Moreover, there were already quite a few tools to conquer. Unless he met someone exceptionally stunning, it really wasn't necessary. He was too busy. Li Wei felt a bit surprised to see Yang Fan completely ignoring the beauties along the way, not even turning his head. Because she had clearly seen some pretty women with nice figures. She thought to herself, is this the same guy who would go up to chat up pretty girls on the street before? Is he pretending? Of course, she was referring to Yang Fan's behavior of hitting on her a couple of days ago. Yang Fan, unaware of what the girl was thinking, asked when they reached the spot, just move around casually. The girl glanced at him. Follow me. She then began doing some simple warm-up poses, and Yang Fan followed along. Not bad. He was actually imitating quite decently. A muscular man using the rowing machine opposite them upon seeing Li Wei became as energized as if he had taken a shot of adrenaline, pulling the rowing machine much more vigorously than before. Unfortunately, the girl completely ignored him. 10 minutes later. Now stretch your body like this. The girl raised her left arm straight forward, hooked her right forearm around her left elbow, and naturally moved to the right. Soon her left arm was parallel to her shoulder. Yang Fan tried to imitate, but then looked speechless, because he found that he simply couldn't do it. It was much harder than the warm-up. Li Wei, seeing Yang Fan in a strange pose with a helpless expression, let out a puffed laugh and then teased. Yo, aren't you quite capable? Can't even do such a simple move. Hearing this, Yang Fan knew that the girl had returned to her previous relaxed state. He glared at her and said irritably, can my boat's flexibility compare to yours? The girl's smile remained unchanged. Good that you know. Look at how stiff you are, barely better than a zombie. Let me help you. With that, she used her hands to adjust his posture and stood beside him, slowly pressing him down. Yang Fan tried his best to cooperate, but he really couldn't do it. The girl said softly beside him, relax, let your body relax. Trust me. Yang Fan looked at Li Wei with a suspicious expression. Do we really have to be this precise with the stretching? It's good enough as long as I'm here to work out. Li Wei, however, explained patiently. You don't understand. Stretching makes the coordination between ligaments, muscles, and joints more flexible, reducing the chance of injury during exercise. Stretching is divided into active and passive forms. Since you can't do active stretching, I have to help you with passive stretching. Yang Fan thought so troublesome. But the girl spoke with such authority, and she was indeed more professional in this area. So he began to relax his body as much as possible. Go ahead, slow down. Before he could finish, the girl suddenly exerted force, and he howled in pain. He quickly pulled his hands away and was about to scold her, but she said with a hint of reproach, don't move. Your body is stiff, though it's normal to feel pain the first time. Stay in that position, and it'll ease up soon. Li Wei, Affinity 3. She spoke seriously with no hint of a smile on her face. If not for the sudden increase in affinity, he might have believed her. He moved his arm and felt the pain indeed subsiding, so it wasn't unbearable. Since it improved his fitness and increased the girl's affection, why not continue? He voluntarily assumed the same posture, still not perfect, but much better than before. The girl might be tricky, but her methods worked. Again, but go slow this time. The girl was inwardly delighted, but her face showed only gentleness. Don't worry, I'm a professional. Just don't move again. Bear with it, it'll stop hurting soon. She then began to pull his clasped hands again. Yang Fan cooperated by showing a pained expression. Ouch, ouch, ouch. How long do I have to hold this? Relax, relax, breathe. The pain is normal. Don't tense up, it'll be over soon. Li Wei, Affinity 2. After that, Li Wei helped him switch arms and taught him lunges and leg stretches. Although he never achieved perfect form, she didn't force him too harshly. Some moves required her to use her own body to press him, leading to unavoidably close contact. He was both in pain and delighted. Her affinity turned positive as he kept yelping, and she no longer felt repulsed by him, though she still enjoyed the fun of torturing him. It seemed that as long as he found the right approach, turning this man-averse girl's affinity from negative to positive wasn't as hard as he imagined. The question remained whether the positive affinity would increase quickly. After stretching, Yang Fan moved his body. The pain was real, but afterwards he felt much lighter, like after a full-body massage. Li Wei said, take a rest. He'll get 2 energy drinks. Okay. As she headed to the water station, a man over 180 centimeters tall, well-built, with a slightly handsome face, and wearing a black sleeveless top that showed off his muscles, approached her. Miss, are you a personal trainer here? I'd like to buy some sessions. She glanced at him indifferently. No. The man smiled politely. Oh, I saw you helping that guy with stretching and thought you were a trainer. Is he your boyfriend? She paused, then said calmly, we chat for 50,000. Cough, cough. A girl nearby who was drinking water heard the conversation and spat it out, choking. She stared in disbelief. The man was dumbfounded. Is she crazy? 50,000 for WeChat. With a look of utter exasperation, he said, sorry, I'm out. He turned and left. Clearly he knew it was just a polite refusal. He thought that guy must be a rich second generation, otherwise with my superior looks why would she reject me so bluntly? Never mind, on to the next prey. Li Wei didn't care and went to get the drinks. Originally, she meant to say 500, but she unconsciously thought of Yang Fan who had approached her earlier and the 6 transfer he gave her, so she blurted out 50,000 instead. Li Wei Affinity 3, she didn't realize her mindset was subtly changing. The girl who had always been repulsed by men now felt no aversion toward Yang Fan. Yang Fan, resting on the floor, suddenly noticed her affinity had inexplicably increased by 3 points. He was baffled. What happened? But when she returned, she acted normally. He didn't know why it had increased, and felt a bit regretful, as if he had missed a way to boost her affection. Finally, he began his formal workout, mostly using the treadmill and rowing machine. Having not exercised in a long time, he was soon drenched in sweat. He glanced at Li Wei, who was still jogging. She had better stamina than him. He couldn't keep up and rested for a long time before continuing. This cycle repeated 5 to 10 minutes of exercise, then half an hour of rest. 2 hours later, exhausted again, Yang Fan decided to call it a day. His limbs were too weak to go on. The girl was somewhat impressed that he had persisted so long. It was clear he genuinely wanted to work out even if he was weak, but his attitude was serious. After they left, Li Wei said she wanted to go home and wouldn't have dinner with him. This time Yang Fan didn't object. Unfortunately, he noticed that after the 3-point increase, her affinity hadn't risen again. Looking at her mere 6 points, he felt helpless. He could only take it slow. You can't get fat in one bite. Before parting, Yang Fan asked, "Same time tomorrow?" Li Wei hesitated, then shook her head. "Another day? I have something to do tomorrow and won't be practicing. You can follow what I taught you. If you keep at it for a few months, you'll get rid of your weakness." Wait, what? Was he forever branded as weak? Speechless, Yang Fan didn't ask what she had to do and just nodded. After Li Wei left, he planned to find a tool to treat himself to a feast, conveniently forgetting the nutritional advice she had given him. How could he have the strength to work out without good food? He took out his phone and saw several unread messages from Yang Fan took out his phone and saw several unread messages from girls. Guru Weijia, brother, you haven't contacted me for so long, you must be very busy. Take good care of yourself. Su Shan, you rascal. Su Shan, I have no class this afternoon, shall we have dinner? Li Xinran, darling, I bought a lot of things for the family today. The whole family is very happy, thank you. When you're done with your work and want to rest, don't forget that your exclusive little fairy is waiting for you. Seeing the messages from the 3 girls, Yang Fan couldn't help but smile. Just over 10 days ago, would he ever have imagined that he would be in such a situation? This feeling, quite pleasant. If he had to say whose message gave him the best feeling, it was Li Xinran, the charming widow. Her message not only shared her daily routine with him, but also expressed her longing and her attitude of not competing or snatching. Su Shan's rascal was clearly an outright seduction, already hinting at what she wanted after dinner. What was most speechless was Guru Weijia's message, which seemed to have a hint of tea flavor. That was really speechless. He thought for a moment Li Xinran had been busy shopping for the family all day. Moreover, he had only parted from her yesterday at noon, so he thought it better to meet another day, letting her accumulate some longing for him, so that next time they could break through 60 at once. Between Guru Weijia and Su Shan, he decided to choose Guru Weijia. Although this girl's intimacy level was harder to increase, once it got high, at least it could rise, unlike Su Shan, who only increased by 5 points when he transferred money to her. The most speechless thing was that on the KTV day, it was clearly the other party who took the initiative, mysteriously gaining 20 points of intimacy. Perhaps she recognized that his Hermes outfit was genuine. Since she was a standard gold digger, the upper limit of intimacy might not be too high. After all, she doesn't talk about love, only money. Just slowly use money to see if he can get a cashback card and call her when he wants a change of taste. So he opened Guru Weijia's chat box and sent a message, "Come out for dinner." In a room in a residential area, Guru Weijia had already sent a message to Yang Fan. Seeing that he hadn't replied, she didn't care too much, because his not replying had become the norm. As dinner time approached, she and her best friend Su Shan had gotten ready to go out for dinner. At that moment, she suddenly found that Yang Fan had replied to her message. Excitedly, she looked and saw that the content of the message happened to be asking her to eat. Although she had already made plans with her best friend, she replied without hesitation, "Okay, where are you, brother? He'll come find you right away." Then she suppressed her smile, and with an apologetic expression said to Su Shan, who had just finished her delicate makeup, Shan, I have something very important to tell you." Su Shan, seeing her friend's expression, was a bit puzzled. "What's wrong? Our dinner plans might have to be cancelled." Su Shan was stunned at this, then thought of a possibility. "Huh, what are you doing? Is it your rich brother contacting you?" Guru Weijia nodded with an embarrassed look. "You know, he asked me to dinner, I can't refuse. He'll treat you to a big meal when I come back as compensation. I've got to go change into a JK uniform, my brother likes me in JK. The girl finished speaking and turned to trot back to her room, leaving Su Shan alone in the wind, speechless. Then she took out her phone and found that Yang Fan had also replied to her. She opened it and saw "another day." Seeing these 2 words, her face changed several times, and she had a string of curses in her heart. It seemed that her position in his heart was far less than her best friend. Did he prefer the type that was a bit yet acted obedient? Hadn't Sister Yuan told her that cuteness was nothing compared to sexiness? Facts proved that Sister Yuan had misled her. After thinking for a while, Su Shan thought maybe she would have to change. Acting obedient was no big deal. Who couldn't do that? Besides, she had a deceptively baby face, so acting obedient was incredibly easy. In just a short while, she decided on her future attitude toward Yang Fan. On the other side, Yang Fan, who was ready to hail a taxi on the roadside, suddenly noticed the prompt that Su Shan's intimacy had decreased. He was merely stunned for a moment, then shrugged and smiled indifferently. He didn't think it was a big deal. He had only replied to the girl saying they would meet another day, and she deducted intimacy. If she liked deducting so much, let her deduct. He got into a car and went to a high-end restaurant famous for grilled wagyu. At this time, Gu Weijia hadn't arrived yet. It was too hot outside, so he planned to go inside and wait. After telling the hostess that he would wait for someone before ordering, he started playing on his phone. 10 minutes later, he received a message from the girl, brother him at the restaurant entrance. She was about to stand outside the store waiting for Yang Fan, when she instantly received a reply. Come in the bullish sky private room. Brother, you're already here. Yeah. Seeing this, the girl quickly entered the store and followed the hostess to Yang Fan's private room. She hurried to the back of his chair, bent down, wrapped her arms around him, and gave him a smack on the cheek. Then, acting coquettishly, she whispered softly in his ear, Brother, it's all my fault for being late. Yang Fan felt a faint scent of perfume mixed with the girl's natural fragrance enter his nose. He said with a mischievous tone, Sit down and order. They'll punish you tonight. The girl smiled, rubbed her cheek gently against his, and said, Okay, I accept the punishment. Brother can punish me however he wants. The waitress stood at the door with a menu watching the young couple flirting and was unexpectedly fed a mouthful of dog food. She sighed inwardly. Sure enough, the girls around rich men are all top-notch. Damn, will I ever have a chance in this life? After Gu Weijia sat down, Yang Fan noticed that she was wearing a JK uniform as usual, but the style and color were different each time, which always gave him a fresh feeling. Today she wore a black one-piece JK knee-length dress with a cute little hairpin on the side of her long hair. Although it was not as seductive as her previous JK short skirt, it was much purer. It could be said that each had its own charm. Gu Weijia knew that Yang Fan didn't like ordering, so she proactively picked up the menu and ordered on her own. She ordered quite a few high-end dishes with an air of not needing to look at the prices as long as her brother was there. The restaurant's wagyu beef and tuna sashimi along with other dishes were so delicious that they ate for over an hour until they couldn't eat another bite. The bill came to over 10,000. After paying, Yang Fan put his arm around Gu Weijia and said, Let's go. Let's take a walk to digest. Is there any place you want to go? Gu Weijia intimately linked her arm with Yang Fan's. Brother, how about we walk to the mall ahead and catch a movie? Yang Fan thought it over. The distance wasn't far. A 10-minute walk would do, and it could serve as an after-dinner stroll. Let's go. As they strolled down the street, passers-by couldn't help but steal extra glances at them. Most eyes were on Gu Weijia, while the few aimed at Yang Fan were filled with envy and jealousy. They wished they could bore their gaze through him and inherit his girl. Both sensed the stares but pretended not to notice. Once inside the mall, they bought movie tickets. Yang Fan reclined on a massage chair to wait for the showtime, and the girl followed suit, settling into the chair beside him. They chatted for a while, then the girl got up to use the restroom. Upon returning, she found Yang Fan had fallen asleep in the massage chair. She thought to herself, brother must truly be busy every day to be this exhausted. Due to his earlier workout at the gym, Yang Fan found the massage chair so comfortable that he drifted off without realizing it. Hardly had he dozed off when he felt a gentle shake. Blinking awake, he saw a pretty face, Gu Weijia, leaning over him. He asked drowsily, Has the movie started? The girl shook her head gently. No, I don't want to watch it anymore. Brother, you're not comfortable sleeping here. Let's go to the hotel and sleep. Yang Fan smiled. Really not watching? The girl beamed sweetly. You're so tired. I care about you, brother. We'll see the movie next time. Yang Fan reached out and pinched her cheek teasingly. Why does your talk sound like it's dripping with that tea flavor? Who taught you that? Be normal. Ow. It hurts. After he let go, Gu Weijia asked sheepishly, Is it that obvious? I thought you'd like it. So those so-called relationship gurus online are all liars after all. The girl shrugged and blamed the internet experts. In truth, she had known these tricks all along, but had never used them. Since others had always pursued her, she rarely needed such tactics. Who would have thought that the first time she tried them, her brother would be so put off? Yang Fan rolled his eyes. Why bother learning that stuff? Don't you think while you see those quotes, we guys see them too? The girl widened her eyes, pondered, then realized. All right. She thought to herself that these were too basic. She'd have to learn more advanced methods. Yang Fan stood up with a wry smile, feeling his body a bit sore, a side effect of the workout. He pulled the girl close. I'm tired. Let's find a place to rest. She had no objections. So the movie plan was canceled. 10 minutes later, they found a decent hotel nearby. In the room, Yang Fan collapsed onto the bed, feeling the ache in his body. He mused that even with his routine of 10 minutes of exercise followed by half-hour breaks, he still ended up like this. I'd have to take it easy with the fitness regimen. Seeing him like this, the girl said with concern, "Brother, you're so tired today. Let's turn in early. I want you to hold me while we sleep." Huh. As if she could sleep so early. Yang Fan gave her a "you wish" look. "No way. I said I'd punish you, so I must. I'm too tired to move. It's all in your hands, you figure it out." The girl pouted, shooting him a coquettish glare. Bad brother. But she wasn't opposed at all. In fact, she seemed quite serious. It seemed the last game's mission had been put to good use. The little girl had made remarkable progress. The next day, when Yang Fan woke, the soreness had eased, but not disappeared. He definitely wouldn't be going to the gym today, and from now on he'd have to pace himself. A voice like a warbler reached his ears. "Brother, you're awake. What would you like to eat?" "I'll order takeout." He turned to see Gu Ruijia padding in from the other room in slippers. Yang Fan asked, puzzled, "You didn't go to class?" It wasn't the weekend. He thought she'd have left early. The girl said matter-of-factly, "I asked a classmate to cover for me. You're not feeling well, so of course I'm staying to take care of you." Yang Fan smiled. "Oh, then I'm curious. How will you take care of me?" "First order something to eat. Then he'll give you a massage." "Is this massage proper?" "I can't believe you actually know how to massage." The girl pouted, "Brother, you're so mean. I do know how to massage, just not professionally. I used to rub my mom's back and head for pocket money, and she always praised me." "Is that so? Then I'll have to try your skill." "No problem." When the delivery arrived, the girl brought a box of crab roe rice to the bedside. "Brother, don't move. Just lean against the headboard. I'll feed you. Today I'm your little maid here to take care of you." Yang Fan's eyes lit up. He looked at the girl's delicate face and tall figure and smiled. "So obedient today." The girl pouted. "I'm always obedient, not just today." Gu Ruijia affection won. Yang Fan chuckled with a hint of mischief. "But for a little maid something seems missing." The girl saw his eyes roaming over her and immediately caught on. "You mean the outfit? If you like, I'll buy some maid costumes. They'll wear it for you next time, okay?" Yang Fan pictured the beauty in a maid outfit and felt a surge of heat. He put on a look of approval. "Exactly. A maid without her uniform has no soul. In private you can alternate with JK outfits." The girl nodded without embarrassment. After all, she wouldn't wear them outside, only for Yang Fan. "Got it." Having enjoyed the service of a beautiful woman feeding him, Yang Fan was now lying on the bed. Gu Ruijia was relentlessly pounding his back with her little fists, producing a rhythmic thumping sound. Despite the mild soreness, his body did feel considerably more comfortable. Regrettably, after less than 20 minutes, the girl grew too tired to continue. "Let me rest a bit, brother. My hands are sore. I'll massage you again later." Seeing her pitifully rubbing her wrist, Yang Fan smiled and said, "No need. Let's go to a foot massage parlor and relax properly." He had found the massage quite pleasant, but she wasn't up to the task, so the idea of going out for a professional session came to mind. Upon hearing this, the girl asked incredulously, "Me too?" Yang Fan was a bit puzzled. "What's the problem?" "No, nothing. Just a bit surprised." Gu Ruijia had never been to a foot massage parlor before, but while working as a part-time model, she had heard other girls mention that such places were somewhat disreputable, which was why many men liked to go. Although she didn't want Yang Fan to go to such a place, she couldn't object if he insisted. However, what she hadn't expected was that he would take her along, which came as a surprise. Going together was fine. She didn't want her brother to touch other women either. Seeing her expression, Yang Fan guessed what she was thinking and asked with a smile, "You've never been to a foot massage parlor?" The girl nodded honestly. No. These places are more for guys, aren't they?" Yang Fan reached out and patted her head. "Who told you that? Many women also go there to relax." "Huh, silly girl. A foot massage parlor isn't entirely what you think. In today's fast-paced society with ever-increasing pressure, many young people have a need for relaxation. If you think about it, foot massage is actually a part of the wellness industry." After hearing this, the girl felt it differed from what the other sisters had said, but she chose to trust Yang Fan and slightly revised her view of the industry. "Is that so? Then I'll go with my brother to experience it." Yang Fan nodded and rolled out of bed. "Let's go." 20 minutes later, the two had left the hotel and entered a decent foot massage parlor. As soon as they stepped in, a girl of decent appearance dressed in a cheongsam greeted them with a bow. "Good afternoon, honored guests. How many are you?" Yang Fan said casually, "Obviously 2. The cheongsam-clad woman then led them to the front desk in her high heels, where each received a number tag. She also handed them a pair of slippers each, instructing them to change shoes downstairs before heading to the second floor, where someone would receive them. While changing shoes, Gu Ruijia turned to Yang Fan and asked curiously, "Brother, why do we have to change shoes on the first floor and then go upstairs? Is it because they're afraid people might run off without paying, so they keep the shoes down here, making it hard to escape?" Yang Fan found this amusing. What kind of logic was that? But after thinking it over, he realized he didn't know the answer either. Could it be that the person who designed it this way actually had the same idea as this little girl? He answered frankly, "I don't know. Maybe you can ask the staff here." The girl stuck out her tongue. "How could I ask that?" Upon reaching the second floor, another cheongsam-clad girl came to welcome them, bowed and asked, "Honored guests, would you like a private room, or 2 separate rooms? The question was quite clear. Many customers who came together preferred not to share a room, but in the case of a man and a woman, most would choose a double room. Yang Fan understood the implication and said 1 double room. Arranged for 2. No 3 skilled therapists, all female. The Cheongsam-clad woman was taken aback. 3. Do you have another friend coming? No, I want 2 to work on me at the same time. He would have requested even more if it weren't for the inconvenience. After all, it wasn't his money. He had to be a generous fool. The woman finally understood. Though such requests were rare, they were not unheard of. She led the 2 into a private room and informed them that complimentary beverages and fruit were available, and if they hadn't eaten, even lunch was provided. Yang Fan ordered only a pot of tea. The woman took out 2 sets of massage attire from the cabinet and placed them on the bed, telling them to change and rest. The therapists would arrive shortly. She then went to prepare the tea. Guru Weijia felt no embarrassment changing clothes in front of Yang Fan, and they quickly finished. Soon a knock came at the door. Honored guests, may I come in? Enter. The young beauty, experiencing this for the first time, looked on with anticipation, her big, curious eyes fixed on the door. The door opened, and a pretty girl with long hair dressed in a white blouse and professional attire carrying a small suitcase walked in first. Behind her followed 2 other girls dressed similarly. Seeing the 3 women lined up at the foot of the bed and bowed collectively. Greetings, honored guests. We are therapists now. 7, 18, 0, and 23. We are delighted to serve you. What services would you like? Guru Weijia didn't know what to choose, so she turned to Yang Fan. Yang Fan noted that the 3 therapists were fairly attractive, but not enough to trigger the system's prompt. He didn't mind. Today wasn't about chasing women. The reason he had requested female therapists was simply that he didn't like men touching his body, and of course he certainly didn't want male therapists touching Guru Weijia. Give me the most expensive package you have. I overexerted myself yesterday, and my body aches. Give me a good massage. The 3 female therapists were startled and exchanged glances, then looked at Guru Weijia on the adjacent bed. After another exchange of looks, the girl who had led them in approached Yang Fan and said, Sir, perhaps I should introduce the services we offer here. Clearly the most expensive package was not suitable for the current occasion. After the therapist subtly hinted, Yang Fan understood and clearly expressed his intentions. The therapists then began their work. Time passed quickly. 3 hours later, Yang Fan and Guru Weijia had been there for over 3 hours, having even added an extra session. By now, Yang Fan felt that the soreness in his body had greatly subsided, leaving him completely relaxed. He thought to himself this money was well spent. After the therapists left, Guru Weijia took the initiative to get off her bed and come over to snuggle up to him. Yang Fan smiled at the young beauty beside him and asked, How do you feel? The little beauty answered honestly, It hurt a bit at first, but later it felt quite nice. Guru Weijia beside him said honestly, At first it hurt a little, but later it was quite comfortable. Yang Fan looked at her with a suspicious expression. Are you sure you're talking about a massage, eh? The girl snuggled into his arms playfully. Big brother, you're mean. Yang Fan opened his arms to hold her, their faces pressing together. Her body was soft and the scent of a young maiden was pleasant. He found this posture comfortable and whispered, Let's rest here a bit before we go. The girl snuggled against him, a smile blooming on her face. The intimacy between them grew imperceptibly. It seemed that when the closeness was high enough, she too enjoyed the tranquil moments of being together. And she felt she might have truly fallen for him. Even she couldn't explain why. At first, she had only been attracted by his wealth, intending to use some tricks to get more money and luxury items from him. Unexpectedly, she had fallen for him without realizing it. Yet he treated her well, and she was sufficiently alluring to him, as evidenced every time he turned into a beast. She held the man beside her tightly. She thought to herself, this seems pretty good now. Yang Fan, holding the girl, was unaware of her thoughts. If he knew, he would surely exclaim, The system is awesome. After resting a while longer in the foot massage parlor, they left to have dinner. On the way, the girl asked with concern, Brother, are you feeling better? Yang Fan raised his hand from her shoulder to stroke her head. Much better, hardly any soreness left. A smile flickered in the girl's eyes as if she enjoyed such intimate gestures. Brother, you must take care of yourself when exercising. Don't push too hard anymore. What if you really get hurt? Yang Fan, who had been thinking the same, nodded. Okay. The girl was clearly pleased and continued, I can actually jog with you every day, we don't have to go to the gym. Yang Fan understood her meaning. How could that be possible? If you're with me every day, how can I make money? How can I be a playboy? How can I be a fool? He said grumpily, What? You want to lose weight? I warn you, your figure is perfect now, and I like it. Don't mess with it. If you become too thin, or your calves get bulky, or you develop muscles, don't blame me for sending you away. The girl was startled and quickly said, I absolutely won't. I just wanted to accompany you. Since that's the case, I'll keep my figure. Please don't send me away. After saying this, she looked at Yang Fan with a pitiful expression, as if to say if he didn't agree she would cry. Yang Fan found her cute, and thought, if I punched her on the nose now, she'd probably cry for a long time. But it was just a thought. He couldn't bring himself to do it. He said with a slightly serious expression, As long as you behave, of course I won't abandon you. Yang Fan found her cute, and thought, If I punched her on the nose now, she'd probably cry for a long time. But it was just a thought. He couldn't bring himself to do it. He said with a slightly serious expression, as long as you behave, of course I won't abandon you. The girl nodded firmly. He'll definitely behave. Good. Your main task now is to study hard and learn more, understand? If you want to start a career in the future, I can help you. The little bowtie's eyes lit up, her heart filled with surprise. She blurted out, brother, is that true? The girl's delight wasn't entirely because of his promise to help her career. She also caught the implication. He clearly had plans for their future and intended to be with her. She suddenly felt a deep sense of security. She didn't know why she, who had always been as confident as a fairy, began to feel insecure around Yang Fan. It could only be said that whoever falls first or loves more is more afraid of losing the other. Naturally, that sense of security emerged. Seeing her surprised expression, Yang Fan affectionately tapped her nose with his finger. Don't you believe me? The girl quickly shook her head. No. If I don't believe you, who can I believe? I was just a bit excited. So tell me, what do you want to do in the future? The girl looked a bit troubled. Brother, can I think about it? Of course. Then the girl fell silent, quietly holding Yang Fan's arm as they walked, her expression thoughtful, evidently seriously considering what she wanted to do. Yang Fan didn't disturb her. Whether she had never thought about it before or had too many choices and couldn't decide by the time they entered the restaurant and ordered gurui, said with a shy smile, brother, I know what I want to do. Yang Fan asked with a smile, tell me. The girl blushed and said softly, I want to be a landlady. What? Yang Fan thought he had misheard. What did you just say you want to be? The girl looked embarrassed at being asked again, but still blushed and repeated louder this time, brother, I want to be a landlady. Is that okay? Yang Fan heard clearly and broke into a sweat. He had to admit this girl had a very unique way of thinking. But after thinking it over, he had to admit that in some respects this was a truly wonderful wish. But are you really okay with making such a lofty and admirable wish so blatantly at just 19? After realizing she was pursuing a life of ease and idleness, he almost couldn't help applauding this clever little beauty. Guru Weijia saw Yang Fan looking at her with a strange expression and pouted, brother, you're making fun of me. I won't be nice to you anymore. Yang Fan pulled himself together and said amusedly, I'm just shocked by your grand wish. But the girl was unperturbed and argued, I don't know how to do anything else. I just think it would be great to collect rent regularly and spend the rest of the time traveling the world with you. Isn't that happiness? You just want to have a steady income without doing anything, don't you? And you took so long to think of that wish. Guru Weijia pouted, somewhat disgruntled. Isn't getting paid a lot without doing anything the life most people dream of? That's true. Yang Fan too would have considered being a landlord his dream life if he hadn't obtained a system. So he smiled and said, all right, since you're still willing to take me around the world, hey, race the deal. If you want to realize your dreams, it depends on your future performance. If you keep satisfying me, it's not impossible to buy you some properties. Whether you can achieve it is up to you. As long as Guru Weijia remained obedient and didn't cause trouble over him having many women, then when his wealth accumulated to a certain level, buying her some properties wouldn't be a big issue. So he said this without pressure. He was calm, but the girl was not. She suddenly stood up with a whoosh. Really? Her voice was a bit loud, drawing the attention of nearby diners. Seeing everyone looking at her, she stuck out her tongue in embarrassment and sat back down. Yang Fan pretended to be displeased. What? Doubting my words again? Seems like you don't want those properties. Guru Weijia quickly explained, I'm not doubting you, brother. I was just too happy and couldn't help myself. Please forgive me. After saying that, she eagerly served him food and even tried to feed him with the bowl, making him laugh helplessly. All right, sit down and eat properly. The girl smiled sweetly. Okay, thank you for forgiving me, brother. The neighboring customers were left speechless. This is going too far. After dinner, they took a walk. Back at the hotel, the girl suddenly hugged him and said seriously, brother, you're amazing. He was puzzled by the sudden praise. What do you mean? She turned her head from his shoulder and planted a kiss on his cheek. Brother is amazing in every way. Yang Fan rolled his eyes. I'm asking why you suddenly said that. She smiled and explained softly. I was thinking about when we first met. You said your money would never run out, only increase, and you're still so young. So I think you're really amazing. Yang Fan chuckled. Oh, you still remember that? He had just said it casually back, then not caring if she believed it. I'll never forget anything that happens with you, brother. She then pressed her lips to his. Yang Fan didn't hold back and pulled her into his embrace. The next day, since Yang Fan had told Guru Weijia not to skip class, she obediently agreed. So when he woke up, she had already left, leaving only a message. Brother, I'm going to class obediently. Remember to have breakfast after you wake up. Love you. Moi. Yang Fan shook his head with a smile and replied with a sticker. Then he sent a message to Li Wei. Let's have a meal together, then go to the gym. She replied quickly, I can't make it today. Go by yourself. Okay. He didn't ask why. If not today, another day. Everyone has their own things. He noticed 2 unread messages from flight attendant Gong Jing. I'm back. Still sleeping? Contact me when you wake up. He casually replied, just woke up. Then went to wash up. When When he picked up his phone again, she had replied, "Haven't eaten yet. Come out, I'll treat you to something delicious." Followed by a location of a restaurant. Yang Fan was thinking about what to eat when a convenient helper appeared. "Wait for me 20 minutes. He left the hotel, took a taxi, and went to the location. After getting off, he messaged her arrived. She replied, "I see you. Don't move, I'll come to you." He looked around, and soon saw a tall figure walking toward him. Check. Name Gong Jing, age 26, height 174, weight 55, overall appearance 89, 87, status normal, intimacy 9. What the hell? You have a high code and I've transferred you no small amount of money. This measly intimacy is worthy of me. Damn. She chats with me passionately and even sends me private photos to seduce me. Yet her intimacy is only in single digits. That's absurd. Yang Fan had originally planned to get a second-level cashback card from her and then turn her into a tool for recruiting people. Now what's the point? While he was cursing inwardly, Gong Jing walked over in her black stockings and long legs, smiling lightly. "What? Not happy to see me?" Without waiting for an answer, she enthusiastically took his arm, plunging his right hand into softness. "Let's go. I've already ordered the food." She was as warm as ever, throwing herself at him, unlike the aloof first meeting. But thinking of her mere 9 points of intimacy, he cursed silently. Whatever, he had planned to develop her into a tool to help him find beauties, so no need to care. They went straight to the restaurant. Gong Jing in high heels was taller than him, drawing stares from passers-by. Yang Fan had grown used to such looks. No matter which girl he was with, this happened. Entering the restaurant, Gong Jing gave her surname, and the hostess led them to a private room, saying, "Your dishes have been served as requested. If you need anything, press the service bell. Enjoy your meal." After the waiter left, Gong Jing finally released Yang Fan's hand and said, "The food in Bishu City is the best. After staying here for so long apart from the Southwest F4, I've somewhat gotten used to not enjoying the food elsewhere. Come on, try it." Yang Fan took his seat, but did not agree with her words. "Isn't it nice to try the special cuisines from all over the country?" Gong Jing shook her head. "It's just novelty. After eating too much, it loses its appeal." Then she dropped the topic and looked at him with a half smile. "Where's your female streamer top donor?" Yang Fan knew she was referring to Xiao Lu. When they first met, Gong Jing had no interest in getting to know him. She only added him on WeChat because of Xiao Lu. "Why are you asking about that? You want her to come with me?" The girl gave him a charming roll of her eyes. "Don't you men all like to have one eye on the bowl and one on the pot? I don't know about others, but as for me, I never get tired of beautiful women." The girl was taken aback. This guy was actually being so honest in front of her. Wasn't he trying to hit on her? Even if he just pretended. TSK. You're a bit greedy, that's not good. I'm starting to regret inviting you out. Should I leave?" Yang Fan put down his chopsticks and stood up to leave. Gong Jing was stunned. She quickly got up to stop him and said, Hey, don't. Why are you so petty? I was just joking. Who said you could leave?" The girl was puzzled. He wasn't like this when they texted. Why was his attitude so different now that they met? Having dinner with a beauty like her was something others would beg for, and he just wanted to leave. But then she thought of his female streamer, who was indeed not much worse than her, and coupled with his attitude of being a sucker who liked to transfer money to beautiful women, he surely wouldn't be short of beauties. She couldn't let him leave like this, or otherwise who would give her large transfers in the future. Today's purpose in inviting him out was to maintain a good relationship so that she could gain more from him. If it backfired, she would lose a lot. What she said earlier was just to test his attitude towards her, to see if he would accommodate her or even fawn on her. It was clear now that she had overthought. So she had to change the way she interacted with him. Yang Fan, who had recently had his fill with for beauties, already somewhat disdained this flight attendant's low purity. Seeing the pitiful single-digit intimacy today, she was certain that he was being treated as a big sucker. Although he was indeed a big sucker, he didn't like being truly regarded as one. "At least if you spend the money I give you could increase the intimacy so that I could get a second-level cashback card. Even ordinary friends have around 30 intimacy points. I've known you for so many days transferring money and chatting, and in the end you give me a 9. He was already disappointed in this girl. And then she said she regretted inviting him, which naturally made him uncomfortable. Seeing her grab him, he said impatiently, "Don't pull me." The girl ignored him and hugged him. "I really didn't mean it. Don't be angry, okay?" She also felt wronged, thinking, "I don't even mind that you're a player, and I took the initiative to invite you as soon as I came back. What kind of attitude is that?" But she didn't dare show it. Instead, she had to coax him. In her eyes, he was a walking longwa currency. Who wouldn't cherish that? Seeing Yang Fan unmoved, she steeled herself, pressed her body against him, and offered herself to him. Yang Fan was tightly held by the girl, feeling as if she was forcing him to take advantage of her. He reached out and pinched a soft spot on her before saying, "Let go." The girl, ignoring his wandering hand, had no intention of releasing him and said stubbornly in his ear, "No, I won't let you go." Yang Fan said with a wry smile, "Then just hold on. I'm not losing anything anyway." After saying that, he deliberately moved his body. Unexpectedly, the girl didn't mind at all and even slightly twisted her body to tease him. "I'm not losing either." Yang Fan, seeing this, decided to deliberately scare her. If you keep teasing when a fire starts, you'll have to put it out. But Gong Jing was not intimidated. They'll put it out. Am I afraid of you? At this moment, she felt relieved instead. He was clearly no longer angry, otherwise he wouldn't have said such words. She had originally wanted to play hard to get, but seeing that he seemed a bit petty, she didn't dare to test, and decided to go straight. Yang Fan was surprised to see the girl so generous. Indeed, the level of intimacy was not reflected in this aspect. As expected of you. It's not unreasonable that your purity is low. Although he didn't intend to actually take this girl, it didn't stop him from enjoying her services. After all, there was no emotional connection between them, so it was just a game of chance, a mutually willing affair with no psychological burden. So how are you going to put out the fire? The girl understood that he had been aroused by her teasing. It seemed that she was still very attractive to him. Since that was the case. While feeling pleased, she also considered whether to play hard to get again. But after thinking, she decided it was better not to cause trouble. If she messed up, it would be bad. So she pretended to be shy and said, I live nearby. After dinner, why don't you come to my place? I live alone. Yang Fan shook his head. Can't wait. It's already burning. Gong Jing was speechless. Was he that horny? Can't even wait the time for a meal. She asked incredulously. You don't want to do it here, do you? What if there's a hidden camera? If others see, I won't be able to live with myself. Yang Fan thought for a moment and agreed with her. He had originally wanted to try the girl's service, but he decided to let her off for now and save it for next time. So he said irritably, then why don't you let go? Do you think I'm a saint? The girl burst out laughing, but obediently let him go. She gave him a seductive glance and said coquettishly, then don't be angry. Eat your meal obediently, and he'll give you a bonus. Faced with the girl's temptation, Yang Fan played the role of a gentleman. Next time, I'm more used to the aloof look you had when we first met. The girl was surprised. He actually rejected her seduction. Wasn't he just now saying he was on fire and wanted her to put it out? What was going on? Gong Jing felt she couldn't understand this man. It didn't seem like he was playing hard to get since she had already offered herself. But she couldn't ask, she couldn't force herself on him after being rejected. That she couldn't do. As for Yang Fan's remark about her aloof demeanor, that depended on the person. She was usually extremely aloof towards those she had no interest in. But how could she treat him the same as others? He was a walking bundle of Chinese currency. A money god who had casually transferred 100,000 and then 300,000 to her. Could she dare to act aloof towards him? Did she look like someone who hated money? As long as he kept depositing money into her account, she would be willing to enshrine him, offering incense 3 times a day and bowing morning and night. But since he had said that, she decided to try interacting with him in a cold manner. Perhaps it would be more alluring. Her seductive expression instantly shifted to one of cool detachment, and she glanced at Yang Fan with a distant gaze. Like this, the speed of the transformation stunned Yang Fan, and he chuckled inwardly, thinking impressive. He nodded with a smile. Isn't this fine? The girl saw his reaction and felt it wasn't fake. Could it be that he actually preferred this type? Since he didn't like her fawning over him, she didn't want to grovel either. As long as he was happy and occasionally lavished her with money, everything else was trivial. The girl nodded. Let's eat. She then ignored him, elegantly picking up her chopsticks. Yang Fan found her somewhat amusing. The way she could switch personalities so effortlessly was a shame. She wasn't an actress, she had real potential. After a few bites, he suddenly remembered something and set down his chopsticks. Let me ask you something. The girl didn't even look at him. One should not speak while eating or sleeping. Yang Fan almost burst out laughing. That's going a bit too far. She glanced at him with slight impatience. Asked, are there any relatively pure girls in your flight attendant circle? The girl frowned slightly. What do you mean? Yang Fan organized his thoughts. I want you to help me find some beauties who are waiting for the right price. The purer the better. If you know any, introduce them to me. Gong Jing felt a surge of anger. You scumbag. You've gone too far. Saying this right in front of me. You fool around with streamers behind the scenes, and now you want me to set you up. What do you take me for? A madam. Gong Jing Intimacy 3. What a scumbag. This guy was utterly despicable. What was most infuriating was that he was so blatant about it. Yang Fan looked at her displeased expression and saw that the already low intimacy had dropped by 3 points. He said helplessly, Miss Gong, can you stop adding drama that isn't there? Do we have any special relationship so far? Are you my girlfriend or my wife? Besides, if you introduce someone to me, will you miss out on benefits? The girl was taken aback, her face full of question marks. Indeed, she and he really didn't have any special relationship. She had just assumed he was trying to win her over and was her personal ATM, which was why she got angry. But she hadn't even had any substantial relationship with him. This anger seemed a bit rash. She refused to admit it, however, and retorted, why are you telling me this? Not interested in me. But your earlier reaction said otherwise. Yang Fan shrugged. Didn't I just tell you? I like having my cake and eating it too. The law doesn't say I can't have multiple girlfriends. The girl rolled her eyes. Damn, a scumbag as honest as you is refreshingly unique. But she wasn't giving up. After all, she had planned to gain benefits from Yang Fan, while also learning more about him, whether he was from some wealthy family or something. Maybe she could use her beauty to trap him and marry into a wealthy family. After all, she wasn't getting any younger and needed to plan for her future. So she asked softly, haven't you ever thought about finding a woman you love and getting married? Yang Fan immediately caught her underlying meaning. A woman he loved. Was she talking about herself? With an intimacy of 9, oh no 6, she dared to talk about love and wanted to marry him. Where was her face? He shook his head bluntly. No, I'm not getting married. I just want to give a home to all the beauties lucky enough to meet me. Gong Jing felt her worldview collapsing. I want to swear. Lucky to meet you. Huh. Should the beauties thank you for giving them a home? Yang Fan looked at her with amusement. I suggest you don't swear. Swearing will only hurt our relationship. Consider my proposal. The payoff might exceed your imagination. Gong Jing had lost count of how many times he had left her speechless in such a short time. Unable to maintain her aloof act any longer, she gave him a look that said he didn't appreciate what was right in front of him. Looking for a pure beauty. Isn't there one right in front of you? Why go far? Since he had clearly decided to be a player, she considered it and directly offered herself. She was determined not to let this money god slip away. She wouldn't resort to tactics like retreating to advance, feigning anger, storming off, or cursing him out. She was afraid of losing him. Yang Fan was now staring at Gong Jing in disbelief. You, pure beauty. Did those 2 words even apply to you? You just say whatever comes to mind. What should I do? I want to swear too. Seeing his expression, she bristled. What's that look? My hymen is still intact. Isn't that pure? She then put on a hurt expression conveying her wounded feelings. Yang Fan was speechless. Now even a girl with 87 purity dared to claim she had a hymen and was pure. He retorted directly, hospital repairs don't count, you know. If you're going to talk like that, I don't think we have anything more to discuss. Let's have more sincerity and less tricks. It's better for both of us. Seeing that he seemed so certain she was lying, Gong Jing wasn't sure if he was bluffing. She dropped her anger, her expression turning uncertain. She then thought about what she should do in this situation. Should she insist she was original, act angry, and stand her ground? Or should she admit that she wasn't? If she were original, he would treat her much better, and she would gain more. That was undeniable. But that path was impossible. After all, she had readily agreed to help him put out the fire earlier. That hardly seemed like the behavior of a pure girl. So she made up her mind. She deflated. You're right. A bit more sincerity is better. Yang Fan, seeing that the other party admitted it, no longer dwelled on the matter. Then let's continue with the previous topic. Gong Jing also said straightforwardly, I understand your requirements. I do have such a beauty in my circle. She is not in Bishu City right now, and we have a good relationship. I need to know your true intentions before I can speak to her, understand? Yang Fan smiled and nodded with amusement. Understood. Perfectly understood. She's your beloved friend, your flesh and blood. Sister, so you need to raise the price, right? The girl immediately covered her forehead with her hand, as if defeated by him. That's not what I meant. I'm asking if you're just looking for a fling or a long-term arrangement. I need to know so I can work on her. If it's just a casual affair, I doubt she'll agree. She wants something stable, and she has high standards. Many who pursue her are financially well off, but she doesn't fancy them. Yang Fan finally understood her meaning. If your friend meets my requirements and doesn't mind that I have other women, she can be with me permanently. Gong Jing revealed a smile. Then it's easier for me to bring it up. Now can you tell me what conditions you're offering to attract her? Yang Fan looked at the girl with a gaze that suggested she was foolish. I haven't even met her yet. How can I set conditions? The girl took out her phone. I have her photo here. You can take a look first. She then stood up and prepared to walk toward him. Yang Fan said helplessly, come on, our photo's really that reliable? The girl laughed. What? Sounds like you've been fooled by photos before. This one isn't photoshopped, it's quite authentic. Take a look first. By then she had already walked behind him and bent down to present the phone screen in front of his line of sight. He immediately sensed a pleasant fragrance and reached out to pull her over. With a startled cry, she was pulled by his hand and sat sideways on his lap. She shot him a charming glance and thought to herself, Tisk thought he wasn't interested in me. But this was good for her. As long as their relationship warmed up and there was an intimate bond, she could gain more from him. If he really had little interest in her, she would have been troubled instead. As for titles or status, why worry about that now? First get money. Money brings security. With enough wealth, she could go her whole life without marrying. If she was financially free, why would she need to find a man to serve every day? To handle household chores, manage in-law relationships, satisfy his physical needs, endure pain, to bear children, raise them, sacrifice her youth, to become a haggard wife, and then possibly face his cold words or even betrayal. And throughout it all, she would have to deal with his potential bad habits, bad luck, or even domestic violence. Why would she put herself through that? This wasn't finding a pillar of support, it was finding a tyrant. If she wanted a child, she could simply find a genetically suitable man and have one, and it wasn't like she couldn't afford it. Sitting on Yang Fan's lap, Gong Jing thought many things in just a few seconds. Then she wrapped one arm around his neck, held the phone with the other to show him acting cooperatively. Yang Fan looked at the phone screen, showing a photo of two beauties in flight attendant uniforms. One of them was Gong Jing sitting on his lap. He ignored her and focused on the other. This flight attendant was absolutely a stunner, as tall as Gong Jing, with a face that was equally beautiful, but in a different way. Compared to the two, Yang Fan felt he preferred this girl a bit more, because her figure was excellent and sexy, with curves and a much larger bosom than Gong Jing's. Dressed in the flight attendant uniform, she looked very voluptuous, with no hint of immaturity, full of mature charm, like a ripe peach waiting to be plucked. He exclaimed in admiration, "Not bad. She's truly a stunner." Gong Jing smiled. "Of course. She's one of the company's 4 famous beauties among the flight attendants." Yang Fan, while feeling the pleasant texture of black stockings, asked with some surprise, "For beauties? You know 3 others of this level?" "I'm not familiar with the other 2. And they might not meet your requirements." Yang Fan nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, beautiful women with low standards were rare. Then he asked casually, "What about the 4th? Aren't there 4? Gong Jing shot him a charming glare, showing an expression of "You have no tact." "Isn't the 4th one sitting right in your arms?" Yang Fan was momentarily stunned, then laughed. The girl complained, "What? Do you think I'm not beautiful? Then why are you holding me?" Yang Fan shook his head. "I just didn't react immediately. Since she's as famous as you, I don't need to worry about her looks." "Humph. You can talk." Gong Jing's comprehensive beauty score of 89 was indeed impressive. Among all the girls he knew, only Feng Yuding's 90 surpassed hers. But unfortunately her code was a bit lacking, and she didn't offer him any intimacy. It was clear she was after money. Although she wasn't averse to him, she didn't have much affection for him either. Even if she was willing to sit on his lap, and even engage in intimate acts, it was essentially for money, not for him as a person. It was more like a transaction, each taking what they needed. It was hard to increase intimacy. After dinner, Yang Fan bid farewell to Gong Jing, asking her to keep the introduction in mind, and to arrange a meeting once she had talked to the girl. Throughout, Gong Jing never mentioned the compensation Yang Fan had previously offered. She believed that given his generosity, as long as she handled things well, he would not fail to pay. There was no need to bring it up openly. Then, under the girl's speechless gaze, Yang Fan went to the gym. Watching him get into the car, she murmured to herself, "You can't escape." She smiled and returned home. Languidly lying sideways on the leather sofa, her long black stocking legs casually resting on the armrest, she took out her phone, tapped the screen a few times, and dialed a contact named Lin Shun. Beep. Beep. The call was quickly answered. A pleasant, mature voice came through. "Jingjing, at this time, you should be in Bishu City, right? Why did you think to call me?" Gong Jing chuckled softly into the phone. "Of course it's good news." "Huh? What good news? Have you found your perfect match and are ready to retire?" The girl on the other end clearly knew Gong Jing, while teasing her right away, proving their close relationship. "Get lost. This so-called good news is meant for you. Come on, thank your sister Jing first." "What good news could I have? Tell me." "Apologize first." Thank you, Sister Jing. Now can you tell me? Seeing how obedient you are, it's not in vain that I always think of you for good things." The other end responded with a helpless laugh. "Can you stop beating around the bush? I recently met a very generous rich man. I want to introduce him to you. He's fairly young and not bad looking, much better than those old guys. What do you think? Am I good to you?" Are you joking? If he's so great, why aren't you keeping him for yourself? Why introduce him to me?" The girl clearly didn't believe Gong Jing's words, which was understandable. They had known each other for a long time and understood each other well. In the past, any man that caught Gong Jing's eye would only be mentioned in her stories, as she never let anyone meet him in person. Would someone with such a personality introduce a quality man to her? Gong Jing said helplessly, "I'm not joking. I'd love to keep him all to myself. But this guy is indeed rich and generous. The downside is he's too much of a player, wanting to be a Casanova. I can't handle him. Rather than let an outsider benefit, I'd rather share with my sister." "Share with me? Come on, Jingjing, are we really that close? Sharing a man? Why not? I wouldn't be willing with any other man, but with this one I think it's definitely worth it. Haven't you always wanted to give yourself to a man who's rich and generous with you?" The girl on the other end said crossly, "That's true, but I want a future with him. What you're describing is too unstable. I know what you're thinking. You want to marry a rich man, live a life of luxury and abundance, right? You just don't want to struggle anymore, right? I'm the same. But have you ever thought that you could fulfill your wishes without getting married?" There was silence on the other end. Gong Jing wasn't worried, as she believed the other party would eventually agree. Just as the other understood her, she also knew the other well, merely biding their time, waiting for the right price. Marrying was just a way to secure a guarantee. If the price was right, the guarantee itself became less important. Sure enough, the girl's serious voice came through the phone. "Are you talking about being a kept woman? How rich is he?" Gong Jing smiled upon hearing this. "Let me put it this way, I've known him for less than 10 days. When we first met, we just added each other on WeChat without exchanging many words. After a few chats, he transferred 400,000 to me to spend." The girl on the other end was stunned by her description. It wasn't the amount of 400,000 that shocked her, but the fact that he had given so much money when they had known each other for less than 10 days and nothing had happened between them. No wonder Gong Jing kept emphasizing how rich and generous he was. She had never heard of anyone so generous. Unconsciously, she began to feel tempted. "Are you telling the truth? I wouldn't harm you, would I? It's definitely true. Did he say how he would treat me? Gong Jing knew that her sister was asking about how much Yang Fan would pay to keep her, and in what manner. He said that if you don't mind him having other women, you can stay with him for life. As for the allowance, he didn't specify. He wants to meet you first to see if he's satisfied. By the way, he likes pure girls. Among the people I know, you're the most suitable. Given how generous he is, you don't have to worry about money. The girl on the other end chuckled lightly. He's indeed a player, but at least he's upfront about it. If I can really stay with him long term, it's a form of security. Exactly. As long as there's enough money, marriage or not is just a formality. As for love, screw love. Believe it or not, I don't. The girl on the other end knew that Gong Jing had been hurt by a man before and no longer believed in love, only wanting to make money. She said softly, "You've even convinced me about being kept, and now you're talking to me about love." If she wanted love, she wouldn't have been waiting for the right price, only wanting to marry a rich man. Huh. Since that's the case, when you fly back to Bishu City, they'll take you to meet him. Okay. Thus Gong Jing successfully dragged her little sister into the situation. After hanging up, she smiled, thinking helping that golden goose land such a pure and sexy beauty should earn me a good reward, right? Then she opened an app to start binge watching. Meanwhile, in another scene, Yang Fan finished warm-up and stretching at the gym, did a light 10-minute treadmill and 10-minute rowing machine, then chose to leave. He planned to gradually increase his workout intensity to avoid the muscle soreness he experienced 2 days ago. There were some beautiful women in the gym who triggered system prompts, but none were outstanding enough to pique his interest. Returning home to rest, he took out his phone and started scrolling through Douyin. Since it was still early, the female streamers he was familiar with hadn't started broadcasting yet. That didn't matter. He idly scrolled through videos, occasionally commenting with his thoughts. Regarding Douyin's tendency to push beauty streamers his way, he could only say the big data is indeed impressive. But after scrolling past over 20 female streamers, not a single system prompt appeared. How frustrating. There were even fewer genuine beauties on Douyin than on the streets. Just as he swiped past, another female streamer valid consumption target detected. Finally, a long-awaited prompt appeared. He looked closely and was momentarily stunned. Then a smile spread across his face. On the screen was a foreign girl with blonde hair and blue eyes singing a Chinese song. Her skin was exceptionally fair, but not sickly pale, which complemented her features, which aligned with Eastern aesthetics, making her very beautiful. High nose bridge, thin lips, long golden hair that reached past her shoulders, with the left side draped behind and the right side brought forward, revealing a cute ear adorned with an earring. She wore a black off-shoulder camisole and denim overall shorts, exposing large areas of fair skin sitting on a chair. Her Chinese pronunciation, though not perfect, was decent. She had probably been in China for a while, likely a foreign student. Her voice was pleasant and her singing was quite good. Yang Fan thought to himself, it seems like hooking up with a foreign beauty might be quite appealing. Yang Fan glanced at the Douyin account name of this foreign beauty, Nina. Below it was written, a girl from Wula country who loves to sing. It directly indicated that she was from Wula country, saving him the trouble of guessing. He clicked right in. The girl was singing with full immersion, and she did not stop because of his arrival. He noticed that the number of viewers in the live stream was not small, over 300. He quietly listened to the song to the end, then suddenly sent out 5 carnival gifts with a flurry of slap, slap, slap. The moment Nina finished singing, she saw the carnival special effects on the screen and instantly beamed with joy. Thank you, brother Bangshi Xiaoyao, for the carnival gifts. Nina loves them so much. Thank you. The girl spoke in fluent Longhua language with only a slight flaw in pronunciation, otherwise no issues. At this moment, the viewers began to tease. It's over, Nina has been noticed by a big spender. Damn, my goddess, Nina has been hit by a carnival. Bangshi Xiaoyao, boss, you're not thinking straight. Go gift Longhua female streamers. Leave Nina for us. Nina, you must hold on. Just a few carnivals. Wait a few months, they'll send you some. Bangshi Xiaoyao, boss, you're not thinking straight. Bangshi Xiaoyao, big spender, can I discuss something with you? Go wander somewhere else and leave us a pure land. Bangshi Xiaoyao, brother Xiaoyao. We're on the same side, don't hurt your own. Let's make a deal. Go bother someone else, leave Nina to me. TCH, just 5 carnivals and he thinks he can mess with Nina. He's dreaming. You guys don't know, brother Xiaoyao. 5 carnivals is clearly just a greeting gift. If he goes all out, I'm afraid Nina won't be able to resist. Right, better drive him away. That old lecher is up to no good. Isn't brother Xiaoyao's greeting gift usually 17 carnivals? Why did it drop to 5? Broke. Is he famous? Never heard of him. Who? Don't know. Yang Fan was also reading the viewers' teasing. In this livestream room, not many knew his account. That was normal. With so many Douyin users, it was already impressive that some viewers recognized his ID in a random room he entered. Nina, seeing that the viewers in her live stream were actually trying to persuade the big spender to leave, was instantly speechless. She rarely encountered a patron willing to send carnivals continuously. Weren't they harming her? She quickly shifted attention and spoke. Welcome, brother Xiaoyao, to Nina's livestream. Nina is a singing streamer. Does the big brother have any song he'd like to hear? You can request a song. Yang Fan thought for a moment. The girl had just sung an old Longhua song. He decided to request an old song he liked, so he typed on the screen, "Sing Don't Care Who I Am. Do you know it?" Nina read it aloud and immediately recalled the song. She said, "I know this song. It's beautiful, but it requires deep emotion and experience. I may not be able to sing it well, but I'll do my best." Bangshi Xiaoyao, that's fine. Just do your best. Yang Fan wasn't very knowledgeable about music, but hearing the girl say that he felt she was somewhat professional. Then Nina said, "Next I'll sing a beautiful old song, Don't Care Who I Am, for brother Xiaoyao and everyone. I hope you'll like it." After saying that, she adjusted her equipment. Soon the prelude ended and the girl began to sing. "I feel a bit tired. I think I lack comfort. My life is so dull, withering like a flower. Several times I really wanted to get drunk, to distance myself from so many grudges and disputes." When Nina first started singing, the viewers only thought her voice was beautiful. By the time she reached this part, many viewers began to discuss, "This song is really nice. I've never heard it before. They'll search for the original later. I feel the emotion too. Why isn't it famous?" Not famous. That's because you're too young to know this song. Indeed, it's a 1993 song, lyrics and music by Li Zhongxing. Anyone familiar with it is probably a bit older. So brother Xiaoyao just revealed his age. Nina continued singing. "A woman if unloved, how pitiful. Even if someone listens to my song and cries." The song ended. The girl had closed her eyes while singing and just opened them now. She said softly, "This song portrays a woman's feelings very delicately. Nina's experience is still too limited and her singing skills are inadequate. I really can't capture that feeling. If you like it, please listen to the original." The viewers immediately began to praise Nina. At that moment, Carnival special effects appeared on the screen. Bangshi Xiaoyao sent Carnival X3. Bangshi Xiaoyao sent Carnival X20. Yang Fan sent them in quick succession, stopping only after 20 carnivals. Nina was instantly thrilled. "Thank you, brother Xiaoyao. So many carnivals. Thank you, I love you." As soon as she said that, the viewers erupted. "I knew it. I knew, brother Xiaoyao, that old lecher wouldn't leave Nina alone. Oh, heartbreaking. Bangshi Xiaoyao, you've already protected several beautiful streamers. Leave some for us." It's over. Nina is starting to suck up to the big spender. She even said, "I love you." Where's the guy who said Xiaoyao was broke just now? Sure enough, the secret story between a female streamer and her top gifter is about to unfold again. Even a foreign female streamer can't escape this curse. Jealous and envious. Another day of envying the big spender. Another day of envying the big spender 1. Another day of envying the big spender 10086. Facing the viewers teasing, Nina could only pretend not to see. She couldn't join in such a discussion. Yang Fan simply ignored it. He then spent a good amount of time in the live stream room chatting with Nina and listening to songs. Finally, he sent 10 more carnivals and left. In his private messages, as expected, there was a WeChat ID sent by Nina. He had been listening to songs and chatting in the live stream the whole time and hadn't even noticed when the girl sent the message. But that didn't matter. He opened WeChat and added the girl. While adding her, he noticed a somewhat unexpected message. It was from Feng Yuding. Since that day, he bought cosmetics for her at Hunter International and ran away because he was afraid she'd be embarrassed to accept them. They hadn't contacted each other. Now she actually took the initiative to send him a message, something he hadn't expected. Although the message was just a dynamic gif of a bunny rabbit kicking a door. Feng Yuding continued to go to work as usual these days, yet a peculiar unease lingered in her heart. It all stemmed from the fact that Yang Fan had sent her a multitude of high-end cosmetics that day, only to never contact her again. She had considered returning everything and refunding him through the original payment method. But every night before sleep, she had made up her mind, only to hesitate once more the next morning when she brought the items to work. Deep down, she was reluctant to part with them, and when the moment of decision arrived, her resolve wavered. Her store manager noticed the unopened cosmetics she brought to work and immediately understood her intentions. Seizing the moment of hesitation, the manager earnestly advised her, appealing to both emotion and reason. With a single glance from the manager, even the other colleagues joined in the persuasion. They deluged Feng Yuding with a relentless stream of reasoning. Feng Yuding, being an indecisive and impressionable soft soul, was no match for the combined assault of the seasoned manager and her team. Under the barrage of arguments, she was left bewildered, finding a certain logic in their words. In the end, she foolishly took the items back home after work. Her colleagues and the manager spoke highly of Yang Fan, planting a seed in her heart. Perhaps he wasn't so bad after all. The manager particularly pointed out that returning a first gift would be tantamount to outright rejection. Coupled with her own reluctance, she decided to hold off on returning anything until she had thought things through. She assumed Yang Fan must be pursuing her to give such an expensive gift and expected him to contact her soon. She even fretted over how to respond if he directly confessed his feelings. Yet reality proved otherwise. He had vanished without a trace, as if by magic. She couldn't help but wonder, had she overthought things? A sense of insecurity began to gnaw at her. After days of pondering, she impulsively sought out the manager before leaving work today. She recounted how Yang Fan hadn't contacted her since that day, seeking the manager's perspective. To her surprise, the manager teased her, saying she had unknowingly started to care about that man and warned her not to make a decision she would regret. It wasn't until she felt she could barely explain herself that the manager finally offered her opinion. The manager smiled confidently and said, "Little girl, what's so hard to understand? That young man is probably playing hard to get, waiting for you to make the first move to satisfy his ego. It's just a petty trick born of vanity." Feng Yuding asked innocently. "Oh sister, now should I contact him first?" Manager now pondered for a moment. If it were any other guy, I'd say ignore him. He'll eventually reach out on his own. But this one is different. I suggest you text him first. Let him have his childish victory. It costs you nothing. It might even make him think you're a considerate and kind-hearted girl. Huh, really? Why is Brother Yang different? Seeing the girl's clueless expression, the manager rolled her eyes and said impatiently, "Guys like him are bound to be swarmed by vixens. He's far more popular than you imagine. If you don't show any response and someone else snatches him away, you'll regret it later." Manager not even mused to herself that when she was young, no such young man had ever lingered around her. She would have known how to seize the opportunity. Unlike this silly girl who was lucky, but whose mind? Well, wasn't that the saying, fortune favors fools? Now Feng Yuding fully understood, her face full of hesitation. "But I haven't made up my mind yet." Manager Na nearly laughed at the girl, giving her a look that said, "Are you dense? You're only being asked to give him some response, not to become his girlfriend. What's there to decide? Get to know him first. There's plenty of time to think during the process. You can advance or retreat as you please. What are you hesitating for? Just keep in touch with him, often hold on to him, and don't let someone else snatch him away. That's it. Time's almost up. Pack up and go home." And so on her way home from work, Feng Yutong pondered Manager Na's words for a long time, feeling as though she had finally understood. But when she picked up her phone, she didn't know what to send. After a long hesitation, she tapped a sticker of a mischievous rabbit kicking a door. Yang Fan replied almost instantly, "Stop kicking the doors open. Who are you looking for, little girl?" A smile crept onto her face at his swift reply. "You? Press 1 to chat with me, press 2 to shoo away annoying flies, press the pound key to ask me out." She didn't take the bait and after a moment's hesitation responded, "Are you busy now? I'd like to treat you to a meal. So that's the pound key. Well, I am pretty busy, but seeing as it's your first time asking me out, I'll make an exception. Name the time and place." "No need. If you're busy, go ahead. We can eat another day. Your work matters." Yang Fan stared at her reply, speechless. Busy? Not at all. He was lying in bed scrolling through Douyin. He had only been joking around, and the girl took him seriously. How honest. Even if you're busy, you still have to eat. Well, you don't need food when you're busy. Of course not. As long as you have time to eat. Is there anything you'd like to eat? Anything works. I'm not picky. Then let's go to Celian for vegetable rolls. There's a great place near my grandmother's house, and it's not far from yours. Okay, I'm already here. How long until you arrive? Wait for me for 20 minutes. I'm already in the car. Okay. This time Yang Fan didn't offer to pay for a lavish meal. She wanted to treat him as a token of gratitude, and such exchanges would naturally bring them closer. If he insisted on paying, she would surely refuse. Her willingness to take the initiative was a good start. Why ruin it? He then strolled leisurely toward the Celian restaurant she had mentioned. He had only been there for a few minutes when he saw Feng Yuding hurrying toward him from the other side of the road where the bus stop was. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This girl really knew how to save money. Feng Yuding was dressed simply today, a plain white t-shirt with a patterned denim shorts and a pair of white sneakers. Yet she managed to exude a delicate, fresh elegance, appearing pure and picturesque. At that moment, she spotted Yang Fan waiting at the entrance. She quickened her pace, trotting over and greeted him with a warm smile. "Brother Yang, sorry to keep you waiting." Her smile left Yang Fan momentarily stunned. He felt she was the kind of girl who grew more beautiful the longer you looked. Yang Fan nodded. "Yeah, I've been waiting a while. How are you going to make it up to me?" "Huh?" The girl was caught off guard, blinking in surprise. Seeing her adorable, flustered expression, he burst into laughter. "Just kidding. I just got here too. Let's head in. By the way, why didn't you take a cab?" The girl smiled sheepishly. "The bus is fine. It has air conditioning, no need to waste money." Yang Fan hesitated for a moment, then asked, "You're usually this frugal? Your salary isn't that low, right?" The girl replied nonchalantly, "It's not about being frugal. I save where I can and spend where I should. Putting aside a little each month for emergencies is good, and it also lets me travel." "You like traveling?" A dreamy look crossed her face as she nodded. "Of course. If I ever get the chance, I'd love to go everywhere and see everything." Yang Fan smiled at her expression. "You'll definitely have the chance." They had now entered Celian, found a seat, and were ready to order. Although the place was known for its silk baby wraps, it also served many local specialties of Bishu City at reasonable prices. The dishes were tasty and popular among the city's working class, especially women. Feng Yuding took the menu and handed it to Yang Fan, saying, "Brother Yang, I already ordered a set meal on Mate 1. Feel free to add anything you like." Yang Fan took the menu but set it aside without ordering. "I don't know what's in your set meal, so I'll wait until it arrives to see what's missing before ordering." Okay. They chatted for a while, and soon the dishes arrived one by one. There were plenty of varieties, more than enough for 2 people, so no additional orders were needed. Looking at the table full of food, the girl smiled and asked, "Brother Yang, you probably don't eat this often, right? Go ahead and try it. It's really good." Without answering, Yang Fan picked up a wrapper, deftly added several vegetable strips inside, and wrapped it up in a few swift moves, his technique smooth and precise. Then with a smirk, he looked at the slightly surprised girl. "Do I look like someone who rarely eats this?" He poured chili sauce on the wrap and popped the whole thing into his mouth, chewing contentedly. Feng Yuding smiled at his casual manner, feeling that he was down to earth and not pretentious at all. After swallowing, Yang Fan picked up a skewer of grilled meat and began to eat. The first wrap is always the tastiest. "What are you staring at me for? Eat up." "Okay." The girl joined in the feast. Between bites, she remarked, "Brother Yang, you wrap them even better than I do. Who are you underestimating? I eat this stuff all the time, you know." Little did she know that just a few weeks ago he had been a broke loser, pinching every penny. He wouldn't even come to places like this often. When he craved street snacks, had hit the roadside stalls, being even more frugal than Feng Yuding. Oblivious to this, the two ate and chatted, the atmosphere light and easy. She found that being with Yang Fan wasn't as awkward as she had imagined. She had been worried he might not like the food, but seeing him enjoy it, she felt relieved. A single meal had earned him 3 points of intimacy from the girl, pushing the score past 40, a decent level. She was far more receptive than Gong Jing, whose intimacy barely moved. It wouldn't take long to get the cashback card. After finishing their meal, they left Cillian. As soon as they stepped out, Yang Fan suggested, "Let's take a walk." The girl hesitated briefly, but after the pleasant time together, she nodded. "Sure. It'll help digest the food, so I won't gain weight." Yang Fan chuckled. "Then why didn't you have that thought while eating?" She laughed. "Haha, I can't control my mouth. But luckily I'm the type that eats without gaining weight. Many girls would be envious of your physique. Tell me about it. My best friend and colleagues are jealous, thinking I have some secret recipe." As they walked, they passed a shopping mall, the largest one in the area. Yang Fan stopped, intending to accelerate the intimacy growth, and said, "Let's go inside and browse." The girl asked curiously, "Brother Yang, do you need to buy something?" "Not sure yet. Let's just look around. If I see something I like, you'll buy it. It's still part of our walk." "All right." Entering the mall, they saw several cosmetic stores on the first floor. Yang Fan asked curiously, "Is the Chanel here different from the one at your store?" The girl shook her head. "No difference. Both are shipped from headquarters, and the prices are basically the same." Without further comment, Yang Fan led her onto the escalator. When he guided her directly to the 3rd floor and stopped, suspicion arose in her mind. The 3rd floor was the women's clothing section, filled with brands selling outfits, shoes, bags, and accessories. She halted. "Brother Yang, the men's section is upstairs." Yang Fan smiled. "Let's look around here first." By now she had a hunch that he might be planning to buy something for her. She couldn't help but recall the time he had given her cosmetics. She eyed him warily. "This is the women's section. Don't tell me you're planning to wear women's clothes." Ugh. Seeing his expression, she felt she was right, and quickly said, "You're not going to buy me something, are you?" "No, I don't want it. You already gave me so much makeup last time, and I just don't want it. Let's go." She actually stepped forward to push him away. Yang Fan admitted it now, and said with a hint of amusement, "Let's go take a look. Who knows, you might find something you like." The girl shook her head. "No, definitely not." After speaking, seeing he wouldn't leave, she devised a plan. She walked directly toward the descending escalator, turning back to flash him a playful goodbye gesture. "I'm leaving now. You can browse on your own." Yang Fan felt helpless. Her intimacy level hadn't budged. He wondered if she was genuinely too embarrassed to accept more gifts from him, or if she was just putting on an act. But it didn't matter. A few more days together would reveal her true nature. Besides, her intimacy wasn't increasing slowly, so there was no need to rush. When he caught up, the girl seemed lost and thought her expression heavy. Feng Yuding now felt a certain pressure, unlike the ease she had during their meal. She was now certain he had feelings for her. Although she wasn't repulsed by it, and was even trying to get along with him, the pressure came from his aggressive advances. He was always eager to give her expensive things. She even feared he might suddenly confess his feelings, and she still didn't know how to respond. Having already accepted his costly cosmetics, she absolutely couldn't continue receiving other gifts. Even if they were in a relationship, she would feel awkward accepting so many things from him frequently. So she chose to escape. Yang Fan noticed the girl ahead seemed distracted, knowing she was pondering what had just happened. As for how he viewed his own behavior, with no change in intimacy, he admitted he couldn't guess. Thus, he didn't interrupt, waiting to see if her intimacy would fluctuate once she sorted out her thoughts. Yet even as they left the mall, there was no change. Then the girl turned and said, "Brother Yang, it's getting late. I should head back. Let's meet another day." He could see she was clearly preoccupied and not in the mood. Forcing her to do something might backfire. So he nodded. "All right, let's walk together for a bit. I'm heading home anyway." Okay. When they reached a fork in the road, she said, "Brother Yang, my grandmother's place is in the neighborhood over there. They'll go now. Your home is still a ways off, so be careful." "All right, let's meet another day." She waved at him and turned to leave. Yang Fan didn't mind and continued forward. He didn't notice that shortly after he left, the girl glanced back. Seeing him disappear at the intersection, she breathed a sigh of relief, the previous pressure vanishing in an instant. Feng Yuding's intimacy 3 young fan already far away was startled by the sudden notification of increased intimacy. After thinking for a while, he guessed that perhaps his earlier behavior had burdened her. Now that they had parted, she relaxed, leading to the increase in intimacy. He speculated that bombarding this girl with luxury gifts wasn't the right approach. 1 or 2 times might be fine, but too often could create psychological barriers or even fear, ultimately backfiring. He shook his head with a wry smile and continued walking home. Once home, he took a shower and collapsed onto the bed, pulling out his phone to enter Douyin. Most of the female streamers he knew were online. Except for Shasa's livestream room, he visited all the others, spending considerable time in each and casually sending them gifts. Just as he exited Alice's room after watching a hot dance, he was surprised to find that Shasha had ended her stream early today. He didn't know that his recent neglect had unbalanced the young girl's mindset. Seeing Yang Fan visit every Guardian streamer's room except hers, she grew anxious. In a bad mood, she ended her stream early. Tianfu Province. In an apartment. A cute, sweet-faced loli with twin ponytails sat on a chair, frowning, looking troubled. After maintaining this expression for over 10 minutes, she took out her phone and dialed a number. Beep. Beep. When the call connected, she said impatiently, "Sister Xin, brother Xiaoyao, came online again today for a few hours, but still didn't come to watch my stream." Her voice sounded aggrieved. The voice on the other end said, "Don't be upset first. Did he still give gifts to other female streamers, just like the past few days?" Yes. Then it's clear. He's not angry with you or trying to distance himself. He's definitely hinting at something. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so deliberate. But I've been trying so hard to maintain things with brother Xiaoyao. Why is he ignoring me and not the other streamers? The other person chuckled. I think there are 2 possibilities. First, you're the first female streamer he took a liking to, more unique than the others. So his expectations for you are highest. Since your performance didn't meet his expectations, he's trying to wake you up and make you choose. Shasha pondered this, feeling her friend's words made some sense, and then asked, "What's the second possibility?" The second is that the other streamers have already shown their stance. You are the only one left. If he doesn't nudge you, who else would he nudge? Shasha was now tangled in indecision. Of course she knew what her friend meant by showing stance. How could a streamer not understand? But her original goal in streaming was simply to earn some pocket money through her talent and looks, so she had never considered that kind of thing. Until brother Xiaoyao appeared, disrupting her plans. In just over 10 days, the tips he gave her far exceeded her expectations, completely shifting her mindset. She wanted to earn more money, so she diligently maintained their connection, hoping he would remain her guardian big spender. But good intentions often clash with reality. As things stood, mere maintenance wasn't enough to keep brother Xiaoyao. Yet she had always been virtuous and found it hard to make the decision to drop in on a big spender. So she had been agonizing these past few days. It was clear now, if she didn't do something, she would lose this wealthy benefactor. Thinking about how much money he had showered on her in such a short time and the long days ahead, she realized he would give her even more. Recalling his generosity, the young girl felt her ambition slowly expanding. Just then her friend's voice came through again. "This is your own matter. You have to think it through yourself. I just want to say, make a decision quickly. Many men get excited fast and lose interest even faster. If you drag it out too long and he loses interest in you, there'll be no turning back." Shasha could tell that her best friend was inclined to have her compromised, though she hadn't said it outright. After hanging up the phone, she fell into silence once more. Yet with her own growing unease and her friend's persuasion, the scales in her heart had gradually begun to tip. After maintaining a thoughtful posture for a long while, she let out a faint sigh. A sense of relief washed over her. The dilemma that had troubled her for days had finally been resolved. She picked up her phone and sent a message to her best friend, then stepped out of the room with a smile, addressing a beautiful, mature woman watching TV on the sofa. "Mom, I'm going on a 2-day trip with Sister Xian this Friday after school. I'll be back by Sunday at the latest." The beautiful, mature woman looked surprised. "Where are you 2 going?" Shasha replied without a flicker of guilt. "We decided to go to Bishu City for a couple of days. Tianfu is just too hot. We can only stay indoors with the air conditioning here. We thought we'd go there for some fun and to cool down." Shasha had always been well behaved at home, so her mother felt relatively at ease with this daughter. With the older sister Xian accompanying her, a weekend trip to play should be fine. So she said, "Go ahead. You're either in class or doing live streams every day. You deserve a break. But make sure to stay safe and call me every day to let me know you're okay." Shasha nodded with a smile. "Don't worry, Mom." She then returned to her room, flopped onto the bed, and hugged a teddy bear, lost in thought. She decided not to contact Yang Fan in advance. Instead, she would book the tickets directly and get in touch with him after arriving in Bishu City on Friday. This way she could surprise him while also appearing more sincere. Shasha thought since she had made up her mind, she might as well do it wholeheartedly. As for whether Yang Fan would pick her up upon her arrival, she didn't bother to consider it. Worst case, she could just enjoy herself there for 2 days and fly back. After she returned to her room, her mother in the living room called Shasha's best friend, ostensibly asking her to take care of her daughter, but actually probing to see if the trip was real. However, Shasha had already messaged her friend in advance, and her friend, being clever, gave nothing away, successfully passing the mother's scrutiny. Yang Fan was completely oblivious to Shasha's plan to make a surprise visit. He had just been chatting with Nina, a beautiful woman from Woolagua, and learned that she was an international student in China, currently a junior. After a short conversation, he began to feel drowsy and was now fast asleep. The next day, when he woke up, there were several unread messages on his phone. Sushan, I miss you. Gong Jing, I've taken care of your matter. When she returns to Bishu City, I'll bring her to meet you. Gu Ruijia, another day of missing big brother, but I'll behave and attend class moi. Nothing else stood out, but Sushan's tone felt a bit off today, somehow unlike her usual self. She used to be direct, inviting him to meals or KTV and calling him you rascal. Today she didn't ask for anything, just said she missed him. It felt more like something Gu Ruijia, that little girl, would say. He didn't dwell on it, didn't even reply, and went straight to wash up. After getting ready, he planned to go to the gym and figured he'd grab a free lunch, so he sent a message to Li Wei. I'm heading to the gym. Are you at the dance studio? Let's have lunch together. I'm not there. Eat by yourself. Yang Fan felt something was off. This was the third time he had tried to meet Li Wei. Since the first time she taught him how to work out, he hadn't been able to get her out again. Was it just coincidence? Yet her intimacy level hadn't changed, as if nothing was wrong. Puzzled, he decided to observe further. Meanwhile, at the dance studio, Li Wei, who was about to go to lunch with her students, stopped in her tracks after replying to Yang Fan. She thought better of it and decided to order takeout instead to avoid running into him. In truth, she had been deliberately avoiding Yang Fan these past few days. She couldn't explain why, but since their last workout together, she felt that the aversion she once had toward him had inexplicably vanished. This strange phenomenon left her feeling unsettled. Every time she received his message, she wanted to agree, but an inexplicable panic would arise. She was afraid of this strange feeling continuing, so she forced herself to refuse. She didn't know what caused it, as nothing similar had ever happened before. For now, only by avoiding him could the panic subside. Yet she felt this wasn't a sustainable solution, as she didn't want to lose Yang Fan as a friend, whether because of money or something else, she wasn't sure. She told herself to wait and see, and maybe things would get better with time. And so Li Wei somehow convinced herself in this peculiar way. Just then a boy dressed in hip-hop style approached her. What's wrong? The girl glanced at him and said casually. What's wrong about what? The boy looked puzzled. Didn't we agree to have lunch together? Why did you suddenly change your mind? Are you feeling unwell? I just don't want to go. You go with them. Why bother about me? With that, Li Wei turned and walked away, sitting down in a corner to rest. The boy was left standing there awkward. Ever since Li Wei joined the dance studio, her striking looks and good figure had caught the attention of many male students and instructors. At first, people flocked to show her favors every day, but her cold attitude made her seem distant to the point that no one could get close to her. She only chatted and occasionally dined with female students and teachers, leading some to think she was a lesbian. After such rumors surfaced, she even stopped interacting much with women, leaving the dance studio staff baffled. She would just learn and practice dance on her own, then head home after class. This time a female student had invited everyone to lunch, and Li Wei had initially agreed, but then abruptly changed her mind. Others were already used to her eccentricity and didn't say much. But this boy who had just joined the studio fell for Li Wei at first sight. He thought that with his handsome looks and a bit of family wealth he could win her over. Unfortunately, he could never get her to go out with him, though at least they could exchange a few words, more than other guys could. He felt he had a real chance. Recently, Li Wei had become cold toward him again, leaving him, who had been full of enthusiasm, rather perplexed. Noticing that everyone had gone to lunch, and only Li Wei remained in the classroom, he deliberately stayed behind, hoping to chat with her and find out if something had happened to cause her sudden change, intending to show concern and increase his favor. But she seemed unwilling to engage with him, which was quite frustrating. Well aware that chasing a girl requires boldness, attention to detail, and a thick skin, he did not leave, instead walking toward Li Wei, who was sitting in the corner. However, before he could even speak, Li Wei looked at him with unfriendly eyes and said coldly, "Can you just leave me alone?" The young man was taken aback, sensing the coldness in the bowtie's tone and feeling a bit intimidated, but he still mustered his courage and asked softly, "Did something happen? Maybe if you tell me." The girl immediately became impatient and said, "You're ridiculous. What does any of this have to do with you?" Hearing the bowtie's words, the young man felt a bit displeased, but seeing her about to get angry, he still said, "Don't be mad. We'll go all right." He then turned around and left the dance studio in silence. At that moment, Li Wei's mind wandered. She thought of how she interacted with Yang Fan. How he never cared whether she was angry or not, whether she gave him cold words, or even hit or bit him. He would just keep clinging to her, acting shamelessly. There was also the scene where she was almost hit by a car and he apologized on her behalf, and the time in the gym when she deliberately teased him and he with a pained expression still played along. The beauty, who had been keeping a cold face, unconsciously let a trace of a smile appear. Already packed up and wondering who to invite for lunch, Yang Fan suddenly felt puzzled to find that Li Weiss' intimacy had increased by 2 points. He murmured to himself, "It seems I was overthinking. The little beauty isn't that abnormal after all." She even voluntarily increased the intimacy. He glanced at the 3 girls who had messaged him earlier. Gu Ruijia was in class, and he didn't really want to invite Gong Jing. She was impossible to raise intimacy with, so that left only Su Shan. Spending money and transferring funds to this girl could barely increase intimacy, and she had invited him several times. Thinking of her cute doll-like face paired with long legs and her bold and proactive style, it was quite nice to have a change of pace once in a while. So he directly sent a message, "Come out to eat." Meanwhile at school, Su Shan, who was considering what to have for lunch with her best friend Gu Ruijia, suddenly saw that Yang Fan had replied to her message and got excited. She thought, finally, it seems he really likes the type, like Gu Ruijia. A bit of a tea flavor pretending to be very obedient. She had just tried this approach, and it was clearly yielding results. It seemed she had to keep up the effort. She quickly replied, "Okay, where to eat? He'll come find you right away." Yang Fan noticed that Su Shan's tone was clearly different from before, and he found it somewhat odd. What's up with this girl today? Oh well, whatever, it doesn't affect the experience. He then sent her the location of a well-known restaurant. The girl said she could arrive in just 20 minutes. After ending the chat, Su Shan checked her outfit. It was alright as she had come to school for class and hadn't dressed too outrageously suitable for playing the good girl. Besides, there was no time to go home and change. She couldn't keep the wealthy man waiting, could she? That would make it even harder to get an invitation next time. She grabbed her small bag, planning to touch up her makeup in the car, and then hurriedly walked toward the school gate. Unexpectedly, she was spotted by Gu Ruijia, who was about to come find her for lunch. "Shan, where are you going?" Ugh. Hearing her best friend calling her Su Shan, turned around feeling a bit guilty. Why did she suddenly feel like a mistress caught in the act? She shook her head, banishing the unpleasant thought, and said calmly, "It's Ruirwei. I'm going out. I want to attend this afternoon's class." Gu Ruijia looked at her suspiciously. "But there's the old witch's class this afternoon. Are you sure you want to skip class?" Su Shan naturally knew about the afternoon class, but Yang Fan rarely invited her, and she didn't want to miss it. "They'll call in sick. Don't worry about it, I'm leaving," the girl said, then strode away quickly with her long legs. Ugh. Gu Ruijia didn't say much more, and started thinking about what to eat for lunch alone. When Yang Fan arrived at the restaurant entrance, Su Shan was already standing there. The girl was wearing a beige t-shirt and a blue short skirt. Although only her legs were exposed, combined with her extremely cute doll-like face, she was still captivating. The beauty opposite, now seeing him, kept reminding herself to act obedient. Yes, and to add a bit of coyness. So she put on a sweet smile, walked up to him, gave him a big hug, and whispered, "I've missed you so much lately. But I know you must be busy, so I understand. Thank you for taking the time to invite me to lunch. I'm so happy." Huh. Confused Yang Fan was held by the girl. What's going on? He had just checked her intimacy. It was still 23 points, same as that day. Unchanged. So why did she seem so different? He planted a kiss on her pretty face, and then said, "Let's go. Let's eat first." "Okay." After they entered the restaurant and ordered dishes, the girl started acting up again. She kept picking up food for Yang Fan, and after a few mouthfuls she looked at him expectantly, and said, "If it's food you picked for me, it must taste even better, right? What is this girl doing? Is she out of her mind? Or is it that tea ceremony is trending lately, so everyone's learning it? But you can't force feed me tea. Your tea fragrance isn't even as natural as that rookie Gu Ruijia's, alright." Ugh. Su Shan, who had been full of anticipation, choked on his words and almost lost her composure. Fortunately, she suppressed it and said, feigning displeasure, "How can you say that about me? You're so mean." Yang Fan rolled his eyes. "Which green tea girl infected you? Is there still hope? If there is, then act normal." The girl was silent for a moment. By now she could clearly see that her tea ceremony act hadn't worked. It seemed she was still too amateur. So she said, somewhat aggrieved, "I thought you liked this kind of girl." "Who told you that? So you did this on purpose for me?" "Of course. You think I don't find it tiring to talk like this?" I think I still prefer your previous sexy little wildcat image. Suddenly turning into this I can't take." Su Shan rolled her eyes at him. "You said you like me the way I am, so why do you always make excuses when I ask you out?" Yang Fan spread his hands. "Didn't you just say I'm busy? Can you understand that?" The girl glared at him in exasperation. "Busy my ass. I bet you're busy flirting with other vixens, aren't you?" She knew that just a couple of days ago he had invited her best friend out, and that friend hadn't come home all night. She could well imagine what he had been up to. Yang Fan had no idea that Su Shan and Gu Ruijia were friends. He was taken aback for a moment, thinking to himself, this little girl actually guessed right. But there was no way he would admit to such a thing. He teased, "Oh, jealous." Su Shan immediately put on a disdainful look. "I have no time to be jealous of you. I don't care how many women you have. They'll stay by your side, but you can't neglect me from now on." Her words truly stunned him, leaving him somewhat dumbfounded. But wasn't this exactly what he wanted? Although this little girl was materialistic, there was no denying she was also very considerate. This attitude was perfect. It deeply pleased him and could easily overshadow her other flaws. As for intimacy, it could slowly increase, as long as he occasionally splashed some cash it would eventually rise. Yang Fan quickly regained his composure, a hint of delight appearing on his face. Are you serious? The girl nodded firmly. Of course. Just say if you're willing. No need to ask. Who would refuse an extra perceptive little beauty as his woman? But he couldn't help teasing, that depends on how you perform. The girl could tell that her decision had pleased him. Seeing him act tough, now she wasn't about to indulge him. She gave a light humph and quipped, getting a bargain and still acting smug. Men. Yang Fan didn't mind her teasing at all. He smiled and said, eat up. After we finish, he'll take you for a stroll. And walk off the meal. The girl's eyes lit up. I want to go to the mall. That was no problem for Yang Fan, and he agreed readily. Sure. He found it amusing that she had gained 2 points of intimacy. He wasn't afraid of her being gold-digging, and what he feared was someone like Gong Jing who took the benefits and then didn't acknowledge them. As long as she was willing to increase intimacy after receiving favors, things would be easy. The two quickly finished their meal. Not far from the restaurant was a large shopping mall, Nanghuahuajin. The two strolled down the street, forming a picturesque scene. Su Shan held his arm, walking shoulder to shoulder with him. Although she was wearing flat shoes, she wasn't much shorter than he was. Coupled with her attractive appearance, he successfully garnered many envious and jealous glances. Bang! Ouch! Watch where you're going, young man. Sorry. A middle-aged man approaching from the opposite direction kept staring at Su Shan, while another young man, walking by deliberately, turned his head to steal a glance. The result was that the two collided, leading to the comical scene just now. Yang Fan found it amusing and whispered to the girl beside him, quite the charm you've got. She glanced at him. I'm used to it. What's the use of charm? It can't even enchant a certain deadbeat. Oh, then you'll have to step up your game. Oomph. They continued walking leisurely for a while, and finally entered Nanghuahuajin. The little beauty cheerfully pulled him upstairs. Yang Fan glanced at the first floor, which was filled with high-end cosmetics counters, and asked curiously, don't you want to buy any cosmetics? The girl shook her head. I bought quite a few cosmetics a few days ago. Let's check out the clothes first. Yang Fan remembered that this girl had some money on her, so it was normal for her to have gone shopping a few days earlier. Without another word, he followed her straight to the clothing section. After entering a store with an all-English name, the girl browsed for a long time. She picked up 2 sets of silk outfits that looked somewhat sexy and asked him, which one do you think looks better on me? Yang Fan grinned mischievously and said, I think you look best without any clothes on, haha. The girl rolled her eyes at him and lowered her voice. You scoundrel. It's true I look better without clothes, but that's only for you to see. Do you want me to give others a free show? Or do you have a thing for wearing a hat? Wear your grandfather's hat. If you want to stay by my side, you know the kind of awareness you need to have, right? If you're not good to me in the future, ill. The girl was speaking in a proud tone, but suddenly noticed that Yang Fan's expression was turning rather off. She quickly stopped herself and changed the subject. Don't worry, I'm not that stupid. I was just talking big. Since I've decided to be your woman, I definitely won't get involved with any other men. After saying this, she secretly resolved to upgrade her boyfriend to an ex-boyfriend as soon as she got back and cut off all ties. It would be a huge loss if something like this affected her chances of moving up in the world. In fact, she had already had this idea ever since she parted ways with Yang Fan that day and had even taken action. During this period, she had been ignoring her soon-to-be ex-boyfriend, giving him the cold shoulder. She had planned to wait until he couldn't stand the silent treatment, started losing his temper, and impulsively broke up with her. Then everything would be perfect. But unexpectedly, her boyfriend was quite patient. Although he was baffled by the sudden Cold War, he had been sending her messages apologizing and sending her gifts to appease her these past few days. Now that things were developing well between her and Yang Fan, she didn't want to lose everything because of a man she no longer liked. So she felt this matter needed to be put on the agenda. She had to be ruthless and break up with him on some pretext. She had originally wanted to force him to initiate the breakup, but now she couldn't afford to care about that anymore. When Yang Fan heard her words, his expression improved considerably. He said indifferently, that's more like it. If you like them, buy them both. The girl was overjoyed and immediately asked the sales assistant to wrap up the 2 outfits. Then she went to another store and bought a pair of shoes and a bag. The girl happily ended her shopping trip. The main reason was that she couldn't carry any more, and she didn't dare ask Yang Fan to take the things home for her. She was living with Gu Weijie after all. If she brought him along, wouldn't that expose her secret? After leaving the mall, Su Shan took the initiative to say, aren't you going to the gym? Send me the location of the gym. They'll put these things away first, and then come find you. Yang Fan thought for a moment and said, no need. Just go home and rest after putting the things away. He'll text you when I'm done with my workout. The girl had no objection to that as long as he didn't go with her to drop off the items. All right then, he'll wait for your message. After shopping at the mall, Yang Fan and Su Shan each took a taxi and left. Su Shan, sitting in the car, gazed at the pile of luxury goods beside her, a smile never leaving her face. Indeed, she had made the right choice. This was the life she truly wanted. This wealthy spender didn't even bat an eye when throwing money around, as if he were spending ghost money. As long as she could make him infatuated with her, she would soon be driving luxury cars, living in a mansion, and buying whatever she wanted. This was perfection, a shortcut to the pinnacle of life. Her life would be incredibly comfortable, and countless women would surely be mad with envy. And the price she paid was minimal. After all, any man was just a man. Since she could choose, why not pick the one who could bring her a wonderful life? Why should she settle for those who only spoke sweet words, but played poor when money was mentioned? While Sushan was dreaming of her future bliss, Yang Fan had already arrived at the gym. After a quick look around confirming there were no exceptionally stunning women, he began his workout on his own. He added a few extra minutes to his training this time. After his second round of exercises, he rested and took out his phone to contact Sushan. "I'm done." "Okay, tell me where you are, and I'll come to you." Yang Fan checked the time. It was still early for dinner, and he wasn't hungry, so he replied, "It's still early, let's go see a movie. Head straight to the small cinema next to Brilliant Star. I'm not far from there." "Okay." He'll leave now, first to arrive waits. After sending the message, he didn't rush off, though instead he grabbed a sports drink and took a sip. Just then a well-built young man holding a drink approached him and said, "Bro, are you here to train your abs?" Yang Fan, with a puzzled look, vaguely remembered seeing this guy at the gym a few times. He must be a regular member. Yang Fan casually shook his head. "Mainly working on my stamina." The young man nodded. "I see. You look like a beginner, right? My name is Jun, and I work out here often. If you have any questions about fitness, feel free to ask me." Yang Fan was taken aback. What was this guy doing? Hitting on him? Could he be one of those? Jun saw Yang Fan's suspicious gaze and quickly clarified, his face darkening. "Bro, don't get me wrong. I'm perfectly straight, and I'm not selling anything. I just like making friends." In truth, Jun had approached Yang Fan because he had noticed him and Li Wei the first time they came to the gym. He had been captivated by Li Wei's beauty and had tried to hit on her, only to be shut down when she said it would cost 500 yuan to add her on WeChat. That was when he guessed that Yang Fan, who was accompanied by such a stunning woman, must be a wealthy second-generation heir of considerable status. He thought that if he could get into the same circle as someone like Yang Fan, it would only benefit him, not harm him. Over the past few days, seeing Yang Fan come to work out regularly, he had developed the idea of befriending him. Today, when he happened to see Yang Fan getting water, he felt the opportunity had come, so he struck up a conversation aiming to get on familiar terms. Once they had exchanged words, it would be perfectly normal to greet him next time he came. If he could learn Yang Fan's interests, he might even showcase his abilities to cater to those interests. Through repeated interactions, they might gradually grow closer. That was the little scheme Jun had in mind. Yang Fan knew nothing of this, nor did he know that the man before him had once tried to steal the woman he had his eye on. That man had actually been the one who helped increase Li Wei's intimacy with him. Once Jun allayed his suspicions, Yang Fan nodded. "My name is Yang Fan. I still have things to do, so we'll take my leave." "Keep at it." Jun smiled. "Sure, go ahead. See you around." Yang Fan paid no attention to this minor incident, grabbed his drink, and walked out of the gym. Jun watched his retreating back, a thoughtful expression on his face. He wondered if he should find a beautiful woman to test Yang Fan's reaction, since he hadn't seen the stunning woman beside him recently. Men were usually interested in beautiful women, weren't they? But there were plenty of attractive women at the gym, and Yang Fan didn't seem interested. Could it be that they weren't up to his standards? Then he thought of Li Wei's stunning appearance. That was indeed a possibility. Did he know anyone suitable? Yang Fan had no idea that someone was actually planning to introduce him to beautiful women. At that moment, he was leisurely strolling toward the cinema. By the time he slowly reached the cinema and bought tickets, Sushan still hadn't arrived. So he lay down on a massage chair to rest. 20 minutes later, just as the movie was about to start, a tall, radiant figure finally appeared at the cinema entrance. She spotted Yang Fan on the massage chair and hurried over. "A bit of traffic. Did I keep you waiting long?" Yang Fan glanced at her, displeased. "You sure know how to time it. The movie has already started." The beauty immediately broke into a smile. "So petty. He'll make it up to you later, okay?" Yang Fan, who was getting up, paused. Make it up to him later. They were about to watch a movie, so when exactly did she mean? Most likely during the movie. And that suited Yang Fan just fine. He had heard that this particular cinema allowed vendors to come in, so there were no cameras or anything. So he and the girl entered the screening room. The audience for this movie was sparse, just a few couples scattered here and there. The girl pointed to the empty back row, her meaning clear. Although Yang Fan had bought tickets for the middle seats at this point, he didn't care about that. He led the girl to the far corner of the last row and sat down. The movie had just started and no one was paying attention to them. 5 minutes later, Sushan, wearing a short skirt, sat on Yang Fan's lap, her eyes fixed on the big screen, without blinking, as if she were watching intently. She whispered, "I was late. Are you still mad?" Yang Fan indicated that she could be late every day and he wouldn't mind. Yang Fan was now overwhelmed with a mix of emotions. Fortunately, the few young couples were all preoccupied with their own affairs, leaving no time to mind others, or else it would have been a social death scene. Sushan, sitting on Yang Fan's lap, had a distinct breathing sound, yet on the surface, she acted as if nothing had happened, merely whispering a question. "Are you happy?" Yang Fan's heart was now burning with rage. The environment and the peculiar sensation constantly teased his nerves, and the overwhelming suppressed emotions within him had reached an unbearable peak. Happy my ass. You're too bold, aren't you? Sushan pouted disdainfully, speaking nonchalantly. Don't be so smug. You invited me here, and I could guess your intentions. Though surrounded by a sense of pleasure, Yang Fan was also trapped in a predicament where negative emotions clung to him, yet he could only hold back. He spoke with dissatisfaction. Who's being smug? You had your fun, but what about me? You don't care about me anymore, do you? Ugh. Sushan found this amusing, and then spoke in a seductive tone. How could I not care about you? Let's go somewhere else. Yang Fan said nothing more. At this point, how could he be in the mood to watch a movie? He stood up and silently led Sushan out of the cinema, finding a hotel nearby. 40 minutes later, Yang Fan sat by the bed, glanced at his phone's time, then turned to Sushan on the bed and said, "Get up for dinner." The girl glanced at him and said irritably, "I don't want to move. Have the hotel send food up, well, eat here." Yang Fan didn't mind, just gave her a faintly amused look, then went to pick up the landline to call the front desk to order. Seeing his smile, the girl became dissatisfied. Oomph. She stood up abruptly and said to him, "What are you grinning about? If you've got the guts, come over. Let's continue." Yang Fan, in the state of a Buddhist disciple, didn't take the bait, and instead said amusedly, "You're quite cocky." Oomph. The girl, upon hearing this, acted like a triumphant peacock, let out a soft snort, and continued lying down to rest. When Yang Fan opened the door and wheeled in the food cart, he called out to the girl on the bed, "Time to eat." The girl didn't move and said, "I want you to feed me." Yang Fan's face darkened instantly. "They'll count to 3. You're so unromantic." Oomph. Men. Despite her verbal complaints, Sushan's body obeyed, getting off the bed and slipping on her slippers to walk toward him. Yang Fan's mouth twitched at the sight, feeling a bead of sweat on his forehead. "Can't you be more mindful?" The girl gave him a speechless look and complained, "What are you pretending for? You weren't this upright before. What a hassle." She muttered under her breath, but still complied. After they finished eating, Yang Fan pushed the cart to the hallway by the door, then came back and asked, "I'm going for a walk. Want to come?" The girl, who had just returned to the bed, asked nervously, "Will you come back?" "Yes." Upon hearing the affirmative answer, Sushan breathed a sigh of relief. "They'll wait for you here. Hurry back." Yang Fan didn't force her and went out for a stroll alone. As he stepped out of the elevator into the hotel lobby, detected a valid consumption target. "Would you like to view the information?" He suddenly noticed the system prompt and saw a woman in front of him with coiled brown hair, wearing a professional suit and black high heels. Though he could only see her back, her well-proportioned figure convinced him that the system was referring to her. He silently thought, "View. Name Han Wan, age 26, height 166, weight 53, overall attractiveness 81, 97, status normal, intimacy 0. After reading the data, he lost much interest. Although the number 3 was decent, the overall attractiveness was a bit low. A girl like this could no longer attract him, given his changed mindset to strike up a conversation. Coincidentally, after leaving the hotel, he hadn't gone far when he saw the same girl again. She was standing before a middle-aged man who looked over 40, speaking intimately with him. She was probably a kept mistress or something. Yang Fan didn't bother listening to their conversation and walked away. He had nothing to say. He and that middle-aged man were no different. Both were much the same. Then he wandered aimlessly for a while. On his way back to the hotel, he spotted a little girl selling flowers at a roadside stall. Judging by her age, she was probably still in middle school. She was dressed neatly, not looking like she was in financial difficulty, likely just gaining early life experience. He couldn't help but admire her parents' educational approach, letting her train herself at such a young age. When the little girl saw him looking at her stall, her face lit up, and she said timidly, "Uncle, please buy a bouquet. I picked and wrapped each flower myself." "Uncle." Yang Fan almost broke down at the address. He awkwardly rubbed his nose, thinking, "So, I've unknowingly joined the ranks of uncles." Looking back, time really flew by. He still remembered many things from his middle school days vividly, as if they had just happened. Sometimes he even dreamed of being in a classroom at night. But he didn't show any displeasure. Instead, he walked over to the little girl's stall and said with a smile, "You can't do it like that. Let Big Brother teach you a trick. If you want to sell flowers more easily from now on, call every man Big Brother and every woman Big Sister. Only call old people Uncle or Auntie, got it?" The little girl nodded blankly, ignoring his advice, and continued, "I understand, Uncle. But would you like to buy a bouquet?" Yang Fan said amusedly, "Call me Big Brother." The girl was startled, her face reddened, and she awkwardly called out, "Big Brother." "That's right. Give me the biggest one." The little girl immediately broke into a smile. "Thank you, Big Brother. This one costs 80 yuan. The child was honest, selling it cheap. Such a bouquet in a flower shop would cost at least 200. Yang Fan scanned the payment code with his phone, took the bouquet, and said with a smile, "See, that makes it easier to sell. Remember." The little girl showed a sweet smile and nodded. "He'll remember, Big Brother." Then Yang Fan returned to the hotel, holding the bouquet, drawing the gazes of many along the way. When he swiped the room card and stepped inside, Sushan, sitting on the bed playing a mobile game, was stunned. She stared blankly at the man at the doorway, his arms full of flowers. Sushan's affection 3 At that moment, a whirlwind of emotions churned within her heart. It wasn't that she had never received flowers before, on the contrary, she had received them many times. Yet none had ever felt quite like this. When other men gave her flowers, she felt little, and sometimes if the person wasn't right, she even felt a sense of repulsion. But why did she feel a flicker of joy today? Perhaps it was because deep down she had never imagined Yang Fan as the type of man who would give her flowers. After all, she was well aware that she was merely one of his women, and certainly not the most favored. Yang Fan never expected that such a casual gesture on his part would actually increase Sushan's affection. He recalled that this girl's affection had only risen from the initial inexplicable 20 points, and then only from money transfers or buying luxury goods. In all other situations, her affection remained unmoved. Sushan didn't stir from the bed, showing no intention of getting up to accept the flowers. Her expression shifted, and she spoke with a teasing tone. "Oh, you're actually learning to give flowers. What era is this? So old-fashioned." Yang Fan found her reaction amusing. If she disliked it so much, why did her affection have to increase? He said casually, "Forget it then. They'll have the maid throw them away." Hearing this, the girl finally got off the bed, albeit unhurriedly. She muttered under her breath, "Humph. No sincerity. But since it's your first time giving flowers, I'll do you the favor." With that, she took the bouquet with both hands and sniffed at her pretty face hidden behind the blossoms, now brimming with a smile. Then with great composure, she placed the flowers on the table and scurried back to bed to continue her game. Yang Fan approached her and glanced at her phone screen, which displayed several characters from One Piece standing on opposite sides. Clearly a typical card drawing game. One Piece. The girl didn't look up, her eyes fixed on the screen. "Just killing time. Doesn't look like it. Judging by the amount of in-game currency you've spent quite a bit, haven't you?" Not that much." Her tone suggested otherwise, but Yang Fan didn't mind. Since he had given her the money, it was hers to spend as she pleased as long as she didn't shortchange his affection points. Then Yang Fan took out his own phone and had just entered a game when the girl beside him noticed and asked curiously, "You actually play competitive games?" Yang Fan replied with a hint of confusion, "Can I? No, it's not that. But isn't playing competitive games a waste of your unique talent?" "What?" Yang Fan was momentarily puzzled, not understanding what unique talent she was referring to, and looked bewildered. Seeing this, the girl continued with a tone of exasperation. "You should play the kind of game I do. That's what suits you best. Just top up a lot of money, and you'll easily become the top dog on the server, dominating the leaderboards without a doubt." Yang Fan finally understood her meaning. So his unique talent was his financial power. He said impatiently, "What nonsense. Just play your game." The girl was unwilling to let it go and urged earnestly, "I'm serious. Just give it a try." Yang Fan ignored her and directly started a match. Perhaps due to bad luck, his opponent in this match was quite skilled, dominating him throughout. When he was solo killed for the first time, the screen had just gone dark when he heard laughter beside him. "Haha, I told you this really isn't for you." Yang Fan turned his head and glared at her. Sushan showed no sign of restraint and said to him seriously, "Trust me." He couldn't help but retort, "Trust my ass. Want to go around?" The girl broke into a smile. "Bring it on. Who's afraid of who? I have to admire your courage, though. With skills like yours, you dare challenge me." Seeing her confidence, he wondered inwardly. Was she really that good? But he wouldn't show weakness, had only know her level after a match. So he said, "Let me finish this round first." "Fine." The girl agreed readily, then added with a sly grin, "But playing for nothing is boring. How about we spice things up with a little wager?" Yang Fan asked with amusement, "What kind of wager do you have in mind?" The girl smiled and held up one finger. 10,000 per round. That confident? Of course. So do you dare? Her tone practically assumed Yang Fan wouldn't be a match for her, but 10,000 a round was no pressure for him. So Yang Fan agreed without hesitation. "Deal. It's a promise." As expected, Yang Fan was no match for Sushan. He lost several rounds in a row, his morale shattered with no glimpse of victory. The girl, who had already won 50,000, asked with a smile, "Want to continue? I've played several rounds and my form is dropping now. It's a good opportunity." Yang Fan grumbled inwardly, "You said the same thing the first 2 rounds, didn't you? Whether your form is really dropping or not, my morale is completely wrecked by you, and I have no form left." So he ignored her, paid the bet, and transferred the money to Sushan. As time passed, he held the somewhat languid Sushan in his arms, gazing closely at her adorable doll-like face, his mood exceedingly light. They whispered sweet nothings to each other for a while, and feeling drowsy, they drifted off to sleep without even realizing it. The following day, when Yang Fan rose, the girl had already departed, leaving behind only a message. "I can't keep skipping class today, so I'm off to school. Don't miss me too much, you rogue." He paid no heed to the message, finishing his morning ablutions before stretching languidly. He felt he had indulged too freely with that little wildcat last night, and resolved to take a full day's rest. Yet the joy was genuine, for tastes differ after all. Sushan was bold, and thus the flavor was quite exquisite. After a bowl of noodles, he strolled idly for a while before taking a cab to the gym. He did not attempt to invite Li Wei again today. Though she was a rare pristine beauty, having failed to entice her out after 3 attempts, there was no point in persisting. He would let it be for now. With the system at his disposal, he could always find another code 0 beauty. It would merely take a bit more time. Half an hour later, he was already at the gym, just beginning his warm-up, when the man named Jun from yesterday approached with a broad smile. Brother Yang, you're here. Had lunch yet? This fellow, upon learning Yang Fan's name, had taken to calling him brother. Since the other was so courteous, Yang Fan was not one to be unappreciative. He nodded in reply. Yes, I've eaten. You're early today. Hey, I'm used to it. Fitness has become a hobby. Some like fishing, some like soccer. I happen to enjoy working out. He wasn't lying. Originally, he had started working out just to attract women more easily, but as he kept at it, it became a habit. Yang Fan nodded in understanding, pondering what his own hobbies might be. At present, they seemed to be making money, pursuing beautiful women, and savoring life. That was about it. He had little interest in anything else for now. Even his persistence in fitness was driven by necessity. Without a robust body, how could he better enjoy life? Sensing that Yang Fan seemed disinclined to chat, Jun tactfully said, Then I'll let you train, Brother Yang. I've rested enough, so we'll go do another set. Alright, catch you later. Jun turned and left. In high spirits, he walked to another area and pulled out his phone to make a call. The first words upon connection were, Babe, do you still remember what I told you yesterday? A female voice came through the phone. I remember. I mentioned it to her today, but she probably doesn't trust me. She didn't agree and even complained about me. What? You couldn't handle it. What now? The person I want to connect with is already at the gym. She flat out refused. What could I do? You couldn't handle it. What now? The person I want to connect with is already at the gym. She flat out refused. What could I do? Go talk to her again properly. It's just about inviting her to the gym for some fun. If I can successfully connect with that person, it's a win-win for both of us. If I had a better candidate around, I wouldn't have thought of her. Alright, I'll try again. Jun ended the call and began his workout. Time passed slowly. By then, Yang Fan had finished 2 rounds of exercise and was resting. Jun approached with 2 bottles of sports drinks and handed one to him. Brother Yang here. Yang Fan glanced at him suspiciously, wondering why this guy kept hovering around him, but he accepted the drink. Thanks. Jun smiled and said, Don't mention it, then chatted casually for a few moments before taking his leave at just the right time. Yang Fan paid no further attention to the man. When he had rested enough, he left the gym, took a cab home, and crashed on the bed to recover his energy. He spent several hours lying in bed playing games to hone his skills, reflecting on the previous day's loss that had prevented him from achieving his desires. A trace of regret lingered in his heart. The next day, upon waking, he saw several messages from the beauties. Among them was one from the charming widow Li Xinran. Darling, are you awake? He checked the timestamp. It had been sent an hour ago. Wondering what she wanted, he replied, I'm up. Are you free for a video call? He felt that this beauty must be missing him after a few days apart. Based on past patterns, if he invited her out now, their intimacy level might surge past 60. Though it was just his guess, it seemed fairly reliable. So he replied, What? Missing me? Darling, I miss you. Seeing her forthrightness, he extended an invitation. Then let's meet for lunch. At home, Li Xinran, holding her daughter, felt a surge of joy upon seeing the message, but then something seemed to occur to her, and a hesitant expression flickered across her face. Her daughter, nestled in her arms, asked curiously, Mommy, did Uncle promise to video call with me? So that was why Li Xinran had asked if Yang Fan was free for a video. It was because of her daughter. Over the past few days, Li Xinran had bought many new clothes and toys for her daughter, each time telling her that a certain uncle had sent them. The little girl, being young, felt that this mysterious uncle was very kind to her. Having heard her mother talk about him often, she grew curious and wanted to meet him. But her mother said the uncle was busy, so she thought of using a video call instead. In truth, Li Xinran also wanted Yang Fan to meet her daughter. If he could come to like her little girl, it would be perfect. Although he knew she was a widow and had explicitly accepted her, she still felt a knot of anxiety in her heart. Thus came the earlier messages. Now confronted with Yang Fan's reply, she didn't know how to respond. After hesitating for a long while, she typed, Darling, I promised little Candy that I would take her to the park today. Hey, that's perfect. Let me meet our little girl. We'll have lunch first, then go to the park together. The smile on the bowtie's face could no longer be contained, making her radiantly lovely. Darling, you're so wonderful. They agreed on a time and place, and Li Xinran said to her daughter with a smile, Little Candy, no need for a video call now. Uncle is coming to the park with us. The little girl asked joyfully, Really, Mommy? Is Uncle not busy today? Really? Yay? That's wonderful. Seeing her daughter so happy, Li Xinran smiled warmly. She set the child down, took out a mirror to check her makeup, and found everything in order. No need for touch-ups. Since she had planned to take the child out today, she had already applied her makeup beforehand. So she informed her mother and then set off with her daughter. In the car, the little girl asked curiously, Mommy, do you think Uncle will like me? Li Xinran said with a smile, Little Tangwa is so well-behaved, Uncle will surely like her. Besides, hasn't Uncle bought her so many new clothes and toys? The daughter's eyes narrowed into slits with laughter as she nodded repeatedly. Uncle bought me so many things. 20 minutes later, Yang Fan, who had arrived early, didn't wait long before he saw a stunning woman with fiery red lips carrying a little girl as cute as a doll walking toward him. Yang Fan spotted them and walked over. Li Xinran saw the man approaching them, instantly broke into a smile and said gently to her daughter, "Tongwa, look, uncle is here to pick you up." The daughter immediately widened her big dark eyes and looked around. Soon she spotted Yang Fan approaching and said happily, "I see him, I see, uncle." Yang Fan, now close, also heard the voice of the little girl who looked like a doll. Since Li Xinran had already informed him via message that Tangwa knew about him, he wasn't surprised. He walked up with a smile and said, "Wow, this adorable little angel must be our little Tangwa. She'll definitely be even more beautiful than her mom when she grows up." Before Li Xinran could respond, little Tangwa laughed and reached out her little hands toward Yang Fan from her mother's arms, calling out in a childish voice, "Uncle, hold me." Yang Fan was taken aback. He hadn't expected the little girl to be so unreserved. She wanted him to hold her even though they met for the first time. He had been worried about how to interact with the child, but it seemed he didn't need to bother. Just as he was about to take the little girl, Li Xinran pretended to be displeased and said to her daughter, "Tangwa, how can you ask uncle to hold you the moment we arrive? Where are your manners? Get down and walk on your own." The little girl, put down on the ground, instantly looked aggrieved, staring at Yang Fan with her big watery eyes pitifully. Yang Fan looked at Li Xinran with a hint of reproach. "Why are you scolding her? Look how upset you've made our daughter. She likes me and wants to be close. Isn't that a good thing?" With that, he quickly reached out and picked up little Tangwa. The little girl, still looking aggrieved, wrapped her arms around his neck and buried her head in his shoulder. Yang Fan gently patted the little girl's back and said, "Tangwa, don't mind your mom. Come tell uncle what you want to eat." The little girl looked up at Li Xinran, saw that her mother didn't seem truly angry, and then whispered, "Mom says being picky is not good." Yang Fan looked at Li Xinran and smiled knowingly. This woman was quite good at raising children. Li Xinran then said, "Just order some dishes without chili for her. Oh, and she likes egg custard." Yang Fan smiled and asked the little girl, "Is that what Mom said?" The little girl nodded. After getting the answer, he lifted his hands and gave the little girl a high up, saying, "Then let's go. Off to eat egg custard." The little girl wasn't scared at all by being lifted high, as she giggled incessantly. Li Xinran was also surprised. The child wasn't usually like this. She had never been so clingy with anyone except herself. Even when her grandpa held her, she always wanted to run away. Could this be fate? Seeing how much Yang Fan liked her daughter, she felt completely relieved. Yang Fan, carrying the child in front, suddenly stopped when he noticed the prompt. He turned to look at Li Xinran, only to see the beautiful woman gazing at him and her daughter with a look of happiness. He immediately understood the reason for the breakthrough. "What are you daydreaming about? Let's go. If you're not hungry, our little angel must be." Okay." Li Xinran quickened her pace to catch up with them. Seeing Yang Fan playing with her daughter the whole time, she felt very happy. During the meal, looking at the table filled mostly with light dishes, she could fully feel his affection for her daughter. She mixed several dishes with egg custard for her daughter's rice, then walked over to the two who were making faces at each other and said, "Tangwa, eat your meal first before playing." Yang Fan smiled and said, "Let me do it." He then reached out to take the bowl from Li Xinran's hand. She originally wanted to say something, but seeing his beaming face, she went along with it. Watching Yang Fan feed her daughter spoonful by spoonful, a warm feeling welled up in the beautiful woman's heart, and her smile grew even brighter. This scene really felt like a family of three. After the meal, the three of them took a taxi to the park. Yang Fan held Tangwa the whole way. Luckily the little girl wasn't heavy, or he might have lost face. When they arrived at the zoo, Tangwa pointed excitedly in a direction and shouted, "Uncle, look, it's a giant panda." Yang Fan played along. "Wow, it's a giant panda. Do you know, little Tangwa, this is the most precious animal in our country." The little girl clapped her hands excitedly and said, I know. Pandas are national treasures, they eat bamboo." Yang Fan turned and glanced at Li Xinran with a puzzled look. Could it be that this woman had never even taken her daughter to the zoo? Seeing the little girl's excitement, it was obvious she rarely came, perhaps even her first time. Li Xinran was confused by Yang Fan's look. "Darling, what's wrong?" Yang Fan shook his head, thinking that this single mother had it tough. She had probably been focused on making money before. Then he took the little girl to see all the animals, making her smile never cease. When they took a boat ride on the lake, the little girl probably got sleepy and fell asleep right in his arms. Li Xinran whispered to Yang Fan, "Darling, thank you." Yang Fan knew what she meant and immediately looked speechless. "What's there to thank? I really like our daughter." Li Xinran looked at the sleeping Tangwa with great tenderness and said softly, "This child has never had a father since she was little. She was only 1 year old then and didn't even know what father meant. This is the first time she's been so close to a male." There were some words she didn't say and felt it was hard to say. She could see that next year Tangwa would start kindergarten, and perhaps then she would learn from other children that every child has a father. If she came to ask, how would she answer? Yang Fan smiled and gently stroked little Candy, who was asleep in his arms, and said softly, "This is my first time playing with a child too." Li Xinran, instead of continuing to think about her daughter's kindergarten, changed the subject and said, "Honey, I've been thinking about the money you gave me last time. I've been considering investing in a small guild. What do you think?" Yang Fan was taken aback and asked in confusion, "A guild? The kind that manages streamers?" Li Xinran nodded. "Yes, it's an era where traffic is king. Many people are scrambling to get into the online industry. Even some celebrities from the entertainment circle want to get a piece of the live streaming pie, either by collaborating or by directly starting their own streams for product promotion. I'm very optimistic about the prospects of this industry." After listening to Li Xinran, he nodded. Although he didn't understand investment, he agreed with her viewpoint. After all, she was his woman. The cashback card was a trap, if he wanted to keep making money, he would eventually turn all his women into wealthy little ladies. But that didn't matter. With the system's intimacy function backing him, he wasn't afraid of meeting ingrates. If his women became wealthy, it wouldn't harm him. Wouldn't they take the initiative to buy him gifts to show their affection? They would have to gift him houses and cars, right? All in all, the money would still be circulating within his own household, right? So he said generously, "I've told you before, the money I gave you is yours. You can invest in whatever you want. Since you're optimistic about it, just go ahead and do it. You don't need to ask me. Besides, your money is probably only enough for small-scale fun. He'll transfer some more to you. Play big. Don't have any psychological burden. Remember, we're not afraid of losses." Li Xinran heard that he was going to transfer money to her again and quickly said, "No need to give me more. Listen to me, this is settled." But before she could finish speaking, he interrupted her. Seeing his serious expression, she didn't continue and gently replied, "He'll listen to you." Li Xinran intimacy, too. The girl suddenly felt so happy. Since meeting Yang Fan, her life had been undergoing earth-shattering changes. Yang Fan saw that her intimacy was increasing quickly, now reaching 65 points. Judging by the pace, this charming widow would likely catch up and become the second to break through 70. When that happened, it would be another substantial income, while he had actually done nothing and was even enjoying life. He smiled and said to the girl, "Perhaps after you invest in the guild, I can give you a hand." He was thinking that he could give gifts to the female streamers under her guild to boost popularity, join activities, and create 1 or 2 big streamers. From this perspective, Li Xinran's choice to invest in the guild seemed to have no reason to lose money unless her guild couldn't even find a female streamer rated above 80. But such a thing was impossible. Even if she really couldn't find one, he could help her find a substitute. The girl, however, didn't understand his meaning, but didn't ask further. Instead, she joked, "Could it be that darling wants to become the top streamer in my guild?" Yang Fan found it amusing. "Me? A streamer? A top streamer? Right? If he started streaming and made money, wouldn't that increase his capital?" Although after conquering beauties and obtaining cashback cards, his capital had multiplied rapidly, who would dislike having more money? As for whether he could make money from streaming, it was beyond doubt. He would definitely rake it in. Even if he casually streamed his daily life, or even just streamed himself giving gifts to female streamers, people would watch. Not to mention, he could also cheat, which meant he could throw money around everywhere to female streamers. When he started streaming, wouldn't it be perfectly normal for others to return the favor? The more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. He felt as if he had suddenly found another way to make money, but before he could rejoice, a system voice suddenly poured cold water on him. Second warning. As a big sucker, the host must not engage in beggarly behavior. If you insist on doing such a disgraceful thing, the system will detach from the host. The host must turn off the tipping function when streaming. Yang Fan's face turned awkward upon hearing the voice. The system daddy, which usually didn't respond no matter how much he called, jumped out to threaten him as soon as it detected his intention to make money, and even emphasized it was the second warning. Would there be some punishment after too many warnings? He wasn't afraid of punishment, but he was afraid that the system might suddenly pack up and move to some lucky reader. If that happened, he would have no place to cry. It was just streaming. What the hell was beggarly behavior? It wasn't like he was directly asking others for money, right? At best, it could be considered busking. It seemed the system probably didn't allow him to do anything shameful for money. Although busking wasn't shameful for a host with a big sucker system and a well-known online tycoon, suddenly going to busk for money would indeed be somewhat embarrassing. Oh well, this path to wealth was completely cut off. He would never dare to test the system daddy's limits. But since it said he could start streaming if he turned off the tipping function, he could occasionally play around. At this moment, he thought with some schadenfreude, wondering if the netizens would break down when they saw the beauties around him constantly changing. Li Xinran saw him staring blankly and said, puzzled, "I was just joking." He snapped back to reality. "I know. Let's go. We're docking." "Okay." After the boat slowly docked, Yang Fan carried the sleeping little Candy and led the beautiful Li Xinran towards the park gate. After playing for the whole afternoon, it was getting late. Both of them were somewhat tired. Along the way, they occasionally heard remarks like, "Wow, look at that little girl. She's so cute. I want to have a daughter just like her." By now, they were basically immune to people's stares and didn't feel anything unusual. After leaving the park, Li Xinran glanced at her sleeping daughter and whispered to Yang Fan, "Little Candy woke up early today and might be tired from playing. Let me take her home first and then come back to find you." Yang Fan hesitated when he heard this. Although he had originally planned to have this beautiful woman accompany him well into the night, he thought that if the little girl woke up and found both her uncle and mother gone, she would definitely be sad. After just a short afternoon together, he had grown fond of this clingy little angel. Although she wasn't his child, she was at least half his, and he doted on her. He and Li Xinran had plenty of opportunities, there was no rush. So he told the girl his thoughts. Li Xinran was deeply moved when she saw Yang Fan start to think about her daughter so quickly. She did not agree immediately, however, but said, "Honey, actually you don't have to do this." Her grandmother. Yang Fan waved his hand to interrupt her. "Alright, I know what you want to say. How about this, come find me after you put your daughter to sleep." "But she's sleeping now. Can she still sleep tonight?" The girl smiled and nodded. "Yes, she can. She won't sleep long. Kids get sleepy often, but they don't sleep long. Okay, let's go." Then the two took a taxi to a hotel near Li Xinran and checked in a room. Yang Fan handed the sleeping little girl to her mother and then lay on the bed to play games. Li Xinran returned home. Her mother saw her daughter and granddaughter come in and immediately went over asking in a low voice. "Asleep?" The girl nodded. "She's been sleeping for over an hour. So long. You must be tired. Here, let me carry her to the bedroom." The girl smiled and shook her head. "Mom, no need. Her uncle has been holding her all day, or I just took over." Li Mu was taken aback and asked suspiciously, "Uncle? You mean Xiao Yang? He held Candy. Wasn't she fussy? Why would she fuss? This little girl loves her uncle. She clung to his arms all afternoon, even refusing me." As she said this, the girl showed no jealousy, but instead a face of happiness. Li Mu, being an experienced mother, could tell that her daughter's expression was genuine, and she nodded with relief. That's good, that's good. By the way, you little rascal, why didn't you invite Xiao Yang to come home? It's almost dinner time. Next time? I haven't told him yet. Mom, I'm going out tonight. Little Candy will sleep with you." Li Mu looked at her daughter suspiciously and asked, "Going to accompany Xiao Yang?" The girl nodded generously. "Yes, after Candy wakes up, I'll soothe her and play with her, then leave." Li Mu sighed in relief. "That's fine. Let me tell you, a rare person like Xiao Yang, you can't mess around." She saw that her daughter had just parted from Yang Fan and was already planning to go out at night, clearly intending to stay out overnight, so she inevitably misunderstood. Li Xinran said discontentedly, "Mom, what are you saying? Is your daughter that kind of person?" After saying that, she carried Candy toward the bedroom. But as soon as she put her daughter on the bed, the child woke up, being a bit of a landing crier. Little Candy opened her sleepy eyes and sweetly called out, "Uncle." Then she realized something was wrong because she only saw her mother. She rubbed her eyes, sat up, and looked around for Yang Fan, but found nothing. She looked at Li Xinran with confusion and asked, "Mommy, where is Uncle?" Li Xinran lovingly stroked Candy's little head and said, "Uncle is tired. He went home to sleep. He asked me to tell little Candy that he will come see you again." Candy pouted with a wronged expression. "Uncle, why did he leave without saying goodbye to Candy?" Li Xinran said gently, "Because Candy was sleeping. Uncle didn't want to wake you. But I haven't said goodbye to Uncle either. I shouldn't have slept." Seeing her daughter's somewhat regretful expression, she asked with a smile, "Does little Candy like Uncle very much?" The little girl nodded affirmatively. Candy likes Uncle. Then Mommy will ask if Uncle is asleep. If he isn't, you can talk to him yourself, okay?" The originally gloomy little girl instantly cheered up. "Great. Mommy, ask Uncle quickly." Li Xinran had to send a message to ask. Yang Fan had just finished a game and received her message. He clicked it open. "Darling, are you asleep?" "Not yet, what's up?" "Candy woke up. The first thing she did was look for you. She was quite sad when she learned you had left." Yang Fan smiled knowingly after reading. "Is she next to you?" "Yes, she is." Then he directly made a video call. As soon as it connected, he saw that familiar and lovely little angel, and her voice came through, "Uncle. I'm Candy." Yang Fan couldn't help but smile when he saw the little girl. "I know. When did our little angel wake up?" Candy heard his voice and let out a cheerful laugh. "Giggle. I just woke up and Uncle was gone. Can you come play with me?" Little Candy is awake, but Uncle is a bit tired. Uncle also wants to sleep. What should we do? The little girl tilted her head and thought. Then I'll wait for Uncle to wake up, okay? Our Candy is so good. But Uncle has to work after waking up, so he can only play with Candy in a few days. Will Candy be mad at Uncle? The little girl said, without hesitation, no way. Candy likes Uncle the most. After saying that, she paused, her little face showing a questioning expression. What day is a few days that Uncle said? Is it tomorrow or the day after? Yang Fan forgot that children don't seem to understand the concept of a few days, but seeing her expectant face, he still gave a definite answer. Then the day after tomorrow. Let Mommy bring little Candy to see Uncle the day after tomorrow, okay? Yeah, great. Then they chatted about some childish topics before hanging up with Candy's reluctant expression. Time passed quickly. Soon it was evening. Yang Fan was already lying asleep when he suddenly heard the phone ring. He picked it up and saw it was Li Xinran, knowing that the girl was about to come. He answered. "Hello. Are you coming now?" The girl's voice came through. "I'm already at your door." Yang Fan immediately hung up, got up, and opened the door. As soon as he opened it, he felt a bright sight. A city beauty in a professional suit and high heels stood at the door with a smile. She wore the same exquisite makeup with fiery red lips as last time, yet it gave him a different feeling. Seeing him stare at her, the girl felt delighted, thinking it was worth dressing up carefully. Obviously, she had achieved the desired effect. She said softly, "Honey, you haven't had dinner yet. I brought some freshly made dishes and a bottle of MeIntotheWorld'sRichest. How about I have a drink with you?" Yang Fan then noticed that the girl was carrying a bag. Yang Fan asked with a smile, "By Jill, are you sure you can handle it?" He then stepped aside to let her in. Li Xinran walked in and replied softly, "I can have a little." She went to the table, placing the boxed dishes one by one, saying, as she did so, "These are just some home-style dishes I just made still hot. Come and try them." She then opened the small box of Matai, took out 2 small glasses, washed them in the sink, and came back to fill them with liquor. Yang Fan hadn't eaten dinner and had gone to sleep, so he felt a bit hungry. He found Li Xinran's cooking quite delicious and couldn't help eating quickly. This bowtie's virtuousness was completely at odds with her fiery red lips appearance. These days it's rare to find a proper beauty who can cook and cook so well. This girl wasn't just good at cooking, she was also proficient in various household chores and child-rearing. Thinking of this, Yang Fan glanced at her extremely tempting attire. He mused that she even had a unique talent for attending to others, truly the epitome of a virtuous wife who is equally adept in the living room and the kitchen. Li Xinran noticed Yang Fan's gaze sweeping over her white blouse and pencil skirt with black stockings. Secretly pleased, she said softly, "Do I look good in this? I bought it specially. I also have a nurse uniform at home. If you like, you'll wear it next time." Hiss. Yang Fan felt an inexplicable excitement upon hearing this. Wasn't that a stupid question? Of course he liked it. Whoever didn't like it had slapped them. This girl was very sensible. But they were still eating, so he suppressed his excitement and asked teasingly, "Nurse uniform?" The girl said while picking up food for him. "Then I'll have to trouble you." Li Xinran was able to chat about these topics with him cooperatively without any sign of shyness, which gave him a different feeling. At the bowtie's request, he ate some food to line his stomach, and then the two began to drink some wine. After the girl downed a small glass, she gently touched her tempting lips with her fingers, revealing an intoxicating smile. Then she refilled both their glasses. They drank glass after glass like that. Soon half a bottle was gone. The bowtie's face had taken on a charming blush, and her eyes, when looking at Yang Fan, had become dreamy and seductive. The girl slowly stood up, walked over to him, and gently sat on his lap, wrapping her arms around his neck, and saying seductively, "Darling, I'm a bit drunk. You can't bully me, you know. If you want to do something to me, I'm powerless to stop it." Faced with this implicit invitation from the beauty, what more was there to say? Yang Fan, feeling extremely pent up, directly stood up, picked up Li Xinran, and walked in a certain direction. Feeling the sexy curves of the beauty in his arms, his heart was intoxicated for a moment. The next day, Yang Fan, who was sleeping, felt movement beside him. He opened his eyes and saw a seductive figure trying to get out of bed quietly. "Where are you going?" Li Xinran was startled by the sound and immediately turned to look at him. Perhaps because her movement was too big, she pulled something, and a sudden pain made her frown. Hiss. Seeing her pained expression, Yang Fan immediately understood the reason and asked with concern, "Does it still hurt?" Seeing his concerned look, the girl gently shook her head and said softly, her breath like orchid, "It's much better already. It's fine. You rest and clear your mind. They'll go make you breakfast." Seeing the beauty forcing herself to endure the pain to cook for him, he felt a warm current flowing through his heart. He stood up, hugged the beauty, and said, "Don't cook. I checked yesterday. This apartment hotel's fridge has no food. Let's have the hotel deliver some prepared dishes. You rest well, tell me what you want to eat, and I'll order." The girl felt the man's care, so she went along with his wishes. With a smile, she leaned into his arms and said softly, Whatever you say." Then she added, "I'll eat anything. Order what you like." Yang Fan didn't care about cashback or anything at that point. It was just a meal, not much money. So he picked up the phone on the nightstand and called the front desk. Then the two cuddled together. Yang Fan gently stroked the girl's hair. "Last night, MMH." Just as he was about to speak, the girl suddenly turned and sealed his mouth with hers, cutting off his words. 30 seconds later, the girl whispered, "Darling, don't worry about that. As long as you're happy, I'm happy." Yang Fan heard this and didn't continue with those sentimental words. He just held the girl tighter. The girl, of course, felt it. She squinted, nuzzled in his arms, shifted to a more comfortable position, and leaned against him quietly, as if enjoying this peaceful time. After the meal, they stayed there for several more hours, chatting about everything under the sun, always in high spirits, feeling as if they could never get tired of talking. The time gradually came to the afternoon. By then, Li Xinran's body had mostly recovered, and she could move freely without pain. Of course, Yang Fan still didn't trust her to do anything too strenuous. The girl then asked, "Darling, do I really have to bring Tangwa to see you tomorrow? Will it bother you?" "Actually, children." Yang Fan pinched Li Xinran playfully. "What? Do I seem like someone who doesn't keep promises? Since I've already made an appointment with our daughter, you must obediently bring her out tomorrow." I understand." Just as they were chatting, Yang Fan's phone suddenly rang. He picked it up with curiosity and saw that the caller ID displayed Shasha. Yang Fan frowned slightly, never expecting Shasha to suddenly call him. He had been ignoring her for days, and she had shown no reaction, making him think she didn't care about him as her big brother. He had intended to let their connection fade away, but now this little girl was taking the initiative to call, which likely meant she was about to make her stance clear. In truth, having already become a generous spender, he was not lacking in beautiful women around him these days, so he wasn't particularly invested in Shasha. As the streamer he had tipped the most, her continued aloofness made it only natural for him to stop sending gifts. Wasn't that reasonable? He had a relatively favorable impression of the only streamer who ever took the initiative to transfer money to him, and he planned to give her his devoted support once she made her stance clear. But still, though he might be a generous fool, he disliked any woman who truly treated him as one. He didn't necessarily need anything physical to happen between them, but he at least hoped she would show her attitude. That way he would feel much more at ease continuing to send her gifts, wouldn't he? Of course, he wouldn't force anyone. If the girls were unwilling, he would consider the gifts he had already sent as a free offering. He wouldn't ask for them back or seek revenge. But if he kept sending gifts without any reciprocation, wouldn't that be a bit too much? He couldn't get past that mental hurdle. In the end, he only cast the bait. Whether the fish chose to bite was entirely up to them. If they bit, he would keep sending her. If not, he would stop. It was a mutual agreement, simple as that. Staring at the ringing phone, he hesitated for a moment before answering. A pure yet lively voice came through. Hello. Is this Xiao Gu? It's Shasha. Yang Fan recognized the familiar voice, but didn't cut to the chase. Instead, he feigned ignorance and asked. I know it's you. Is there something you need? I'm in Bishu City now at the airport. I'm not familiar with the area. Can you come pick me up? Shasha was in Bishu City. Yang Fan was astonished, finding it hard to believe. This little girl had come all the way to Bishu City to see him without any warning. Shocked, he asked, why did you come so suddenly? Without even telling me beforehand. I wanted to surprise Xiao Gu. I knew you wouldn't leave me stranded at the airport, so I just came. You have no idea how hot Tianfu is. The temperature here is so comfortable. Shasha chattered on, but never once mentioned being ignored by him recently. She was a clever girl. You little rascal. Did you ever think that I might be busy or not even in Bishu City? Of course I did. If that were the case, it would just mean my luck was bad, and I'd have to wait until next weekend to try again. But from your tone, it seems my luck isn't too bad, am I right? Yang Fan hesitated, glancing at Li Xinran in his arms. They had just been discussing what to eat for dinner when this unexpected situation arose. Li Xinran nestled in Yang Fan's embrace, faintly heard Shasha's voice, but felt no jealousy. Since choosing to be Yang Fan's lover, she had already prepared herself for this. She had a clear attitude. She wouldn't compete or fight. As long as this man still needed her, he would be her only man. In that case, no matter how many women he had, she would likely never lose him. So she simply smiled and shook her head at Yang Fan, indicating she was fine. Without making a sound in the uncertain situation, she showed great understanding. Yang Fan understood Li Xinran's meaning, glanced at her apologetically, and said into the phone, then find a place to sit and have a drink. I'll be there soon. Okay, I'll wait for you. Yang Fan hung up, held Li Xinran, and said I might need to go out for a bit. The girl in his arms gently covered his mouth, interrupting him, and smiled tenderly. Darling, you don't need to explain. I understand. As long as you don't drive me away, no matter what happens in the future, I'm sticking with you for life. Besides, didn't we agree to meet tomorrow? Hearing this lovable beauty's touching words, Yang Fan instinctively held her tighter. Though her declaration echoed little wildcat Su Shan's earlier words, it somehow felt more touching coming from her lips. If Su Shan knew what Yang Fan was thinking, she would surely complain, isn't that just copying me? Same meaning. Why does it sound less meaningful when I say it? Yang Fan gently pressed his lips to her cheek and said earnestly, that kind of thing will never happen. Li Xinran pulled away from his embrace. Go on then. I'll head back to check on Candy too. He nodded. Alright, I'm off. You'll have to manage dinner on your own. Don't worry, I'll be fine. They left the hotel together and hailed separate taxis. Half an hour later, Yang Fan's taxi arrived at the airport. Unable to drive in, he had to walk a bit. After reaching the exit where Shasha was, he dialed her number. Inside the airport, at a tea shop called Naishua, a vibrant twin-tailed girl sat holding a milk tea, lost in thought. Just sitting there quietly, she attracted frequent glances from people nearby. A guy at the next table, unable to control himself, started boasting to his friend, hoping to catch the beauty's attention. Money isn't as hard to make as you think. For example, I earn 1,000 or 2,000 a day now, and I can't even spend it all. Spending half of my daily income is already impressive. His friend played along. How can I compare to you, Singo? Our circles are different. Everyone I know earns less than 10,000 a month. Your income must surpass over 90% of the country, right? Well, I don't know how many people I've surpassed, but since I'm not married and spend little, I save a lot each month. The two of them went on, one bragging and the other flattering. The beauty next door heard them, but completely ignored them, lost in her own thoughts. Just then her phone rang. The screen showed the caller ID, Xiao Gu. Shasha saw Yang Fan calling, snapped out of her daze, pressed the answer button, and brought the phone to her ear. Xiao, have you arrived? I'm at the entrance. Come out. Okay, wait for me. Then the girl hung up, adjusted her outfit slightly, picked up her cute bag adorned with a cartoon plush, and left the milk tea shop. A male student sitting nearby whispered to his friend, third brother, that little beauty is gone." The moment he dropped the brother and simply called him third, the addressed guy rolled his eyes. "I can see that." At that moment he hesitated. Should he chase after her and ask for her contact? He had deliberately boasted about his income to his friend earlier just to catch Shasa's attention, laying the groundwork for a future approach. Because from the moment she stepped into the milk tea shop, he suddenly felt a flutter in his heart. A scent of first love lingered in the air. He had even prepared a Rick second-generation persona, but before he could flaunt it, the little beauty was already gone. Why was she in such a hurry? He had originally planned to get to know this little beauty, then pose as a wealthy heir and take her to a 5-star hotel for coffee. He had a friend working as a waiter in the cafe there, which wouldn't cost much, and his friend would deliberately call him President so-and-so in front of her to boost his status. They would have the buddies pretend to prepare their family assets, engage in a fake card game, and make large transfers in front of the beauty, with the winner privately returning the money to the loser afterward. Layer after layer of schemes. If he only sought a one-night stand, young beauties like her were easy to fall for. Now that the beauty was gone, his plan would be ruined, wouldn't it? How could that be allowed? So he stood up and said, "Let's go follow her and find a chance to get we chat." Then he led his friend out. Yang Fan stood at the entrance waiting for a while, when he suddenly saw a young girl with twin ponytails wearing a blue short dress and white stockings walking out. Since the offline Shasha looked almost identical to her livestream self, he recognized her at first glance. Valid target detected. Check information. Huh. Yang Fan gazed at this pure yet seductive beauty and silently thought, check. Name Wu Shasha, age 18, height 167, weight 53, overall appearance 87, 100, status normal, affinity 39, code 0. The data of this little beauty stunned Yang Fan. She had the best overall stats among all the beauties he had ever seen. Her height and appearance were excellent, and most importantly, she was code 0, the second one he had encountered, even surpassing Li Wei in quality. And her affinity toward him was not low at all. Considering he had been intentionally provoking her lately, the fact that this girl had 39 points of affinity was surprising. In comparison, another female streamer, Xiaolu, was completely defeated in this regard. This was indeed unexpected for Yang Fan. For a moment his liking for the girl grew immensely, and he unconsciously smiled, about to step forward to greet her. But suddenly 2 male students beat him to it. One of them walked up to Shasha and muttered something. Shasha glanced at him, impatiently ignored him, and looked around. Shasha. At that moment a man's voice sounded. She turned to see a man waving at her from not far away. She ignored the harasser, quickly trotted over to Yang Fan, and asked with a smile, "Xiao Yao?" Yang Fan nodded. "It's me. Let's go." He turned to leave. Wu Shasha, affinity 3, yeah. The sudden notification made him pause mid-step. He glanced back at Shasha with some confusion. Heaven knows he had been prepared for a decrease in affinity. It had become the norm. But he never expected this little beauty to have such good taste, just like Li Xinran. He wondered silently, had he suddenly become more handsome? That shouldn't be. He had looked in the mirror earlier and saw no difference. Still, this was a good thing. He didn't know that Shasha had chosen the blind box meeting method partly to push herself. But along the way she couldn't help worrying. When she actually saw him, she felt a slight relief. She thought to herself Ziweo's appearance was much better than she had imagined, and he was fairly young. So her affinity directly increased by 3 points. Seeing him looking at her with a puzzled expression, she asked, "Xiao Yao, is there something on my face?" Yang Fan shook his head slightly. "No, I just feel you're even more beautiful offline than in the live stream." The girl burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. As expected, Xiao Yao has good taste. To be honest, I think so too." Behind them, third brother and his friend watched such a delicious young beauty leave with a man, both wearing expressions of disbelief. The friend whispered, "Third brother, should we still follow?" Third brother glared at him and said irritably, "Follow what? To pick a fight. We're respectable people. Fighting is for street thugs. Can those tiles compare to our porcelain?" Yang Fan was walking out of the airport with Shasha when his phone rang. He saw it was Gong Jing and answered casually. The teasing voice of a girl came through. "Oh, boss, Yang works hard picking up another beauty at the airport." Huh. His first reaction was that Gong Jing was nearby. He looked around with the phone, but didn't see her, then asked, "Where are you?" Quick reaction. "I just brushed past you and you didn't even see me. So sad." Brushed past. Yang Fan was sure that there weren't many people around and none of the passers-by had been Gong Jing. "My eyesight isn't that bad. Forget it, I'm hanging up. Hey, wait. Beep. Beep. Beep." Shasha walking beside him was curious, but didn't ask. Instead she said, "No wonder it's called Summer Resort City. It doesn't feel hot outside, very comfortable. It would be nice to stay a few more days." Yang Fan smiled. "You're still in school, right? Here for the weekend." The girl spread her arms as if embracing the sunlight while walking. "Yeah, freshman year." Yang Fan was momentarily lost in thought as he saw the pure smile on the young Bowtie's face. Just then a small car pulled up beside them. The window rolled down to reveal a pretty face, and its owner exclaimed toward Yang Fan, "You heartless jerk, you actually hung up on me." Yang Fan heard the familiar voice and looked toward the car window, only to find Gong Jing, the one who had called him earlier, driving. She was wearing a China Southern Airlines flight attendant uniform, staring at him with discontent. He rubbed his nose indifferently and said, "What a coincidence." Gong Jing shot him a glare. "Coincidence, my foot. I deliberately drove around." Yang Fan finally understood what she meant by brushing past on the phone. So she had driven past him, then gone ahead to turn around and come back. He wasn't particularly interested in Gong Jing, especially after seeing Shasa's data. All he could think was that people were truly incomparable. He just needed her to serve as his HR tool, so he asked casually, "Something up?" Seeing his lack of enthusiasm, Gong Jing glanced at the young beauty beside him and couldn't help but sigh. This guy might be a scoundrel, but his taste was impeccable. Another little swan was about to fall into his clutches. The world was going to the dogs. She guessed that he was brushing her off because of the young beauty. Gong Jing felt she had the upper hand and decided to let him off. She asked, "Wanting to give you a ride?" Yang Fan thought even Gong Jing had a car. Should he finally consider buying one? He couldn't always take taxis, could he? But how to buy a car was a problem. He certainly wouldn't spend his own money on it. He could just buy a car for his woman and drive it himself. That wasn't against the rules, was it? After all, the car wouldn't be in his name. That idea seemed feasible. Once he used the 2% cashback card in hand, his principal would reach over $1.2 million, enough to buy a decent car. "Hey, what are you thinking?" Just as he was pondering car purchases, Gong Jing interrupted him. He shook his head. "Nothing. You off work?" "Yeah, just flew back from Tianfu. I can rest for 2 days." "What a coincidence." He turned to Shasha with a chuckle. "Was she a flight attendant on your flight?" Shasha had been sizing up Gong Jing, admiring her great figure and beautiful face, exuding an indescribable mature charm. Even as a school beauty, she felt a bit overshadowed. But she was still young. In a few years her figure would be even better, and she'd have that mature charm too. When she heard Brother Xiaoyao ask her, she said shyly, "I didn't really notice. But this sister is really beautiful." Gong Jing's face lit up with a smile. "Little sister, you're the beautiful one. I'm even jealous. Are you from Tianfu?" "Yes." "Then we must have been on the same flight." "What a coincidence. Get in the car." Shasha looked toward Yang Fan, seeking his opinion. Without ceremony, he opened the rear door and said to her, "You first." Seeing his approval, Shasha got in. After they were both seated, Gong Jing stepped on the accelerator and drove off. On the way, she asked, "Where are you headed?" "Recommend a nice restaurant. We haven't had dinner yet." "Perfect timing. I haven't eaten either. Mind if I tag along for a free meal?" What could Yang Fan say to such a shameless request? He couldn't just kick her out after she'd given them a ride. "Sure, join us." 20 minutes later, following Gong Jing's recommendation, they arrived at a scenic mountain villa. The decor and scenery were lovely, and though not famous, the prices were quite high. According to Gong Jing, she'd eaten there once, and the food was excellent, so she strongly recommended it. Yang Fan had no objections. He took a seat as arranged by the waiter. Since they chose a 4-person table, Gong Jing actively strode toward him on her long legs, ready to sit next to him. He turned and glared at her. "Sit opposite." Then he looked at the young beauty behind her. "Shasha, come sit here." Gong Jing's favorability won. The flight attendant, who had been all smiles, froze. Inside she grumbled, "Could you be more blatantly partial? Back when you wanted my number, you called me sweetie and bought 10 bottles of perfume. Now that you have a new flame, you make me sit opposite. Men, your name is fickleness. The worst part is we haven't even done anything, and you're already tired of me." How absurd. Despite her mental rant, since Yang Fan said so, she had no choice but to move to the opposite seat. Wu Shasa's favorability won. The young beauty felt pleased that Yang Fan had made the pretty flight attendant sit opposite and let her sit next to him. Though she didn't know their exact relationship, she could tell the flight attendant had been subtly flirting with Brother Xiaoyao the whole way. Their relationship was definitely not ordinary. But Brother Xiaoyao clearly didn't care for her. He always chose to chat with her, walked beside her, and now wanted to sit with her. That spoke volumes. She was truly special to Brother Xiaoyao, wasn't she? Online, he started spending money on Douyin because of her, and offline, he doted on her. As soon as she sat down next to him, he handed her the menu. "Order whatever you want, don't hold back." She smiled sweetly and nodded. "Okay." She didn't want to refuse his kindness. Couldn't she see the flight attendant rolling her eyes from across the table? Gong Jing silently glared at that fickle man, then asked the waiter for another menu and started ordering. She deliberately chose the most expensive dishes as if that would make her feel better. Before long, the waiter served a full table of dishes. Gong Jing watched Yang Fan and Shasha feed each other, feeling as if she didn't exist. She wondered why she had bothered to join them. Still, she tried to liven up the atmosphere, chatting with them from time to time. Her social skills were good, and soon the three were chatting easily. She was tactful, never mentioning Yang Fan's romantic escapades. In fact, she even spoke highly of him in front of Shasha. Yang Fan found it amusing that Gong Jing was subtly praising him to Shasha, as if she were helping him seduce the girl. He couldn't help but feel a bit of amusement, yet he had to admit that her maneuver had successfully won his favor. After realizing that Yang Fan could not be restrained, Gong Jing bluntly began to assist him in his endeavors. She was now a far cry from the aloof image she had cultivated before, a girl with keen insight. She belonged to the type whose principles were flexible, depending on the situation. While chatting with Shasha, she also caught a glimpse of Yang Fan's satisfaction from the corner of her eye and felt quite gratified. She thought to herself, do you think I enjoyed doing this? I love my cool persona, alright, but you gave me too much. From the moment she agreed to play matchmaker for Yang Fan, she had abandoned any hope of monopolizing him. Since that was the case, she decided to focus on earning money which best served her interests. She would unconditionally cooperate with whatever he wanted to do. This mindset indeed won Yang Fan's heart deeply, the only pity being that the girl refused to be intimate. The meal ended. Gong Jing smiled and asked Yang Fan, where are you heading next? They'll drop you off, and then it'll be out of your hair. Clearly she realized that with the beautiful girl present, she wouldn't have a chance to be alone with Yang Fan that day, so she planned to leave promptly after dropping them off. Yang Fan turned to Shasha and said, it's getting late. Let me book you a hotel room first. Rest for a while, and tomorrow I'll take you to the scenic spots. Shasha's body involuntarily trembled slightly at his words. She thought, is it happening? Though she had mentally prepared herself before coming, treating this trip as a dream. When the moment actually arrived, she still felt very nervous. She barely nodded and softly uttered mm. Then Gong Jing dropped them off at a 5-star hotel, even proactively went to book a room for them, waved goodbye, and left only one sentence. They'll contact you in a few days. She turned and left, driving away. Yang Fan led Shasha, who had been rather quiet since dinner, into the presidential suite. The room was not cheap for Gong Jing. Although Yang Fan had transferred some money to her earlier, it was still a considerable expense. Yet she chose to do it anyway, convinced that since she had helped Yang Fan, he would likely not let her suffer a loss, so she didn't even mention the cost. Yang Fan saw Shasha sitting on the sofa fidgeting with her clothes the moment she entered. He could tell she was extremely uneasy. He walked to the fridge, took out 2 bottles of water, sat down beside her, handed her one, and said softly, you look very nervous. Have some water. The girl replied quietly, thank you. She took the water but held it in both hands without opening it. Perhaps because of the special setting of the hotel, she kept her head lowered, not daring to meet Yang Fan's eyes, completely unlike her lively demeanor at the airport. Shasha was now not only nervous but also terrified of what was about to happen. If not for the memory of his lavish gifts, she might have considered fleeing. Yang Fan could see her state of mind and didn't put too much pressure on her. Instead, he said gently, don't be so nervous. If you're unwilling, I won't force you. I thought you were prepared when you suddenly came all the way here. As a man with a destined extraordinary life, he had no interest in coercing any girl. That was beneath his standards. Shasha hesitated upon hearing this. She had thought she was ready, but when it came down to it, she suddenly became afraid. Yet she mustered her courage and looked up at the man beside her, stammering, I'm ready. After saying that, she tightly shut her eyes, adopting a look of resigned martyrdom. Damn. Yang Fan noticed the girl's intimacy score dropping continuously. Without a second thought, he quickly intervened, flicking her forehead with 2 bent fingers. Thump. Ouch. That hurts. The girl opened her eyes, rubbed her head, and stared at Yang Fan in bewilderment. Xiaoyao, why did you flick my forehead? If I hadn't stopped you, that intimacy score would have kept plummeting. This is my livelihood. He smiled. Can't you see I know you're not ready? Don't rush. Let's talk first to ease your nerves. The girl felt a little relieved and nodded. All right. What does Xiaoyao go want to talk about? Yang Fan paused for a moment and asked, I can tell you're a good girl. Can you tell me why you chose to come to me? Hearing Yang Fan call her a good girl, she felt flattered, but his next words made her silently complain. Why did I come? You know perfectly well. You froze me out. I had to fight for myself, didn't I? That's what she thought, but she didn't dare say it aloud. Instead, she answered seriously, can I say it's because you gave too much? So honest. Yang Fan found it amusing. What if someone else gave more? Would you fly to them too? No, I wouldn't. The question was sharp, and she almost blurted out the answer, but then she saw his teasing expression and stopped mid-sentence. She lowered her head and said, at least now that I have Xiaoyao go, I want. She wasn't stupid enough to speak recklessly in front of Yang Fan. Though she said she wouldn't, Yang Fan understood clearly. This beautiful girl could come to him because of money. If he stopped sending her gifts and another big spender appeared, she would likely fly to that person as well. A girl like her, originally beautiful in every aspect, if he didn't claim her, some other wealthy man would eventually. Rather than let someone else have her, it was better that he did. At least he could guarantee to satisfy her material needs to a great extent. Since she had never intended to give her first time to love, he didn't need to feel too guilty. He stopped digging and changed the subject. So what are you worried about now? Shasha shook her head and whispered. I'm not worried. I'm just a little scared. My family is strict, and I've always been cautious. I've never had a boyfriend before. I'm clean. As for Shasha claiming that she was pure, Yang Fan was well aware of it. This beautiful girl was by all accounts one of the most pristine adult women he had ever encountered. He nodded solemnly. I absolutely believe that. Shasha, seeing that his tone seemed genuine, was taken aback for a moment before lifting her head again to ask him. But I came to you of my own accord. Shouldn't you be a little suspicious? Yang Fan suddenly felt speechless. What kind of logic was this girl running on? He had already said he believed her, and she was asking why he wasn't suspicious. He smiled and shook his head. No suspicion. Wu Shasa's intimacy too. The girl had no idea he had a system as a cheat device. She simply thought he trusted her deeply. After all, in this day and age, there were too many people pretending to be pure. Moreover, she had committed the undesirable act of showing up unannounced. The reason she had just said that was to let Yang Fan know that despite her actions, she was absolutely pure. And she was about to give him her most precious possession in exchange for better treatment in the future. That he had chosen to believe her without a shred of suspicion. That feeling was rather pleasant. Just as she was thinking these thoughts, Yang Fan's voice reached her ears again. Since you've made your choice, I will do my best to meet your material needs. But in return, I want Mary, and I already have more than one woman. Even so, are you still willing? Shasha didn't hesitate upon hearing this. She hadn't come here for love anyway, otherwise she wouldn't have opened the blind box. Marriage was too far off for her to even consider. Whether the other man had other women seemed irrelevant to her. Since he had promised to meet her material needs, her goal was achieved. So she simply nodded gently and uttered a soft, After the conversation, she had noticeably relaxed, no longer as scared as before. Yang Fan, seeing that the girl had agreed, had nothing more to say. He first reached out and gently embraced the girl, feeling her body tremble slightly, but she did not reject his approaching face. Shasa's pretty face flushed, and she looked at him so close with a shy expression, her gaze wandering and evasive. He wrapped his arms around the girl and whispered in her ear. Still scared? The girl shook her head without speaking, simply closing her eyes and holding him, making no other moves. Yang Fan softly said in her ear, "It's okay." Wu Shasa's intimacy 20. Dazed Yang Fan was bewildered to find that Shasa's intimacy had dropped by so much at once. He felt like crying, but had no tears. Before he could even digest this, the system's prompt appeared again, directly startling him. Truly worthy of being called System Daddy. There's a saying that has always circulated in the web novel community: system products are always top-notch. He didn't believe the system would harm him, so this thing was definitely good. But the system rewarding him with this, what kind of intention could it have? It was obvious to anyone, and one could even say it was malicious. But he liked it. If he kept up with his physical training, a wonderful life was beckoning him. He couldn't help but smile, and stopped worrying about the girl's loss of intimacy. He could always find a way to earn it back later. Shasha, who had been keeping her eyes tightly shut, opened them in confusion and looked at him blankly. But upon seeing his smiling face, she quickly closed her eyes again and asked nervously, "Are we done?" Yang Fan felt as if he had been struck by lightning, and not just any lightning, the kind that leaves you pitch black. What the hell are we done? But his heart was now full of tenderness, so he certainly wouldn't ridicule her. 40 minutes later, he held Shasha in his arms and whispered, "It's all right." Shasha hugged him back, burying her small head in the crook of his neck, murmuring softly, "Are you better now, eh?" Yang Fan nodded with satisfaction. "Yes, I'm fine." Wu Shasa's affection 5. The girl, hearing that her dream had ended, felt a sudden relief, and her affection even rose a little. Yang Fan saw her adorable expression, and a trace of tenderness appeared on his face. "What would you like for dinner? They'll have the hotel prepare it." "I don't know. I feel so unsettled inside." Hearing this, Yang Fan gently stroked her back and said softly, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." He didn't rush to order dinner, but continued to hold her, murmuring words of comfort. After a long while, the girl finally calmed down a little and called out softly, "Xiao Yao Go." "Moi, I'm hungry." Yang Fan smiled. "All right, I'll order now." He picked up the bedside phone and called the front desk. Shasha opened her eyes, watching his retreating figure with a complex expression. Her heart was in turmoil, but after his comfort, she felt much better than before. She didn't know if her choice was right, but since she had made it, she didn't want to regret it. She only hoped that in light of the purity she had given him, he would treat her well and remember his earlier promises. When she saw Yang Fan hang up, she quickly closed her eyes again. Turning around, he caught her pulling the blanket over herself. Amused, he walked over slowly, leaned against the bed, and fiddled with her twin ponytails, teasing, "Isn't it a bit late to be shy now?" The girl replied, "How annoying," and pulled the blanket over her head entirely. Yang Fan laughed and held her again, saying, "Look at you now. So different from the Shasha who used to shout in the live stream, 'Xiao Yao Go,' is generous, marry 10,000 wives." The girl, eyes still closed, reached out a hand and kept patting him. "Annoying, annoying, annoying. There's a difference between streaming and real life, you know." Seeing her like this, Yang Fan knew she had mostly recovered, no longer as scared and helpless as before. So he continued chatting with her, occasionally teasing her. Soon the food he ordered arrived. As he pushed the cart in, the girl tried to get up, but paused mid-motion, pain freezing her actions. Her delicate face frowned. Yang Fan quickly set down the cart and walked over, scolding, "I told you not to move, why won't you listen?" He sat on the edge of the bed, gently holding her. "Silly girl. I am a bit embarrassed. Stay put, don't move, just eat in bed." Then Yang Fan filled a bowl with rice and various dishes, brought it to her. "Want me to feed you?" The girl said shyly, "No, I can eat by myself." He didn't argue, handing her the bowl and chopsticks. "Thank you. You're welcome." Then he got himself a bowl and ate with her. After dinner, they cuddled again. The girl felt much better knowing Yang Fan had stayed with her all this time. Just as she was about to say something, her phone buzzed with a message. Curious, she opened it and was shocked. It was a bank deposit notification. An extra 600 yuan had suddenly appeared in her account. Gasping, she instinctively looked at Yang Fan, who was sitting close beside her fiddling with his phone. She asked in surprise, "Xiaoyaoge, did you transfer the money?" Yang Fan smiled and shrugged. Who else would send you money? Indeed, just now bored, he had activated the 2-tier cashback card he got from Li Xinran yesterday, and the first thing he did was transfer 600 yuan to this little girl. Why could he transfer a whopping 600 yuan when the highest single transfer limit for ordinary cards at the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China was 500 yuan? That was thanks to the system. Just as he was wondering how to upgrade his bank card, the system suddenly prompted. The host bank card is a sucker card with no transfer limit. The funds come from a completely secure source, and no one will investigate. Please use it with confidence. He then realized that his bank card had already been tampered with by the system, so there was no need to worry about upgrading the card. He directly used the 2-tier cashback card and transferred 600 yuan to Wu Shasha. Unsurprisingly, the transfer went through without a hitch. But Shasha was anything but calm now. Although Yang Fan often visited her live stream and spent lavishly, the actual amount she had received in hand was only a few 100,000 yuan. Now an extra 600 yuan transfer was no small sum. But a troubling thought crossed her mind. Why did Xiaoyaoge send her so much money? Was he trying to buy her off in one go? That wasn't what she wanted. Although this money was already a lot, she had given so much not for this 600 yuan, but for a steady stream of support in the future. He had promised to meet her material needs later. Was he going back on his word now? As Shasha pondered the meaning of this transfer, she felt terrible. Wu Sha's affectionate. Yang Fan, who had been smiling, froze when he saw the notification that the girl's affection had suddenly dropped by 8. He was completely baffled. What was going on? Giving away 600 yuan and losing affection instead. Seeing the girl's dazed expression, clearly lost in thought, he quickly stopped her. "Girl, what are you thinking about?